Long Live Summons Chapter 386 to Chapter 426. We surrender. The mercenaries were beaten to the ground by Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, the Li brothers and Shui Tianlang as if they were the autumn leaves being swept away by the autumn wind. Too late. Shui Tianlang was as cold as ice, attacking mercilessly. Hui Tailang killed one with a swipe of his claws. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others attacked with all their might, killing them all regardless of whether the enemy resisted or not. Anna and Lin En wanted to dissuade them, but when they saw the purple-haired girl staring at Yu Yang, they immediately turned their attention to them. The purple-haired sexy beauty had a seductive smile on her face, her big eyes staring at Yu Yang. Yu Yang's expression was more serious. He held Bao Er tightly, not letting this naughty girl leave his side. Bao Er struggled a few times. At first, she thought that Yu Yang was taking advantage of her, so she bit his arm with her little white teeth. But when she saw Anna's hand gestures, she realized that something was wrong. However, she was very confused. They had clearly won. What was going on? Could it be that the son of this nouveau riche knew this purple-haired demoness? Don't worry, I won't hurt her. Seeing Yu Yang's unapproachable expression, the purple-haired girl smiled slightly. Her enchanting smile made people's hearts beat faster. Scram. This was Yu Yang's reply. When you left that day, I thought I would never see you again. I'm so happy to see you today. Little girl, do you still remember the silver dragon in the jadeite forest? I'm a friend of the silver dragon, I'm not a bad person. The purple-haired girl saw Yu Yang's expression and changed her mind to Bao Er. When she said this, Bao Er really remembered and exclaimed, you're the Black Shadow sister in the Dragon's Cliff, no wonder your voice was a little familiar. Here's the money. Yu Yang took out some gold coins and passed them to Bao Er, help me count. What? Bao Er was puzzled. I'm preparing to sell you. Please help me count the money. Yu Yang replied in a deadpan manner. When everyone heard this, they burst out laughing. Why do you want to buy me? Bao Er was even more puzzled. This reaction made Fatty Hai and the rest all fall to the ground. Good heavens, if this lass was sold by someone, she might really help the person earn money. The purple-haired girl was also amused. She stretched out her hand, wanting to stroke Bao Er's head, but who knew that Yu Yang would immediately block her hand. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others also slowly surrounded them. Everyone summoned their grimoires one after another, summoning their strongest beasts and using them to strengthen themselves. The Li brothers even stabbed the huge totem pole into the ground to increase the combat power of the entire troop. Shui Tianlang had gathered his strongest frost chi energy, Prince of Tian Luo's meteor was ready to strike at any moment. Bao Er didn't understand, and the four orc girls were also confused. Oxhead Fan Luan Tai was confused. Only Anna and Lin En cooperated with Fatty Hai and the others, preparing to restrain the two female guards in black who had been silent all this while. The purple-haired woman glanced at Fatty Hai and the others indifferently, and laughed lightly. Do you want to bully us with numbers? Fatty Hai smirked. It seems like we really have the advantage in numbers now, look at the sky. Yi Kong punched him. Fatty Hai looked up at the sky and immediately shivered. This was because the top of the canyon was densely covered with spider webs. Tens of thousands of snaggletooth spiders were surging down like a tide. Thousands of human-faced spiders and hundreds of king-ranked demon-eye spiders were charging at the very front. The densely packed giant spiders covered the entire canyon, leaving not a single empty space. Wherever they passed, layers upon layers of spider webs blocked the sky. Not long later, the whole canyon became a huge net. The prey was in this big net. The purple-haired girl raised her hand and all the spiders stopped. They were 10 times more orderly than a well-trained army. She pointed at Fatty Hai and Yi Kong and smiled at Yu Yang. Other than you, none of them can beat me. If I wanted to kill them, I could have done it yesterday. Sister Bao Er is so cute, why would I hurt her? Actually, I just want to make friends with you. We can exchange what we have. Yu Yang pulled Bao Er, who was extremely happy after being praised, not letting her leave. Bao Er was so angry that she kept stomping on his feet. This ambiguous position made her feel awkward. It was as if he was hugging her and not letting go. No matter how Bao Er reacted, Yu Yang only stared at the purple-haired girl as if she was his most dangerous enemy. He could not relax for even a moment. Hui Tai Lang also stared at the two black-cloaked female guards. He growled in a low voice, warning them not to move. Is this how you make friends? Yu Yang pointed at the spiders. Who would bring tens of thousands of spiders to make friends? You are also very dangerous. If I don't have some small spiders to protect myself, I'm afraid you will kill me. The purple-haired woman grumbled with a bit of grievance. Then, a peerless smile bloomed on her face, making her look exceptionally enchanting. You're wary of me, and I'm even more wary of you. Why don't we have a good talk? I want to learn what you know. If you want to be my baby, I won't be stingy. Yu Yang, don't be courteous with her. Kill her. It's rare to meet a big boss. Tens of thousands of spiders is nothing. Fatty Hai's mouth was very hard, but his legs were trembling in fear. One snaggletooth spider was nothing to him, but there were tens of thousands of them here. I want to prove my strength first. Maybe you will be interested in becoming friends with me. The purple-haired girl disappeared. She appeared behind Fatty Hai's back and pressed her jade-like palm against Fatty Hai's back. Fatty Hai breathed out, using the defense of the iron rhinoceros to resist. At the same time, he used Hippo Meteor Punch that was 10 times faster and stronger than before to attack the purple-haired girl behind him. Yi Kong and the Li brothers who were standing beside Fatty Hai also attacked the purple-haired girl with all their strength. They knew that this was definitely a super strong big boss. They would definitely not be able to defeat her, but with Yu Yang here, they were not afraid at all. She was as fast as a phantom. The purple-haired girl pressed Fatty Hai to the ground. In an instant, she had already pushed Fatty Hai 50 meters away. Fatty Hai's face plowed a deep hole in the ground. Yi Kong and the Li brothers' attacks had just landed on empty air. The difference in speed was too great. One was as fast as lightning, while the other was as slow as a snail. Before he could retract his fist, Yi Kong realized that the purple-haired girl's hand had already pressed on his face. His head hit the ground. Yi Kong realized that he had already smashed into the stone wall. His head felt as if it had been hit by a huge hammer. He saw stars and his limbs went limp, unable to attack anymore. The Li brothers were also kicked into the air by the purple-haired girl. They had been tortured by Hui Tai Lang many times during their training, but it was impossible for Hui Tai Lang to knock them down so quickly. Furthermore, it seemed like she had not used her full strength yet. Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo did not make a move. The purple-haired girl flashed and appeared in front of Yu Yang. Only 3 seconds had passed. Within 3 seconds, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, who were the strongest in the team, as well as the Li brothers who had great teamwork, were all defeated. This was the opponent's strength. Anna and Lin En were shocked beyond belief. Everyone knew that this purple-haired girl was not a simple person, but they did not expect her to be so strong. No wonder she said that she could kill everyone easily. She was really that strong. She was so powerful. Could she be the legendary Spider Empress? The beautiful demoness they met today was the Spider Empress that even an innate ranker would be defeated and run away? Do I have the qualifications to be your friend? The purple-haired girl looked at Yu Yang and asked with a smile. Try punching me. Yu Yang passed bow air to Anna. I'm no match for you. However, since you asked me to hit you, I'll give it a try. Before the purple-haired girl could finish her sentence, her figure had already disappeared. She appeared behind Yu Yang, clenched her fist and punched towards Yu Yang's back. Her move was exactly the same as when she attacked Fatty Hai just now. Too slow. Yu Yang dodged to the side and grabbed the purple-haired girl's hand with his right hand. He threw her fiercely. The moment the purple-haired girl fell to the ground, Yu Yang took out his platinum-ranked crescent moon sword and slashed downwards. The purple-haired girl's figure disappeared. In an instant, she was already 100 meters high in the sky. Yu Yang, who was on the ground, had also disappeared. He chased after her and used his earth-splitting slash on her head. The purple-haired girl took out her silver spikes from her thighs and blocked Yu Yang's attack. Her body fell to the ground like a meteor. She pressed her hands on the ground and stabilized herself. She realized that there was a pair of long legs in front of her. It was Yu Yang's legs. With a kick that was even faster than Buddha's shadowless kick, the purple-haired girl was sent flying. You've angered me. The purple-haired girl screamed hysterically in midair. Her speed was 10 times faster than when she was sent flying. In a blink of an eye, she flew back and grabbed Yu Yang's thigh, throwing Yu Yang against the stone wall. As Yu Yang bounced back, she sent a side kick towards Yu Yang's face. However, Yu Yang had already lowered his head. After avoiding the fatal blow, he used his hands and shoulders to support the purple-haired girl's thigh. He lifted the beauty up high and smashed her under his feet. Boom! A deafening sound shook the whole Spider Valley. Forget about the center of the fight, even Fatty Hai and the others who were far away couldn't stand steadily and almost fell to the ground. Countless snaggletooth spiders fell from the sky, causing waves of disturbance among the group of spiders. Especially when they sensed the sorry state of the purple-haired girl in the huge pit, they showed signs of going crazy. The purple-haired girl slowly raised her hand and all the spiders immediately quietened down. She stood up. She spat on the mud in her mouth and slowly took off her black dragon leather armor, revealing her sexy body that was only wearing a singlet. What made people dizzy was that when the black dragon leather armor was thrown on the ground, it sounded like it was 100 times heavier than metal. Fatty Hai and the others were almost scared out of their wits. This purple-haired girl was actually wearing such a heavy black dragon leather armor to fight with them. How could she still have such terrifying speed? I'm going to get serious. It's been a long time since I met a fun opponent. Although I can't beat you, I definitely won't let you bully me like this. The purple-haired girl tied her hair up again. She even seemed to want to take off her pants. It seemed that the black dragon leather pants were also heavy clothes. She was prepared to release all of them and fight with Yu Yang. I'm not fighting anymore. Yu Yang turned around. He decided to stop here. He already knew his opponent's strength. The purple-haired girl's strength was probably close to innate level 7. He really didn't understand how this girl could cultivate to such a high level. Of course, if they really fought, Yu Yang would definitely be able to defeat her. It was just a matter of time. Most importantly, this girl's speed was very fast. It would take a lot of effort to fight. Yu Yang suddenly stopped fighting. The purple-haired girl held up her pants with both hands, not knowing if she should take it off or not. After a long time, she finally reacted, "Why aren't you fighting? I still have a lot of ultimate skills. Furthermore, I still have domain of power that I haven't used yet." Yu Yang waved his hand. "You win, alright?" This answer made the purple-haired girl extremely bored. She put on her black dragon leather armor and walked over with a face full of displeasure. She kicked Yu Yang's calf fiercely, as if she wanted to get back at Yu Yang for beating her up. When everyone looked over, she immediately regained her superior expression and seriously extended her hand. "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Ying, the leader of the Spider Valley. Some people call me the Spider Empress, but I am actually a dragon, a hornless dragon with a bit of mixed blood. My grandmother is the Spider Empress. The silver dragon you saw last time was my aunt. She was giving birth at that time. If you are interested, we can exchange for various items you need. For example, I have all kinds of dragon skin, dragon teeth, dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon tendons, dragon blood. I also have all kinds of spider items, magic crystals, ring accessories, weapons, herbs, and ores. What do you need?" Yu Yang did not shake her hand and asked directly. "A summoning grimoire." The purple-haired girl pointed at Hui Tai Lang and looked into Yu Yang's eyes. She said word by word, "I want to be like that wolf and successfully contract a summoning grimoire. You definitely have a way to turn me into a divine beast." Hui Tai Lang is a divine beast? Oxhead Fanlu and Tai and the orc sisters almost fainted from shock. They really could not tell that this despicable dog was actually a divine beast. Hui Tai Lang is so powerful. Bao Er had completely forgotten that she said Hui Tai Lang could not survive in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. "Do you think a summoning grimoire is so easy to contract?" Yu Yang rejected her flatly. "Of course it's not easy, but you definitely have a way." The purple-haired girl smiled. Her dusty face was as dazzling as the sun shining through the clouds when she smiled. She forcefully held on to Yu Yang's hand, indicating that they had successfully formed an alliance. Then, she revealed a big secret. "I know that the Mother Earth potion will appear in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower very soon. As long as you drink it, not only me, even your other beasts can become holy beasts or even divine beasts. Cooperate with me, only I know that place. The Mother Earth potion is very rare and extremely precious. It only appears once every 10,000 years. If you miss this chance, you will have to wait for another 10,000 years. Mother Earth potion? Yu Yang's heart palpitated. No matter if it was the medicine encyclopedia, the pitiful guy's mother's inheritance of knowledge, or the Qilin girl, they all highly praised this potion. Everyone said that this was the best holy medicine and divine elixir below the heaven realm, appearing once every 10,000 years. The Mother Earth potion could only be produced in a place that was filled with spiritual energy. It gathered the essence of heaven and earth. If an ordinary person consumed it, they would be able to live for 500 years. Its grade was above God's dew, God's wine, and immortal spring. In this world, only martial spirits and God's blood could be compared. Martial spirits and God's blood could only be found in God's ruins. If not, one would have to go to the heaven realm. The Mother Earth potion was the only holy medicine that could be obtained in Tong Tian Tower or outside of Tong Tian Tower. However, it only appeared once every 10,000 years. Only the fated one could obtain it. Now, it was actually going to appear somewhere in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. If the warriors in Tong Tian Tower knew about this news, many of them would probably go crazy. Who knew how much blood would be stirred up in Tong Tian Tower? How many people know about it? Yu Yang felt that if this was true, then he would definitely not miss it. Only I know. The purple-haired girl shook Yu Yang's hand fiercely. If you let me become a divine beast, we will split the Mother Earth potion equally and form an alliance. If you are in trouble, I will definitely help you. Look at these spiders that fill the sky, aren't they the best soldiers? I only want to become a divine beast, I have no other requests. What do you think? Let me think about it first. Yu Yang really wanted to agree immediately, but he endured it and put on a high profile first. Listen, I want to become a divine beast. Don't even think about it. The purple-haired girl shook Yu Yang's hand vigorously, almost causing Yu Yang's bones to fall to the ground. Everyone wanted to agree on behalf of Yu Yang, but who knew that he would turn around and say that he would go back and think about it? Everyone was really angered to death. He actually refused such a good thing. Yu Yang had a selfish thought in his heart. A powerful spider queen like Jiang. Alright, a powerful and independent hornless dragon. It would be a lie if she was not tempted. This stunning beauty's sexy figure, enchanting little face, and super valiant strength were all fatal temptations. If he could help her become a divine beast, her strength would probably increase by leaps and bounds. Currently, she was already a holy beast 7 stars, which was equivalent to a human innate level 7. Once she contracted a grimoire, under the purification of innate chi and nirvana flame, she would be reborn and her future would be limitless. Moreover, there would be the Mother Earth potion later. Once she consumed it, it would be hard for Jiang Ying's strength not to soar. Yu Yang would not be at ease if he only wanted to turn this girl into a mutually beneficial ally. Especially with Jiang Ying's high intelligence and independent thoughts. It would only take a second for an ally to become an enemy. For such a powerful beauty, the only thing that could make Yu Yang feel at ease was to turn her into his own beast. It would be best if he could use Phantom Shadow to take over her body and turn her into his guardian beast like Bloody Queen Red. Only a guardian beast would never betray its master and would truly live and die with its master. Yu Yang did not expect to be able to change Jiang Ying's thoughts. Moreover, he would not suppress a beast's personality, just like how he did not suppress Bloody Queen Red's thoughts. His only bottom line was the contract. Of course, if Yu Yang suggested to contract with her, Jiang Ying might reject immediately and feel a strong resistance in her heart. Although becoming a divine beast was good, the price of freedom was higher. She had always been an emperor-level existence, it would be hard for her to accept being contracted as a beast by a human. When he used Phantom Shadow to take over Bloody Queen Red, he met with strong resistance. However, Bloody Queen Red was on the verge of death and the situation forced her to merge with Phantom Shadow instead. That was how she became Yu Yang's guardian beast. With Bloody Queen Red's success as an example, Yu Yang would definitely want to repeat the same trick. He would not say anything now and let this girl be anxious first. He would slowly nurture her and let her have a good impression of him first. When that time came, she would not have such a strong resistance when fusing with the phantom. Yu Yang was not in a hurry. He slowly waited for an opportunity. It was impossible to form a contract with such a strong beast just like that. It required a process and a good opportunity. Without waiting for Bao Er and the others to react, Yu Yang left using the teleportation stone and returned to his mansion in the Thunder Fortress. Here, he was not little Bao Er's cook, but the supreme master. In order to seduce Jiang Ying, he deliberately left Hui Tai Lang behind. Hui Tai Lang would definitely summon his grimoire proudly and let everyone see his might. Jiang Ying would definitely be envious of him. Yu Yang's conscience was very bad. Of course, he didn't think that he was a good person. If he gave people a good person card every day, that would be a real tragedy. Master, the clothes are done, but there are still some details that need to be worked on. A few maids respectfully brought the clothes over. I have already prepared the hot water, master, please take a bath. The half-elf girl was very good at serving people. When Yu Yang saw her wearing the new-made clothes and bowing to him with a smile, his wolf blood boiled. A warm feeling rose from his lower abdomen and spread throughout his body. She wore a black apron with white lotus leaf lace, a white hat with small holes, and a red scarf that looked like a flame around her neck. Below that, there was a beautiful cleavage that could make one's soul tremble. If he buried his head in it until he suffocated, how happy would that be? Cough, the clothes are not bad. Yu Yang suppressed his thoughts of suffocating from happiness and caressed the hair on the half-elf girl's head. Thank you, master, I am too happy. It seemed that the half-elf girl still wanted to go in and help him take a bath. Her face was red and her fingers were slightly trembling, as if she was very nervous. However, her slender legs still followed bravely. Yu Yang suddenly turned around and said with a deadpan expression, "Did you know? The maid outfit needs to be matched with white high stockings. Short stockings are not good enough. Furthermore, it needs to be matched with black shoes. It would be best if it were a pair of leather flat heels. Through the contrast of black and white, it would bring out the beauty of the legs. If the high stockings also had some lace, it would be even more perfect." When the half-elf girl heard this, she was stunned for a moment before nodding her head excitedly, "I will go change immediately." When she ran into the bedroom like a deer and changed, Yu Yang had already finished bathing and returned to the grimoire world to play with sickly beauty. After being seduced by the sexy and enchanting hornless dragon Jiang Ying and the half-elf maid, it would be strange if Yu Yang could still resist. Fortunately, sickly beauty did not leave and continued to serve her husband with endless gentleness, allowing her lover to enjoy a happy life. Otherwise, a certain wolf would definitely push down the half-elf girl to vent his anger. Outside, the half-elf girl was dejectedly criticizing herself, "I am such a failure. I actually did not help Master bathe." This was originally a good opportunity. After a while, she clenched her small fists and raised her morale, "I must work harder tomorrow and make Master like me even more." Waiting for the maids to bring in dinner, the half-elf girl ate carelessly while flipping through the book. From time to time, she would sigh in admiration. When she saw the content recorded in the book, "When Master returns from battle, you must welcome him respectfully and give him your sweetest smile. That is the beginning of warming Master's heart. Don't forget to help Master bathe and give Master a gentle and silent massage. After Master is relieved of fatigue, you must also serve Master a prepared dinner. The dishes are as follows. When Master is bored or lonely, use your great chest and take the initiative to give Master a suffocating hug. You must let him bury his head in your chest and let him feel happy. At this moment, you are Master's little mother. Never forget to comfort Master's heart. Never let Master feel lonely. Always let him know that you are always with him. It is indeed worthy of being Grandma's treasure." After the half-elf girl finished sighing, she clenched her small fists with determination in her eyes. "Tomorrow, I must work hard." After flipping through the book again, the half-elf girl's face gradually turned red as if it was on fire. She peeked at the door and realized that there was no one. She quickly closed the door and hid on the bed with the book. Lying under the blanket, she peeked and unconsciously exclaimed, wow, so this is also possible. Seems like waiting for Master is really a profound knowledge. This position, will Master like it? That's great, my breasts seem to be big enough and meet the requirements. I have an advantage in this position, but I don't know if master will like this kind of service. When Yu Yang's battle ended, he appeared in the hall feeling refreshed. The half-elf girl's blush had not subsided yet. She unconsciously looked at a certain part of master's body and used her hand to compare the difference in height between her and Yu Yang. When she saw Yu Yang looking at her, she waved her hand in a panic to indicate that she was fine. When Yu Yang turned his head, she whispered again, "Master is too tall. Seems like there are many positions that can't be used. If I stand on my tiptoes, I might be able to. If only I could grow a little taller." Butler Yanjing and Fat Toad Jiada had already gone to the auction and did not return. The slaves who dug out good ores asked the dagger girl, Xia Yi, to report to Master Titan. Originally, Xia Yi did not have a good impression of Yu Yang. She even thought that Mr. Great Titan was the strong one, while Mr. Little Titan was a second generation who could not even defeat her without treasures. However, Mr. Great Titan had been handed over to Mr. Little Titan to manage. She had no choice but to continue to quarrel with Yu Yang, this little Titan. After these few days of fighting, although she continued to look down on Yu Yang, if she did not quarrel with Yu Yang for a day, she would feel that something was missing. Hence, when the slaves dug out good ores, she would take the initiative to bring them over. Firstly, it was to help the slaves get their reward, and secondly, it was to quarrel with Yu Yang. She did not neglect her work and fighting. Perhaps this was the kind of person who was born to be enemies. Xia Yi despised Yu Yang for spending a lot of money to buy a big-breasted female slave. A child's face with big breasts. Wasn't it just that her breasts were bigger and her face was purer? Could it be that flowers would grow on his face if he looked at this kind of female slave for too long? He was a pervert who had never seen a breast in his life. Xia Yi classified Yu Yang as a breast fetishist. She maliciously guessed that this brat had never drunk milk since he was born, and all his milk had been snatched away by the strong Mr. Great Titan. This was why he was so perverted. Of course, she would never admit that she was jealous because of her small breasts. "You came at the right time, take off your clothes." When Yu Yang said this, Xia Yi's beautiful big eyes immediately burned with anger. "Do you think I am your female slave, that you can take off my clothes and do whatever you want? Dream on." Xia Yi's first action was to reach for her dagger. Although she knew that she was not the second generation's opponent, she would definitely resist. "Why don't you try it on? Who cares about your book-like body? Your chest is as flat as an airport." Yu Yang severely criticized Xia Yi's self-defense against a pervert. Xia Yi was furious. Although she did not know what an airport was, flat chest was a fatal description for her. If the half-elf girl did not pull her away, she would have fought with Yu Yang to the death. It was a little small, not as exaggerated as this half-elf girl, but it was definitely not flat chest. Xia Yi felt that her breasts were not bad. Although they were not very big, they had a beautiful shape. The color was fresh and tender, round but not drooping. They stood proudly and proudly. They were top-quality treasures. Who would have thought that this pervert did not know how to appreciate them, and even specially used them to criticize them? She could not stand this breast fetishist. She was definitely angry, but it did not stop her from changing her clothes. This brat made her new clothes, why should she be polite to him? Taking advantage of him was his good fortune. After the indignant Xia Yi changed into the new clothes, even she herself was shocked. This valiant and heroic girl in the mirror, was it really her? He wore a tight-fitting uniform that he had never seen before. He wore a flat black hat with a strange but spirited golden badge on the front. He wore a well-ironed jacket, and his black clothes were studded with silver studs. The stars on his stiff epaulets were dazzling, and the golden tassels were wrapped around his chest like a golden rainbow. The tight pants on her buttocks showed off the slender length of her legs. Xia Yi felt as if she had become another person after she stepped into the black mid-heeled leather shoes. When she put on the clothes, she felt energetic and full of energy. An indescribable aura radiated from within her body. Even she herself felt that this set of clothes was very suitable for her. It was more suitable than the warrior's clothes or the black thief's clothes. Gently inserting the silver dagger into her belt, Xia Yi slowly straightened her chest, raised her head, and naturally closed her legs. She looked at the person in the mirror. In the mirror, there was a valiant and handsome girl. She was so unfamiliar that she did not dare to recognize that it was herself. Not bad, but it's a pity that it's still lacking. Yu Yang reached out and touched Xiaoyi's collar, straightened her collar, and adjusted the brim of her hat. The white shirt inside with a fiery red tie will look more powerful. You still lack a pair of white gloves. You must wear white gloves for it to look good. Originally, this action of touching her chest and face would make Xiaoyi fly into a rage. But for some reason, Xiaoyi found herself answering him in a low voice, "Is that so? I'm going to attend the auction later. You, follow me." Yu Yang reached out and caressed the half-elf girl who was unwilling to appear in public. His action was like a master caressing an obedient kitten. But when he turned around, he immediately ordered Xiaoyi. "No." Xiaoyi heard his rigid tone of command and got angry. She immediately rejected him, but for some reason, her legs quickly followed him. The fallen city was located in the center of the Thunder Fortress. It was the residence of the rich and powerful in the Thunder Fortress. It was a paradise filled with material desires. There were only things that could not be bought with money. From the winding tunnel to the surface, the highest peak of the Thunder Fortress, King Chongni's palace, could be seen. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a small lake that belonged to King Chongni and no one dared to live there. The other three directions were filled with all kinds of tall buildings. The most prosperous central area was the fallen city. If one only owned a mansion in the underground city and did not own any property in the fallen city, then no matter how rich he was, he would only be a nouveau riche. And Dong definitely owned a house in the fallen city and even owned 2 shops. However, before Jiade could accept it, Demon Eye's underlings had already plundered everything. Now even a blind man could see that one of the 3 leaders, Demon Eye, had an irreconcilable enmity with Tai Tan. Demon Eye originally supported Ndong. It could be said that Ndong's biggest ally was Demon Eye. Now that Ndong had fallen and Tai Tan had replaced him, Demon Eye, who had lost his right-hand man and defeated Nightmare and Tiger Nyan, had already announced to his friends that he would teach the new Tai Tan a lesson, to let him know what it meant by "a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake." Mountain Elf and Blood River, who were also the 3 leaders, had an opposite attitude. They had publicly welcomed Tai Tan and even joked that they did not mind forming a new 4 aces, expressing their support. Underground City Master Ma Long maintained a neutral attitude. Since Tai Tan was not interested in fighting with him for the position of Underground City Master, he did not feel threatened at all. Moreover, he had the intention to purchase the arena and had already sent people to negotiate with Tai Tan's underlings, the Toad Merchant and the Butler. They were just short of finalizing the price. If they really fought, he might even help them secretly. The fallen city was indeed prosperous, but Yu Yang did not care about it. These things were all fleeting clouds. Tong Tian Tower only believed in one thing, and that was power. If Chong'an and the 3 leaders were to die, this place would immediately become a bloody slaughterhouse where mobs would kill and loot. "Master, this way please." Jiade the fat man welcomed Yu Yang into the hall. When he first saw the valiant and heroic Xia Yi in the female police uniform, he almost couldn't recognize her. He thought that Mr. Titan had found a new beauty, but after taking a closer look, he realized that it was Xia Yi who quarreled with his master every day. Xia Yi looked at the fat toad's shocked mouth and couldn't help but feel a little proud. He jumped off the carriage and followed Yu Yang into the courtyard. There was an unwritten rule in the auction house. The powerhouses would arrive later, and the merchants and martial artists with the lowest abilities must arrive early. When they saw the powerhouses enter, they all stood up to pay their respects. Of course, his opponents probably wouldn't stand up. For example, when all the merchants stood up and applauded politely to welcome the innate ranker, Yu Yang, into the arena, only a dozen of Demon Eye's subordinates remained seated. Not to mention the merchants around the auction house, even the dignitaries sitting in the private rooms waved their hands out of the windows. An innate ranker who could kill Nightmare and Tiger Nyan might be one of the 4 trump cards of the Thunder Fortress in the future. They had to build a good relationship with him in advance. When Yu Yang walked into the VIP private room on the 2nd floor, many people started to whisper to each other. They were talking about Yu Yang's mysterious identity, appearance, and power. Not long after Yu Yang entered the arena, Underground City Master Ma Long, the 3 great leaders Mountain Elf and Blood River arrived one after another. Chong'an did not come. Demon Eye's position was the highest, but he came late, showing that his position was the noblest. It was a man of a different race with red eyes. He was about 3 meters tall and had horns on his head. Both sides of his forehead and his chin had fleshy feelers that hung down. On his shoulders, there was a neck-like ring of bones that connected with the bone armor on his shoulders. On both of his arms, there were horny protrusions and his nails were sharp and jet black. Yu Yang noticed that this demon eye had a shiny ring. It seemed like it wasn't just a gem ring but a storage ring with special abilities. A platinum-ranked treasure. Yu Yang felt that this platinum-ranked treasure was enough for him to kill Demon Eye. A person like Demon Eye would definitely have a lot of treasures in his ring. Demon Eye greeted Mountain Elf, Blood River, and Ma Long respectively. On the surface, he looked like a forthright ranker. However, he didn't greet Mr. Titan. It was as if he had never heard of Mr. Titan's name before. Everyone was secretly watching the show, thinking that there would be a good show to watch. Boss Demon Eye, please allow me to introduce someone to you. Mr. Titan, who had just replaced Ndong as the pit master of West Wind, is here too. Boss Demon Eye, would you like to greet Mr. Titan as a form of friendship between the Thunder Fortress and us? Mountain Elf was a skinny man with a body as hard as steel. He had long arms and a pair of sunken eyes. Although he didn't show it on the surface, his strength was on par with Demon Eye's. Indeed, Mr. Titan is a respectable person. Blood River agreed. Blood River was a handsome man. He looked like a middle-aged uncle, but the mustache above his lips was very handsome. His eyes were like lightning and he wore a fiery red robe. His palms were like jade, delicate like a woman's hands. This pair of womanly hands was his strongest point. The heaven-engulfing flames palm was his famous ultimate skill. Demon Eye knew that Mountain Elf and Blood River said this on purpose to sow discord and make his relationship with Titan worsen. He snorted and pretended to be generous. He waved his hands and laughed. I really didn't know that Mr. Titan was here. If not, I would have done my best as a host. As for Ndong being replaced by someone else, I heard it from my subordinates. In the end, he didn't even greet Yu Yang. He just laughed and returned to his VIP box. Everyone looked at Yu Yang. They all wanted to see how the newcomer, Mr. Titan, would react after being ignored in public as an innate ranker. Jiade, as a newcomer, shouldn't you give a gift to your seniors? Take the firewood at the corner of the door and give it to Leader Demon Eye as a token of my sincerity. Yu Yang said. Everyone was stunned. Give a gift? Give firewood as a gift? What did he mean? What do you mean by this? Jiade handed the firewood to Demon Eye's underling in a dignified manner. Demon Eye's underling was enraged. My master said that in my master's hometown, status is important. Gold branch for gold branch, trash for trash. This firewood is the most suitable gift for your master. Jiade threw caution to the wind. He knew that if Demon Eye didn't die, he would be the one to die. However, he had no choice but to take a gamble. If Demon Eye were to die, then Master Titan would become one of the 3 leaders. He, Jiade, would also rise in status and become a powerful person who was second only to 1 and above millions. I will kill you right now. That guy was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Stop, I will accept this firewood. Tell your Mr. Titan that this thing can be used to beat dogs in the future. Demon Eye stuck his head out of the window and sneered. It's a good thing to receive a gift. I don't have it even if I wanted it. Blood River laughed and tried to smooth things over. He and Mountain Elf looked at each other and nodded their heads. Everyone present also felt that there would be a good show to watch in the future. They were secretly thinking about how they should stand in the future. They couldn't stand on the wrong side, or else it would be terrible. If they chose Demon Eye, if Titan won, all of Demon Eye's underlings would be wiped out. That was for sure. If Demon Eye won, they didn't stand on the right side and chose Titan's underlings instead, it would be a disaster. So, standing on the right side was also an extremely high skill. The auction started in this atmosphere of open and secret strife. The toad merchant Jiade had already fallen out with Demon Eye, so he didn't hold back. Whenever Demon Eye's underlings wanted to bid, he would raise his paddle to disrupt them. Yu Yang granted him a certain amount of authority, and Jiade didn't really want it. He just wanted Demon Eye's underlings to bleed a little. He raised his paddle very precisely. He definitely wouldn't compete with Blood River and Mountain Elf's underlings. On the contrary, he formed an iron triangle with both parties, suppressing Demon Eye's underlings to the point that they almost went crazy on the spot. Demon Eye didn't expect Yu Yang to be so daring to challenge him in public. He didn't know whether to advance or retreat and could only bite the bullet. In his heart, he was secretly estimating Yu Yang's real strength. If this brat's strength was really similar to his, with the help of Blood River and Mountain Elf, it would really be a little dangerous. However, once his strong reinforcements arrived, this brat would definitely die a horrible death. He had strong reinforcements as his biggest trump card, so he wasn't afraid at all. As long as they didn't fall out and start a fight, everything would be fine. Demon Eye had been enduring. If it was him in the past, he would have already attacked the opponent who provoked him. The next auction item is the Dark Prison Royal Jelly, a level 6 elixir. When consumed by a woman, they will become youthful, and when consumed by a man, they will become more powerful. The rarest thing is that this is the only bottle in the entire 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower this year. The starting price is 1,000 gold, and the lowest bid is 100 gold. The auctioneer continued to introduce the item. Yu Yang listened and was slightly moved. To others, the Dark Prison Royal Jelly was a medicine that could recover energy and vitality. It was limited to nourishing yin and strengthening yang. However, to Yu Yang, who was proficient in medicine encyclopedias and had inherited knowledge, this Dark Prison Royal Jelly had 3 other unknown effects. Although it needed to be refined with other medicines, this was a must and the main ingredient. Once it was made into the bewitching fragrance pill, it would be a fatal temptation to all insect-type beasts. It would be extremely effective in contracting, guiding, or fighting. It could also be made into an even rarer Empress Charm pill, which could increase the level of insect-type beasts. It could even be made into the Dark Prison Death God pill. This pill required the addition of Death God's blood sickle flower and evil green plague mushroom. It could instantly kill insect-type beasts. Even Gold King beasts were no exception. Only holy beasts that had transformed into humans could barely resist it. Yu Yang didn't care about the auction at first. He only wanted to kill Demon Eye or cause trouble in the Thunder Fortress. He wanted to kill more fallen warriors and earn more rewards for himself. Now that he saw something really good, he was naturally tempted. Do you want the royal jelly? Xianxia sat for a long time and felt bored. Seeing that Yu Yang seemed to like the Black Prison Royal Jelly, she couldn't help but want to beat him up. As expected of a pervert, all he wanted was this kind of aphrodisiac. With the mentality of "I can help you get it, but you have to pay for it," she raised her paddle and shouted a price that shocked even herself, 3,000 gold. Wow! The people below were all stunned. No matter how good this thing was, it was still a consumable item that could be drunk just by raising one's neck. The aphrodisiac effect was only for one night. Was there a need for such a high price? Could it be that Mr. Little Titan liked sex toys and liked to use the Black Prison Royal Jelly to boost his popularity? Or was it that he had too much money and thought that gold was not gold? Everyone was curious. Mr. Little Titan, who had not expressed any interest in any item the whole night, actually asked the female guard to raise her paddle. What was the reason for that? Jiada, who was below the auction house, was also a little surprised. However, he had already experienced Yu Yang's willful way of thinking, so this was nothing to him. Moreover, the Black Prison Royal Jelly was indeed a good elixir that could be consumed by both men and women without any side effects. 3,500 gold. Demon Eye's underlings finally seized the opportunity and frantically increased the price. 4,000 gold. Xianxia sneered in her heart. Anyway, I am not the one who is spending money on this item. If you want to increase the price, I will accompany you. It would be best to make this guy completely bankrupt. Who's afraid of who? Moreover, this guy is rich. Not to mention 4,000, even if the price increased to 40,000, he would not be poor. When she first called out the price, she was still a little timid, afraid that Yu Yang would scold her. However, when she stole a glance at Yu Yang, she saw that his eyes were full of smiles, as if he didn't care about this small amount of money at all. She immediately relaxed. Since he didn't object, she would continue to call out the price. We bid 4,500 gold. Demon Eye's underlings immediately piled up the price. Do you think it's that easy to get what you like? No way. 5,000. Xiaoyi bid at lightning speed. 5,500. Demon Eye's other underling stood up and bid, not to be outdone. We don't want it anymore. Xiaoyi suddenly gave up, which made Yu Yang a little surprised. Why is this girl not stupid? Xiaoyi proudly snorted, that fellow's expression is very cunning. He must be waiting for me to raise the price to 6,000 before he stops bidding. He must be secretly mocking me for being an idiot bidding at a high price. I won't fall for it. It doesn't matter if you don't get it. If you really want it, ask your brother, Mr. Titan, to snatch it back. Since you've fallen out with Demon Eye, it's a good time to snatch his things. Butler Yanjing, who was standing at the door, stared at Miss Xiaoyi, dumbfounded. He wondered if this lady had been with Master for too long and had gradually turned bad. In less than 3 minutes, a sneaky guy suddenly ran over. He quietly stuffed a piece of paper into Yanjing's hands. It turned out that there was a black market merchant who said that he had a big bottle of dark prison royal jelly and was willing to sell it to Mr. Titan at the base price of 1,000 gold. He also wanted to befriend Mr. Titan at the same time. Xiaoyi was speechless. This brat was too lucky. He wanted to bid for it at a high price but couldn't get it back, but someone actually sold it at the base price. He almost said that he was giving it to him for free. It seemed that even if she wanted to spend money for him, there was nothing she could do. The next item to be auctioned is the highest grade meteorite essence iron. It is extracted from the core of a meteorite that weighs 1 million tons. It weighs 1,628 kilograms and has a purity of 99%. It is the highest grade material for forging gold-ranked weapons. This is the highest grade meteorite essence iron. I believe that everyone knows its value even without my introduction. The starting price is 5,000 gold. Each bid cannot be less than 300 gold. The highest bidder wins. The auctioneer removed the red cloth on the long piece of meteorite essence iron. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although meteorite essence iron was not as good as meteorite essence gold, it was still an extremely rare treasure. The most important thing was that there was enough meteorite essence iron. Many rankers' weapons needed to be heavy. They were not used to using light weapons. Moreover, there was the problem of consumption and the success rate of forging weapons. For example, 1,628 kilograms was enough to forge 2 heavy weapons. For those who were tall and big, they could forge a giant axe or a mace with a long handle. Their combat power would increase a lot. For those who were used to using short weapons, they could use the leftovers to forge armors. Meteorite essence iron was also the highest grade material for defense. Yu Yang gave Xiaoyi a limit. She could call for anything below 100,000. Who knew that Xiaoyi was born to be a troublemaker? She didn't even think about it and shouted out the number 100,000. Instantly, everyone was shocked. Everyone believed that the price of this piece of meteorite essence iron would reach 100,000 at the end of the bidding. However, she called 100,000 at the beginning. How could they accept this? The auctioneer was stunned for a while. He said absent-mindedly, This lady has called out the highest price in the auction. 100,000. Congratulations. This number, this is a very good number. If there is no higher bid, then the meteorite essence iron belongs to this lady. Is there anyone who wants to bid more than 100,000? 100,000 first, 100,000 second. Is there really no one who wants more than 100,000? Demon Eye did not care about Xiaoyi at all. He only stared at Yu Yang and coldly called out a number, 110,000 gold. 200,000. Yu Yang showed the world what it meant to be rich and overbearing. Hey! Xiaoyi was anxious. This thing was not worth 200,000. If she really bid for it, she would suffer a huge loss. She could not stop him in front of everyone. She could only step on his feet to signal him not to fight. This thing was really not worth that much money. Even if he had money, he should not squander it like this. She was even a little worried that this pervert would be scolded by his brother, the great Titan, when he returned. 210,000. Demon Eye did not show any weakness. Money was also a number to him. Not to mention his own wealth, he did not even spend a single cent of the millions he had just robbed from Indong's treasury. He was not afraid of competing with Yu Yang at all. I bid 220,000. Ordinary people did not even dare to bid. Even if they wanted it and had money, they would not dare to bid. Only Blood River, who had the same status as Demon Eye, dared to bid. Demon Eye stared at Blood River, then stared at Yu Yang. He snorted and sat back down. He was looking for Yu Yang, not Blood River, so he endured the bid. Congratulations, leader Blood River. The auctioneer was sweating profusely. This atmosphere made him very nervous because he could lose his life at any time. You should congratulate Mr. Titan. I have decided to give this meteorite iron essence to him. Blood River said. Demon Eye's face immediately turned green. Looks like I have to give Mr. Titan a small gift too. If not, everyone will think that we are stingy. As the host of the Thunder Fortress, it would be too shabby if we don't even give him a small gift. Mountain Elf was even more generous. He gave the green dragon pearl that he bought with 500,000 gold to Yu Yang as a gift. Demon Eye's face changed again when he saw it. If he did not find a way to retaliate, it seemed like he would not have a place to stand anymore. The two leaders who had the same status as him had already publicly supported the new Titan. It was obvious that they were trying to suppress him, the number one leader. It seemed like he would not be able to be kind today. Just as Demon Eye's eyes flickered and he was thinking of a plan. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter outside the auction house. A kind of giant dragon-like pressure instantly filled the entire area. Other than Blood River, Mountain Elf, Ma Long, Yu Yang and the others, the rest of the people felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. That kind of pressure was invisible, but it made everyone feel suffocated. The auctioneer raised his hammer but found that he could not knock it down no matter how hard he tried. Many people were familiar with this kind of pressure. It was something that only the owner of the Thunder Fortress, Xianxia, would have. However, Xianxia's pressure was more tyrannical and violent. It had the demeanor of a king. This kind of pressure was invisible and soft, making people feel cold. The pressure disappeared in an instant and everyone could breathe normally again. A young and handsome man in white walked in with a large group of people bowing and sending him off. He ignored everyone and only nodded and smiled at Demon Eye, who jumped down to welcome him. Brother Demon Eye, long time no see. I heard that you were depressed recently, so I came to drink with you to relieve your worries. Come, this is our Demonic Palace's special grade wine, Demonic Brew. I specially came to drink with you. Behind the white-clothed man, there were two enchanting beauties. They were only lightly dressed, revealing their wonderful figures. Their breasts and buttocks were faintly discernible. Especially when they walked, they were extremely seductive. Of the two of them, one was holding a golden dragon wine pot and the other was holding a silver dragon plate with two jade cups on it. Blood River and Mountain Elf's faces changed when they saw this person. Especially when this man in white completely ignored the two innate rancors that Blood River and Mountain Elf knew. He only drank and chatted with Demon Eye in public. This made them feel extremely embarrassed. However, no matter how embarrassed, how bitter and how helpless they were, they could only swallow this mouthful of bitter water. This man in white was not an existence that they could fight against now. Brother Sky Dragon, I thought you would only arrive yesterday or the day after tomorrow. You came just in time, I am very grateful. Come, quick, please take a seat. Demon Eye excitedly clinked his cup with the man in white and downed it in one gulp. He felt that his luck had taken a turn for the better. Now that strong reinforcements had arrived, he had nothing to worry about. Demon Eye invited the man in white to his VIP box and glanced at Mountain Elf and Blood River proudly. Of course, his enemy, Yu Yang, was showing off even more. His gaze seemed to be saying, let's see how you die later. A peak level 6 innate. Xianxia saw the man in white's innate heavenly badge and trembled in fear. She hurriedly pulled Yu Yang's hand and said, let's go, this is not a strong enemy that you can offend. Quickly go back and report to Mr. Great Titan. Is there a small fry? If you are in trouble, I will definitely help you. The man in white did not even look at Yu Yang. Based on his aura, Yu Yang was only a level 6 elder. In his heart, this was an existence that was even weaker than an ant. He was even a little curious as to why Demon Eye would be afraid of such an enemy. Could it be that there was a strong enemy behind this masked man? Demon Eye did not explain clearly in his letter for help. He only mentioned that there was a pair of mysterious twin brothers. But now it seemed that it was really strange. One was a level 6 elder, and even if the other was an innate, how strong could he be? Nightmare and Tiger Nian were really killed by this pair of twin brothers? This was really puzzling. Demon Eye nodded, this is only a small mouse. The big mouse is still hiding in the cave. Moreover, the wild dogs are barking very hard. I have not been sleeping well recently, sorry for making Brother Sky Dragon laugh. The man in white laughed as if there was no one else around, it's a small matter. I will help you catch the mouse. I guarantee that it will be a piece of cake. Blood River and Mountain Elf's faces turned even uglier. Not only were they not as powerful as Sky Dragon, they were also afraid of the power behind Sky Dragon, the demonic palace. This power was not to be trifled with. Even the arrogant King Xianxia would cordially ask about the sky demons in the demonic palace when he saw this man in white. It was said that Xianxia had trained with Sky Wrath and Sky Calamity in the past, and they had some friendship. Hence, he looked at Sky Dragon in a different light. Looking at Yu Yang, Blood River and Mountain Elf prepared to leave. It seemed that they had to give in today, or else they would be at a disadvantage. However, Yu Yang stood up. Xiaoyi could not stop him no matter how hard she tried. Not only did he stand up in front of everyone, he even threatened, so arrogant, do you think that Tong Tian Tower is owned by your family? I did not say anything, and you, a rotten snake, dare to boast so shamelessly? Even Sky Law, one of the 3 great sky demons, smiled sweetly when she saw me. You are just the weakest 10th sky demon, do you really think that you can scare people? Is the demonic palace very powerful? I will give you some face, Sky Law, if not I would have killed them already. Do you think that just coming out from a small refuge island in the Soaring Dragon continent is very impressive? This man in white was the sky dragon that they met in King Wuyu's palace. He, who had a crush on Sky Law Impatience, was considered as Yu Yang's love rival. At that time, he was extremely jealous of Yu Yang. This was because not only did Yu Yang possess the world-exterminating wheel, he was also close to Sky Law. He was appreciated by the Night Empress, and his introducer was even Ji Zun. However, the current him could no longer recognize Yu Yang as his love rival. After the battle in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yu Yang's power had increased by leaps and bounds. If the current Sky Dragon were to fight against Yu Yang again, it would be impossible for him to fight against Yu Yang like he did in Jun Wuyu's palace. What? The man in white was furious. This level 6 elder actually dared to talk nonsense to him? You're courting death. The 2 beauties beside Sky Dragon were furious. In their eyes, this weak fellow had offended their master. Even an innate ranker would have to die, let alone an innate ranker. The face of the beauty on the left started to change. Her red lips split to her ears and sharp teeth extended from her mouth. Her eyes flashed with a green light. Her originally delicate hands were now covered with white scales, and her 10 fingernails had turned pitch black, forming a pair of incomparably poisonous killing claws. She had the strength of a lesser innate. When she stomped her scaly feet, the sandalwood floor cracked. She was faster than lightning and appeared in front of Yu Yang in an instant. Her black claws danced in the air and the sky was filled with claw shadows. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. The most powerful attack was a heart-piercing claw. It pierced through the cover like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole and went straight for Yu Yang's heart. Xiaoyi screamed. She tried her best to save him, but she was only a level 6 elder. Her strength and speed could not be compared to a lesser innate ranker. Before she could pull out the dagger from her waist, the enemy's sharp claws had already pierced towards Yu Yang's heart. Xiaoyi pounced over frantically and tried to push Yu Yang away. Perhaps it was because she wanted to use her body to block this bad-tempered, awkward, arrogant, but actually kind-hearted master. She had never thought about why she had to do this. Previously, she had wanted to kill him so badly, but now that she was in danger, her body moved faster than her mind. No. Xiaoyi realized that she was still too slow. When she pounced towards him, the black-clawed lady had already pressed her claws on his chest. In the next second, her claws pierced through his heart. She could even see the cruel smile on the enemy's face. Other than a cry, Xiaoyi realized that she could not do anything else. No, as Xiaoyi's tears flowed, she vaguely felt something explode. Fresh blood splattered all over the sky. Some of the blood splattered on Xiaoyi's face and body. It's over, Xiaoyi painfully closed her eyes. Tears that she had never shed for a man gushed out, forming two hot streams that rolled down her cheeks. When he was still alive, she hated this lecherous guy and despised him for being a breast maniac. She felt that if this guy didn't have a good brother to protect him, he would have been beaten into a meat patty. But when he was instantly killed by the enemy, her heart was not happy at all. On the contrary, she was very sad. An indescribable sense of loss and difficulty to accept crazily invaded her heart, like a worm gnawing at it. It made her want to immediately roll on the ground and torture herself. She was unwilling to accept reality. From the bottom of his heart, boundless anger and hatred suddenly erupted. Destroy that damned enemy and avenge him. Kill, a crazy murderous aura exploded from Xiaoyi's body. She felt as if something in her body had shattered, and her soul was about to explode. A strange yet powerful force surged from her dantian and instantly spread throughout her body. Her limbs trembled from this strange yet powerful force, as if they were about to break. However, Xiaoyi couldn't care less and gripped the dagger tightly. She gritted her teeth and used all the strength in her body. She ruthlessly slashed at the enemy's position. She had never learned how to use a dagger to slash at the enemy, but it was an instinct. Or rather, it was a kind of hatred, a destructive hatred. She would destroy the enemy at all costs. Ah 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 ah. An angry roar exploded from Xiaoyi's mouth. Even though she didn't have time to open her eyes, the long dagger had already carried a terrifying force and cut the black-clawed woman's body into two. The bronze-ranked long dagger couldn't withstand such a crazy and angry force and broke into pieces. After cutting the black-clawed woman's body, it broke into pieces. After killing the enemy, Xiaoyi seemed to have lost all her strength and sat on the ground softly. She was so sad that she was ready to cry out loud. As for whether the remaining enemies would slash her into a meat patty, she didn't care anymore. She just wanted to cry to her heart's content. She just wanted to vent the pain in her heart. Tears fell like rain. But before she could cry out loud, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiaoyi opened her teary eyes and was stunned when she saw who it was. Mr. Little Titan, who had his heart pierced by the enemy just now, didn't die. He was still alive and well. He was holding the headless corpse of his enemy and was glaring at him. He then looked at the black-clawed woman that he was holding. Half of the corpse had been chopped off by him, but the black claws on the upper half of the body were still pressed against the wyvern armor on Mr. Titan Jr.'s chest. Xiaoyi was instantly happy and jumped up from the ground, screaming in surprise, "You didn't die?" "Of course." Yu Yang casually threw the corpse that had its head smashed by him and cut in half by Xiaoyi out of the window. Wah wah wah. Xiaoyi felt a flood of emotions in her heart. She was driven by surprise and immediately broke through her endurance barrier. She originally wanted to rush towards Yu Yang and hug him tightly. But for some reason, she quickly rushed to the corner of the wall and squatted down. She covered her face with her hands and cried out loud. Tears flowed out from the gaps between her fingers and stained her clothes. Yu Yang had never seen a girl with such a weird personality before. If she wanted to cry, she could just cry. Why did she have to run to a corner and cry secretly? If it wasn't for the fact that the sky dragon was fuming with anger and looked like he wanted to eat someone alive, he would have teased her. Sky Dragon now knew that this brat was pretending to be weak. This brat definitely had innate strength, but he was pretending to be a level 6 elder. If this brat wasn't an innate ranker, would he dare to challenge Demon Eye? Demon Eye could kill a level 6 elder with just one finger. Why would he need his help? Sky Dragon couldn't wait to unseal his innate strength and kill his opponent. But as a ranker, he could sense that this opponent who dared to provoke him was not simple. The other black-clawed woman beside Sky Dragon was trembling in fear. If it wasn't her sister who attacked just now, she would have been the one to die. She looked at her sister's corpse, which was slowly turning back into a silver python on the ground, and felt like she had lost control of her bladder. Demon Eye's expression turned extremely ugly. He heard that the great titan of the Titan brothers was an innate and could kill Nightmare and Tiger Nyen in front of everyone. He didn't expect that little titan, an ordinary level 6 elder, was actually pretending. His real strength was also an innate. Looking at this brat's fearless expression, it seemed like he wasn't any weaker than him. No wonder he dared to challenge him. These two brothers were innates, and they were innates who were similar to him. Mountain Elf and Blood River's expressions were different. They almost clapped and cheered. They never expected that little titan was also an innate ranker. But they couldn't be more welcoming of such a miraculous change. Now, they felt that their decision to ally with the Titan brothers was the right one. Although Demon Eye had Sky Dragon as his backup, the Titan brothers were two innates. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. Moreover, Sky Dragon was an outsider after all. He couldn't stay in the Thunder Fortress forever. Even if the Titan brothers were slightly weaker, once Sky Dragon left the Thunder Fortress, would Demon Eye be able to survive? The hatred of killing my concubine is irreconcilable. Since you and I are both innates, then let's talk with our strength. Let's fight it out. Sky Dragon definitely couldn't take this lying down. As an innate ranker who was at the peak of innate level 6, his concubine was killed in front of everyone. If he didn't seek justice, would he still have the face to walk in Tong Tian Tower? He had many concubines, but he had to get his revenge. Your concubine maliciously attacked me, an innate. I had the right to kill her. Since you want to stand up for your concubine, I'll fight you to the end. Yu Yang laughed coldly. Even if he had joined the innate alliance, he would still have the right to do so. Anyone who maliciously attacked an innate would be seen as offending the dignity of an innate. The strong had the right to fight while the weak had no justice. It would be fine if Sky Dragon won. If he couldn't win, then Yu Yang could just kill him. Blood River and Mountain Elf were ecstatic when they saw that Mr. Little Titan was not afraid of Sky Dragon, who was at the peak of innate level 6. These two brothers were really arrogant. They could even fight against Sky Dragon, who was at the peak of innate level 6. They were definitely going to be allies. The two looked at each other and stood up immediately. Mountain Elf raised his voice and said, "A battle between innates is very destructive. Why don't we move it to the blood fighting arena so that the innocent and weak won't be affected?" Blood River nodded in support. "If the two of you can't wait for King Chong and I to host the battle personally, Mountain Elf and I, as well as the underground city master Ma Long, can be the witnesses. Let's go." Sky Dragon's expression changed slightly. But in an instant, he regained his original arrogance. His hand slightly shook downwards, and the entire auction house seemed to have been hit by a giant and invisible demonic hand. All the windows were shattered, the tables and chairs were flipped over, and all the merchants and martial artists were thrown to the side, looking extremely miserable. The heavenly dragon brought with it a huge aura and flew straight into the sky. It broke through the roof of the auction house and turned into a meteor as it flew towards the blood-colored arena. The black-clawed woman also followed closely behind. She shot out of the auction house like a bird and turned into a silver python that was more than 30 meters long. It slithered in the air and followed its master. Yu Yang glanced at Jiade and Yanjing and ordered, "You guys don't have to go." Fat Toad Jiade used to think that Mr. Little Titan was a young master who relied on his brother. Although he was respectful towards him, he did not admire Little Titan as much as Big Titan. Now that he saw it, both brothers were powerful people. It was just that Mr. Big Titan was cooler and did not like to manage things. This Mr. Little Titan was more extroverted and was in charge of various things. Maybe the strength of the twins were the same. Jiade immediately felt extremely respectful and apologetic. He knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "I will return immediately and report to Mr. Big Titan." Of course, Yanjing was also shocked by the fact that Mr. Little Titan was an innate. But he knew that in order to fight against Sky Dragon, the two brothers had to work together to have a chance of winning. 2 against 1, Demonic Palace will say that we are bullying. I alone am enough. Yu Yang waved his hands. The twin specters could hide from non-innates, but they would definitely be seen through by Sky Dragon and the rest. He didn't need the Great Titan to fight against the Sky Dragon. Wasn't the effect even more explosive? Even if Chong and I wanted to help, he would have his reservations. Yu Yang did not want to touch Chong and I for the time being because he did not understand Chong and I at all. Yu Yang felt that it would be the best time to touch Chong and I after he obtained the Mother Earth potion and contracted Jiangning the Hornless Dragon. As for his love rival Sky Dragon, he came knocking on his door. If Yu Yang did not beat him up, he would be an idiot. Among the 10 great sky demons of Demonic Palace, other than Sky Execution, who was abnormal and he was not confident, Yu Yang was not afraid of any of them. Furthermore, Sky Law was still on his side. Would Sky Execution and Sky Law punish him for beating up a Sky Dragon who was ranked last in the Dragon Clan? That's impossible, especially Sky Law Impatience. She had always been annoyed by Sky Dragon's pestering. Now that he had beaten up Sky Dragon who was like a fly, Impatience would definitely be happy. She might even reward him with her breasts. Is he actually Mr. Big Titan? Seeing Yu Yang leave the auction house, Underground City Master Ma Long came over and asked. No, he is definitely Little Titan. After crying, Xia Yi, who had just recovered from her tears, said with certainty, Mr. Titan Jr. is very cool. He's completely different from Mr. Titan Jr. Sister, I see that your dagger is broken. I have a demon-killing dagger, it is just right for you. Ma Long's wife walked over. She immediately played the sentimental card and tried to win Xia Yi over to her side. Her actions were rather forceful as she tied a top-grade silver dagger around Xia Yi's waist. She then affectionately called Xia Yi, the female slave, as her younger sister. Her voice was filled with sugar, as sweet as a family. Xia Yi wanted to decline, but she pretended to be angry. She hugged Xia Yi and comforted her, Mr. Little Titan is an innate ranker. You will definitely become famous after fighting Sky Dragon. I am so envious of you. Don't worry, that person in my family will definitely not stand idly by. Let's go and watch their battle. Xia Yi was very worried. A peak innate level 6 was an existence she could not imagine. Forget about a peak innate level 6 Sky Dragon, even an innate level 1 or a lesser innate could kill her in a second. Why was she able to use her strength to cut the lesser innate ranker's body? Xia Yi could not understand. However, she felt that it was probably because Little Titan had already killed the lesser innate ranker in a second. That was why she could cut it so easily. The situation was tense and she did not have time to think. Xia Yi felt pain all over her body. It seemed that she had used too much strength just now and injured her tendons. Are you okay? Ma Long's wife saw that every step this little girl took, she would make a hole in the hard sandalwood floor. If not, she would leave an obvious footprint on the green stone floor. What was even stranger was that she did not seem to notice it at all. I'm fine, I'm just a little nervous. Xia Yi did not notice the abnormal reaction of her body at all. In the past, she would have to use all her strength to break the green stone floor. To leave such an obvious footprint on the hard green stone floor, even if she borrowed the strength of her beast, it would be very difficult to achieve. Now, every step she took left a footprint on the green stone floor. After she ran quickly, she left a trail of footprints on the entire green stone floor. It was just like the footprints on the beach. When the fatty Jiada saw this, his toad mouth opened so wide that a hippopotamus could be stuffed inside. What was wrong with this Xia Yi? In the blood battle arena, Yu Yang and Sky Dragon were ready to fight. Yu Yang summoned the Reaper Mantis. He did not summon the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Bloody Queen Red or the Barbarian Cow Shadow. He slowly released his innate level 1 power. Opposite him, Sky Dragon, who had released his innate level 3 power, realized that he could not match up to his opponent in terms of aura. His cold aura was being swallowed by his opponent's yin and yang whirlpools. He gritted his teeth and continued to increase his strength, releasing his innate level 4 and innate level 5 power. A platinum-ranked level 9 Thunder Dragon was summoned by Sky Dragon. This was Sky Dragon's guardian beast, a strengthening-type beast. It quickly merged with its master. In the midst of the thunder and lightning, the Thunder Dragon and Sky Dragon fused into one. The Sky Dragon's body rapidly increased in size, and the dragon horns on its head emerged. Its lips split to its ears, and its teeth elongated like sharp knives. Silver dragon wings grew out from the Sky Dragon's back bit by bit. It flapped its wings against the wind, and its huge dragon wings pointed arrogantly at the sky, as if it was declaring the majesty of the tyrant-level giant dragon. His body, arms, and legs were covered in silver dragon scales. At first, there were very few silver dragon scales, but in less than 2 seconds, they had covered his entire body, tightly protecting the heavenly dragon's body. The electric current flowed on the sky dragon's body and crackled. His 10 fingernails were sharp and curved, forming dragon claws that could tear apart anything. His legs were the same. Dragon claws broke out of his shoes, revealing his robust skin. His thighs and calves bulged, filling his legs with explosive power. Finally, when Sky Dragon slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, a bolt of lightning shot out from his eyes and into the sky, like a sharp sword piercing through the heavens. It looked really awesome. The Sky Dragon caressed the platinum grimoire with its 5 claws, and flames appeared from its mouth and nose. Hoo, come. Let me see what kind of power you, who is so arrogant, have. I hope that your power is as sharp as your mouth. Double-headed dragon, come out. That Reaper Mantis is your prey today. The platinum grimoire flashed with a brilliant golden light, and another double-headed giant dragon was summoned. It was twice the size of a normal giant dragon. It had 2 heads and 4 wings. On the left was a dragon head that spat venom, and on the right was a dragon head that spat out sulfuric fire. When this double-headed giant dragon appeared, it immediately roared towards the sky, its voice resounding through the clouds. The piercingly cold dragon's might made all the non-innate rankers and weaker beasts tremble in fear. They feared this platinum-ranked level 9 double-headed giant dragon from the bottom of their hearts. Although the Reaper Mantis was the giant dragon's nemesis and was also platinum-ranked, its level was too far apart. It was only platinum-ranked level 4, the difference was too great. No one thought that the Reaper Mantis could defeat the double-headed giant dragon that was more than 5 levels higher than it. Only Blood River and Mountain Elf felt that since Mr. Little Titan dared to challenge the Sky Dragon fearlessly, he must have other stronger beasts. If it's an idiot, no matter how many heads it has, it's useless. Yu Yang laughed coldly. He did not summon his grimoire, but a spirit of flame and smoke that was burning with raging flames appeared beside him. This spirit of flame and smoke was of a higher level than the Reaper Mantis, but it was only platinum-ranked level 5. However, its appearance made Sky Dragon's expression change. If it wasn't for the fact that it lacked enough intelligence, it could be called a holy beast, which was almost humanoid in shape. Looking at the spirit of flame and smoke's origin flame, even Sky Dragon felt a chill in his heart. This was definitely not an ordinary spirit of flame and smoke. Facing the spirit of flame and smoke, the double-headed giant dragon was no longer as powerful as it was against the Reaper Mantis. All of its attacks were useless against the spirit of flame and smoke that was purely elemental. The double-headed giant dragon's poison was useless against the spirit of flame and smoke, and the flames that it spat would only increase the opponent's power. Water dragon that can overturn rivers and seas, come out. Sky Dragon pressed his grimoire with his claws and summoned a gold-ranked level 10 single-horned water python. Insignificant skill. Yu Yang loved to compete with beasts the most. Both sides summoned all of their beasts and started a full-scale battle. This way, they would obtain the most spoils of war after winning, and the possibility of the opponent changing their formation would be the lowest. More importantly, their beasts could grow in battle. Boom, the barbarian cow Shadow Aman, who was originally a female barbarian cow, now looked more and more like a female Draenei. She somersaulted 3 times in the air and landed on the ground agilely. Her eyes were already shining with wisdom. She was completely different from the dumb barbarian cow Shadow from before. She had been remolded and evolved many times. She had also been cleansed and reborn by the Nirvana flame many times. With the support of her innate chi and ancient runes, her close combat strength was only below Xiao Wenli's. Even Hui Tai Lang, who was a divine beast, didn't dare to compete with her easily. Of course, the scariest thing was still her, Doom's Eyes, and Blood Pupil double kill. The probability was not very high, and it required luck to trigger them. But once it was successfully triggered, not only would the beast die a horrible death, even the master would be unlucky. As soon as Aman appeared, her trample skill shocked everyone present. The single-horned python that was about to rush forward and use water to spray the spirit of flame and smoke was actually stunned. Its head swayed for a long time, but it still could not wake up. Sky Dragon's expression was very ugly. Holy beast, this female barbarian cow had definitely reached the level of a holy beast. All beasts would have a qualitative leap after reaching the level of a holy beast. Normal level characteristics could no longer directly determine the strength of a holy beast. For example, this female barbarian cow shadow was diamond ranked level 1, but her strength would definitely make the gold ranked level 10 single-horned python very uncomfortable. This was because she was accurately assessed as a holy beast 1 star, that was equivalent to an innate level 1 existence. Furthermore, some special beast's abilities could even surpass an innate ranker. This female barbarian cow shadow was a guardian beast, so she must have leveled up along the way. She was not born naturally. Then, how did she become a diamond-ranked existence? After leveling up to gold-ranked, there was a threshold that restricted all beasts from leveling up. How did this female barbarian cow shadow skip gold-ranked, platinum-ranked, and leveled up to diamond-ranked existence? One must know that diamond-ranked was completely different from the previous levels. This little titan definitely had some kind of method to raise a beast to diamond-ranked. If he was forced to reveal this secret, it would definitely be the greatest reward. Thinking about this, Tianlong's eyes could not help but shine with greed. He had longed for a diamond-ranked beast for a long time. To be more accurate, he had longed for a holy beast for a long time, but he had never been able to obtain one. Holy beasts were not something that everyone could have. It required opportunity and enough luck. It must be acknowledged by the holy beast before it could contract a holy beast. As for nurturing it, Tianlong had put in a lot of effort. His guardian beast was only platinum-ranked level 9. He had consumed close to 100 wisdom fruits, but the holy beast's intellect could not be awakened. Come, supreme battle, let the two of us fight it out. Seeing Yu Yang's holy beast, and a guardian beast at that, Tianlong felt that this battle would be a little tricky. The only thing he was confident about was that the little titan did not seem to have reached innate level 6, and was still below him. His beast was stronger than him, but in terms of battle strength, he was stronger than him by a level. This battle could still be fought. After all, a battle between innate rankers was not only about their beasts, but also their own strength. Tianlong summoned an earthquake dragon that weighed more than 100 tons and a lizard head dragon that had the plague virus. Each of them was gold-ranked level 8. Since he could not surpass his opponent's beasts in terms of quality, he could only make up for it with quantity. Then, he would focus on attacking the little titan who was slightly weaker than him. This was the only way to win. To catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader. That was how Sky Dragon thought. The earthquake dragon could temporarily resist the powerful female barbarian cow. The lizard head dragon and the two-headed dragon could defeat the reaper mantis completely. The horned python could probably fight the spirit of flame and smoke to a draw because of its attribute. As long as it was not caught by the female barbarian cow, Tianlong felt that he could accept the result of 1 win, 1 loss. After all, his opponent had a holy beast. Kill that reaper mantis. Tianlong roared like thunder. Before he attacked Yu Yang, he ordered all his beasts to attack. Dream on. Yu Yang did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and faced him head-on. Releasing the power of an innate level 5, Sky Dragon's heavy fist landed on Yu Yang's chest. At the same time, he was also hit by Yu Yang's heavy fist. Sky Dragon felt a heart-wrenching pain as if his bones were being torn apart. He realized that his dragon claws that could shatter gold and stone could not penetrate his opponent's skin. On the contrary, this little titan's fist could shatter the dragon scales that protected his body. How was this possible? In the midst of their shock, under the gazes of Demon Eye, Blood River, and Mountain Elf, Yu Yang tightened his grip on Sky Dragon's fist and used his strength to lift Sky Dragon's entire body. With his innate level 1 strength unsealed, Yu Yang performed a beautiful shoulder throw on Sky Dragon who was releasing the strength of a level 5 innate, smashing him heavily onto the blood-colored battle arena. The entire arena was shocked. The shockwave from the collision was like a hurricane, causing the buildings around the arena to collapse. Other than Demon Eye, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long, the other warriors like Butler Yan Jing, Fat Toad, Xia, and the others who were watching from afar were all sent flying a few meters back. The weaker ones were even sent flying hundreds of meters away while screaming in fear. This was the power of one attack from the little titan. Sky Dragon actually lost to an innate level 1 with the power of an innate level 5. Why? Yu Yang did not bother to explain. After summoning his grimoire and using the giant shadow, his power increased crazily, reaching a level that shocked Sky Dragon. Ha! With just a punch to the chest, Sky Dragon, who could not dodge in time, was heavily injured and vomited blood. The blood shot out more than 10 meters away. The arena made of obsidian fell behind the Sky Dragon, plowing a deep pit in the ground. The scales on his legs flew off and the dragon claws that were grabbing the ground broke. This was the power of one punch. You think you're awesome? I'll beat you until you vomit 3 liters of blood. Yu Yang jumped up again and raised his fist to chase after Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon was so scared that he immediately dodged and did not dare to take it head-on. Sky Dragon dodged Yu Yang's continuous attacks in a sorry state. He looked even more miserable than a stray dog that was fleeing for its life. After a minute, the effect of the giant shadow disappeared completely and Yu Yang stopped attacking. Sky Dragon, who was vomiting blood, finally stopped panting and calmed his heart that was about to explode. This opponent was too strange. His beast support was too strong. Luckily it was not long, otherwise he would not be able to fight. You forced me to do this. Don't blame others even if you die. You asked for it. Sky Dragon finally decided to unseal his innate level 6 power. Otherwise, he would not be able to turn this situation around with his heavy injuries. Come, continue to brag. Yu Yang was overjoyed. The best way was to provoke his opponent's anger and find the best opportunity to kill Sky Dragon. Of course, he must grasp the best opportunity. Rankers who could reach innate level 6 and above were not fools. If they could not win, they would definitely escape. Demon Eye, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long were all dumbfounded. This kind of battle had completely subverted their common sense. How could a low-leveled person win against a high-leveled one? A level 1 innate fighting against a level 5 innate and vomiting blood on the spot. Who would believe this? Of course, Little Titan's beast was really powerful. They had never seen such a terrifying beast before. It could even increase his strength by 10 times or even 100 times. With such a powerful beast, it would be hard for Little Titan not to be powerful. If not for the short time, Sky Dragon would have probably crushed his teleportation stone in fear and escaped. Giada was in tears. This kind of master was really powerful. He could beat a famous person like Sky Dragon until he vomited blood on the spot and even ran away like a dog. To be able to follow such a powerful master, it was really. Xiayi clenched her fist tightly. She knew that Sky Dragon was a level 6 innate ranker. Innate level 6 was completely different from innate level 5. It was a qualitative change. Even 10 level 5 innate rankers might not be able to defeat a level 6 innate ranker. Now that Little Titan had defeated Sky Dragon, what would happen next? Could he continue to beat his opponent until he vomited blood? Rumble, a deafening tremor shook the entire place like an earthquake. Everyone could not help but turn their heads to look. They realized that the barbarian cow lady had already knocked the 100-ton earthquake dragon to the ground. The dizzy one-horned python was like a huge whip in her hands. She held it up and whipped it on the ground, making a terrifying rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, the one-horned python had lost its ability to fight. Its spine was broken and it was on the verge of death. In the end, it could only wait for death. Everyone fainted. Even if it was a 1-star holy beast, the barbarian cow lady would not be able to kill a gold-ranked level 8 earthquake dragon and a gold-ranked level 10 one-horned python so quickly, right? This was too abnormal. Roar. Sky Dragon roared towards the sky as he clawed deeply into the hard obsidian ground. His originally tall body expanded by a few times, and at the same time, he strangely lengthened, turning into a monster with the body of a python. His legs closed and transformed into a long tail. The wings on his back were also elongated, forming strange fin-like wings. On the top of the Sky Dragon's head, fiery red fleshy horns that looked like a coxcomb grew. The original horns became black, thick and wrinkled, and twisted like the horns of a buffalo. This was Sky Dragon's true form, demon-winged sea dragon. Different from beasts that could transform into humans, Sky Dragon was a hybrid of goblin and human. He was born with 2 forms. One was in the form of a beast, and the other was in the form of a human. Lightning flashed on his summoning grimoire. Sky Dragon's domain of power, Raging Thunder, exploded instantly. In the midst of the violent shockwave, 12 gigantic thunder balls surrounded Sky Dragon's body, slowly rotating. Any living creature that stepped within 50 meters of Sky Dragon's domain of power would be mercilessly attacked by these thunder balls. The electric current on his curved horn sizzled. Sky Dragon, who had leveled up to innate level 6, had enough confidence. He felt that he could easily defeat his opponent and win this battle. In terms of beasts, he was indeed inferior to his opponent. However, he had the power and realm that his opponent could not reach. Domain of power was an important symbol of an innate. Only an innate ranker who possessed domain of power could be considered as a true innate and have the hope to reach a higher realm. Ha! Sky Dragon shook his arms and a strong aura exploded from his body, causing the spectators who were a few hundred meters away to fly away. Even Demon Eye, who had unsealed his innate strength and had the power of innate level 5, couldn't help but sway a few times and almost fell to the ground. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long, who had not completely unsealed their innate strength, were forced to take a few steps back. Their power was not inferior to Demon Eye's, but the battle situation was still unclear. They didn't know if Little Titan could defeat Sky Dragon, so they couldn't use all their power to fight against Sky Dragon. In other words, they were still waiting. As long as Titan Jr. displayed enough strength to fight against Sky Dragon, they wouldn't mind attacking Demon Eye while he was down and getting rid of him. Is this all you've got? Yu Yang didn't have any feelings towards innate level 6. All along, the people he had fought against were extremely powerful people, like the Great Emperor of Ziwei Shun Tian and the Black Prince, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Great Demon King Baruth, or the Heaven Realm rankers from the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. For example, the innate level 8 Huang Sha, who had an immortal body, was killed by Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia in the second hall. Innate level 6 was indeed very powerful. For example, Green Summit sect leader Duanmu Longqing was a level 6 innate. However, he was once chased by Yu Yang to the point of wetting his pants and fled to the demon abyss to seek refuge. In the end, he was still killed by the Phoenix Sisters. Yu Yang, who had fought against the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm, felt that fighting against a level 6 innate was child's play. After receiving the Heavenly Sword Goddess's guidance and undergoing Nirvana rebirth, Yu Yang's innate level 1 had already surpassed other innate level 5 innate level 1 without the help of his beasts. Sky Dragon was now an innate level 6 innate? Unseal! Yu Yang shouted loudly. His voice was deafening and resonated through the clouds. A piercingly cold aura exploded from his body. The power of his yin and yang abilities formed a whirlpool that could devour all energy, surrounding Yu Yang's body. The power of Star Explosion filled Yu Yang's body, making him look like a star that was emitting blazing light, dazzling everyone's eyes. The Star Explosion, that could only form a ball of light, slowly expanded. It turned into little stardust. Specks of light floated around Yu Yang's body like the Milky Way. Although it was not as big as other people's Star Explosion, it still had a radius of 5 meters. It could be considered as Yu Yang's most successful breakthrough recently. If he did not train in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace and only trained normally, he would need at least 2 to 3 years of hard work to expand his Star Explosion to this level. Purple flames and blue frost appeared on both sides of Yu Yang's hands, splitting the sky into 2 halves. On one side was a fiery hell filled with heat, and on the other side was an icy hell filled with snowflakes. Everyone who was in the middle of it was sweating profusely from the heat, or shivering from the cold. The strangest one was the fat toad Jiada. He was standing right at the intersection of the 2 energies. On his left side, his clothes and hair were covered with frost, causing half of his face to turn purple from the cold. On the other hand, his right side was sweating profusely from the heat. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, making him miserable. He could not hide anywhere. In the end, the fat toad chose to hide in the icy hell. After all, he was a fatty, so he could resist the cold with some fat. Hot hell, everyone knew that fatty was afraid of heat the most. How can a mere innate level 2 use the power of Star Explosion? Demon Eye's face distorted when he saw this. Jealousy and hatred burned deep in his eyes. What a strong aura. A mere innate level 2 could fight against a level 6 innate. Little Titan's battle. Blood River was overwhelmed with shock. He did not continue his sentence and looked at Mountain Elf, nodding their head secretly. From the looks of it, Little Titan could at least fight Sky Dragon to a draw. Now, they should stand by Little Titan's side and support him in getting rid of Demon Eye. Having an ally was 100 times better than having an enemy. Demon Eye was an ambitious person. He would definitely not be satisfied with being the substitute city master of the Thunder Fortress. When Xianxia ascends to the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower, he would remove all obstacles and become the real master of the Thunder Fortress. Blood River and Mountain Elf could not let Demon Eye stay in the Thunder Fortress any longer, no matter if it was to protect themselves or their future. On the contrary, the newly arrived Titan brothers did not seem to be interested in fighting for power. These two brothers were similar to Xianxia. They were only using the Thunder Fortress as a springboard, so they definitely wouldn't stay in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower for long. They would go to the 7th, 8th, or even higher floor of Tongtian Tower. Allies like these were definitely the first choice for cooperation. Blood River and Mountain Elf knew that their potential was almost depleted. It was impossible for them to level up any further. They were already satisfied with becoming the rich masters of the Thunder Fortress in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. With such a mentality, Blood River and Mountain Elf believed that the Titan brothers would definitely be happy to form an alliance. After all, no one liked ambitious people. An ally with strength and contentment was the most welcomed. Divine Dragon Spitting Pearl. Sky Dragon raised a ball of lightning from his star explosion. The image of his guardian beast, Thunder Dragon, flashed in the sky. With the Thunder Dragon's dragon breath and Sky Dragon's full strength, the ball of lightning flew towards Yuyang like a meteor. Even a small hill would be leveled to the ground if it was hit head-on. Sky Dragon absolutely believed in his own strength and the power of the ball of lightning. This was not something a human could withstand. At least an innate rancor who was of a lower realm than him would not be able to withstand it. Just as Yuyang stretched out his hand, preparing to receive the ball of lightning, Sky Dragon's python-like body disappeared and appeared behind Yuyang. Countless lightning energy transformed into a dragon's head. It shot out from Sky Dragon's hand. It opened its huge mouth and charged towards Yuyang to devour him. A pincer attack. Sky Dragon had yet to see any survivors under this attack from the front and back. A gigantic pillar appeared. It looked like a pillar that supported the dome of a palace. It was huge and round. No one in this world had ever used this kind of thing as a weapon, other than Yuyang. The Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar appeared in Yuyang's hands. He swept it horizontally from the front to the back. First, he hit the lightning ball away like a baseball. Then, he directly smashed the lightning ball's illusory dragon head into pieces, shattering it into countless electric snakes, forming an electric net in the sky. This was the Prison Emperor's training pillar. Even Heaven Realm rankers and Heaven Realm great leaders wouldn't be able to destroy it. It was simply a joke for a small lightning ball and illusory dragon head to go against it. Sky Dragon, who was hit by Yuyang's Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar, was sent flying 100 meters away. It crashed into the ground, scattering rocks and mud everywhere. He flew out from the pile of rocks. In the sky, the Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar smashed down heavily on his head. If it hit, then Sky Dragon would not be called a demon-winged sea dragon anymore. He would have to change his name to a turtle. 10,000 lightning strike. Sky Dragon luckily dodged this heavy strike and retreated 100 meters. He summoned a sky full of lightning and bombarded Yuyang. Tisk, insignificant skill. Yuyang sneered. Millions of star explosion broke through the lightning and attacked Sky Dragon. However, this was only on the surface. The real killer lay in Yuyang's left hand. A strange light flashed. Demon Eye, Blood River, Mountain Elf and the others could not see clearly what kind of treasure it was. They could only see Yuyang waving his hand. Sky Dragon froze as if he was in a daze, allowing the strange light to cut his throat easily. Ah! Sky Dragon held his throat in pain as blood spurted out. If it was a normal human, Sky Dragon would probably be dead already. Luckily he was a demon clan innate. Sky Dragon crushed the teleportation crystal in his hand. He realized that if he continued to fight, his life would definitely be in danger. That little titan had too many strange skills and treasures. For example, that strange rainbow light just now. He did not know what kind of treasure it was, but it could easily cut his throat. What was more terrifying was that his strong self-healing ability could not heal him. His wound continued to worsen and the tear became bigger. The highest grade escape item, the teleportation crystal, shattered. However, Sky Dragon did not teleport away. The Prison Emperor's 7 Stars Pillar and the Prison Emperor Divine Sword could even suppress the most mysterious and powerful Ming Yu Guan among the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm. It would be strange if Sky Dragon could escape from the Prison Emperor's 7 Stars Pillar. Sky Dragon felt that something was wrong. He immediately used all the energy in his body and shot towards the sky like an arrow. With the help of the Raging Thunder Domain, he escaped out of the Thunder Fortress as fast as lightning. In terms of attack, Sky Dragon felt that he was slightly inferior. But in terms of speed, Sky Dragon who had the Raging Thunder Domain was confident. Was there anything faster than lightning in this world? At this moment, not only Sky Dragon, even Demon Eye was escaping. Blood River and Mountain Elf had been waiting for a long time. Even the underground city master Ma Long had changed his neutral stance and unleashed his innate strength. He was the first to stop Demon Eye who had become a drowning dog. Ma Long has not trained with you for a long time. Since we are in the mood today, why don't we spar and improve together? The black-clawed girl who had been standing outside the arena did not dare to fight because of her sister's death. When she saw that her master, Sky Dragon, had escaped, she immediately turned around. She prepared to escape in the opposite direction. However, there was already a person standing in front of her. It was Xiaoyi. The black-clawed girl raised her sharp claws angrily. Xiaoyi was like a tigress as she swung her demon-killing dagger. Using the dagger as a sword, she slashed at the enemy. In the sky, the lizard-head dragon that was preparing to escape was howling in pain. It was sucked into the body of the spirit of flame and smoke that was a combination of storm, flames, thick smoke, and spirits. It was rolling around in the flaming tornado. It was not far from death and its defeat was already decided. Furthermore, the spirit of flame and smoke even had the time to create small tornado clones to absorb the lightning energy released by Sky Dragon. It seemed to like this kind of food very much. The only thing that was still able to resist was the battle between the 2-headed giant dragon and the Reaper Mantis. The Reaper Mantis had the advantage in terms of attributes and flying speed, while the 2-headed giant dragon had the advantage in terms of size, level, and power. For the time being, neither of them could do anything to the other. A man ran over with a loud bang. Her hands were actually holding up the corpse of the earthquake dragon. When she threw the corpse of the earthquake dragon, her eyes shone with a blood-red glow. Flames and thick smoke came out of her mouth and nose. Before the corpse of the earthquake dragon could hit the 2-headed giant dragon, the 2-headed giant dragon let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground first. Without even twitching, its soul was directly annihilated and it died. Eyes of Death had been triggered. The 2-headed giant dragon that was killed on the spot was not the only unlucky one. Sky Dragon, who was flying at high speed more than 10 kilometers away, suddenly felt a headache. It was as if his soul had been ruthlessly slashed by a sharp sickle. Although he did not faint on the spot and did not fall to the ground dead, that kind of pain made him want to die. His mind was in a mess and blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. What exactly happened? Sky Dragon felt that it was strange. He was already more than 10 kilometers away from the Thunder Fortress and was preparing to use the teleportation crystal to leave. He did not expect that he would still be attacked by the enemy from a long distance. Moreover, this kind of attack came from the soul and he was unable to defend against it at all. It's the Blood Eyes double kill. However, you don't need to know. It's meaningless for a dead person to know. Behind him, Yu Yang's voice rang out. First, his right hand that was holding the teleportation crystal was forcefully cut off by the crescent moon blade. Then, his head was hit by a sword and the innate sword chi broke through his defense and entered his head. Under Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill, Sky Dragon did not move at all. He could only watch as Yu Yang's world-exterminating will slid across his neck lightly. A small ball of light escaped from Sky Dragon's body. That was Sky Dragon's orb. It contained his soul, consciousness, and all of his energy. However, before it could escape even a meter away, it was caught by Yu Yang's right hand that was burning with Nirvana's flame. 10 seconds later, the orb that had lost the protection of its physical body, its soul and consciousness were incinerated and disappeared. All that was left was a level 6 innate orb. This victory was the result of Yu Yang's plan for a long time. However, killing Sky Dragon was just the beginning. After killing his former love rival Sky Dragon, Yu Yang pretended to be annoyed that he let his enemy escape and returned to the Scarlet Battle Arena. He did not have the arrogance of a normal warrior after a victory, but a kind of anger. Yu Yang's reaction made everyone think that. Although Sky Dragon was in a sorry state, he still managed to escape from Little Titan's pursuit with his speed. Everyone thought that it made sense. After all, Sky Dragon had the Raging Thunder domain and was good at flying. Once he flew out of the spatial shackles, there was a high chance that he could escape using the teleportation crystal. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long were not surprised that Sky Dragon escaped. A level 6 innate was not someone that could be killed easily. The fact that Titan Jr. was able to force the Sky Dragon to flee showed that Titan Jr. was freakishly strong. The three of them did not think much about Sky Dragon's life and death as it had nothing to do with them. What was important was how to kill Demon Eye. Now that they had fallen out, Demon Eye must die. Demon Eye's face turned pale when he saw Yu Yang return. He rolled his eyes, as if he was thinking of a way to escape. Mr. Little Titan, even if I did not play the role of a host and did not welcome you, there is no need for you to kill me, right? Demon Eye knew that life and death was a fine line. If the other party attacked, with Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long working together and this Little Titan joining in as the main attacker, he would definitely die if he was not Sky Dragon. The only way was to make sure that Little Titan had no reason to attack. You stole my assets and disgraced my reputation. Yu Yang's voice was like an ice bead bursting, chilling to the bone. Demon Eye was extremely regretful. If he didn't purposely give Tai Ten a show of strength and let him know that a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory, he wouldn't have gone over to Indong's treasure vault and plundered all the money and treasures. Then, he wouldn't have attracted such a disaster. He found more than 3 million gold coins in Indong's treasury, as well as some ores and treasures. Demon Eye was willing to return these immediately. He was even willing to make compensation, but would the Little Titan be willing to accept his apology? Blood River shouted in a deep voice, Demon Eye, I respected you as the #1 leader under King Chong-An and used you as a role model for an elder brother. I didn't expect that you would actually do such a shameful thing. Not only do you not have respect for a powerful innate, you even intentionally insulted him and stole his property. I really despise you. Today, I, Blood River, draw a clear line with you. The 3 chiefs are officially disbanded. You can call yourself the #1 chief. I, Blood River, disdain to be associated with you. Mountain Elf raised his long arms and counted on his fingers. Demon Eye, your annual income from the mines, business taxes, and the tributes from your subordinates is no less than 10 million. You are as rich as a country, yet you are still so greedy. It really makes me speechless. The underground city master Ma Long also shook his head slowly. Demon Eye, there's no need to talk about who's right or wrong. You're definitely wrong. The Thunder Fortress is unreasonable. If you have the ability, then speak with your strength. The incident of Demon Eye stealing people's treasures was not limited to the time when Yu Yang entered Indong's mansion. In the past hundreds of years, it had happened countless times. Demon Eye would steal the treasures whenever he had the chance. This included Ma Long, Blood River and Mountain Elf who had just arrived. They had suffered quite a number of losses. It was just that they were not as powerful as Demon Eye back then. Even though they were angry, they did not dare to say anything. They could only silently endure the losses. Now that the past was brought up, they would still explode with anger. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long all knew about Demon Eye emptying the treasure vault in Indong's mansion and the fact that Indong's shop was ransacked by Demon Eye's subordinates. They also thought that as an innate who could kill Nightmare and Tiger Nyan, the Titan would definitely not let the matter rest. That was why they cautiously restrained their subordinates and did not allow them to participate in the robberies. They did not want to fish in troubled waters. Now, they realized that they had made an extremely smart move. The powerful Titan brothers were indeed not kind people. Compared to the cold Great Titan, the flamboyant Little Titan seemed to hate such evil deeds even more. They would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Stealing the treasures of an innate rancor, wasn't that a slap to the face? To an innate rancor, money was a small matter. This kind of slap to the face was absolutely intolerable. If it was Demon Eye, he would definitely fight to the death if someone ransacked his house. He was not afraid of the little titan who had the support of the entire demonic palace. Would the little titan let go of Demon Eye who did not have the support of a powerful force? Let me leave. I only want to leave the Thunder Fortress. You can have all my properties and the pits. Consider it my apology to you. Demon Eye quickly begged for mercy. As long as he had the strength, he could develop anywhere he wanted. He was a level 5 innate, and he would be a tyrant wherever he went. So what if he had money? Those were things that he could easily get. Chop off your right hand, blind yourself, then kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. I will consider it. Yu Yang stated his conditions. What? Demon Eye was stunned. He was very clear about what chopping off his right hand meant. If he could leave after chopping off his left hand, he would do it without hesitation. However, his right hand was where his true strength was hidden. After 100 years of training, he had successfully moved the magic crystal in his brain to his right palm. This was to prevent the enemy from hitting his head, which had the weakest defense, from causing a fatal blow. If his right hand was chopped off, it would undoubtedly destroy half of his body's energy. His strength might even drop to innate level 1. As for his eyes, that was the place where he could unleash his greatest strength. If he was blinded, then the rest of his strength would be destroyed. He might not even be an innate ranker anymore. The last point was to kneel and beg for mercy from the enemy and beg for his life. If this great humiliation were to spread, there would probably be no place for him in the entire Tongtian Tower. I will leave my left hand. Demon Eye moved the platinum-ranked ring on his left hand to the middle finger of his right hand. He moved his feet slightly, waiting for an opportunity to escape while bargaining. Talking to you is a waste of my saliva. Yu Yang saw that this guy was actually unwilling to part with a platinum-ranked ring even when he was about to die. He immediately took out the crescent moon blade and used the power of yin and yang to fly towards Demon Eye. Blood River and Mountain Elf looked at each other. They felt that Demon Eye's action of moving the ring was laughable. Not only was he unwilling to cut off his right hand, he even wanted to move the platinum-ranked storage ring to his left hand. This kind of person really died in the eyes of money. Ma Long made a hand gesture to hide his eyes. He knew that other than being unwilling to part with his treasures, Demon Eye had another intention. He wanted to use this platinum-ranked storage ring to escape. A light brighter than the sun shone from Demon Eye's hand. The brightest light came from the platinum-ranked storage ring. With the help of the energy from Demon Eye's right hand, it shone 1,000,000 times brighter. It was so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. Soul Hunter's Eye. Demon Eye's guardian beast was a huge evil eye. It was extremely ugly, covered with thin tentacles and eyes. The huge eye in the middle suddenly opened and shot a purplish-black spiritual light beam towards Yu Yang's body. As long as they were hit by the spiritual light beam, warriors who were weaker than Demon Eye would have their souls injured. There was even a possibility that their souls would be captured by the gold-ranked level 10 Soul Hunter Evil Eye. Within a minute, Demon Eye would be able to do whatever he wanted without any resistance. Demon Eye did not expect his guardian beast to be able to kill Little Titan. As long as it could freeze him for a minute, it would be enough. If not, it would be enough to make him dizzy for a dozen seconds. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long were stimulated by the strong light. While Little Titan was also frozen by the spiritual light beam, this was the best chance for him to escape. Compared to Sky Dragon, who had to run more than 10 kilometers to escape, Demon Eye, who was familiar with the Thunder Fortress, was confident that he could escape within a minute. After all, Demon Eye was also a level 5 innate ranker. Even if he had to fight 1 against 3 or 1 against Little Titan, it did not mean that he did not have the ability to escape. Success. Demon Eye realized that Little Titan was using the crescent blade to cover his face in the strong light. He did not notice the spiritual light beam at all. He immediately turned around, using all the strength and speed he had ever used in his life. However, before he could even take a step, before his feet even left the ground, a finger pressed on the back of his head. A terrifying sword chi easily pierced through his protective chi and pierced through the back of his head and out from his forehead. Before the scream of extreme pain could even come out from his throat, an extremely sharp crescent blade had already pierced through his back, piercing through his throat, piercing through his chin, and fiercely shoveling out between his 2 rows of teeth. His severed tongue flew into the air. Demon Eye naturally waved his hands. His right hand, which was shining like the sun, was cut into the air by another magic blade that was burning with demon fire. Demon Eye, who was in despair, wanted to turn around and use the last bit of power in his eyes to self-destruct and perish together with his enemy. But when he turned around, all he saw was endless darkness. The Eye Destroyer silver dagger, which had a special effect on the eyes, mercilessly slashed across. The soul-reaping evil eye that was trying its best to save its master was easily killed by the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear before it arrived. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear could even kill a giant dragon. To a soul-reaping evil eye that was proficient in spiritual attacks, it was definitely an existence that could instantly kill it. Moreover, the spear tip had accurately pierced through the magic core in the soul-reaping evil eye's body. One-hit kill, there was absolutely no other possibility. At this moment, the right hand that was flying in the air, along with the platinum storage ring that was still glowing, slowly descended and landed in Yu Yang's hands. Demon Eye slowly fell to the ground. Both his eyes were blind, and his strong body was still struggling on the verge of death. However, a thorny flower stalk appeared, rolled him up, and directly swallowed him into its stomach. As the thorny flower stalk and the glowing right hand were kept by Yu Yang, the blood battle arena returned to its original state. The innate level 5 demon Eye seemed to have disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared in this world. Maybe one day in the future, people would talk about how arrogant, greedy, and ridiculous he was when he turned into fertilizer. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long looked at each other. They knew that Demon Eye couldn't escape, but they didn't think that Demon Eye would die so quickly and so miserably. Not even his corpse was left, as he became food in the stomach of a beast. Among the innates, Demon Eye was probably one of the unlucky champions. Other than the soul-reaping evil eye that disappeared, Yu Yang also kept the corpses of the earthquake dragon, 2-headed giant dragon, single-horned python and other beasts. As for the lizard-head dragon, it had already become minced meat. The spirit of flame and smoke had become even stronger. After the battle, not only did she possess the power of storm, flame, smoke, and specter, she had also gained a type of lightning. That was the energy that she absorbed from the raging thunder domain and the 1,000 lightning strike. Although she wasn't strong yet, if the spirit of flame and smoke continued to grow, her future would be limitless. Now, the specter was her form, the flame was her body, the smoke was her coat, the storm was her mount, and the lightning was her hair. Although she wasn't a holy beast yet, she was now one step closer to becoming one. After the battle, Man and the spirit of flame and smoke returned to the grimoire world. The golden-crowned thorny flower queen only released a vine flower stem and left after eating the demon eye. Only the Reaper Mantis stayed behind to accompany its master. The battle between the inborn experts had ended. However, the battle between ordinary martial artists had just begun. Blood River and Mountain Elf subordinates fiercely pounced on Demon Eye's subordinates, and both sides started a bloody battle. Demon Eye's subordinates had no morale at all. All they wanted to do was to escape from the Thunder Fortress. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Since their master, Demon Eye, was already dead, they wouldn't have a good ending if they continued to stay here. However, how could Blood River and Mountain Elf's men let them leave? Now was the best time to prove themselves. The Thunder Fortress had changed to a new power, and the Titan brothers had replaced Demon Eye. If they didn't please them now, when would they do it? Furthermore, Blood River and Mountain Elf subordinates had enough of Demon Eye's subordinates. I've wanted to chop him for a long time. Get lost. In another battle, the Black-Clawed Woman and Xianxia were covered in blood. Both of them were covered in injuries. In terms of strength, the Black-Clawed Lady was much stronger than Xianxia. However, she had already lost her will long ago. Furthermore, Xianxia had mysteriously gained a powerful force that allowed her to fight on par with Ma Long's wife and Yanjing the butler. Furthermore, she was extremely brave and fought with all her might. The Black-Clawed Lady was actually unable to defeat Xianxia. This made the fat-toed Jiada, the useless merchant who was kicked away by the Black-Clawed Lady, dumbfounded. Dream on. Xianxia did not take a step back. She also did not understand how she could contend against a lesser innate. Originally, with her strength, she would have been killed instantly if she fought the black-clawed woman. But the strange thing was that when they fought, they seemed to only be slightly inferior. It looked like this battle could go on for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear winner. Of course, Xiaoyi didn't have the time to think about why. She just clenched her teeth and fought hard, swearing to defeat the enemy. The black-clad woman had already torn hundreds of wounds on Xiaoyi's body, but this extremely stubborn woman was still persisting. The demon-slaying dagger also left dozens of bloody wounds on the black-clad woman's body. One side was terrified, and their strength was greatly reduced, the other side was not afraid of death, and their combat strength increased by several times. As time went by, both sides ended up in a tie. The battle was in a stalemate. The furious and terrified black-clad woman could no longer bear the psychological pressure. When she saw that demon eye had also fallen to the ground and died, she immediately gave up the battle. She spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist, blocking Xiaoyi's vision. Then, it quickly transformed into a giant silver python. It knocked away Ma Long's wife and Yan Zheng's butler, who were trying to stop it, and fled. Just as the black-clad woman was about to escape, a black shadow flashed in the sky. The Reaper Mantis appeared and swooped down. Previously, the reason why the Reaper Mantis could not defeat the two-headed giant dragon after a long battle was not because it was not strong, but because the two-headed giant dragon was a platinum-ranked level 9 powerful beast. The fact that the Reaper Mantis was able to fight evenly with the two-headed giant dragon was already very impressive. It was important to know that the Reaper Mantis was much weaker in terms of level, size, and strength. Although the Reaper Mantis had grown, it had yet to reach its peak size. Compared to its mother, the Reaper Mantis was much smaller. Just because the two-headed dragon couldn't take it down didn't mean it couldn't deal with the black-clawed female silver python. Seizing the opportunity, the Reaper Mantis leaped down like lightning and slashed with its scythes, clamping down on the silver python's head tightly. Its sharp teeth bit down on the silver python's head, tearing the magic crystal in its brain on the spot. The silver python curled its body in panic, intending to strangle the Reaper Mantis. However, to the Reaper Mantis, this kind of strangulation was just a joke. It flapped its wings and flew, making different movements every second. It cleverly avoided the curling strangulation completely, and its sides shook the snake's head continuously. Its strength penetrated through its spine. Through its spine, it slowly dislocated the snake's joints. The snake's weakness was its spine and 7 inches. Once it was attacked, it would immediately lose its strength. The silver python's body rolled on the ground. It was very intense at first, but gradually, its neck couldn't move anymore. Only its tail was left, and its tail also slowed down. In the end, its belly turned white, and it stopped moving. Although it wasn't dead, it had no strength to struggle, and could only let the Reaper Mantis tear it apart. Seeing this, Xiaoyi relaxed. She, who was covered in blood, fell to the ground with a thud. Ma Long's wife immediately carried her up and smiled. "Congratulations on defeating such a strong enemy. If you don't mind, I can help you treat your wounds." The quick-witted fat toad Jiade had already found the best healer for him. As for how to clean up the mess, Yu Yang didn't need to worry at all. Everything would be done by someone else. Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long all wanted to befriend a strong person like Yu Yang, especially when they thought that there were 2 brothers who were as strong as Yu Yang. With 2 brothers, it would be even more impressive. Blood River invited Yu Yang to his Blood River Palace as a guest, and said that he could leave the small matter of dealing with Demon Eye's property to his subordinates, and guaranteed that not a single gold coin would be missing. Of course, Yu Yang didn't care about the small amount of money. The best things of Demon Eye would definitely be kept in the platinum storage ring. As for the pits, shops and Demon Eye's Evil Eye Palace, he would leave it to the fat toad Jiade and Yanjing the butler to take care of it. We brothers passed by the Thunder Fortress and saw that there weren't many rules and regulations here, so we decided to stay here for a while. We will head to the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower later. Yu Yang expressed that he wasn't interested in a small place like the Thunder Fortress. After he said that, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long were really happy. The Titan brothers will definitely be famous in the whole Tongtian Tower. Although the Thunder Fortress is small, it will always be the base camp of the strong. Blood River quickly replied. "If you need anything from us, just let us know." Mountain Elf also knew how to communicate. How can there be no wine on such a day? I happen to have a bottle of Qi Lan wine, please have a taste. Underground City Master Ma Long took out the Qi Lan wine that he had kept for a long time. This was a precious wine Ndong gave to Ma Long in the past. It was said that there were only 10 bottles of this wine in the whole Qi Lan continent, and it was sealed with the sand of time for 1,000 years. It was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Of course, money was easy to get, but good wine was hard to come by. Ma Long was even reluctant to give it to King Chong'an, but he felt that he didn't contribute much today, so he decided to take it out to please Yu Yang. Brother Ma Long, why didn't you take out such a good wine earlier? Haha, the wine of the wine saint, it's a world treasure. When Blood River and Mountain Elf heard this, they were instantly moved. This bottle of Qi Lan wine was definitely a top-quality wine that couldn't be bought with money. It would definitely take some time for them to take over Demon Eye's inheritance. As for Ndong's underground mansion, it couldn't be compared to Demon Eye's Evil Eye Palace. Fat Toad used all his manpower to remove all the Demon Eye's insignia from the Evil Eye Palace and threw it away, replacing it with the Titan Commerce's Gemini insignia. Of course, this required time. While he was busy, the maids were tidying up the Evil Eye Palace, turning it into the Titan Brothers' Titan Palace. As for Demon Eye's original servants, they either ran away or were captured. The female slaves were also locked up, waiting for Yanjing to slowly filter out the loyal ones to become the servants. When Yu Yang came out of the Blood River Palace and walked to his new residence, the Titan Palace, he discovered that the Evil Eye Palace had been changed into the Titan Palace. There were as many people as ants busily working. Even the slaves who were mining were happily painting the walls. Pai Ping, the old slave, was especially proud of himself. His wrinkled old face was smiling so widely that a chrysanthemum blossomed. The Xiaopu brothers were drenched in sweat as they painstakingly removed the huge and sturdy Demon Eye's insignia bit by bit. On the other hand, Xia Yi, who had just recovered from her injuries, fell asleep at the doorstep with exhaustion. A few female slaves were guarding at the side, but they didn't dare to persuade her to go in and rest. They also felt that she was waiting for her master, Little Titan. All the slaves that passed by bowed slightly to Xia Yi. The Titan brothers were good masters, that was for sure. But if it wasn't for Miss Xia Yi constantly asking for benefits for the slaves, Mr. Little Titan might not have given them so many things, at least not so quickly. Because they were all high and mighty innate rankers, they didn't care about the slaves' lives at all. It was her who told them what the slaves needed. Send someone to send her in to rest, what's with her lying here? Yu Yang casually covered Xia Yi with one of his clothes. Just this one piece of clothing was enough to move all the slaves. There was no other master in the world who was this good, only Master Little Titan would care so much about the slaves. If it was any other innate ranker, it would be weird if he took a second look at them. The half-elf girl was also busy decorating the new bedroom. She didn't choose Demon Eye's original luxurious and huge bedroom. She was sensitive to smells and felt that the bedroom had too much of a bloody and rotten smell. Although it had been a while, she still felt that letting her master live in that kind of place was a kind of blasphemy. Thus, she decided to choose an elegant little hall with a nice view beside the man-made lake as her master's temporary residence. Yu Yang received the half-elf girl's dinner, patted her head lightly and returned to the grimoire world. After a night's rest, there were too many things in Demon Eye's platinum storage ring. Yu Yang was dazzled and decided not to sort them out for the time being. As for Sky Dragon's treasures, they were all kept in the grimoire. If Yu Yang wanted to get his collection, he would probably have to spend a lot of effort. The people outside were still busy. Yu Yang, who was the most idle person, walked around with nothing to do. Everywhere he went, the slaves' morale was greatly boosted and they were full of energy. However, Yu Yang was bored. He didn't have the habit of being a leader and inspecting places. In the end, he decided to go to the warrior guild to receive his reward. After killing Demon Eye, he was worth a lot of money. Yu Yang felt that he should not get the wisdom fruit for the time being. He should ask the warrior guild for the immortal spring. This thing was a treasure that was as high as rank 8. No matter how much money one had, it could not be bought. It could be used to forge, refine, concoct medicine or strengthen beasts. The most important point was that the immortal spring had an extremely strong enhancement effect. When some temporary items were added with the immortal spring, there was a high chance that it would become an eternal item. If the giant shadows that were summoned could exist forever, and all of them were stacked on top of each other, with a single punch, even a level 10 innate would be knocked down. Of course, the immortal spring was a little difficult to get. The warrior guild might not be willing to give it to him just for killing Demon Eye. Even if they gave it to him, it wouldn't be much. As for Sky Dragon, Yu Yang hid the truth for the time being. After all, Sky Dragon was the last of the 10 major sky demons of the demonic palace. If Sky Execution and the others knew about it, wouldn't they have some thoughts? Anyway, since he had killed Sky Dragon, the reward would not be lesser even if he went to collect it later. The moment he teleported to the plaza in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, he saw Bao Er running towards him from afar before he even took 2 steps, shouting "Cook." Yu Yang was overjoyed. You should be calling him husband. Seeing that the golden elf Loli was sweating profusely and that her whole body was emitting a fragrance that was unique to a virgin, it was light and extremely pleasant to the nose. Yu Yang walked towards her impolitely and rubbed his body against Bao Er. However, he said, "Little girl, stay away from me, I don't think I know you." We found a sealing circle in the jadeite forest. No one could recognize it. Sister Anna and brother said that it might be a very old seal, so everyone was trying to remove it. Brother asked me to come back first and bring you to take a look. Bao Er introduced proudly, saying that she was the one who found the sealing circle first. Damn, who allowed you to touch it? Is that something you can touch? When Yu Yang heard this, he sweated profusely. What did the ancient sealing circle represent? What was sealed inside was either a demonic beast that brought disaster, a demon that had lost all humanity, or some kind of terrifying curse. He carried Bao Er on his shoulder and flew towards the warrior guild. He did not even bother to collect the immortal spring reward and rushed towards the teleportation room, shouting, "Jadeite Forest, it's urgent, quickly activate the teleportation room." Inside, Elder Ma Tai, who was Yu Yang's guarantor to sign up for the anti-dragon hunter volunteers, immediately activated the teleportation circle when he saw Yu Yang carrying Bao Er rushing over. He even asked, "Young man, did you meet the dragon hunters? Do you need the iron blood guards from the guild?" "Thank you, but no need." Yu Yang teleported away with Bao Er as soon as he finished his sentence. In the jadeite forest, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were sitting on the ground listlessly. The Li brothers were polishing their weapons, Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo were meditating and reading a book. The 4 orc girls were eating the barbecued meat, Captain Oxhead Li Ao was on guard, and Fan Luan Tai the Oxhead girl was drinking wine. Only Lin En and Anna were studying the seal on the stone wall. According to their research, the sealing circle had existed for a long time, and the surrounding area was covered with moss. If it wasn't for the energy of the sealing circle, this place would have become a paradise for plants. The seal circle was huge. It was 10 meters tall and 10 meters wide. It was a circle with different heaven runes at the top, bottom, left, and right. They were interconnected and restricted each other. In the middle, there was an extremely complicated pattern. Even the knowledgeable Anna and Lin En could not understand what it meant. The heaven runes on all 4 sides can be moved, but can the one in the middle be moved? After some research, Anna realized that the crystal inlaid with heaven runes could be rotated, but no matter how it was rotated, it was still connected to the sides. There's a depression in the middle. Don't tell me we need to put a magic crystal in as an energy source? Lin En also realized that there was a circular hole in the middle. Don't bother. When your cook comes, he will definitely understand. That brat can use heaven runes to write love poems. This is child's play to him. As for magic crystals, he can have as many as he wants, and they are all of the highest quality. Fatty Hai was a lazy guy. He was willing to let Yu Yang handle everything he didn't understand. He might not be free today. We will look for him after we finish our research. The Oxhead Fan Luan Tai refused to admit that she was wrong. She only said that Yu Yang lied to everyone. What if something happens? Yi Kong advised the Oxhead Fan Luan Tai not to move the stones. Isn't there still Grey Wolf? It's a divine beast. The 4 orc girls were full of confidence. They felt that divine beasts were omnipotent existences. Meow. Grey Wolf was very humble now, expressing that he could not bear the heavy responsibility. The curious Lin En really put a level 3 fire element magical crystal into the small hole. He didn't know if it was because the level was too low or the energy was too little. There was only a flash of light, and the level 3 magical crystal shone for a second. Then, it fell silent, and there was no more reaction. However, this flash of light ignited everyone's desire to study it. Ah, there's a way. There really are magic crystals here. Fatty Hai and the others surrounded them, digging out magic crystals and turning stones. After some fiddling, the seal suddenly flashed with a dazzling light, enveloping everyone within it. Under the watchful eyes of Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others, a ball of light suddenly expanded in the center of the sealing circle, forming a teleportation door. Anna and Lin En wanted everyone to back off, but the most courageous Oxhead Fan Luan Tai and the 4 orc girls acted as if they had seen a legendary treasure. They gripped their weapons tightly and approached cautiously, staring at the teleportation door. Lin En warned, Fan Luan Tai, I think we should report this to the warrior guild. We don't know what's inside, we can't take the risk. Oxhead Fan Luan Tai looked at the teleportation door reluctantly, then turned back and said to Anna, maybe there's a treasure inside. If we report it, we can only get 5% of the reward. We should go in and search for the treasure first. When we get the treasure, we can report it to the warrior guild. Anyway, the treasures in this world belong to the fated. If we can open this teleportation door, it means that we are fated with the treasure. Once she said this, the 4 orc girls all agreed. Fatty Hai and the others were also a little tempted. They felt that if there were treasures inside, it would be a pity if they reported it to the warrior guild and let them take it. Even if there weren't any good treasures, it was still a kind of adventure, a kind of training. There might be all kinds of traps inside, but they weren't weak. As long as they worked together and dealt with it carefully, the danger shouldn't be too high. Moreover, they had the divine beast Hui Tai Lang with them. If they really couldn't do it, they could use teleportation stones or teleportation scrolls to leave and look for Yu Yang. It would be a waste to open the teleportation door and go back without finding anything. This was the best chance, they had to go in and take a look no matter what. Anna and Lin En were more inclined to report to the warrior guild. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong felt that it was better to look for Yu Yang immediately than to report to the warrior guild. If Yu Yang knew that they opened the teleportation door and didn't take any treasures, but gave them to the warrior guild for free, he would definitely go crazy. Oxhead Party leader Liao, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo thought that they should wait for Bao Er to bring Yu Yang over. Fan Luan Tai and the others felt that they should first send people in to take a look, otherwise Yu Yang would look down on them and think that they were useless. Everyone had different opinions, so they decided to play rock paper scissors. Oxhead Fan Luan Tai was lucky to win. She waved her hand and decided to go in to take a look. The first batch to enter was Fan Luan Tai and the 4 orc girls. They were followed by Oxhead Party leader Liao, Fatty Hai, and Yi Kong, followed by Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo. Anna, Lin En and Hui Tai Lang were the last. The Li brothers stayed behind. If there was any special situation, they could look for Yu Yang to save them. Half an hour later, when Yu Yang rushed over with Bao Er, Fatty Hai and the others had already entered and couldn't stop them in time. Damn, your guts are really bigger than a water tank. Yu Yang admired these guys. They dared to enter without knowing anything, even if there were treasures, would they be so easy to take? The heaven runes here actually meant the door of death. It was a clear warning for future generations not to enter. However, they didn't understand it and just rushed in. He really didn't know if they were brave or reckless. The Li brothers stayed behind as usual. The reason why Yu Yang asked them to stay behind was to prevent people from destroying the teleportation gate. If Fatty Hai and the others came out, they could support them. They didn't know if the teleportation gate was two-way. It seemed like a two-way teleportation gate, but Fatty Hai and the others didn't come out immediately. This meant that even if it was two-way, it wouldn't be on 2 teleportation points. Bao Er wanted to stay behind at first, but she wouldn't let go of Yu Yang and insisted on going in to take a look. If he didn't bring her along, she would probably drown the jadeite forest in tears. Anyway, there was the grimoire world. If it really didn't work, he could just throw her into the grimoire world. Yu Yang was still confident in protecting Bao Er. In the end, he agreed to bring the big lowly elf along. He held her hand and walked into the teleportation gate. After a short dizziness from the teleportation, Yu Yang found himself in a very special space. This space felt similar to the 12 zodiac temples. It was filled with the power of a seal. Even with his innate strength, it was completely useless. Yu Yang summoned his grimoire and found that he could only summon one beast, no more. He couldn't help but be astonished. The seal here was definitely more severe than the 12 zodiac temples. What was going on? After trying for a while, Yu Yang found that anyone who entered this mysterious space would meet a tragic end. The seal here was so strict that it made one's hair stand on end. No one could use their main strength. Even if they could summon a beast, they could only summon one. Furthermore, strengthening type and element type beasts were ineffective. Special type beasts' effects were weakened by 10 times. Only beast-type beasts could unleash half of their battle power. What was the meaning of this goddamn mysterious space? What kind of powerful person was sealed inside? What kind of beast was sealed inside? It actually required strengthening type and element type beasts to be ineffective. The more Yu Yang thought about it, the more confused he became. Could it be that there was an extremely powerful strengthening type and element type beast sealed inside? In front of him, there were no footprints of Fatty Hai and the others. There was also no scent left behind by Hui Tai Lang. Looking at the maze-like passage, Yu Yang could immediately deduce that the entrance of this teleportation door was completely random. There was no fixed teleportation point. From this, it seemed that everyone could be separated. Only Yu Yang's group, who was worried about Bao Er and were teleported in together, were an exception. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were fine. Even if they lost the support of their beasts and couldn't use their own strength, they could still defend and escape. However, Anna and Lin En were tragic. The 2 pure element type golden elves were useless in this mysterious space. Oxhead Liao, Oxhead Fan Luan Tai and the 4 orcs were also tragic. They were all purely strengthening type beasts. Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo couldn't use their strongest beasts, Storm Giant and Skyfire Meteor. However, they still had beast-type beasts. In addition to their strength, it wasn't a big problem. Luckily the Li brothers didn't come in, otherwise they would also be in a difficult situation. This mysterious space was too abnormal. Yu Yang had never seen such a restriction before. The Reaper mantis that had its strength reduced by half could not control its body. It kept crashing into the cave as it flew. Yu Yang had no choice but to recall it and change it to a puppet-type silver-ranked Storm Battle Eagle. Unexpectedly, the puppet-type Storm Battle Eagle was not restricted at all. Instead, it had an inexplicable increase in strength, doubling its strength. Yu Yang only understood now. In this damned mysterious space, other than puppet-type beasts, all other beasts were restricted by the laws of this place. From the looks of it, there must be puppet-type beasts guarding this place. What would puppet-type beasts guard in a sealed land that had existed since ancient times? Was there really a treasure? Or was it a demon? Yu Yang's curiosity was also aroused. After walking in the winding maze-like passage for half an hour, Yu Yang realized that the front suddenly became clear. There was an incomparably wide platform. The luminous pearls illuminated the platform as if it was daytime. On the platform, groups of puppet-type beasts were patrolling in a regular pattern. Every puppet soldier was bronze-ranked level 10, and their leader was silver-ranked level 10. In the middle of the platform, there were 4 taller gold-ranked beasts in the form of a tiger, leopard, lion and wolf. All of them were gold-ranked level 10. Under their feet, there was a lid decorated with heaven runes. It was probably the entrance to the next level. Or maybe, it was a secret room to store treasures. Something's wrong. I keep feeling that something's wrong here. Yu Yang frowned as he thought hard. Looking at the scene in front of him, he seemed to have understood something. However, he could not grasp the main point. Just a little bit more, but he still could not understand the truth. Bao Er hid behind Yu Yang. She did not know what danger was at all. She even complained in a low voice, "It's so boring not being able to attack. My archery skills are useless. There are too many puppet-type beasts. They look like an army. Could this be an emperor's tomb? There are so many tomb guards." She spoke without thinking, but when Yu Yang heard it, it was as if he had been enlightened. He understood now. This place was very similar to Yu Gong's puppet palace, the legendary five-elemental palace. This should be the five-elemental palace mentioned in the Inheritance of Knowledge. This could be the metal palace of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. What the hell is this place? Fatty Hai realized that his hippo meteor punch was completely useless as he was beaten black and blue by a wind-breath seabird that could only shoot wind blades. If this wind-breath seabird was a high-level beast, it would be fine, but it was only bronze-ranked level 5. Usually, bronze-ranked level 5 beasts would just be looking for trouble in front of Fatty Hai. Now, he had nowhere to run. The place where Fatty Hai was teleported to was different from Yu Yang and Bao Er. He was teleported to an underground beach with an unscalable cliff at the side. The dome was very high and there were even some clouds, but above it was the stalactites of the karst cave. In the distance of the underground sea, there was a small island that was faintly glowing. There seemed to be treasures hidden there. Treasures? Fatty Hai didn't want them anymore. He just wanted to get rid of that damned wind-breath seabird. This vengeful little thing thought that Fatty Hai was easy to bully when he entered, so it was prepared to roast and eat some bird meat. Unexpectedly, the wind-breath seabird had shot out hundreds of wind blades. Although it was exhausted, it still persistently chased after Fatty Hai. It continued to attack this wretched fatty who looked stupid on the outside but was extremely agile on the inside. Fatty Hai was mad, but he couldn't do anything. He could summon iron-skinned rhinoceros and hippopotamus, but they couldn't fly, so they could only be beaten. More importantly, this wind-breath seabird was very smart, it only attacked Fatty Hai. Lin En and Anna were also in a dilemma. The two of them found themselves in a lava river full of flames. Here, other than fire-type beasts, nothing else could be summoned. Lin En had a fire-type beast, but it was only for illumination and had no fighting power. If it wasn't for Hui Tai Lang teleporting nearby to protect them, they would probably be dead already. Thousands of fire monsters were active on the lava river. Their levels weren't very high, most of them were bronze-ranked level 6, a small number of them were silver-ranked level 6 and gold-ranked level 6, but their numbers and unique terrain were enough to overwhelm all enemies. They didn't dare to provoke Hui Tai Lang, and Hui Tai Lang didn't dare to leave Lin En and Anna too far, for fear that some fire-type beast would seize the opportunity. It could only bring Lin En and Anna all the way to the upper reaches. Lin and Anna hoped to find an exit so that they could leave this scary place as soon as possible. The strangest thing was that they couldn't use the teleportation stone, so they could only find the teleportation formation to leave. Scram, scram. Oxhead Fan Luan Tai and the 4 orc girls were in an underground wilderness. A large group of coyotes and sand spiders were chasing after them. Some of them were only bronze-ranked level 5, but the Oxhead Fan Luan Tai was unable to retaliate and could only flee. The same situation also happened to Oxhead Party leader Liao and Yi Kong. Luckily Yi Kong was able to summon his beast. Once the Herculean rhinoceros beetle appeared, although its strength was reduced by half, it was still invincible. Coyotes, sand spiders, rock giants, gnomes, and other monsters were numerous, but they could only follow from afar, not daring to attack the Herculean rhinoceros beetle. Of course, it was useless even if he attacked. The Herculean rhinoceros beetle's unparalleled defense could make most beasts' teeth and claws become mere decorations. Shui Tan Lang and Prince Tian Luo frowned as they walked into a forest. Prince of Tian Luo's silver-ranked level 5 sharp claw tracker puppet battle doll opened the way for them. There were man-eating flowers, man-eating vines, and man-eating trees everywhere. It was as if the whole forest was alive and could devour life. For the first time, Shui Tan Lang realized that if there were too many plant-type beasts, it would be quite a headache. As for his companion's predicament, Yu Yang didn't know the situation, but he could imagine it. They had to find Fatty Hai and the others as soon as possible. If they stayed here for too long, their lives would definitely be in danger. Especially if they were to run around without knowing anything. If they were to run into the death zone of every palace, they would be finished. Under Yu Yang's control, the Storm Eagle lured away the guardian puppet warriors. Yu Yang, who was carrying Bao Er on his back, lured away the 4 gold-ranked beasts that were guarding the palace. Faster than lightning, Yu Yang turned around in midair and landed on the metal lid that was filled with heaven runes. Bao Er urged him repeatedly, hurry up, those 4 beasts are coming back. I told you to hide first, but you wouldn't listen. Yu Yang was very angry. He wanted to put Bao Er aside and hide, but she refused to listen no matter what. I won't be tricked by you anymore. If you go in, you will leave me behind. Ah, danger. Bao Er realized that the gold-ranked level 10 tiger had actually grown a pair of wings. It could actually fly, and the golden panther could actually climb rocks. It was preparing to attack from the sky. Don't be noisy. Yu Yang cleverly dodged the golden panther's attack. He danced in the air and hit the rock wall. At the moment when he was a few millimeters away from hitting the wall, he made a sharp turn and tricked the golden panther into hitting the rock wall. The golden lion and golden wolf chased closely, but their speed was too slow compared to Yu Yang, who was an innate ranker. 10 minutes later, Yu Yang finally succeeded in unlocking the rune circle on the metal lid. The metal lid popped up, revealing a deep tunnel. Yu Yang carried Bao Er on his back and jumped down without hesitation. The 4 gold-ranked guardian beasts stopped and did not chase after them. A minute later, the metal lid slowly closed. The 4 gold-ranked guardian beasts returned to their original positions and crouched down, as if nothing had happened. Not far away, the storm eagle had already turned into a pile of scrap metal. This was the result of the golden flying tiger's attack. Among the 4 gold-ranked guardian beasts, the golden flying tiger was definitely the main force. Hearing the metal lid close with a bang, Bao Er asked heartlessly, will we be trapped here forever and never be able to get out? I don't know whether you will or not, but I definitely won't. Yu Yang loosened the straps and let Bao Er, who was hugging him like an octopus, down. No. Bao Er felt that it was very comfortable to carry him like this, so she was determined not to get down. She did not think about how tiring it was for Yu Yang to fly with her on his back. Fortunately, Yu Yang was an innate ranker. If it was a level 6 elder, he would probably be as tired as a dead dog after flying for half a day in a restricted space. Flying alone and flying with a person on your back. Those were definitely 2 different things. For example, the battle eagle could easily fly 1,000 miles, but if it carried a person, even if it was a baby, it would not be able to fly more than 100 miles before falling to the ground. It was extremely uncomfortable to carry 2 life forms with different energy, especially when the weaker one was carrying a life form that was stronger than himself. Before Yu Yang learned how to fuse his innate chi into energy fusion, the Bloody Queen could not carry Yu Yang for a long period of time even with her superb flying ability. Of course, it was different now. After the Bloody Queen Redology became one with her master, she could almost live with Yu Yang in the sky, which was 10 times better than her original flying state. This energy fusion secret skill was taught to Yu Yang by the Qilin girl. She said that it was easy for the Eastern Fairy tribe to ride on beasts. The stronger the master, the easier it would be for the beast to ride on. It was completely different from the soaring dragon continent, which was extremely backward. Get down quickly. Seeing that the big lowly elf refused to get down no matter what, Yu Yang fiercely slapped her butt twice. It hurts. Bao Er twisted her body and said pitifully, I've never been beaten before in my life. Isn't it because I'm afraid of the dark? Isn't it because I want you to protect me? She acted like a spoiled child, arousing Yu Yang's desire to teach her a lesson. Having a big lowly on his back was a blessing that others could not hope for. The buds in front of her chest were not big, so it did not feel big when she was pressing on him. However, this green and astringent feeling was the best of a lowly. As for her butt, it felt pretty good. Yu Yang couldn't help but hit her again, sighing in his heart. The big golden elf lowly's body was already tempting enough. If she grew up, with that suffocating little face, that golden ratio figure, that perky and bouncy little butt, not to mention touching it, just looking at it would probably be enough to kill someone. Of course, he scolded her on the surface, but Bao Er did not care about Yu Yang's scolding and refused to get down. She immediately fell in love with the feeling of leaning on his back. It was strong, safe and exceptionally comfortable. He gave her a sense of protection that she had never felt before. I don't have a father, you might as well be my father. When Bao Er said this, Yu Yang spurted out water. Why don't you have a father? Yu Yang thought it was strange. Could it be that this little girl was born from a rock-like monkey son? Golden elves usually only have a mother. I don't know who my father is, but my mother knows, but she said that he died in battle a long time ago. I've never seen him before. Bao Er hugged Yu Yang's neck and intimately pressed her face against Yu Yang's. She happily leaned on his back and sighed, I think, being on my father's back should be the same as now. You can carry me on your back, but you can't just call me your father. Yu Yang suspected that this girl had a father complex, but forget it. She didn't even have a father, so she couldn't control him even if she wanted to. It could only be a kind of longing, a kind of reminiscence, a kind of substitution. Furthermore, her father complex was only controlling herself. This father complex was also not bad. Bao Er stuck out her tongue, but did not reply. She closed her eyes and enjoyed this comfort, happily sniffing the scent emitted from Yu Yang's back. When Yu Yang walked a few hundred meters away, he called out to her softly, but there was no response. When he turned around, he realized that the big loli had already fallen asleep. She looked as quiet as a baby. With the experience of entering the puppet palace, Yu Gong's knowledge and the control bracelet, Yu Yang easily passed the puppet beasts and checkpoints. To him, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, mechanisms and traps were like floating clouds. Finally, Yu Yang arrived in front of a gigantic runic circle. This runic circle was carved on a precipice. The precipice was 100 meters tall and as smooth as a mirror. Yu Yang went around the guardian beast, but he realized that he couldn't fly. There was also a law that forbade flying. It seemed like the treasure of the Golden Palace was inside this runic circle. Of course, there could also be a terrifying demon sealed inside. Yu Yang guessed that the possibility of the latter was not high. There should be some kind of treasure inside that would be extremely useful for creating puppet beasts. With regards to creating puppet beasts, the previous Yu Yang did not have enough enthusiasm. However, after the incident with Yu Yang, who had promised Yu Gong to help him complete the third secret treasure, felt a sense of responsibility. Behind this runic circle, there might be a treasure that would be extremely useful for completing the third secret treasure. He must take this opportunity to take it out from the seal. Furthermore, how could he not take the treasure when he saw it? Yu Yang was like a dragon swimming on a wall, slowly climbing up the smooth wall. This was the most ingenious use of his innate qi. His innate qi formed a whirlpool-like suction force between his 10 fingers, supporting his body to climb up bit by bit. The treasure was right above his head. When Yu Yang barged into the gold palace of the Five Elements Palace, the Li brothers who were guarding the teleportation gate noticed a group of people coming from afar. They were adventurers who were attracted by the light. At first, they did not go near, but stood at a distance and discussed. Not long after, some people crushed the teleportation gate and left, as if they were calling for their friends. The Li brothers panicked. This way, the secret of the teleportation gate could no longer be kept. They were still hesitating whether to kill these people or not. The other party had a few level 7 overlord rankers. It would be hard to kill them in one go. If they let them escape, they would form a deep grudge and things would become even worse. The Li brothers did not know what to do. They only took out their weapons and decided to guard the teleportation gate first. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Almost 100 iron blood guards ran over under O Zhen's lead. What happened here? Tai Tan and that golden elf are your teammates, right? Could it be that he entered this teleportation gate? O Zhen's memory was very strong. He recognized that the Li brothers were Yu Yang's teammates and immediately went forward to ask. O Zhen did not go to work previously. Elder Matthew told him that Tai Tan and the golden elf had teleported to the Jadeite forest. They might have met the dragon hunters. Hence, O Zhen, who could not bear to see a junior like Tai Tan die prematurely, immediately summoned the Iron Blood Guards to help chase away the dragon hunters. After searching for a long time, the dragon hunters did not find them. However, when he saw the twin brothers who had come to the soaring dragon continent guarding the teleportation gate, he immediately understood the situation. The elder of the Li brothers, Xianxia, nodded. However, he was secretly on guard. Even if the other party was from the warrior guild, he was not 100% at ease. The leader of the Iron Blood Guards frowned. O Zhen, this seal has been here for a long time. We did not know anything about it before. Today, it was suddenly activated. Maybe a monster has appeared and broke the seal. With this, Zhen's face darkened. If that's the case, the people inside will be in danger. Li Gu hurriedly waved his hands. That's not right, we were the ones who unsealed the seal. There are no demonic beasts or monsters in the teleportation door. According to the guild's rules, we are the first to discover a new space, a new territory, and a new region. We have the right to explore and explore first. We will not occupy it for a long time, but we must enjoy the right to explore and adventure. I think this rule set by the innate alliance is unquestionable. Whoever wants to pass through here will have to ask the weapons in our hands first. The captain of the Iron Blood Guards coldly snorted, who wants to steal your treasures? We only came to help out of goodwill. If you don't appreciate our kindness, then forget it. Zhen hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Everyone, don't get angry because of this. Perhaps danger is lying in ambush beside us. It's a good thing that Titan and the others have entered to investigate. Our Warriors Guild needs their information. As long as you don't go in, I will suggest to the leader to share the information with the Warrior Guild. Li Qian nodded solemnly. How long has the Titan been in there? Yujin asked. 1 hour. The Li brothers didn't tell them the truth. In reality, Fatty Hai and the others, who had been in there the longest, had already stayed for more than 3 hours. There are monsters coming out from inside. The number of adventurers who were getting closer was increasing. Within half an hour, there were actually more than 200 adventurers who had arrived. However, due to the strength of the Warrior Guild's Iron Blood Guards, they did not surround and attack. If it was only the Li brothers, they would have already rushed forward. As the number of people increased, the situation became more and more serious. Suddenly, the light from the teleportation gate fluctuated. A gold-ranked level 10 flame demon commander squeezed out from the teleportation gate. Its entire body was covered in raging flames. When it saw people, it immediately spat out flames that filled the sky. Not good. Zhen's expression changed for the second time. The monster inside had actually come out, and it was such a strong gold-ranked level 10 monster. It seemed that Titan and the others were in grave danger. Kill the flame demon commander, then go in to save them. Although he was dissatisfied with the Li brothers' reason for stopping the Iron Blood Guards outside, the leader of the Iron Blood Guards still reacted immediately. He ordered his subordinates to surround and attack the flame demon commander, charging into the teleportation gate to save them. The Li brothers' hearts were in a mess. If they didn't believe in Yu Yang, they would have fallen to the ground in despair. A monster had appeared in the teleportation gate. What did this mean? Did it mean that everyone who entered was completely annihilated? Right now, they could only assume that Yu Yang was protecting everyone and that all of their teammates were safe and sound. How about this, you guys still retain the right to explore. First, allow us to enter to save them. The situation is extremely urgent now. Money and treasures are all just personal possessions. Human lives are the most important. Zhen persuaded the Li brothers as he ordered one of the Iron Blood Guards to return to the Warrior Guild to report and request for reinforcements. Boom! The gold-ranked level 10 flame demon commander was very strong, but there were more than 100 Iron Blood Guards. Under the siege, the flame demon commander was in dire straits. In the end, he couldn't escape back into the teleportation gate in time and was killed on the spot by Zhen's giant sword. The leader of the Iron Blood Guards ordered his subordinates to enter. He thought for a while and exchanged opinions with Zhen. In the end, he decided to leave 20 Iron Blood Guards behind and 80 Iron Blood Guards to follow the team. In the end, he added to the Li brothers, you guys stay behind. It's dangerous inside. You guys are strong, but if you don't integrate into our battle formation, you won't be of much help. How could the Li brothers not enter? On one hand, they were burning with anxiety. On the other hand, they wanted to inform Yu Yang that a large group of people was coming in so that Yu Yang could make preparations. Without saying anything else, they rushed into the teleportation gate. The leader of the Iron Blood Guards was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded, "Nonsense, these two fellows don't even care about their lives when they see money." Zhen smiled with tolerance, young people are always like this. When you and I were as young as them, even if we killed a level 3 deer, we wouldn't let anyone touch it. Forget it, who hasn't been young before? Let's go, what we are doing is to save people. Young people will gradually grow up after suffering a few more losses. The Iron Blood Guards rushed into the teleportation gate, leaving only 20 of them outside. Although their numbers were small, the reputation of the Iron Blood Guards made the 200 to 300 adventurers not dare to surround and attack them. After all, becoming enemies with the Iron Blood Guards was equivalent to becoming enemies with the Warrior Guild. Not many people dared to do such a thing. Some people in the crowd cursed, while others sighed that they were not fated with the treasures. There were more and more adventurers, and in the end, there were more than 500 adventurers. A group of fallen warriors, who were obviously the dragon hunters, came from afar. They laughed sinisterly and pounced forward. With the help of a fallen innate from the dragon hunters, the Iron Blood Guards were no match for the dragon hunters and were forced to retreat. The few hundred adventurers saw that there was a chance to take advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Some participated in the massacre, some sneaked into the teleportation gate, and some helped the Iron Blood Guards to escape. The dragon hunters did not kill the Iron Blood Guards. Under the leadership of the fallen innate, they swarmed into the teleportation gate. Of course, once they entered, it was the beginning of their tragic fate. Some landed in the wood palace of the man-eating forest, where countless man-eating vines welcomed them with their fangs and claws. Some landed in the fire palace, which was filled with lava. The weaker mercenaries fell directly into the lava river and turned into ashes. They escaped back to the shore and faced the fire monsters that grew to tens of thousands. They screamed in fear. Miserable cries sounded not only in the wood palace and the fire palace, but also in the quicksand trap of the earth palace, in the huge waves of the sea demons in the water, and in front of the puppet warriors of the gold palace. Those who entered wanted to resist, but the law of imprisonment here doomed them to a tragic fate. Unable to use element type and strengthening type beasts, unable to use their own strength, weakened special type beasts, and have the number of beast type beasts. This result made the strength of the mercenaries fall to the bottom. The monsters that they could kill before were now easily beaten until they cried for their parents and had nowhere to hide. The leader of the Iron Blood Guards saw that his team members had no ability to resist the bite of the weak hyenas. He almost went crazy and roared loudly, "Go, leave this place, everyone leave immediately. Damn trap, no, save them immediately. Oh my God, we're finished." At first, he wanted to save his team members who were dragged into the quicksand trap by the sand spiders, but he realized that it was futile. A large group of sand spiders was surrounding them. Every second of delay could mean total annihilation. He only had a dozen Iron Blood Guards by his side. Facing thousands of sand spiders and hyenas, he, who had always been brave and fearless, could only choose to escape, because he was a pure strengthening type beast. Oh, Jen's eyes were also twitching. He had a dozen Iron Blood Guards by his side, and hundreds of mercenaries were scattered everywhere. The gold-ranked level 10 Flame Demon's territory, the Lava River, was practically an undefeatable existence. Furthermore, not many mercenaries' beasts were useful. The dozen or so of them were also drowned by the attacks of thousands of fire-type beasts. Facing such a situation, he, an honorable warrior who would rather die than retreat, could only choose to lead his team and escape. This battle could not be fought, because it was basically suicide. Yu Yang had just unraveled the runic circle. A strange light flashed. A beam of light shot from the center of the runic circle towards the opposite stone wall, making a loud rumbling sound. The opposite stone wall collapsed. In the center of the runic circle, a dark rock cave appeared. It was cylindrical, deep, and mysterious. Yu Yang immediately stopped. He did not climb in to search for treasures like a normal person. Instead, he stayed outside the cave and waited. After a while, a dreamy voice floated out from inside the cave. "Clever young man, how did you know that there was someone inside? I am very grateful to you for unraveling the 1,000-year seal for me. I am willing to repay you with the best treasures, as long as you help me with one small matter." "What matter?" A ray of light flashed in the depths of Yu Yang's eyes. It seemed to be filled with killing intent, but also seemed to be ridiculing him. It was extremely strange. "You might not know this, but this is the Five Elements Palace. Help me make a bottle in the Water Palace." As long as you bring it here, I will give you the best treasure I have on me. Or, if you want a treasure that you have been longing for a long time, that's fine too. The voice was filled with temptation. With Yu Yang's willpower, he had to struggle a little before he could break free. Who are you? Why are you sealed here? Why do you need a bottle in the water palace? Yu Yang asked. My name is too old, you must not have heard of it. As for the bottle I want, it contains a bottle of precious God's wine that can help me regain my original strength. Go and get it, I will use treasures to exchange for it. Don't worry that I will hurt you. I swear in the name of the gods that if I hurt you or your companions, I will be imprisoned here forever. You must know that freedom is what I want the most. I just want to leave, why would I hurt you? Also, you should know that here, strengthening type and element type beasts are useless. All of my beasts are element type, so you don't have to worry about me. We are fated, why don't we become friends? We will take what we need. You want the treasure, I want the god's wine. That seductive voice was filled with emotions and was extremely infectious. It made Yu Yang's heart involuntarily give birth to an impulse to help him. Alright, but I hope that you can give me the box next to you. This is the treasure of the Golden Palace, and also my target. Yu Yang stated his conditions. Why not? This thing is harmful to me. Before the voice finished speaking, a small golden box flew out. Yu Yang looked at it and reached out to catch it. Suddenly, a giant golden hand came out of the golden box and transformed into a demon king's claw. It slashed towards Yu Yang's body at an unimaginable speed. Yu Yang, who was carrying Bao Er who was sleeping soundly on his back, could not dodge at all. Yu Yang summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield to block this fatal attack. However, the Demon King's claw slowly penetrated the protective shield and closed in, preparing to crush Yu Yang to death. The voice sneered complacently, I knew you wouldn't be able to resist asking for the golden box. No one can escape the greed of treasures. I spent 1,000 years to transfer my soul into the golden box just to wait for this day. Do you know? As long as someone asks for it, the rules will not restrict my ability. Hee, when I take over your body, the whole Tong Tian Tower will tremble because of my return. Don't be too happy. Even if you are a little smart, don't think that others are idiots. Yu Yang's eyes shot out an extremely cold killing intent. A clear cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. Nirvana's flame soared into the sky. One's cleverness may lead to one's own downfall. If the rancor hiding in the golden box knew that not long ago, there was also a dark golden specter sealed in the white jade beetle that attacked Yu Yang after breaking out of its cocoon and was instantly killed by the Phoenix sisters, he would definitely not do such a stupid thing again. Immortal beasts were extremely strong and kind by nature. Normally, they would not take the initiative to attack other living beings. However, once they were attacked by an enemy with malicious intent, they would immediately retaliate without mercy, completely displaying the dignity of an immortal beast. Similarly, the Phoenix sisters, who were his guardian beasts, were also the same. When their master, Yu Yang, was attacked by an attack that he could not defend against, they would immediately wake up from their deep slumber and ruthlessly attack the enemy. The law of confinement in the Five Elements Palace was extremely powerful even for an innate rancor like Yu Yang. However, to the Phoenix sisters, they could completely ignore the law of confinement in the Five Elements Palace. The Nirvana flame pillar soared into the sky and instantly turned into a gigantic Nirvana flame phoenix. Although the Phoenix sisters did not appear, the Nirvana flame that they controlled was equally powerful. When the transformed Nirvana fiery phoenix spat out a mouthful of raging flames at the golden box, the expert who had lost his physical body and only had his soul energy hidden in the golden box was so frightened that he immediately escaped from the box. The golden box quickly melted and the demon king-like figure hurriedly escaped, attempting to break through the Nirvana flame's encirclement. However, everything was futile. His soul energy was like snow falling into a bonfire under the Nirvana flame, quickly melting into nothingness. The demon king-like figure rolled continuously under the flames, suffering so much that he wished he was dead. Let me go, I can work for you. The demon king-like figure struggled with all his might. Before his body melted, he made a compromise to Yu Yang. This idea is not bad. Looks like I have to consider it carefully. Yu Yang pretended to be thinking seriously. No, spare me. After shouting this, the demon king-like figure could no longer make any sound, because his entire body had already melted. The nirvana flame burned even brighter. The flame revolved slowly as if it had a life of its own. It formed a whirlpool, hunting, purifying everything within its range. In less than half a minute, the nirvana flame had completely purified the demon king's image. In the end, only a small silver-gray bead was left. It fell with a thud and landed in Yu Yang's palm. Yu Yang took out the pitch-black bead left behind by the dark golden specter and compared it. He felt that the two were about the same. From the looks of it, they were all ancient experts who had been sealed. It was just that he didn't know if this seal was done by the same person. When would he also have the sealing ability? Yu Yang was really looking forward to it. If he could also learn that kind of sealing skill, then Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader would all be useless. In the sky, the fire phoenix flew down with a glittering ball of golden spirit liquid in its beak. This was the treasure in the golden box, and it had already turned into liquid. Yu Yang was overjoyed. He hurriedly stored it in a jade bottle and observed with his heaven eyes divine vision. He immediately exclaimed, "My God, it's actually divine molten meteorite metal." Molten meteorite metal usually referred to melted metal. Divine molten meteorite metal was actually the liquid formed from the fragments of legendary divine equipment or the treasures used by extremely strong warriors. Divine equipment were all indestructible existences, especially those that had consciousness. They were similar to the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and Prison Emperor Divine Staff. They were all indestructible existences. Divine equipment that could be melted into molten meteorite metal was 1 in a million. This meant that the owner could reforge the divine equipment. Yu Yang could confirm that the golden box originally contained the divine equipment's fragment. As for how it was broken, he didn't know. However, the Phoenix sisters had helped him a lot. They actually used Nirvana's flame to melt this divine equipment's fragment into liquid. If it was Yu Yang, he would probably collapse from exhaustion. Even if he worked continuously for a month, he might not be able to refine it. The most important thing was that after the Phoenix sisters refined it, not only did they not destroy the original essence of the divine equipment's fragment, they even raised its rank. Yu Yang didn't have this confidence. He would be happy if he could guarantee that the divine equipment's rank wouldn't drop. Now that the Phoenix sisters had helped, Yu Yang was overjoyed. With the immortal beast in hand, the world was mine. The Phoenix sisters, who were still small now, were already so powerful. When they grew up, how powerful would they be? Yu Yang really wanted to hug the Phoenix sisters and kiss their cheeks fiercely. However, they didn't come out and didn't give him the chance to express his feelings. Looking at the divine molten meteorite metal in the bottle, Yu Yang's eyes almost turned into a heart shape. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. If it was a dwarf grandmaster who saw this, they would probably take off their clothes and run around naked. Then, they would stand at the highest point of the dwarf castle and shout against the wind for 3 days and 3 nights. Divine molten meteorite metal was something that could be used to forge divine equipment. If one added a legendary martial soul or a few drops of God's blood, they could immediately create a divine equipment. Moreover, it would be a high-quality divine equipment, even if there wasn't a martial soul or God's blood. Sacrificing a psychic beast or embedding a soul pearl or dragon crystal would also make it a beginner divine equipment. At the very least, it would be a holy ranked equipment. The only regret is that it's a little too little. There's only a small bottle. It would be great if there was a big vat. Yu Yang sighed. Divine molten meteorite metal wasn't mineral water. Having a small bottle was already enough to make others envious. To be more accurate, divine molten meteorite metal was more precious than divine equipment. Divine equipment chose its own master. It wasn't that the owner couldn't use it, but divine molten meteorite metal could be used to forge a divine equipment that was suitable for the owner. Comparing the two, even a fool would choose divine molten meteorite metal. Hoo-hoo. Bao Er was still heartlessly sleeping soundly. Yu Yang used a needle to lightly prick the girl's finger. She only shrunk slightly, but didn't wake up at all. Yu Yang grabbed her finger and squeezed a drop of blood into the divine molten meteorite metal. Immediately, a rainbow-like radiance glowed. The blood of virgins could keep the divine molten meteorite metal in its liquid state for a longer period of time. Moreover, it was said that if the blood of 9 pure virgins was collected, when forging a divine equipment, the divine equipment would be upgraded by 1 grade. Bao Er's contribution was her blood. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't tell this big lowly elf Loli, lest she became complacent in the future. He put away the divine molten meteorite metal and collected the silver beads. Yu Yang then entered the long cave after the seal was undone. There were ancient words inside, as if they were recording something. Yu Yang didn't recognize the words, but he believed that if he brought it back, Sickly Beauty would happily flip through the book to help him solve his doubts. After making a copy, Yu Yang also found a seal at the bottom of the cave. Unfortunately, after the seal was undone, it was already broken in many places. Otherwise, Yu Yang would try to seal an innate if he had the chance to practice. As usual, he made a copy of it and gave it to Sickly Beauty to study slowly. After exiting the cave, Yu Yang discovered that on the opposite side of the mountain wall where the beam of light had shot out, there was a huge teleportation circle on the collapsed mountain wall. This should be the teleportation circle that led to the center of the 5 elements or the next palace. Yu Yang stood on the teleportation circle and inserted energy. Instant teleportation. In the next second, Yu Yang found himself on the surface of an underground sea. Dozens of sea demons and water monsters that were hiding in the water were swimming towards him. In the middle of the underground sea, there was a small island that was faintly glowing. Far away on the beach, countless mercenaries were being attacked by tens of thousands of wind-breast seabirds, fleeing in panic. If it weren't for the fact that these wind-breast seabirds were only bronze-ranked level 5 and their attack power was really weak, these people would have died long ago. Yu Yang saw those mercenaries that looked like black dots, but he ignored them. He turned around and walked towards the small island, treading on the waves. Before those sea demons and water monsters that intended to attack him could even get close to him, they suddenly realized that a little Lamia had appeared. Immediately after, Stone Element Medusa and Storm Mermaid appeared, causing them to flee in all directions in fright. Stone Element Medusa didn't chase after them, instead, she summoned the gold tiger shark for Yu Yang to ride on. The Storm Mermaid stirred up huge waves, pushing the golden tiger shark towards the small island with a rumbling sound. The sea demons and water monsters along the way all fled in all directions in fright. Although they didn't have intelligence, their instincts told them what danger was. Fatty High, who was more than 10 kilometers away, was having a headache now, because that wind-breast seabird was chasing after him relentlessly. Both the man and the bird were exhausted. When Fatty High stopped to rest, the wind-breast seabird also stopped, as if it was extremely tired. However, when Fatty High stood up, it immediately flew into the sky and continued to chase after him, unwilling to let go of this fatty. "I'll call you ancestor, alright? I beg you, please let me go." Fatty High was about to cry. What the hell was this place? His companions weren't by his side, and he didn't even know where the teleportation exit was. Staying here was already miserable enough, but there was still a wind-breast seabird chasing him relentlessly, insisting on fighting him to the death. Didn't he just want to catch it and roast it for a meal? He had already been beaten up a few hundred times, and he still couldn't forgive himself? Help, help. Fatty High suddenly heard someone shouting for help, and it was directed at him. Running around the corner, he saw a sky full of wind-breast seabirds chasing after a group of mercenaries. This scared Fatty High to the point where his hair stood on end. One wind-breast seabird had already tortured him for half a day. It would be strange if tens of thousands of wind-breast seabirds didn't eat him up. Fatty High didn't have the habit of learning from Lei Feng to do good deeds. When he heard someone shouting for help, he thought that it was more important to save his own life first. He spread his legs and used all his strength to run back. That wind-breast seabird chased him relentlessly. An hour later, Yu Yang relied on Little Winli, Stone Element Medusa and Storm Mermaid to defeat the guardian of the Water Palace, the Tide Demon Fong, and easily obtained the Water Palace's treasure, the Dragon Trapping Pearl. As for the divine wine that was mentioned before, there was no trace of it at all. It was probably a lie told by the Gold Palace ranker to dispel Yu Yang's wariness. He rode on the golden tiger shark and swam in the underground sea. Suddenly, he found Fatty High lying on the beach like a dead dog, with all 4 feet facing the sky. Beside him, there was also a wind-breast seabird with the same stomach. "What are you doing here?" Yu Yang was very curious about Fatty High lying on the beach, exhausted. Was this guy's head caught in a door? Could a teleportation door catch a person's head? It's like this. This damned bird kept chasing me, so of course I ran. It kept chasing me, so I kept running. That's why I'm so tired. Fatty Hai was speechless. Forget about Yu Yang, even he couldn't believe it. Was it possible for a bronze-ranked level 5 wind-breast seabird to beat him up so badly? Who would believe it? Oh, then you can continue to play. Yu Yang expressed his understanding. Before he left, he even said, "This bird is not bad, it looks quite smart." Did you hear that? He said you're smart. Yu Yang rarely praises people. Fatty Hai shouted at the wind-breast seabird that was so tired that its stomach turned upside down. He tiptoed closer and suddenly pounced on it, preparing to catch it. Unexpectedly, the wind-breast seabird flapped its wings and flew into the sky, leaving Fatty Hai helpless. Seeing that Yu Yang had really left, Fatty Hai was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly ran and chased after it. The wind-breast seabird spat out a wind blade and hit Fatty Hai's big butt, knocking him down and almost making him fall flat on his face. Fatty Hai was seething with anger. "Damn it, don't let me catch you, or else I'll pluck out all your feathers one by one. If you have the guts, fight me outside. What's the use of bullying me here? Come, if you have the guts, come with me. Damn, I forgot that I have a contract scroll. You're dead. When I succeed, I'll roast you. If you have the guts, don't run." Seeing Fatty Hai take out the contract scroll, the smart wind-breast seabird realized that something was wrong and immediately ran away. Fatty Hai looked at the direction that Yu Yang left and gritted his teeth. He decided to deal with the seabird first. He took big strides and chased after it. This time it was the bird chasing the man, but now it was the man chasing the bird. At this time, Yu Yang had already teleported to the wood palace. The whole forest was filled with man-eating flowers and man-eating vines. However, when the golden-crowned thorny flower queen appeared, they were 100 times more obedient than an obedient child. Moreover, the man-eating trees that he passed by used their branches to point out the location of the 10,000-year-old tree to Yu Yang. What did you say? 100,000 gold coins? Do you think I'm a millionaire? Prince Tianluo shrieked hysterically. He and Xue Tanlang stood under a giant tree that was over 100 meters tall. The giant tree looked a little like a human face. It had eyes, a nose, and a mouth. It looked a little evil, with 2 giant hands on its chin. It did not have a neck, and its body was very short and thick. Below its knees, it was deeply embedded into the ground. Compared to the soles of its feet, the top of its head was unusually lush. It looked a little like a skinny dwarf wearing a giant hat made of leaves. It was very comical. This was the guardian of the wood palace, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree. Of course, this evil Millennium Ancient Tree was not like humans who would turn into a homicidal maniac once they became evil. It was just a bit greedy and stingy by nature. When Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo arrived in front of it and asked it where the teleportation point was, it asked for 100,000 gold coins. This price made Prince of Tianluo, who was originally rich and had a lot of spare cash, cry out in pain. No money? If you don't have money, you can't tell me the teleportation point. When the evil 10,000-year ancient tree heard that there was no money, it immediately closed its eyes and ignored Prince Tianluo and Xue Tanlang. Prince Tianluo was speechless. If they were outside, he would have already summoned a meteor to smash this old tree to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't summon beasts in this mysterious space. In the wood palace, other than plant-type beasts, even if they could summon other beasts, it would be a tragedy. Xue Tanlang's face was cold and he did not say a word. His storm giant and Prince of Tianluo's Skyfire meteor were both elemental types. They couldn't be summoned here, and their main bodies couldn't attack either. They could only wait here. He would wait for Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others to gather here. If it was not possible, he would wait for Yu Yang to come over. Xue Tanlang's patience had always been very good. He simply closed his eyes, sat cross-legged under the tree and began to cultivate. Seeing this, the evil ancient immediately shouted, "Hey, wait, you have to ask this master's opinion before you cultivate here. If you want me to allow you to stay here and cultivate, it's very simple. Give me money." You don't have 100,000 gold coins, but you should have 10,000 gold coins, right? Take it out, or else I won't allow you to cultivate here. Prince Tianluo was speechless. If this ancient tree stayed here for its entire life, what use would it have for money? Now, what if he gave it another 10,000 gold coins? The evil millennium ancient tree urged him a dozen times and finally angered Xue Tanlang. The Iceman angrily roared, "So noisy." This evil millennium ancient tree bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing that the ice cube guy was really angry, it made a slight concession. It used its black and slender arms to scratch the leaves on its head, pulling off a lot of tree bark, just like a person scratching their head. "Alright, I'll be merciful and allow you to pay later, but you have to include interest, understand? The interest must not be reduced." "What interest?" When Yu Yang heard Xue Tanlang's angry roar, he thought that his brother-in-law had been attacked. He ran over and saw a comical-looking treant standing in front of him. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "You look so creative, I have to say that this is a masterpiece of heaven and earth." "Thank you, but I prefer money to compliments." "Do you have any money? Give me 1,000 gold coins and I will be even happier. At the same time, I will welcome you on behalf of the entire Wood Palace." "Do you want to leave? I can tell you where the teleportation circle is, as long as you pay me. Also, do you need treasures? Use money to exchange with me, I have all kinds of treasures. As long as you have enough money, I dare say that you will be able to obtain the treasures that you yearn for even in your dreams." The evil millennium ancient tree thought that Yu Yang was praising it when he said it looked creative, so it opened its huge mouth and laughed loudly. It then extended its slender arms and branched fingers, trying to sell business to Yu Yang. Yu Yang did not find it strange that such an ugly treant was so ugly, because forget about treants, even plant-type beasts did not look good. However, it was Yu Yang's first time seeing such an ugly and greedy treant. Upon hearing about money, Yu Yang's reaction was not as helpless as Prince of Tianluo. He immediately clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Yu Yang lightly knocked on his Gemini mask. "Treant, please pay attention, you are currently talking to a tycoon." When Prince of Tianluo saw Yu Yang, he was extremely surprised. However, when he heard that Yu Yang wanted to make a deal with the treant, he immediately pulled Yu Yang to the side. "This damn treant is a vampire, asking for 100,000 gold coins. If you ask me, don't talk nonsense with it. Just directly burn it, or let the golden crown thorny flower queen come out and swallow this guy. I just don't know if swallowing this guy will cause indigestion." Golden crown thorny flower queen? When the evil millennium ancient tree heard this, sweat started to form on its face. It knew that the golden crown thorny flower queen was the strongest plant-type beast, and this was no joke. "Do you want me to let her come out and greet you?" Yu Yang laughed as he asked. The evil millennium ancient tree shook its huge head rustling, the branches and leaves on its head trembling. "No, no, my dear Rancor, from the report of the Transcend, I have already received news of the golden crown thorny flower queen's arrival. I sincerely welcome her. Of course, I also welcome you, because you are the queen's master. Let's return to the topic of trading. Are you interested in buying treasures from me? No matter what treasure you want, I have it. As long as you can afford it, I have a cyan tree sprout. No matter where you plant it, you will be able to obtain a tree city and an endless amount of wood. How about it? Do you like this treasure? I will only sell it for 10,000 gold coins." Yu Yang nodded his head. "The Warriors Guild outside only sells it for 1,000 gold coins. You are 10 times more than them. Black-hearted profiteer, no, black-hearted ancient tree." The evil millennium ancient tree did not respond to Yu Yang's criticism at all. It shamelessly haggled. "You get what you pay for. My cyan tree sprout that sells for 100,000 gold coins is different. This is an ancient tree sprout, understand? This is a tree from 10,000 years ago." Yu Yang suddenly asked, "Can a tree from 10,000 years ago still live?" The evil millennium ancient tree was a little sweaty. It coughed. "Of course it can, as long as you spend another 30,000 gold coins to buy a bottle of geocentric dew. This is the condensation of spiritual energy in the Earth's core for millions of years. It is the most delicious spring water in the world. If a normal person drinks a drop, even if they are exhausted, they will immediately recover all their strength." Yu Yang clapped his hands. Geocentric dew is indeed a good thing. The problem is that one bottle is only worth 600 gold coins. In the sky garden of the Night Empress, the spiritual energy under the rainbow waterfall is all this stuff. I usually use it to bathe and water my plants. Asking for 30,000 is not wrong, but whoever wants to buy it from you is the world's #1 idiot. You want me to sell it to you for 600 gold coins? Smart Treant? Alright, I can give you the geocentric dew for free, but the cyan tree sprout must be bought for 10,000 gold coins. This price cannot be changed. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree insisted on its principles. Seeing that Yu Yang was unmoved, it quietly changed its words. Cough, I found out that there are actually 2 cyan tree sprout, 10,000 for each. How about this price? Add another 10 bottles of geocentric dew. Yu Yang's attitude was ask for a sky-high price, pay as low as you can. Don't you have a lot of geocentric dew? The evil Millennium Ancient Tree was angry. It's my business that I have it. I can even use it to flush the toilet if I like. What can you do about it? If you can't, then forget it. Moreover, it's not like I don't know where the teleportation circle is after leaving the Wood Palace. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen had already asked for me. Yu Yang prepared to slip away. This was a necessary move when buying things from a shop. Seeing that the customer was about to leave, the shop owner would definitely rush up and drag the customer back to the shop to discuss. Most of the time, the shop owner would agree to the customer's counteroffer. Otherwise, no matter how the customer counteroffered, the shop owner would still kill the customer. It was only a matter of how much he earned. Then let's hurry up and leave. I can't stand seeing this thing. Prince of Tianluo agreed with Yu Yang's counteroffer. Wait, there's no hurry to leave the Wood Palace. Look, we haven't finished our transaction yet. Alright, I'll agree to it. However, I only have 3 bottles of geocentric dew. 3 bottles of geocentric dew and 2 cyan tree seedlings. The price will be 9,999 gold coins. How about it? The evil Millennium Ancient Tree probed. I'll give you 10,000 gold, you beggar. Yu Yang was furious. He almost kicked the ancient tree to the ground. Thank you for your reward. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree shamelessly agreed. Damn. Prince of Tianluo almost fell to the ground. After exchanging the cyan tree seedlings and geocentric dew, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree happily swallowed the 10,000 gold coins. Its body emitted traces of golden lines, making it extremely happy. It laughed loudly and asked, "Let's continue our transaction. Do you still have money?" Yu Yang arrogantly raised a finger and shook it. I feel that your attitude isn't right. You should know that there's a billionaire standing in front of you. When the evil Millennium Ancient Tree heard this, it immediately bowed slightly, causing its leaves to rustle. Yes, I want to express my apologies to you. Yu Yang took out a chair and sat like a master. The only thing missing was the 2 maids standing behind him waving their fans. What treasures do you have? Tell me? There's no need to talk about the low-leveled ones. The trash that I swept out from the corner of my house are all gold-ranked treasures. When he said this, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree's breathing became hurried. I won't hide it from you. I really do have treasures, but they're priceless treasures. You have to give me at least 10 million gold coins. Yes, not a single gold coin less. You must give me 10 million gold coins. Because, that is. I want to confirm if you have 10 million gold coins. If you don't, then quickly go back and get it. If I don't see the money, I won't tell you what treasure it is. When Prince of Tianluo heard this, his heart was moved. Looks like the Treant was really an incredible treasure. However, he knew that if Yu Yang expressed his desire, the greedy Treant would definitely increase the price. He gave Shui Tanlang a look. What treasure is so expensive? Shui Tanlang deliberately snorted. This guy is definitely a liar. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree's body shook continuously, as if it was extremely angry. The secret in its heart blurted out, "You 2 loathsome paupers, I'll let you know how sincere I am. Have you heard of the Wishing Dutchman's pipe? As long as you make a wish to it, it's possible for your beast to level up and become a holy beast, or even a divine beast. Such a magical thing, do you 2 country bumpkins know about it? I'm afraid that if I say it, you'll be scared to death." To think that you still dare to doubt me. Tisk, who doesn't know about the Wishing Dutchman's pipe? It's a 7th-ranked treasure. If the wish is too small, it's not worth it. If the wish is too high, it won't succeed. It's just a useless treasure. Most importantly, no matter if the wish is fulfilled or not, it will immediately wither. It's a one-time use item, what use is it? Prince Tianluo obviously knew the value of the Wishing Dutchman's pipe. It's just that this kind of thing was a rare treasure, it was not something that could be bought with money. Even if it had the smallest chance of turning a holy beast into a holy beast, it was still a treasure that warriors yearned for even in their dreams. What do you know? My Wishing Dutchman's pipe is grown using God's dew, God's wine, and God's water. Its flower mud is the source of eternity, do you understand? That is the Wishing Dutchman's pipe that will never wither. Whoever obtains it can make a wish forever. Of course, this has to happen every 3 years, but this is still the best treasure in the world. No, I have to ask you for 100 million gold coins. I won't sell it for a single cent less. When the evil Millennium Ancient Tree said this, Prince Tianluo almost drooled. Prince Tianluo pulled Yu Yang, brother-in-law, we must get this thing. If we don't have enough money, I'll go to the Tianluo treasury to make up for it. Shui Tianlang was also stunned when he heard this. The Wishing Dutchman's pipe that could make a wish forever could actually be sold? There was actually such an idiot in this world, but thinking about it, the evil Millennium Treant had no use for it, because the Wishing Dutchman's pipe must be given to a beast by its owner. It was only an evil Treant, not a divine beast. Holding the Wishing Dutchman's pipe was like a beggar with a treasure vault but no keys. It would still starve to death. Yu Yang poured all the gold coins that he obtained from the Indong treasury and the gold coins that he obtained from Demon Eye's platinum ring onto the ground, forming a small mountain of gold coins. He stood on top of the small mountain of gold coins, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. As long as you say yes, then all these gold coins will belong to you. On the contrary, if you dare to hesitate, or try to bargain with me, I will immediately take the money and leave, never to return again. I will start the countdown now. If you don't say anything within 10 counts, then I will leave. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree's entire body was trembling. It had never seen so many gold coins before. Let alone it, even the Tianluo prince who had entered the Tianluo treasury had never seen so much money before. Even if there wasn't 10 million gold here, there would at least be 8 or 9 million gold. Where did Yu Yang rob so much money from? 10, 9, 8, 7, Yu Yang counted very quickly, so quickly that the evil Millennium Ancient Tree didn't even have time to think. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree's eyes flashed with the light of Yen Yen, and it shouted, don't count, I get anxious when you count. Don't count anymore, I agree, let's exchange. Now leave the pile of gold coins, leave immediately. Don't try to take any more gold coins from the pile, because they are all mine now. Forest divinity above, I have been poor for 10,000 years, I finally have money. Ahaha, I finally have money. After obtaining the Wishing Dutchman's pipe in the crystal bottle, Yu Yang, Tianluo Prince and Shui Tianlang used their fastest speed to leave. Firstly, they were afraid that the evil Millennium Ancient Tree would go back on its words, because the Wishing Dutchman's pipe that would never wither was too important and too precious. Secondly, they couldn't stand this fellow's greedy look. Tianluo Prince said that he had seen the greediest rich person, but compared to the evil Millennium Ancient Tree, they were simply incomparable. When they were about to teleport out of the Wood Palace and head towards the Fire Palace, Tianluo Prince asked, can the ancient Science Sprout tree really be bought with 1,000 gold? Yu Yang smiled but didn't answer. In reality, the ancient Science Sprout tree's base price was 500,000, and it was impossible to buy it without 2 or 3 million. As for the Earth's core dew, that was what Yu Yang wanted the most. The space garden didn't have it at all. Moreover, how could the Earth's core dew be used for bathing and watering flowers? This thing's price in the black market was 1 million per bottle, and even if he wanted to buy it, it wasn't available. Many treasures were priceless existences that could only be found by chance. The Wishing Dutchman's pipe could be said to be the best treasure in the world, but it could also be said to be of little value. This depended on whether wishes could be fulfilled. If wishes could be fulfilled, no other treasure could be compared to it. Of course, this also depended on whether the person making the wish was greedy or not. If the wish was too high, for example, wishing for a bronze-ranked level 1 beast to become diamond-ranked level 10, needless to say, it would definitely fail. After thousands of years of historical records, as well as the experience of countless people making wishes, it was concluded that the wishing Dutchman's pipe's ability to make wishes had extremely strong restrictions and a mysterious probability. It was said that a virgin with a pure body and a pure heart had the highest success rate. If it was a schemer with a dark heart, wanting to use the wishing Dutchman's pipe to make a holy beast would be as difficult as letting a mammoth pass through a needle hole. As for the probability, countless people had concluded many experiences. Almost everyone believed that wishes that were close to the requirements had the highest success rate. In other words, if a beast's strength was already close to a holy beast, and only lacked intelligence, making a wish like this would have a high chance of becoming a holy beast. The other possibility was that the lower the wish, the higher the chance. For example, 2,000 years ago, there was a warrior called Gowa who made a wish in front of the wishing Dutchman's pipe. He wished that his beast, the dog with scabs, could change into a glossy and smooth fur. In the end, his wish was fulfilled. That dog with scabs evolved and became a howling celestial dog. Many years later, that Gowa who made a wish also became a famous innate ranker, Tengu. He once fought with howling celestial dog against the great demon king in the demon abyss, resisting the invasion of the demon army. Although he died in battle, Tengu, who perished together with the two demon kings, was a human ranker that shook the demon abyss. Ordinary people did not know that Gowa was only a level 2 brave man before making a wish. To the demon kings, he was just an ant. After making a wish, the dog became a howling celestial dog, and Gowa became a Tengu, able to fight against the two demon kings. This was the power of the wishing Dutchman's pipe. Brother-in-law, don't go to the wood palace ever again, or else the evil millennium ancient tree will kill you, definitely. Prince Tianluo felt that Yu Yang was too evil. He had never seen such an evil person. Even if the evil millennium ancient tree was 100 times more evil, it still could not compare to him. That's good. Shui Tanlang's cold lips curled into a rare smile. The ever-withering wishing Dutchman's pipe was definitely something that surpassed a god equipment. Even if you offered 10 god equipment, no one would be willing to trade it. Make a wish every 3 years. There were 10 chances in 30 years, and 100 chances in 300 years. Could it be that not 1 out of 100 attempts had succeeded? If it succeeded once, then the wishing Dutchman's pipe would be worth it. If it succeeded twice, then it would be worth it. As for 1/10 of the success rate, that was enough to make all the treasures in the world, including divine weapons, pale in comparison. One must know that not everyone in this world could be like the abnormal Yu Yang, who had so many guardian beasts, so many holy beasts, and even a divine beast like Hui Tai Lang. Other martial artists could only dream of a sacred beast for their entire lives. Having a holy beast was already the dream of every martial artist. Don't worry. Let me study it slowly and find the method with the highest success rate. Then, we'll test it one by one. Actually, Yu Yang did not expect to be able to mass-produce holy beasts. That was impossible. However, it was definitely possible to use the wishing Dutchman's pipe to raise the level of his beasts and help them break through some kind of bottleneck. The biggest obstacle for a beast to become a holy beast was its own potential, or some kind of natural bottleneck that could not be broken through. As long as it could break through, there was still hope for it to level up step by step. For example, a beast that had never had any intelligence, if it had a trace of intelligence, even if it was a very faint spiritual sense, it would still be the beginning of its growth into a holy beast. Whether it could become a holy beast in the end, at least it had the chance to do so. Leaving the wood palace, they entered the fire palace. The huge lava river had caused Shui Tanlang's battle power to drop to its lowest point. On the contrary, Prince of Tianluo had recovered his battle power. This was because his guardian beast Skyfire Meteor was of the fire attribute. It could unleash its godly might in this fire palace, or even become stronger. The two of them temporarily separated from Yu Yang. Yu Yang, the treasure-hunting maniac, naturally went to the center of the lava river to fight the boss. Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang could not help here, so they followed the flow of the river, hoping to find their lost companions. Along the way, they left various markings, hoping that their companions would see them and follow them quickly. More than 10 kilometers away from them, Anna and Lin were resting on a rock, exhausted. With Hui Tai laying around, the two golden elves were very safe. However, the mercenaries who were further away were in big trouble as they ran away pathetically. Zhen led the Iron Blood Guards and dozens of adventurers who were following him and quickly flew forward. The fire monsters and flame demons followed behind them in the lava river, chasing them relentlessly. 5 minutes later, Zhen found Anna and Lin. Although he was in danger, the helpful Zhen still raised his voice and shouted, "Don't move, I'll come and save you immediately. Don't move, wait for me." Under Anna and Lin's dumbfounded gaze, Zhen personally lured away the flame demons and fire monsters that were chasing them. He quickly turned back and flew in front of Hui Tai Lang, panting a little as he said to Lin, quickly bring your pet dog, we have to leave. Those monsters in the lava river will catch up to us soon. Why are they not chasing us anymore? All the fire monsters and flame demons stopped 1,000 meters away. Their beasts' instincts told them that this place was very dangerous. Especially the fire monsters that Hui Tai Lang had missed. After they came out from the lava river and communicated with each other, the large group of flame demons and fire monsters quickly stopped. The gold-ranked level 10 flame demon commander also growled softly. A few flame demon commanders walked back and forth, but facing the lazy Hui Tai Lang, they did not dare to rashly attack him. This was because too many of their companions had been killed nearby. The remaining aura of death made them deeply afraid. The only thing that puzzled them was that the source of the threat was actually a bronze-ranked level 3 ironback demonic wolf. Without any verbal communication, not knowing what had happened, and not having enough intelligence to understand the truth, the few flame demon commanders stopped 1,000 meters away. They were confused, angry and fearful as they surrounded Zhen's Iron Blood Guards and many adventurers from afar. "Don't worry, it's already safe. Hui Tai Lang will protect everyone. Don't stray too far from him, wait for our teammates to come and rescue us." The kind-hearted Anna comforted Zhen instead. "What, using a pet dog to protect us?" When the mercenaries heard this, some spat, some rolled their eyes, and some laughed out loud. Woof. Hui Tai Lang expressed his disdain towards these people's reactions. "I'm guessing that there's some kind of treasure here that prevented the fire monsters from approaching." A few mercenaries even fantasized that they had found the place where the treasure was kept. Fire-type monsters require ice-type and water-type beasts to restrain them. However, among us, these two types of beasts are the least. Even if there are, they are all healing-type beasts. It's fine if the fire monsters don't attack us now, but I'm afraid that there might be changes. Zhen didn't really care about Hui Tai Lang. Not to mention that Hui Tai Lang's level was low, the most important thing was that it was lazy and lacked spirit. It didn't look like a strong beast at all. Furthermore, it didn't have a contract, so how could they count on it when its loyalty wasn't guaranteed? Zhen really didn't dare to believe Anna's words. Anna and Lin were different from Bao Er, the big loli who had just entered the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower not long ago. The two of them had been training in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower for a long time, so they knew that people's hearts were complicated and unpredictable. They also wouldn't reveal Hui Tai Lang's true situation in front of everyone. As for its identity as a divine beast, they didn't even mention a word about it. Thinking that there was a treasure restricting the fire monsters, some of the mercenaries who could summon fire-type beasts started to think. They tried to run to the periphery, but when they saw that the fire monsters really didn't dare to come in, they immediately became complacent and regained their confidence. They commanded their fire-type beasts that were good at long range to attack the fire monsters and flame demons, thinking that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. With the protection of the treasure, they could just attack the monsters and not retaliate. How good would that be? Unfortunately, this naive idea didn't even last for a minute. The flame demon commander that was being attacked waved its flaming arms, and hundreds of flame demons and fire monsters charged forward, dragging the mercenaries who thought that they had gotten a great bargain into the lava river, tearing them apart and eating them alive. There were even a few lava fire snakes that didn't have any intelligence that crawled greedily towards Zhen's group. The mercenaries scattered like ants on a hot pan, scurrying everywhere. Oh Jen and the Iron Blood Guards secretly gritted their teeth, preparing to fight to the death with the little strength they had on hand and break out of the enemy's encirclement. At this moment, Oh Jen said to Lin En and Anna, "Wait for me to lead the team out, you guys escape to the west immediately. I will send 2 Iron Blood Guards to cover you guys." Anna hurriedly waved her hands to prevent these people from dying in vain. "All of you don't move. With Hui Tai Lang here, those flame demons wouldn't dare to attack us. It will protect us. If you guys don't leave this place, it might also protect you guys. If you guys stay by our side, it will be the safest." What? Oh Jen was stunned when he heard Anna say it so seriously for the second time. Golden elves wouldn't lie, but it was too ridiculous previously, so he didn't take it to heart. Now that he heard it again, he couldn't help but look at Hui Tai Lang seriously. Could this bronze-ranked level 3 ironback demonic wolf really protect people? It wasn't strange to say that it was a fire type. After all, fire and earth were the attributes that most beasts possessed. However, forget about a gold-ranked level 10 flame demon commander, it wouldn't even be able to defeat a bronze-ranked level 6 flame demon. The opponent's level was high, and they had the geographical advantage. This ironback demonic wolf was a living being. Although it was also a fire type, it would definitely die if it fell into the lava river. In this kind of situation, it would be good enough if it could protect itself. Not only Oh Jen couldn't believe it, even the stupid mercenaries who were usually stupid couldn't believe it. Bronze-ranked level 3 versus bronze-ranked level 6, it was obvious, a black shadow flashed. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions shook the entire mountain wall. The lava river also stirred up a wave of lava. 2 lava fire snakes that were about 10 meters long were easily killed by Hui Tai Lang on the rocks. The snakes' heads exploded, and lava splashed all over the ground, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. The lava fire snakes were bronze-ranked level 8. Forget about this fire palace, even if they were outside, normal mercenaries wouldn't dare to provoke them. This was because they were basically the same as lava, except that they were in the shape of a snake. They were a fire-type beast. If it wasn't for the fact that their attributes countered each other, it would be extremely difficult to fight against these lava fire snakes. Usually, they would have to grind away all the lava in their bodies, then use a large amount of cold water to harden them, and dig out the magic crystals in their skulls before they would die. However, the lava fire snakes that were extremely difficult to deal with were instantly killed. The one that killed them was a bronze-ranked level 3 ironback demonic wolf. How could they dare to believe their eyes? Impossible. A few mercenary leaders cried out. They couldn't accept this fact. Hui Tai Lang dug out 2 fiery red magic crystals from the lava and swallowed them in one gulp. Then, it slowly walked back. Wherever it passed, the remaining lava fire snakes quickly escaped, scared to the point that they didn't know where they were going. The mercenaries were also shocked to the point that they split apart, revealing a passage in the middle. Hui Tai Lang slowly walked back to the tallest rock and lazily lay down to take a nap. Everyone looked at its eyes again. Their disbelief had turned into shock, including Oh Jen. It was the same. The truth was right in front of their eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. This instant kill had caused the flame demon commander to immediately retreat 1,000 meters. Many of the fire monsters were so scared that they hid into the lava river, not daring to come out for a long time. Is it a holy beast? Oh Jen swallowed his saliva with difficulty after a long time and asked with a hoarse voice. I don't know either, because it's not my beast. Lin En smiled and shook his head. He really wanted to say that it was a divine beast, a divine beast. So it's a holy beast, no wonder it looks so powerful and handsome. Look at its shiny fur, you can tell that it's a holy beast with one look. The mercenaries who recovered from their shock immediately started to flatter. I've already said that it looks extraordinary. Have any of you seen a bronze-ranked level 3 ironback demonic wolf appearing in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower? No. Except for it. Except for this holy beast. TSK, this holy beast really has a personality. Look at its ears, it looks too majestic. There's no other way, I've decided to change my mercenary team's name to Demon Wolf Mercenary Team. Another mercenary leader praised shamelessly, causing Hui Tai Lang to almost vomit when he heard it. In terms of corny, this fellow was 100 times more corny than Fatty High's flattery. Fatty Hai only flattered because he had a request. Unlike these fellows who were born to be flatterers, in the middle of the lava lake far away, a tornado suddenly erupted. Countless amounts of lava were sucked into the sky by the tornado, forming a terrifying yet magnificent spectacle. Hui Tai Lang felt it and immediately jumped up in excitement. He was no longer sleepy. His master was in the middle of the lava lake far away. He was fighting, and that tornado was the spirit of flame and smoke's body. Hui Tai Lang's blood boiled as he held towards the sky. His whole body emitted the aura of a demon king. Black hellfire rose from his body and formed a pair of flaming wings that were more than 10 meters long. In an instant, the flaming wings flapped and he soared into the sky. Like a meteor, he shot towards the lava lake far away, heading straight for his master. Oh my God! All the mercenaries were almost scared to death. Many of them almost suffocated to death when Hui Tai Lang emitted a demon-like aura. Oh no, it flew away. Some of them realized that something was wrong. The wolf had grown wings and flew away. What would happen to them? If it wasn't for its protection, the flame demon commanders wouldn't mind eating orc meat or human meat for dinner. They wouldn't even mind eating coarse tauren meat. Quickly think of a way. Someone shouted at Anna and Lin En in desperation, asking them to think of a way to save everyone. Call it back. Some shameless fellows thought that Hui Tai Lang was their watchdog. Sorry, we are not its master. Call it back if you have the ability. Lin En felt disgusted when he saw how selfish these fellows were. He spread his hands, indicating that he could not help even if he wanted to. Don't worry, its master is fighting over there. Didn't you see that the fire monsters and flame demons are rushing back to help? Anna sneered. Eh? The mercenaries turned around and realized that it was true. The fire monsters and flame demons that surrounded everyone in the lava river seemed to have received some kind of order and rushed to the place where the firestorm rose into the sky. Even some fire eels that were hiding at the bottom of the river came out. Seeing that the crisis was over, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief, including O Zhen, who was a seasoned warrior. He felt as if he had escaped from death. After all, the restriction of the Fire Palace's rules was too strong. Almost everyone's combat power had been reduced to the lowest. Only a small number of warriors with fire-type beasts had some combat power. After the danger passed, these fellows started to have evil thoughts again. That holy beast has a master? No, it doesn't seem to have a contract. When this sentence was said, many people were shocked. If we can contract that holy beast. Some of them knew that it was impossible, but they could not help but fantasize. Moreover, those who fantasized too much were already drooling. Seeing their shameless looks, O Zhen felt disgusted. He felt ashamed that he was associated with these greedy fellows who overestimated themselves. He ordered the Iron Blood Guards to surround Lin En and Anna. Although these people had not launched a sneak attack, it was hard to predict a person's heart. He had to take defensive measures. Fool! A dragon hunter hidden among the mercenaries summoned a scarlet flame-flying dragon and laughed. Although it's a little regretful that I can't get the treasures here, it's still a good harvest to be able to take this opportunity to kill you all. Die. This red flame-flying dragon was a gold-ranked level 7. If everyone could attack it, it would not be hard to defeat it. Unfortunately, under the rules, the Iron Blood Guards, who mainly had strengthening-type beasts, were unable to retaliate. Even if they were beaten, the consequences would be unimaginable. O Zhen's heart sank. Oh no, I forgot that there are still evil dragon hunters hiding in the team. When Grey Wolf arrived at the lava lake, Yu Yang was hovering in the air. The spirit of flame and smoke was using her tornado to absorb the lava below, stirring up the flames in the sky. She was fighting against 2 Fire Palace guardians at the King Stage. The King Stage guardian below that could not fly was the Purgatory Flame King. Its body was as big as a mountain giant. It was 30 meters tall and weighed 100 tons. It was platinum ranked level 7, and its entire body was made up of lava and lava. Its temperature was so high that no living creature could get close to it. Compared to the King of Black Light, the Purgatory Flame King's killing power was much more terrifying. Under normal circumstances, it would also be a powerful beast that would cause a headache. In this fire palace where only fire-type beasts could fight, it was an invincible existence. In the sky, the other king stage guardian was the red spirit fire demoness. Although she was only platinum ranked level 6, her battle power was not any weaker than the Purgatory Flame King. She who had evolved into a humanoid form had more intelligence than the Purgatory Flame King. After a long period of time and slow evolution, although she was not yet a king stage guardian, she might be able to evolve into a holy beast in the future. As for the stronger Purgatory Flame King, it would never be possible. This was the fundamental difference between the two king stage beasts. The red spirit fire demoness was 5 meters tall and her whole body was covered in raging flames. Although she was not very agile when she flew, and her speed was also slowed down because of her heavy body, a king stage beast that could fly was completely different from a king stage beast that could not fly. Not only could the red spirit fire demoness fly, she also knew how to use weapons. She waved a gold-ranked fire scythe in her hands and continuously slashed at Yu Yang. Of course, this was futile, because Yu Yang's speed was 100 times faster than hers. He could even stand on the tip of the fire scythe and take a leisurely stroll. The fire scythe was useless against Yu Yang, and it was even more useless against the spirit of flame and smoke who was in her hurricane state. The red spirit fire demoness was originally depressed, but when she saw Hui Tai Lang flying towards her, she immediately changed her target and fiercely rushed towards Hui Tai Lang. Hell! Hui Tai Lang, who wanted to show off in front of his master, why would he be afraid of her? That was exactly what he wanted. Hui Tai Lang's claws transformed like mercury, extended and tore towards the red spirit fire demoness' head. The red spirit fire demoness retreated slightly, and the fire scythe slashed down heavily, cutting Hui Tai Lang's back in half. Not only that, the red spirit fire demoness even used the lava to form a whip, sending Hui Tai Lang's severed body flying. This time, she thought that Hui Tai Lang was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Hui Tai Lang would not care at all? He who already had an immortal body like Xianxia, the severed body turned into golden sand and danced in the air as if it had a life of its own. It returned to his body and transformed back into his original body, instantly recovering to its original state. The fire scythe that had severed half of his body was held tightly by his mercury-like front claws. The flames of the fire scythe were completely ineffective against him. After absorbing the level 8 innate Xianxia star core, Hui Tai Lang had an immortal body. Unless the star core in his body was completely destroyed, it was impossible to kill the current Hui Tai Lang. After leveling up to a divine beast, he had the ability to mimic, transform and fly. His battle power had also increased by 100 times. A mere red spirit fire demoness wanted to kill him, easier said than done. Possessing gold, dark and fire attributes, Hui Tai Lang was much stronger than Xianxia's immortal body. Xianxia's immortal body's weakness was water. Hui Tai Lang's weaknesses were water and light. On the surface, it seemed that Hui Tai Lang had more weaknesses than Xianxia, but it was not a fatal weakness. Water and light would definitely not be able to kill Hui Tai Lang, because his body had the gold attribute. The two attributes complemented each other and complemented each other's weaknesses. Hui Tai Lang's body could be considered as an immortal body. And this was only the current stage. In the future, when he could fully unleash the power of his origin, combined with the heaven runes and innate qi, he believed that he would reach an unimaginable realm. Yu Yang's nurturing of Hui Tai Lang was no longer satisfied with being a divine beast. He hoped that one day, Hui Tai Lang would be able to surpass a divine beast like Xiaowenli, and become in existence like a transcending divine beast. Hui Tai Lang and Little Wenli's growth direction were different, so their starting points were also different. When Little Wenli was born, she already had a diamond grimoire. Yu Yang was not too sure, but he reckoned that Little Wenli was already a transcending divine beast when she was born. Hui Tai Lang was trash from the start. He might never become a transcending divine beast like Little Wenli, or an immortal beast like the Phoenix Sisters, but Yu Yang still hoped that he could surpass all other divine beasts in the world and become the strongest beast in the world. Just like how not every thorny flower could become a golden-crowned thorny flower queen, not every wolf could become a world-exterminating demon wolf. These creatures were the pinnacle existences, and they were all unique. The golden-crowned thorny flower queen was unique, the world-exterminating demon wolf was also unique. Hui Tai Lang did not need to become someone else. It did not need to become an existence like Little Wenli, Red, Duo or Man. It only needed to be itself. This was because it was Hui Tai Lang, the only and irreplaceable Hui Tai Lang in the world, the Hui Tai Lang today was able to surpass all other wolves in the world and become the only world-exterminating demon wolf in the world. It could even continue to improve in the future. Its growth process was definitely a legend, a miracle among miracles. Of course, if it was not for Yu Yang, this abnormal guy from another world, giving it everything, Hui Tai Lang would definitely not be the Hui Tai Lang that it was today. Ah! Seeing that Hui Tai Lang had an immortal body, the red spirit fire demoness was terrified and quickly retreated. The huge fire scythe was swallowed by Hui Tai Lang, which had turned into mercury. Suddenly, it flew in front of Yu Yang, seeking its master's help. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and drew a heaven rune circle on its body. He also injected a large amount of innate chi into it, helping it to swallow and assimilate the fire scythe. A dark golden light emitted from Hui Tai Lang's body, illuminating the heaven and earth. The devouring fire scythe slowly appeared on Hui Tai Lang's back. Every time Yu Yang drew a heaven rune, it would be slowly absorbed by the fire scythe. The first rune's characteristic was assimilation, the second was transformation, and the third was return. After the fire scythe was fixed, the fire scythe emerged from Hui Tai Lang's back and flew towards the sky with raging flames. However, when it landed, it avoided its original owner, the red spirit fire demoness, and returned to its new owner, Hui Tai Lang. Ah! The red spirit fire demoness panicked. She never thought that the treasure that she refined would be swallowed and assimilated by the enemy on the spot. Hell, 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 hell. Hui Tai Lang let out a proud roar. The deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. The entire fire palace was reverberating with the roar, lingering in the air. Black hell flame spurted out from its body, forming a long flaming tail. It wrapped around its new weapon, the gold-ranked True Essence fire scythe. As if it was waving its arm, it ruthlessly slashed towards the shocked red spirit fire demoness, extremely fast. The red spirit fire demoness could not dodge in time, and was already cut into half by the True Essence fire scythe, just like Hui Tai Lang. The red spirit fire demoness who possessed the heart of raging fire was also not in danger. As long as she returned to the lava lake to recuperate, she would be able to recover in a month. However, the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The spirit of flame and smoke that attacked the Purgatory Flame King just now suddenly floated out from the tornado and transformed into a flaming woman. She rushed down and hugged the severed body of the red spirit fire demoness, absorbing the fire energy crazily. The red spirit fire demoness screamed when she saw this. However, she did not dare to get close to the spirit of flame and smoke at all, because the source of the spirit of flame and smoke contained a trace of nirvana flame that she was afraid of, as well as the lightning that paralyzed her. In less than half a minute, the severed body that had lost control of its consciousness was completely absorbed by the spirit of flame and smoke. It gradually turned into jet black rocks and fell into the lava lake. The body of the spirit of flame and smoke became clearer. Originally, half of her legs below her waist were flames and thick smoke. Now, she gradually had a human form. She had 2 legs. With just a little more fire energy, she could level up. Eager to level up, she looked at the injured red spirit fire demoness. In the instincts of the spirit of flame and smoke, the other party was not a living thing, but a delicious and nourishing food. The red spirit fire demoness was shocked and angry. She really wanted to kill the spirit of flame and smoke, but in the fire palace, it was impossible to kill the spirit of flame and smoke. This was not something that could be decided by level and power. When creatures of the same element fought in the same environment, it would depend on the skills of both parties. Or, it would depend on the intelligence of both parties. Whoever was smarter, who knew how to seize the opponent's weakness and make use of their own advantages, would be able to obtain the final victory. Hui Tai Lang, who had switched opponents, turned into a meteorite and curled up into a ball, crashing towards the head of the Purgatory Flame King. The force of the collision shook the entire lava lake. The Purgatory Flame King fell into the lava lake, stirring up lava that was a few hundred meters high. As for Hui Tai Lang, who had used his new form to collide with an enemy for the first time, he was dizzy from the impact. After returning to his original wolf form, he flapped his fire wings and flew askew on the surface of the lake, looking very much like a drunken mercenary. Yu Yang was overjoyed. He had never seen such an idiot before. He reckoned that only Hui Tai Lang would be able to collide with a lava giant like the Purgatory Flame King. However, Yu Yang did not correct him. He did not care how Hui Tai Lang attacked. Because this was battle, this was growth, this was the process of learning. The Purgatory Flame King stretched out his giant hands, grabbed Hui Tai Lang and dragged him into the lava lake. Any living beast would not be able to fight against the terrain of the Fire Palace. The right time and the right place could change the outcome of a battle more than a beast's strength. For example, the gold-ranked level 10 golden mammoth was invincible on the battlefield, but if it fell off a cliff that was thousands of meters high, it would die immediately. Another example would be the Purgatory Flame King, who seemed to be invincible. If it fell into the lake, it would die without a fight and turn into a pile of rubble. It was easy to defeat the spirit army that could not be attacked. All it needed was a ray of warm sunlight. There were countless examples like this. Hui Tai Lang was definitely not willing to take a lava bath. As it flapped its wings, it swung its true essence fire scythe at the Purgatory Flame King's head with its tail. Sparks flew and rubble flew all over the sky. Gold-ranked weapons did little damage to the Purgatory Flame King's stone body. Moreover, the force of the flapping wings was incomparable to the pulling force of the Purgatory Flame King's giant arms. After struggling for a few seconds, Hui Tai Lang was dragged into the lava lake. It struggled with all its might, but to no avail. Yu Yang looked on quietly without any intention to stop it. The flame demon commanders and various fire monsters that rushed back to help appeared in the distance. Only a few of them knew how to attack from a distance. They spat lava and fireballs at Yu Yang. Of course, these were meaningless. Although Yu Yang was restricted by the ancient code and did not need to fight personally, he still had his abilities. He could even ignore these harmless attacks. When he was in the air, Yu Yang only needed to move his body slightly to avoid all the fireballs and lava. When the spirit of flame and smoke saw Hui Tai Lang being dragged into the lava lake, she seemed to be a little angry. She released an earth-shattering tornado that almost sucked the Purgatory Flame King's body into the air. The Purgatory Flame King grabbed onto the red-hot rocks at the edge of the lake and stabilized himself in the tornado. If it was not for its 100-ton weight, it would not have been able to escape the strong suction of the tornado. Countless amounts of lava were sucked into the sky and splashed everywhere. It formed a rain of lava. Some of the nearby flame demons and fire monsters couldn't escape in time and were instantly sucked into the sky. Within the center of the whirlwind, their bodies fell apart and exploded, dying miserably on the spot. In the distance, there was a rather large red-hot rock. A fireball covered in magma climbed up and shook its body like a drowning dog. After a long time, when the lava splashed onto the surface of the rock, what was revealed was the battered and exhausted gray wolf. This lava lake was unable to kill him who possessed an immortal body, but it made him sneeze a few times, and it seemed to be very uncomfortable. The Purgatory Flame King pounced over and grabbed Hui Tai Lang's body, preparing to drag it into the lava lake. However, the same trick was ineffective against Hui Tai Lang. Its body turned into flames, and the giant hand couldn't catch its body that was made of pure flames. Its fingers pierced through the middle. The fiery gray wolf meowed proudly, meow. In other words, it was probably saying, "Small fry, this move is already outdated." It was a pity that even cats couldn't understand its foreign language. The Purgatory Flame King punched the rock under Hui Tai Lang's feet into pieces, but the fiery gray wolf was still floating in the air, unharmed. The long tail of fire wrapped around the True Essence fire scythe and struck the Purgatory Flame King like raindrops. The True Essence fire scythe made many shallow cracks on the hard rock. Of course, these wounds were insignificant to the Purgatory Flame King and didn't cause any harm. Just like that, Hui Tai Lang couldn't do anything to the Purgatory Flame King, and the Purgatory Flame King couldn't do anything to Hui Tai Lang. For the time being, the two of them were tied. Hui Tai Lang barely had the upper hand, as it still had the possibility of defeating the Purgatory Flame King, as long as it could find a useful method. However, the Purgatory Flame King definitely had no chance of defeating the fiery gray wolf. On the other side, the spirit of flame and smoke was bullying the red spirit fire demoness, which was of a higher level. The injured red spirit fire demoness wanted to hide in the lava lake, but the spirit of flame and smoke had the ability to chase her into the lava lake, and she liked to live in the lava. Although the red spirit fire demoness was stronger than the spirit of flame and smoke, her attacks were completely ineffective on the spirit of flame and smoke. On the contrary, the spirit of flame and smoke's nirvana flame and lightning could hurt the red spirit fire demoness, especially the trace of nirvana flame, which made the red spirit fire demoness fear it even more. The two of them chased each other and left the central region in the blink of an eye. The spirit of flame and smoke looked at Yu Yang and realized that he didn't stop her, so she immediately chased after him, swearing to devour his fire energy completely. The Purgatory Flame King was beaten up by Hui Tai Lang. Whenever there was a chance, Hui Tai Lang would fly into the sky and turn into a meteor, causing the strongest guardian of the fire palace to have a headache. It decided to hide in the lava lake and temporarily hide from the enemy. Although this would damage the demeanor of a king, it was still better than being beaten up by the enemy. When the Purgatory Flame King retreated, Hui Tai Lang's anger soared. If you can't win, just admit defeat and hand over the treasures. Why are you acting like a coward? Hui Tai Lang was really angry this time, seeing that the flame demon commanders and fire monsters were standing around in a daze. He turned around and killed those small fries. He couldn't beat the big ones, but the small ones were definitely a piece of cake for him. Other than the flame demon commanders, the rest of the fire-type monsters were all killed by Hui Tai Lang. The flame demons and fire monsters scattered, and almost all the fire-type monsters dove into the lava lake. No matter how Hui Tai Lang killed their companions, they refused to come out. Hui Tai Lang held to the sky, feeling extremely depressed. Although he wasn't afraid of the lava lake's heat, he couldn't catch the enemy if he dove in. Although the fire monsters were weak, once they dove in, they were more agile than the fish and prawns in the lake. Hui Tai Lang chased after them for a long time, but could only stare helplessly. "Ha! Idiot!" Yu Yang laughed when he saw this, but he didn't give Hui Tai Lang any instructions on how to fight, and let Hui Tai Lang think for himself. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang realized that his master wasn't willing to help, so he turned his eyes and transformed into a pair of fire wings to help the spirit of flame and smoke attack the injured red spirit fire demoness. This was indeed the best way. When the red spirit fire demoness saw Hui Tai Lang coming, she was so scared that she didn't know where to run. If she chose to escape back to the Purgatory Flame King's side, with the Purgatory Flame King's huge body as a cover, she believed that there would be a chance for a long battle. The red spirit fire demoness panicked and fled, completely losing her target. In the end, it was the beginning of a tragedy. Her strength was far from Hui Tai Lang's, her speed was slightly slower, and her intelligence and ability were worlds apart. The only advantage she had was that she could enter the lava lake to recover her energy. However, this advantage was completely meaningless in the presence of the spirit of flame and smoke. In the lava lake, the spirit of flame and smoke was much stronger than the red spirit fire demoness, and she could even directly absorb the pure fire energy in her opponent's body. In less than a minute, the red spirit fire demoness was hit by Hui Tai Lang's heavy attack. In the midst of her dizziness, Hui Tai Lang threw her onto the rock wall, and the red spirit fire demoness body sank deep into the rock wall. The spirit of flame and smoke quickly pounced on her and absorbed the opponent's pure fire energy crazily. The red spirit fire demoness also wanted to struggle, but Hui Tai Lang was like an accomplice of a rapist, firmly holding her down, allowing the spirit of flame and smoke to go berserk and steal everything from the red spirit fire demoness. In the end, even the fire crystal core was sucked out, and directly refined with the Origin's nirvana flame. After completely absorbing the fire energy and devouring the fire crystal core, the spirit of flame and smoke's body shone with a golden light. Raging flame soared to the sky. Thick smoke rose to the sky like a volcano eruption, covering half of the fire palace. Thunder and lightning flashed in the smoke, rumbling and exploding. After absorbing the red spirit fire demoness energy, the spirit of flame and smoke gradually started to evolve, changing into a new form. The new form was more human-like, her 10 fingers were very clear, and even her feet started to grow toes. Although it was not perfect yet, her form had changed. It could be said that this was a new birth, whether it was the surface of her body or the inside of her body, there were many human-like organs. Of course, all of these were formed by the fire energy, they just looked similar. The red spirit fire demoness crystal core was refined, and gradually became a heart. It was very different from a human's heart, it was a ball of pulsating earth core flame, with a high temperature of thousands of degrees. Yu Yang's grimoire appeared, and the pages turned automatically. The spirit of flame and smoke had evolved and changed her class, but she could not level up. She had evolved into the spirit of earth fire. Looks like the evolution is just the beginning. Yu Yang remembered that she was initially the spirit of flame and smoke, then she became the spirit of flame and smoke, and now she had evolved into the spirit of earth fire after absorbing the earth core flame. Could it be that she could become the spirit of heaven fire in the future? Or even the spirit of nirvana? The future evolution was still unknown, but Yu Yang was looking forward to the future evolution of the spirit of earth fire. In other words, evolution was definitely a good thing. No matter which direction the beast evolved in, as long as it could evolve, it would be a good thing. Now, the spirit of earth fire's black hair, flames as her body, windstorm as her mount, and lightning as her weapon appeared. The tragic fate of the Purgatory Flame King had also started. Although the spirit of earth fire's body was still very far from a human, her black hair was still blurry, her windstorm was more like a spiral than a human's horse, and her lightning was not as solid as a weapon. Most of the lightning was flickering on her arms, but Yu Yang was overjoyed. No evolution of a beast could compare to intelligence. The spirit of earth fire's intelligence and control were still lacking, but her soul sense had already been opened. As long as she persisted in evolving, she would definitely follow the Bloody Queen Red and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen duo in the future, becoming a holy beast. She was at least consciously moving towards the direction of becoming a human. The Purgatory Flame King could barely resist it previously, but after evolving into the spirit of earth fire, the Purgatory Flame King immediately jumped out the moment she entered the lava lake. The Purgatory Flame King realized that he was no longer the master of the earth fire against a spirit of earth fire that could directly absorb fire energy from the lake. Most of the fire energy in the lava lake was controlled by the other party. If he did not come out, he would probably be frozen at the bottom of the lake forever due to the loss of temperature. The result would be that the enemy would slowly absorb all the fire energy and die of exhaustion. Boom boom. The Purgatory Flame King hit the surface of the lava lake angrily, waving both of his arms as he swam away with all his might. Meow. Hui Tai Lang was overjoyed, thinking that this day had finally come for you. It reminded the opponent not to forget about itself. Together with the spirit of earth fire, they attacked the stupid Purgatory Flame King from the top and below. Even if the Purgatory Flame King could hold on for a while, it would definitely be a tragedy in the future. Yu Yang did not need to continue watching to know that the outcome of the battle was already decided. The only problem was whether Hui Tai Lang could eat the Purgatory Fire Crystal in the Purgatory Flame King's brain before the spirit of earth fire. With Hui Tai Lang's cunning, the spirit of earth fire, who was not intelligent enough, would most likely succeed. If it was the Bloody Queen or the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Hui Tai Lang would definitely not succeed. Even the Barbarian Cow Shadow's chances were not high. The loyal Barbarian Cow Shadow would probably snatch it forcefully and give it to her master. Alright, Hui Tai Lang could still bully the spirit of earth fire and the Reaper Mantis, at least for now. After absorbing this Purgatory Fire Crystal, Yu Yang believed that Hui Tai Lang's battle power would increase a little. He did not expect it to increase in a short period of time. It would be good enough if its bronze grimoire could level up. After all, rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. After finding the Fire Palace's teleportation circle, Yu Yang left the Scorching Fire Palace and teleported to the last palace of the Five Elements Palace. Earth Palace. As soon as he teleported, before he even landed on the ground, he found a large group of people below him. All of them were cowering on the back of the Herculean rhinoceros beetle. They were surrounded by thousands of coyotes and sand spiders. The funniest thing was that there was a platinum-ranked level 10 King of Earth that was more than 50 meters tall. It was shaking its huge stone head and waving its huge arms as it made a bet with a skinny human. The person who was especially skinny and small in comparison was obviously Yi Kong. If you lose, 10 people will belong to me. Come here immediately and we will bet again. If you win, I will return you 20 people. If you lose, you will lose another 10 to me. Come, don't hesitate. You are not a man if you hesitate. If you don't come down, I will catch you myself. If I accidentally break your bones, don't blame me for being violent. This King of Earth was so intelligent. Needless to say, it was definitely a holy beast. It was only 3 levels higher than the Purgatory Flame King, but its power was at least 100 times stronger. Not to mention that it was an invincible existence in the Earth Palace, even outside. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li Brothers, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and all the adventurers that came in together might not be able to defeat this King of Earth. The King of Earth had a skill. As long as its feet were on the ground, the earth would continuously send energy to it. In other words, it would never run out of energy. It was the same as the thorny flower, rooting. In fact, it was even more convenient and direct than the thorny flower, rooting. In addition to the King of Earth's gigantic body that was 50 meters tall and weighed a few hundred tons, let alone its attack power, it could even roll on the ground and crush a large group of people to death. If they really fought, Yi Kong would probably die even if he had 100 lives. Even if he had the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, he would definitely not be able to withstand more than a few punches from the opponent. However, the gamble was still sloppy. Yi Kong gambled for a long time, with some wins and some losses. He managed to tie with the Holy Beast King of Earth. It was just that his luck was a little bad this time. Before Yu Yang came, he had already lost more than 10 rounds. Other than losing the sand spiders that he won, he had also lost 60 of his companions to the King of Earth. Why would the King of Earth gamble with Yi Kong? This really made Yu Yang extremely puzzled. Could it be that this King of Earth had stayed in the Earth Palace for too long and was bored to death? Rock paper scissors. Wow, I'm rock, you're scissors, you lost again. Ha ha ha, come, give me 10 more people. When Yu Yang saw that the bet between the King of Earth and Yi Kong was actually rock paper scissors, he almost fell to the ground. Idiot. Yu Yang flew down like lightning and kicked Yi Kong, who had a bitter face. He rolled up his sleeves. I love rock paper scissors the most. I'll bet with you. Fire Palace, by the lava river. Oh, Jen thought that they were doomed this time. The evil dragon hunter had the red flame flying dragon. Even if he could escape easily, the Iron Blood Guards and mercenaries would suffer heavy casualties. What worried him the most was the golden elf girl in front of him. The evil dragon hunter would definitely not let her go. You guys leave quickly. I can hold them off for at least 3 minutes. Let's go. Oh, Jen clenched his teeth and made a decision that surprised even himself. He decided to use his body's defense to resist and let Anna and Lin En escape from the dragon hunter's hands. The Iron Blood Guards were quite strong, they should have no problem escaping. As for those shameless mercenaries, Oh Jen couldn't care less. He only hoped that the most tragic ending would not happen in front of him. Although he couldn't attack or summon his beasts, Oh Jen still had the strength of a level 1 in 8. It was true that he couldn't summon his beasts and his strength was greatly reduced, but as long as he resisted, he would be able to hold off the gold-ranked level 7 red flame flying dragon for quite some time. Oh Jen himself wasn't sure if he could survive this fight against the enemy. Not being able to summon beasts meant that his strength had been greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be able to retaliate anymore. It was really. Oh Jen took out a bag from his storage bracelet and passed it to Lin En and Anna. If you can leave safely, please pass this to Elder Matthew of the Warrior Guild. He will pass it to my family. Lin En and Anna were touched when they saw this. In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, other than teammates who had gone through life and death together, who would be so noble to sacrifice themselves to save others, even if it was the rescue team sent by the Warrior Guild, they would first think of their own lives in such a helpless situation. This middle-aged uncle was not bad. He had a noble character and a heart of honor that surpassed normal warriors. Just this sentence alone made Lin En and Anna respect him a lot more. Although Anna was nervous facing the dragon hunter, she did not panic. She advised Oh Jen instead. The red flame flying dragon is strong, but its weakness is as obvious as its strength. We shouldn't panic. If everyone fights together, then it won't be able to do anything. I believe that Hui Tai Lang will be back soon, don't be discouraged. Lin En didn't know that Yu Yang had already left the Fire Palace. He believed that with Yu Yang around, nothing would happen to him. As long as everyone could delay for time and wait for Yu Yang and Hui Tai Lang to return, a gold-ranked level 7 red flame flying dragon would not even be able to fill the gap between Hui Tai Lang's teeth. Boom! The dozen or so Iron Blood Guards raised the giant shields on their backs and forcibly blocked the scarlet flame flying dragon's arrogant dive and spit. The scarlet flame flying dragon was a creature that had both advantages and disadvantages. Its advantage was that it was stronger than ordinary wyverns. Its body was covered in flames, and it was similar to the magma wyvern. It was almost the strongest wyvern. The scarlet flame flying dragon was faster than the magma flying dragon, but its size was slightly smaller, and it couldn't live in magma. Moreover, it liked to live in groups, and taking turns to spit flames at its prey was its specialty. Other than fire-type beasts that were immune to flames, there were almost no other creatures that could defend against a large group of red flame flying dragons. However, a single crimson flame flying dragon wasn't too scary. This was because the flames it spit were in a straight line, and it was easy for people to dodge. The most important thing was that because its body was relatively small, its whole body was covered in flames, and it lived in groups for a long time, so the scarlet flame flying dragon didn't need to fight in close combat. Gradually, their claws and teeth had deteriorated over the years, and they no longer had the strong close combat abilities of ordinary wyverns. Everyone knew that the scarlet flame flying dragon wasn't good at using its teeth and claws. It was completely different from the close combat and venom-type wyverns. This meant that once it lost its ability to fly and fell to the ground, its battle power would be greatly reduced. If everyone worked together to fight against the scarlet flame flying dragon, they could definitely delay for time. However, when those mercenaries saw the scarlet flame flying dragon diving down, they immediately ran for their lives. Anyway, the dragon hunters weren't looking for them, but the warrior guild's iron blood guards and the 2 golden elves. Since there were people who were going to die for them, they naturally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so they scattered. Those well-trained iron blood guards knew that they would lose their lives if they scattered, so they all stayed in front of O General. They worked together and raised their shields to defend. Continue to spit fire, roast these iron turtles. That dragon hunter also knew that his scarlet flame flying dragon was not very effective in close combat. He had to keep diving down and spitting fire to kill the enemy, and at the same time, create more panic. Only then would it be easier to kill the enemy. He wasn't in a hurry, because the wolf-shaped holy beast, Hui Tai Lang, had already left. It was probably fighting with the guards here, and wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. Defend. O Gen put down the heavy sword on his back, stood at the front of the team, and shouted. Although they would die if they defended, this was the only way. He had to take a gamble. If the wolf-shaped holy beast returned, then everyone would be safe. If not, then everyone would die here. The dragon hunter laughed coldly. You're courting death. In the sky, a meteor suddenly came crashing down, smashing the arrogant dragon hunter into the ground with a boom. Although the dragon hunter didn't die immediately, he was heavily injured. When the dragon hunter shook off the meteor and crawled out in a daze, he saw 2 men standing in front of him. One of them had a face as cold as ice, his hands behind his back, not even looking at the dragon hunter from the corner of his eyes. The other man was so handsome that it made people jealous. He snorted coldly. It's not bad to have a gold-ranked beast, but this is definitely not the right to be arrogant. Bastard! When had the dragon hunter ever suffered such a loss? Who? The scarlet flame flying dragon, who was eager to avenge its master, swooped down and spat a mouthful of flames on the 2 men's bodies. When the flames touched the handsome man's body, his body immediately ignited with a sky fire that was even hotter and more intense. He completely ignored the spitting flame pillar. What was even more terrifying was the cool man. Although it couldn't be seen on the surface, the moment he was attacked, his body would immediately emit a bone-chilling cold air. The moment the pillar of flame hit the ice cube man's body, it was frozen into an icicle in the shape of a flame. If it wasn't for the fact that physical attacks were forbidden in this space, the scarlet flame flying dragon would probably be killed on the spot by this Iceman. Tan Lang and Prince, it's you guys? Anna and Lin En shouted in surprise. I'll talk to you after I kill this idiot. Prince Tian Luo finally had a chance to show off, so he summoned his Skyfire meteor with great motivation. The dragon hunter was so scared that he immediately turned around and ran. His instincts told him that these 2 men were not to be trifled with. If he didn't run, he would lose his life. It was too late. Prince Tian Luo's Skyfire meteor was already very strong. Especially after Yu Yang taught him the great totem battle technique and trained with Hui Tai Lang, its original weakness, weak control and slow summoning speed, had been solved. In the ranking of fire-type beasts, if it wasn't for the fact that it hadn't evolved to have intelligence, Skyfire Meteor would probably be one of the strongest existences. If the dragon hunter wasn't in this fire palace, in the space outside where there weren't any restrictions, he might still have a chance to escape. Right now, the dragon hunter could only take a beating and couldn't retaliate. Under Prince Tianluo's control, the Skyfire Meteor in the sky fell to the ground. It made a mysterious turn in the air and smashed the dragon hunter, who was trying to escape, into the ground for the second time. This time, no matter how strong the dragon hunter's body was, he couldn't withstand the Skyfire Meteor's two merciless smashes and died on the spot. The scarlet flame-flying dragon exploded because of its master's death. The magic crystal in its body flew into the air and fell into Xue Tanlang's hands. Prince Tianluo quickly rushed over. He wanted to see if the dragon hunter still had any treasures on him. They had all been led astray by Yu Yang. Every time an enemy died, they would subconsciously look for treasures, forming a battle mentality of kill monsters to level up, pick up the treasures. Oh, Jen sweated profusely when he saw this. He couldn't see through the youngsters these days. Wood Palace. At this time, Fatty Hai was standing in front of the evil Millennium Ancient Tree, waving his hands and shouting, "Who do you think I am? I am the young master of the Hai clan in the Soaring Dragon continent. Do you know about the Hai clan? I can tell that you haven't heard of us from your ignorance. Our Hai clan is the richest family in the Soaring Dragon continent." What? I have a lot of gold coins. I don't know what treasures you don't have. This is not good. I hate poor people without treasures. I don't usually talk to poor people, do you understand? This is the style of a rich young master. Alright, if you have something like the Millennium Ancient Tree heart, you can take it out. You said evil tree roots? What's the use of that? Can it turn a big tree into an evil Treant warrior? It's useless, I don't need it. I don't need this kind of useless thing. If you really want to sell it, I, the benevolent and generous young master, will give you 100 gold coins. You should know that I usually tip beggars the same amount. You actually dare to say that you don't want to sell it? You blockhead, do you know how much the evil tree roots are sold for outside? You will definitely cry if you hear it. This thing is not worth money at all. Plant-type beasts are already outdated now, no one cares about them. Do you think that everyone is as stupid as Titan? He had nowhere to spend his money. Coupled with the fact that he was heartbroken, he gave up on himself to despair. Have you ever seen a fool who would give up his entire fortune for a lousy flower? No. He probably wanted to use the flower to coax his girlfriend, otherwise he wouldn't even be interested in that broken flower of yours. I can at most offer 200 gold coins for the evil tree root, I don't want any more. You are too greedy, you actually dare to say 500 gold coins, be careful that I don't fall out with you. You still have the face to say 500 gold coins for this kind of broken thing? After meeting Yu Yang, he met Fatty Hai again. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree was once again in a tragic state. Of course, it thought that it had made a huge profit and was satisfied. With a base price of 500 gold coins, it sold another 10 evil tree roots. Fatty Hai's face was filled with pain, as if his flesh had been cut off, but his heart was blooming with joy. He really couldn't extort any more good things out of him. He strode towards the next palace, and behind him, a wind-breathed seabird that he hadn't contracted yet followed. It wasn't that Fatty Hai's contract scroll was ineffective, but this little bird was especially smart. Every time the contract was successful, it would betray him. Fatty Hai decided not to contract it anymore, but this wind-breathed seabird still followed him. Every time it didn't like him, it would reward him with a wind blade. Rock, paper, scissors. King of Earth, you lost again. This is the 1008th time you have lost to me. Do you still have coyotes and sand spiders? If you don't have anything to gamble with, then let's end this meaningless gamble. You keep losing, you haven't even won a single round. I win unfairly, there's no pleasure at all. Furthermore, a small gamble is good for the mood, a big gamble is bad for the body. You can't gamble too much, you have to know when to stop. Yu Yang criticized the King of Earth for not living up to his expectations. He looked as tall as a mountain, while the king of Earth, who was as tall as a small mountain, looked like a child who had done something wrong. It lowered its head and sincerely accepted his criticism. Yi Kong and the others were all dumbstruck. They had never seen such a situation in their entire lives, and they couldn't believe it. Let's gamble one last time. I don't have coyotes and sand spiders anymore, I'll use treasures to gamble with you. The king of Earth pleaded weakly. It felt that no matter what, it had to win against this human, or else it would regret it for the rest of its life. It really couldn't accept the fact that it had never won a single time. As long as it could win just once, it would definitely not gamble anymore. It had enough intelligence, it knew that it wasn't this ridiculously smart human's opponent, but it wasn't willing to admit defeat. It had to win. Then, it would win just once. Yu Yang seriously muttered to himself for a long time. Alright, seeing how pitiful you are and how you're about to cry, I really can't bear to see you lose so pitifully. Then let's gamble this best round and give you a chance to win. King of Earth, what treasures do you have? Fire Palace. Facing the Fire Palace's treasure, the Earth Fire magic ball that was so huge that a normal person couldn't even wrap their arms around it, the spirit of Earth Fire's first instinct was to absorb the fire energy within. Because of the existence of the Earth Fire magic ball, the Fire Palace was able to produce 2 king-level guardians. The number of fire monsters that were born were also higher and stronger. All of this was due to the power of the Earth Fire magic ball. If the spirit of Earth Fire could completely absorb its fire energy, she could definitely level up or even higher. The spirit of Earth Fire, who didn't have much intelligence and mainly acted on instinct, was facing a test. This test was secretly set up by Yu Yang. He discovered the Fire Palace's treasure but didn't keep it like usual. Before the battle ended, Yu Yang left the Fire Palace as if he didn't see the treasure. After the battle ended, Grey Wolf swallowed the Purgatory Flame King's magic crystal before the spirit of Earth Fire could. The spirit of Earth Fire only absorbed a small amount of fire energy. She, who had some intelligence, felt that she was at a disadvantage. Now, facing the Fire Palace's treasure, the Earth Fire magic ball, her instinct was to swallow it immediately. Grey Wolf didn't. He knew that it was a taboo to absorb treasures without his master's permission. It was something that his master hated the most. His master allowed him to compete with the spirit of Earth Fire for the Purgatory Flame King's magic crystal because it was a reward for the battle. Each of them could absorb the energy of 2 king-level enemies. However, he had to get his master's permission before he could swallow a treasure, even if it was something that was suitable for him to level up. If not, his master would definitely be angry. Hui Tai Lang's intelligence was higher, and his self-control was stronger as well. He shouted at the spirit of Earth Fire, who was absorbing the fire ability, using all sorts of languages including the howling of wolves, barking of dogs, meowing of cats and roaring of dragons. The spirit of Earth Fire couldn't speak and couldn't understand what Grey Wolf was saying. She could vaguely understand what Grey Wolf was trying to say. What Grey Wolf meant was that this thing couldn't be eaten. She couldn't understand why. Because she didn't have enough intelligence, she could only follow her body's instincts. To her, the Earth Fire magic ball was like a sweet candy to a child. This was Yu Yang's test for her. A test of intelligence and control. Humans had IQ and EQ. IQ determined whether a person's brain worked well or not. The higher the intelligence, the better. EQ and EQ sometimes determined a person's fate and career direction. This was because the biggest difficulty in EQ was a person's self-control. If one's EQ was not high and self-control was weak, then even if one had a smart brain, it would be easy for them to go astray. For example, some outstanding intellectuals would jump off a building to commit suicide when they encountered a small setback, such as a failed relationship. Another example would be some high-ranking officials who knew that they were breaking the law, but they could not resist the temptation of power and money. They would make a wrong decision that they would regret later, or even get lost and sink deeper and deeper. These were all due to a lack of EQ and weak self-control. Even if one had high intelligence and excelled in all aspects, without self-control, one would not be able to withstand the test of time. It could be said that the biggest difference between humans and animals was the superiority of intelligence and emotional intelligence. Intelligence and emotional intelligence were usually combined together. People with high emotional intelligence would usually have high intelligence too. This kind of person would be very knowledgeable and have good moral character. When faced with problems, they would have strong self-control and would not be easily tempted. However, it was not the opposite. High intelligence did not equate to high emotional intelligence. Animals had almost no emotional intelligence, except for those that had little contact with humans. For example, some loyal and devoted watchdogs, some war horses that would go through life and death with their masters, some domesticated falcons. They would surpass their instincts. Through long-term relationships, they would do things that other animals could not do. For example, they would not hurt their masters when they were hungry, they would not abandon their masters when they were in danger, they would face strong enemies with their masters when they were afraid, and so on. Because they had emotional intelligence, they would have a closer relationship with their masters and could become their masters' good helpers. The holy beasts of the soaring dragon continent, when they turned into humans, their main goal was not to turn into a human's body, but to become a complex life like humans. They would become a life form with high intelligence, high self-control, and high learning abilities. Humans had almost unique moral character. This was the most intangible but most visible aspect of self-control, because moral character was a kind of extreme self-restraint. Without moral character, it was equivalent to letting go of one's instincts and having weak self-control. This kind of human's emotional intelligence would not be too high, and their actions would also be abnormal. Usually, the phrase worse than beasts could be used to describe these immoral people. Animals had no moral character to speak of. They had poor self-control and would completely rely on their instincts to do anything in their lives. There were very few exceptions. This point was more obvious in the Soaring Dragon Continent or Tong Tian Tower. If a beast wanted to be reborn and evolve into a holy beast, one thing that must be done is to move closer to the human race. It had to have intelligence, be able to distinguish right from wrong, have emotional intelligence, and control its own words and actions. With these as the foundation, the beast would be able to continuously learn and gain intelligence. It would replace its instincts with skills, replace its instincts with moral character, and replace its thoughts with chaos. If it could improve further, it would be able to be like humans, learn higher skills and understand stronger abilities. For example, it could contract beasts, contract grimoires, and improve endlessly. The Earth-Fire magic ball that Yu Yang had purposely left behind was a test. He did not care about this treasure, he was more interested in the spirit of Earth-Fire's improvement. In the past, the spirit of Earth-Fire would definitely not be able to control its instincts and would uncontrollably devour it. After evolving from the spirit of Flame and Smoke to the spirit of Earth-Fire, she had gained intelligence. Although it was only a little, Yu Yang felt that it was worth a try. Through continuous strict training, the beast could expand its intelligence, just like how Yu Yang trained Hui Tai Lang in the past. Hui Tai Lang would slowly form a form of restraint, changing its instincts and using its own will as the basis for its actions. Yu Yang succeeded. Hui Tai Lang's self-control was very high, and its intelligence increased rapidly. Although its intelligence was not as high as humans, its self-control had far surpassed many humans and holy beasts. Hence, with Yu Yang's help, it successfully contracted a grimoire. Bloody Queen Red and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo were undoubtedly smarter than Hui Tai Lang and closer to humans. However, they were only holy beasts and could not become divine beasts. There were many reasons, other than the fact that Yu Yang was not in a hurry to let them contract a grimoire. Another important reason was that their self-control was not perfect. Of course, Hui Tai Lang's self-control was not perfect as well. He was also a glutton and a sleeper, but his code of conduct was to follow his master's will. Hence, Yu Yang could help him to become a divine beast earlier. In other words, he and Yu Yang were more in sync and their wills were as one. Hence, Yu Yang had a greater influence on him. This was where Hui Tai Lang was superior. The barbarian cow Shadow Man was similar to Hui Tai Lang. However, a man's intelligence was far from that of Hui Tai Lang, whose intelligence was almost monstrous. The spirit of Earth-Fire stopped devouring and looked at Hui Tai Lang, all woo. Hui Tai Lang wanted to tell her that she had to give this treasure to her master. If her master was happy, he would reward her and then she could only absorb its energy. Otherwise, her master would be very unhappy. This was a stupid thing to do. It shouted for a long time, but the spirit of earth fire did not understand at all. Her intelligence was not enough to think about these things. The spirit of earth fire was like a child who saw candy. How could she not eat it when there were no adults around? This was Yu Yang's test. If the spirit of earth fire could really control herself, even if it was just an attempt, it would be an improvement. If she did not realize that it was wrong to do so, she would still be following her instincts. Her intelligence and EQ would not be trained and improved. The wisdom fruit could awaken the intelligence of beasts and increase their intelligence. This was for sure. Why were there so many beasts who had eaten close to 100 wisdom fruits and had high intelligence, and could even learn many skills, but still could not become a holy beast? The reason was simple. These beasts only had intelligence, but they did not have self-control. They would never be able to reach the realm of humans. They would always follow their instincts and act like wild beasts. They would never be able to become a higher-level life form. Woo-woo. Seeing that the spirit of earth fire was still sucking on the earth fire magic flame ball, Hui Tai Lang could not help but cry out in disappointment. He had thought of attacking and snatching the earth fire magic flame ball to stop her from doing so. However, his higher EQ made him stop this action. Instead, it turned into deep disappointment. It was a complicated emotion that only humans and a few higher-level lifeforms could have. Of course, the ability to stop attacking was an excellent growth. Hui Tai Lang had also improved unknowingly. It was not in terms of energy, but in terms of intelligence. It was not reflected on the surface, but it was closer to human nature. Through this continuous improvement, Hui Tai Lang would become smarter and stronger. The spirit of earth fire turned around again. She saw Hui Tai Lang's dejected and unhappy look, as if he was confused. Especially when he saw Grey Wolf ignore him and slowly leave, a very strange emotion appeared in his newly awakened intelligence. She did not know why. Maybe it was her instinct, or maybe it was her consciousness, but the spirit of earth fire picked up the earth fire magic flame ball that she treated as a treasure. She chased after Hui Tai Lang and passed it to him. She looked like a child sharing candy with her best friend. She wanted most of it, but she was still willing to share. Meow. Hui Tai Lang shook his head to show that he did not need it. He still left. ? The spirit of earth fire was confused. She could not understand why the other party did not want such a good thing. Woof woof woof, woof. Hui Tai Lang wanted to tell her that he had to hand it over to his master. However, when he saw the spirit of earth fire pouncing on the ball and sucking it, he knew that he was wasting his breath. She was just a fool. He left in disappointment. He felt that the barbarian cow who wanted to snatch his treasure was smarter. The spirit of earth fire, who could not resist sucking the fire energy, turned around and looked at Hui Tai Lang. Her companion's actions made her feel extremely puzzled. Why did her companion leave? Why didn't he share it with her? She could not understand. For some reason, the spirit of earth fire decided to follow her companion. Of course, she could not bear to let go of the earth fire magic flame ball. She hugged the treasure and followed behind her companion. She tried her best to resist the urge to suck and followed Hui Tai Lang. When Hui Tai Lang saw that there was a way, he quickly brought her to find his master. Although this fire girl was stupid, she was not so stupid that she could not be cured. Maybe his master had a way. The two beasts started their journey to find their master. They did not know that this was the result that Yu Yang was looking forward to the most. In fact, this kind of training was the best for their future evolution. Because this was a change. There would be a turning point here. The instincts of the beasts would deviate here and they would gradually become more rational. That was something that only humans had. Once they had a beast, they would not be far from becoming a holy beast. Once humans lost their beasts, they would become animals. When Fatty Hai met up with Lin En, Anna, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo, following the claw marks left by Hui Tai Lang along the way, they left the Fire Palace and headed towards the Earth Palace. Yu Yang patted the King of Earth's shoulder and comforted him. Winning or losing is a small matter, a man should be able to accept and let go. How about this? I'll leave all 5,000 coyotes, sand spiders, and other beasts for you. They are all your little brothers, why would I take them away? I was just scaring you just now. Also, I don't want the 10,000 gold ingots that I won from you. You know, I don't lack money, but the treasures that I won from playing plane jumping, 5 in a row, and 3 passes by the well with you just now can't be lacking. Especially the heart of the earth that I won against you in Who Pees Farther. You still have to give it to me. A man can't go back on his words. Of course, I also know that you're not that kind of person. I've long heard from the 10,000-year-old ancient tree that you're a professional gambler who keeps his promises. The King of Earth even had the intention to commit suicide. He was very regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have competed with this brat to see who could pee further. He didn't think that he would still lose in the end. The heart of Earth was the Earth Palace's treasure. Whoever fused with this thing would have the ability to absorb unlimited energy from the ground. Such a rare treasure actually lost in a competition of who could pee further. The King of Earth really couldn't take this blow. Fortunately, the other party still had some conscience and didn't take away the coyotes, sand spiders, rock-horned lizards, earth-drilling snakes and other beasts. Otherwise, he would be left alone. Yi Kong, the Oxhead Fan Luan Tai, the Oxhead Party leader Liao, the 4 orc girls, the Iron Blood Guards leader and a group of mercenaries were all staring blankly at the scene, unable to regain their senses. Never in their dreams would they have thought that the invincible King of Earth in the Earth Palace would actually end up in such a tragic state. Alright, take out the heart of Earth. I know it's very important to you, but you've still lost after all. How about this, aren't you bored? I'll let more people come in to play with you in the future. Those guys are all pig heads, they'll definitely lose if they play rock paper scissors with you. I guarantee that you'll win, just like how you beat that idiot Yi Kong. Also, you definitely don't know that I'm an expert in heaven runes. Your bald head, shoulders, chest, arms, and knees, I can draw heaven rune circle on them. Do you want a diamond body? I have a way. Yu Yang didn't hesitate to spend to get the King of Earth. You true? To the King of Earth, the diamond body was really a temptation, and the heaven runes made his heart palpitate even more. If I don't give you a diamond body, I won't be able to show off my abilities. Yang Yang's Tian's king, Yang, and said, Tian, Jin, Yang Tian Tian Tian, Yang, Tian, I, Yang Dragon, I Yang said. Yang Tian Ling Tian Dragon, translator Yang King Yang. Lu Lian. Yang, Dong Tian Yang S, Yang, Tian Tians. His hands were trembling, and he didn't dare to look. He passed the heart of Earth to Yu Yang. Yu Yang, on the other hand, moved faster than the speed of light. He quickly kept the heart of Earth and put it back into his grimoire world. At the same time, he ordered the barbarian cow Shadow Man to fuse the heart of Earth into her body, not giving the King of Earth any chance to regret. What kind of treasure was the heart of Earth? For flying beasts, it was of little value. But for beasts that weren't good at flying and were good at fighting on the ground, it was the best of the best. It was unparalleled. Beasts that had fused with the heart of Earth would be immune to all Earth-type attacks, such as sand burying, earth concealing, landslide, sandstorm and so on. They wouldn't be harmed at all. They could absorb all Earth-type energy, such as Earth-type magic crystals, ores, gems, and so on. All Earth-type puppet beasts, such as rock puppets, stone silk snakes, mountain giants and so on, wouldn't have any hostility towards them. The most important thing was that beasts that had the heart of Earth would be able to absorb the Earth's energy continuously as long as they stood on the ground. They would never run out of energy. The Bloody Queen Red might not be very effective if she used it, because she mainly fought in the air. However, once the barbarian cow Shadow Man fused with the heart of Earth, she would definitely become a female barbarian cow who would never stop fighting. In the grimoire world, under the envious gazes of the Bloody Queen Red and the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, the barbarian cow Shadow Man started to absorb and fuse with the heart of Earth. This treasure might need a lot of time to completely fuse with her, but once it was fused, the barbarian cow Shadow would level up to become a 2-star holy beast. Her strength would increase exponentially, and she would become a female barbarian cow who would never tire. She would become the nightmare of all her enemies. There was nothing more terrifying than a guardian beast that could fight on the ground and had the Doom's Eyes and Trample skills obtaining the heart of Earth. The female barbarian cow who would never tire. Even the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, and the Black Prince would feel their scalps go numb when they heard this. Of course, in order to obtain this, Yu Yang had sacrificed a lot. Other than racking his brains to win against the King of Earth, Yu Yang had even thrown out heaven runes and diamond body as an exchange in order to coax him to take out the treasure. In Yu Yang's eyes, everything could be exchanged. As long as he could obtain the heart of Earth, anything could be negotiated. After spending half a day and wasting countless innate qi on the King of Earth's head, shoulders, chest, back, arms and knees, Yu Yang drew the heaven rune pattern on it. He left the heaven rune balance in between the King of Earth's eyebrows, diamond in its heart and energy storage in its navel. With the help of these 3 heaven runes, the King of Earth's body would gradually turn into a diamond. When the diamond body was completely formed, its battle power would probably increase by at least 10 times. As for whether it could become a diamond ranked, Yu Yang felt that the chances were not high. A diamond body did not equate to a diamond ranked body. One was the body, the other was the realm. It was the same logic as an item made of gold was not a gold-ranked treasure. The best time for the King of Earth to become a diamond-ranked beast had passed. If there were no accidents, it could only continue to increase its battle power. Its rank and level were probably fixed. Even so, the King of Earth with a diamond body would probably be an invincible existence even in the Earth Palace. Seeing that Yu Yang had given it all these, the King of Earth's mood became a little better. Golden light flashed. After Yu Yang used his innate qi to connect all the rune circles, the King of Earth's body gradually changed. The original rock body gradually condensed into diamonds. Although it was not much, with the passing of time, the King of Earth's body would definitely become diamond stone. Many people could not help but shiver at the thought of a King of Earth that was 50 meters tall and weighed a few hundred tons of diamond. Fortunately, this King of Earth had always stayed in the Earth Palace. If it ran out, even the Golden Mammoth, Battle Kodo, Ancient Behemoth and even the Black Hell Dragon would run away with their tails between their legs. When Fatty Hai and the others found Yu Yang had already turned the King of Earth's subordinates into rock giants with gold, silver, and bronze bodies. Not only that, Yu Yang also instigated the King of Earth, "Listen, my friend, you will collect taxes here from now on. Do you know what taxes are? You will collect toll fees from every adventurer that passes by. Don't worry, this is definitely legal. Think about it, you are the owner of this place. If you don't even collect toll fees and let them leave, wouldn't you lose face? Of course, collecting toll fees is one of them. Aren't you usually bored? When you have money, you can gamble with them. Take note, don't bet on anything else. Don't bet on the sand wolves and sand spiders just like you did just now. They can lose your treasures, but you must leave your subordinates and treasures behind." Yes, you are very smart, it seems like you completely understand what I mean. When you have treasures, I will come back to exchange with you. I am currently studying heaven runes, believe me, as your most sincere friend, I will definitely not lie to you. Oh Jen, the Iron Blood Guards and the others were sweating profusely. Fatty Hai and the others nodded their heads furiously, proving that Yu Yang was a good boy. He would even help an old lady cross the road on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but only on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday would he commit murder, arson and rob. Everyone looked on, not daring to make a sound. The reason was simple. Even an idiot would know that offending Yu Yang would be worse than being beaten to a pulp by the King of Earth's fists. Hui Tailang reported the battle at the Fire Palace to Yu Yang and handed over the 2 fire eye stones from the prison Flame King's eyes to his master. It received Yu Yang's affirmation and praise. As for the spirit of Earth Fire, she was like a little kid stealing candies to eat. She would suck a mouthful of energy from the Earth Fire magic flame ball from time to time and secretly look at Yu Yang's reaction. Seeing that Yu Yang didn't object to her doing this, she would secretly suck another mouthful. Her behavior was a little like Yu Xuan, who was secretly licking lollipops under her mother's prohibition. Finally, when she saw Hui Tailang handing over the 2 fire eye stones, she also wanted to hand over treasures and receive praise from her master. But other than the Earth Fire magic ball, she had nothing else. Hesitating and struggling in her heart for a long time, Yu Yang pretended not to see it. It was only when the spirit of Earth Fire reluctantly handed over the treasures in her arms with a pitiful look that Yu Yang finally nodded his head. He placed the Earth Fire magic fireball back into her hands. Seeing Yu Yang nod his head and return the treasures, the spirit of Earthfire's heart was filled with a strong excitement. She hugged the treasures and rushed up to the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Then, she flew everywhere in the sky. It was as if she was using this to express the excitement in her heart. She did not realize that this action was very similar to a human's reaction. Although she was still very far away from being a holy beast and having complex human emotions, but after passing Yu Yang's test and training, she already had a new beginning. What's wrong with this little bird of yours? Yi Kong pointed at the wind-breathed seabird on Fatty Hai's head. Don't mention it. Fatty Hai wanted to cry when he talked about this little bird. It looks very smart. Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang both realized this. Oh my god, it's just too smart, I would rather it be a little more stupid. Before Fatty Hai could finish his sentence, the wind-breathed seabird spat out a wind blade, hitting Fatty Hai's head. Now that it knew how to control its strength, it did not hurt Fatty Hai's skin, but also messed up his hair like a chicken nest. Fatty Hai hid in a corner and drew circles. After being interrogated by everyone, he finally told them the story of him and the little bird. In the end, everyone laughed crazily when they heard it. It was not that this wind-breathed seabird could not be contracted, but it betrayed him too quickly. Its loyalty was originally very high, just like a normal contracted beast. However, as long as Fatty Hai nagged or complained, its loyalty would immediately drop and it would betray him. This action made Fatty Hai's idea of torturing it fail. It even tortured Fatty Hai to the point of wanting to die. This was because even if Fatty Hai did not contract it, it would still follow him closely. The ox-head Fan Luan Tai looked down on Fatty Hai's idea of roasting bird meat and rewarded him with a serves you right. After another hour, Yu Yang finally saw the Li clan brothers, who had arrived late. They were all present and did not wait for O Zhen and the others. There were 2 teleportation points in the underground palace. One was to teleport to the Gold Palace, and the other was to teleport to the center of the 5 palaces. You guys go first, we will wait for another 3 hours. If our teammates don't arrive by then, we will return to the Warriors Guild and send out an elder to bring them out of the 5 palaces. Of course, I think there is a high chance that they will be sacrificed. O Zhen's voice was a little sad. However, he knew that if it was not for Yu Yang, the Iron Blood Guards would have suffered even more casualties. They might have been completely annihilated and would never be able to rise again. Young Titan, you must bring more adventurers here. I am very lonely, I hope that you can bring these friends to visit me when you are free. The King of Earth was very grateful to Yu Yang. After all, not everyone would be as generous as Yu Yang and return most of the things that they won. Of course, just wait to receive the money. Yu Yang decided to advertise the 5 Elements Palace once he got out. He had already taken the treasures anyway. Many mercenaries secretly swore that they would never come to this damned 5 Elements Palace again. However, O Zhen and the others felt that this was actually a very good place to train. If they could pass through the 5 Elements Palace, they believed that the whole 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, or even the 7th floor, would be able to come and go as they pleased. In the 5 Elements Palace, reality would tell every adventurer that without a beast, a warrior would be nothing, with only one beast, a warrior would still be nothing. To be truly strong, one had to take care of everything. Or, an adventurer team with all kinds of talents, working together and going through life and death together, would be able to successfully train. Treasures, don't even think about that. Being able to walk out of this 5 Elements Palace alive was already the biggest reward in life. There was only one abnormal person like Yu Yang in this world. After leaving the Jadeite forest, Fatty Hai bragged about his great act of exploiting the last treasure of the evil Millennium Ancient Tree, the evil tree root, and was looked down upon by everyone. Hearing this, Yu Yang's mind moved. Don't say, this evil tree root might still have some use. You're saying that these will be useful to Bing Heir? Fatty Hai was very excited after hearing this. His excited look was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. There's no use, but it might be useful to you guys. Yu Yang waved his hands and said to Fatty Hai, who had immediately withered, I want to buy the anti-Eris poison wood and the incomparably hard Saijin tree at a high price. In short, buy all the good trees. I'll try to use these evil tree roots to make some strong treants. Even if it's not convenient to fight monsters, it's not bad for defending the city. Why don't we ask the Warriors Guild if this jadeite forest is for sale? Why don't we buy a large piece of land around the Five Elements Palace to build a city? Normally, you guys would have a place to stay. Later, when people from the Soaring Dragon continent or your family or friends come over, you guys would also have a place to greet them. Don't tell me you want Jun Wuyu and the other old men to stand in the plaza and chat with you guys? Building a city? Where do we have so much money? Prince of Tianluo was very dizzy. Building a city was not easy. Money, this is not a problem. Yu Yang had never worried about not having enough money. If he had no money, he could just rob others. He waved his hands, assign a task to everyone, collect 100,000 gold. I'll take care of the rest. Collect from who? Oxhead Fan Lu and Tai couldn't understand. Who would give money to others to build a city? Collect from people we don't know. When Yu Yang said this, everyone fell to the ground. As expected, this brat was a bad person from head to toe. During this adventure in the Five Elements Palace, Lin En, Anna, Oxhead Li Ao and Oxhead Fan Lu and Tai were scared half to death. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince Tian Luo and the Li brothers were also tested. The only one who was at a loss was the lowly Bao heir who slept from the Gold Palace until they came out. Of course, the reason she could sleep for so long was because of the Fallen Flowers city mistress who planted the fragrant sleeping flower. The whole team's harvest was light, especially in terms of treasures. Only Fatty Hai obtained 10 evil tree roots. However, he had provoked an extremely smart wind-breast seabird that had been torturing him all the way. According to Fatty Hai, this was not worth it. However, Yu Yang had a great harvest. In the Gold Palace, Yu Yang obtained the divine molten meteorite gold that could be used to forge divine weapons. With this, Yu Yang was confident that he could continuously perfect and even complete Ghost Genius Yu Gong's third treasure. In the Water Palace, Yu Yang obtained the Dragon Trapping Pearl. On the surface, it was useless, but it was a treasure that could be used to capture dragons. The prerequisite was that one had to have enough ability to capture dragons. In the Wood Palace, because of Yu Yang's glib tongue, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree met a tragic end. Its treasures, the ancient Cyan Tree Sprout, the Earth's Core Dew and the Wishing Dutchman's Pipe, were all swindled away by Yu Yang. What was even more shameless was that Fatty Hai even threw stones at the evil Millennium Ancient Tree when it was down, swindling away the last 10 evil tree roots. There were 2 guardians of the Fire Palace, and they were twice as tragic as the others. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree still had some income, but the Purgatory Flame King and Red Spirit Fire Demoness of the Fire Palace both became the stepping stones for Hui Tai Lang and the Spirit of Earth Fire's evolution. The gold-ranked Fire Scythe was assimilated by Hui Tai Lang, becoming a true essence Fire Scythe. Hui Tai Lang finally had a weapon. As a divine beast, although a gold-ranked weapon was a little inferior, it could still be used. Not only had the Spirit of Earth Fire evolved by absorbing the fire ability, she had also gained intelligence. At the same time, she had also obtained an Earth Fire Magic Ball. She would probably level up again in the future. As its master, Yu Yang only managed to obtain 2 of the Purgatory Flame King's eyes, the Fire Eye Stone in the huge Fire Palace. It was better than nothing, but it was the smallest harvest out of all the 5 palaces. However, Yu Yang was very satisfied with the harvest from his beasts Hui Tai Lang and the Spirit of Earth Fire. Of course, the one who obtained the most was not Hui Tai Lang and the Spirit of Earth Fire, but the barbarian Cow Shadow Ah man who had been quietly contributing for a long time. After obtaining the Heart of the Earth, a man would become a female barbarian bull that would never tire. Yu Yang's plan to nurture a goddess of war had officially begun. Looks like you guys still need more experience. Yu Yang threw out a few bronze-ranked weapons and silver-ranked armors from Demon Eye's platinum-ranked storage ring. Then, before anyone could react, he immediately slipped away, afraid that they would ask him about the treasures he had obtained. What a joke! If they knew that he had obtained the divine molten meteorite gold, it would be weird if they didn't pester him for the divine equipment. This brat must have obtained a lot of good things, otherwise he wouldn't be so generous. Heavens, these are all bronze-ranked, there are only 2 silver-ranked, they are all trash. Fatty Hai was the person who understood Yu Yang's temper the most. He knew that Yu Yang must have obtained a lot of treasures, otherwise he wouldn't have left the Five Elements Palace so quickly. You don't want it? Fine. Yi Kong decided to split the treasures equally, but not to Fatty Hai. What? Did I say that I don't want it? Fatty Hai stared back. Isn't Master Hai the young master of the richest family in the Soaring Dragon continent? Why would he be interested in these small trash? Yi Kong sneered and snatched the silver-ranked great axe from Fatty Hai's hands, throwing it to party leader Liao. Fatty Hai immediately squealed like a pig being slaughtered, but everyone pretended not to hear it. No one sympathized with this fellow. Who asked this fatty to proudly show off the evil tree root just now? Everyone got nothing, but he got a very smart wind-breast seabird. This was illogical, they really didn't know why the wind-breast seabird would like him. I'm so poor that my pockets are jingling. Aren't you guys too heartless? There are no treasures, not even a consolation. Fatty Hai was about to cry and complain, but who knew that everyone would turn around and leave, not giving him a chance. Fatty Hai was so angry that he stomped his feet. Ga. The wind-breast seabird loved to see Fatty Hai's unlucky look the most. It happily flew around in the sky, cackling. I suddenly want to pluck its feathers, I really want to eat roasted bird legs. Fatty Hai stared at the wind-breast seabird sinisterly. The little bird immediately rewarded him with a wind blade, then quickly ran away. Yu Yang's next goal was to go to the secret place where the Bloody Queen's mother had ascended. He explored for a while. It was said that Golden King beasts could level up there. Yu Yang decided to bring the Bloody Queen there to have a look. He wanted to see what was going on. The other was one of the two secrets mentioned in Fourth Uncle's will. There was a gift that Yu Chou left for his son in the 5th floor of Tong Tian Tower. However, Fourth Uncle didn't know the exact location, he only heard Yu Chou mention the approximate area. Yu Yang still needed to find it himself. What gift did Yu Chou leave for the pitiful guy? Yu Yang was also very curious. After finishing these two items, Yu Yang prepared to explore the Death Canyon by himself. At the same time, he would look for the secret in the treasure map left behind by the Ares Temple thief, to see if there was really any information about the hidden treasure. If he couldn't make it in time, he would definitely go all out to collect the Mother Earth potion in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower with Spider Empress Jiangying. After all, that was the most important thing. It wouldn't be too late to explore the Death Canyon later. As for the Heaven Stairway, Yu Yang decided to find a time to have a good talk with Fourth Mother. Yu Yang felt that Fourth Mother should know the secret of the Heaven Stairway. It was just that she didn't take the initiative to tell Yu Yang. Maybe, she would tell him when the time was right. What was the Heaven Stairway? Could it be that the Heaven Stairway could allow one to directly ascend to Heaven Realm? Yu Yang secretly guessed that there was such a possibility. He felt that the Heaven Stairway was a secret passage to Heaven Realm. Of course, he would only know the truth after exploring it. Back at the Warrior Guild, Yu Yang went up to the Hall of Honor on the 3rd floor and asked if he could use the Immortal Spring to exchange for the innate ranker's reward on the Bloody Fall list. The beautiful receptionist was so shocked that she looked at Yu Yang with her mouth agape. After a long while, she waved her hands and said that there was no such treasure. I need the Immortal Spring. If you guys are ready, then I will exchange it with the Warrior Guild for the related honor. The innate level 5 Demon Eye, the leader of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress. Yu Yang said coolly and then left. Wow. The beautiful receptionist stared blankly at Yu Yang's back. After 3 minutes, she screamed, "Oh my god, this is too exciting." What happened? Another very serious manager scolded, "This is the Hall of Honor, please pay attention to your image. You don't know, the innate level 5 Demon Eye is dead. He was killed by that masked handsome guy." The receptionist accidentally revealed Yu Yang's secret. The manager who didn't know the truth was shocked. After a long while, he said in disbelief, "Really? You said he wants the Immortal Spring? This is a little difficult. I need to report to the Innate Alliance immediately. Remember, this is a top secret. Other than you and me, don't let anyone else know about this. Otherwise, it will be the greatest harm to the brave warriors who are trying to get rid of evil." He really said Demon Eye just now? Are you 100% sure? Demon Eye of the Thunder Fortress, the leader of the 3 leaders. How could I have heard wrongly? Oh my god, he is so cool. The beautiful receptionist's eyes had already turned into 2 hearts. Yu Yang returned to the Thunder Fortress. This time, he didn't need to return to Indong's mansion. Demon Eye's Evil Eye Palace was being rebuilt in a hurry. The new Titan Palace would be expanded based on the Evil Eye Palace. Combining Demon Eye's and Indong's territories, as well as the lakeside area that Mountain Elf and Blood River gifted to Yu Yang, the new Titan Palace would become the largest building complex after Chong'an Palace. Countless slaves were happily busy. Among them, the slaves who first followed Yu Yang were the most energetic. Although Demon Eye's slaves and servants were abnormally diligent, they were still cautious. Fortunately, the Titan brothers had a good reputation. Otherwise, there would be a lot of slaves who escaped. Master. Among the voices calling Master, the fat toad Jiada's voice was the loudest, proudest and most respectful. Demon Eye's property has been successfully taken over. There are a total of, you and manager Yanjing will handle these. I am assured that you have the ability to do it well. If you don't have enough manpower, ask the Xiaopu brothers to help you. Oh right, if you want to add anything in the future, you don't need to ask me. Just do it directly and report to me when you are done. Yu Yang wouldn't care about these people's daily life. Anyway, it would be fine as long as they operated normally. Moreover, the fat toad Jiada didn't have the guts to lie to him. Yes, yes. The fat toad Jiada was so happy that his face turned red. This was the trust and recognition of his master. Merciful, great and invincible master, the new ores we found in mine number 5 have produced high-quality ores again. It is all thanks to master's luck. The other person who was extremely proud was the old slave Pai Ping. This fellow was very easy to praise. Once he was praised, the bones in his body would become lighter by a few kilograms. Well done. Everyone has worked hard. This time, the reward will be doubled. Those who excavate high-quality ores will be rewarded once. Everyone who excavates the ores will be rewarded with 1 gold coin. As for those of you who built the houses, all of you will be rewarded. As for the specifics, you will be rewarded according to your contributions. Butler Yanjing will be in charge of this. Remember, the reward will never be less. When your contributions have accumulated to a certain level, I will consider awarding you a loyalty or contribution medal. All of you, work hard. Yu Yang waved his hand and rewarded close to 10,000 gold coins. Of course, his rewards were even greater. Not only now, but also in the future. Master's grace is as high as the heavens and as deep as the earth. Old Pai Ping was so touched that tears streamed down his face. He led the slaves to kowtow continuously. Get up. Yu Yang was speechless. The emperor's love for bootlicking was probably caused by this kind of people. However, he who knew the art of leadership still helped old Pai Ping up and patted his shoulder lightly. With this pat, old Pai Ping's body immediately became a few kilograms lighter. After the slaves kowtowed 3 times, Yu Yang raised his hand in the air. Immediately, they started to clatter. Their faces were still stained with tears. It was unknown if they were really touched or if they were acting like a movie king. Entering the hall, he found that Butler Yanjing was extremely busy calculating something. Even when Yu Yang came in, he couldn't divert his attention to greet him. On the other hand, the large group of merchants who surrounded Butler Yanjing all gave him a flattering and respectful smile. Yu Yang waved his hand and left by himself. These people felt that Mr. Little Titan was really amiable and easygoing. Ordinary innate rankers wouldn't even look at merchants. Everyone gave him a thumbs up and praised him nonstop. Ah, Master is back. I was only focused on drawing and didn't have time to cook. I have really neglected my duty. Please punish me, Master. A half-elf girl with a child's face and big breasts ran out from the inner room with a little panic. The power of her breasts trembling caused Yu Yang's heart to be put to a test. Her white orchid-like fingers were still stained with paint, but her little face was blushing, as if she had done something shameful. You drew pretty well. Yu Yang knew that this little girl was definitely drawing him. He glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. It was really her, but there was an additional drawing of her. On the white cloth, there was a drawing of Yu Yang wearing a Gemini mask, while the half-elf girl drew herself hugging Yu Yang's arm, smiling happily. Seeing that Yu Yang wasn't angry, the half-elf girl naughtily stuck out her little pink tongue. Yu Yang patted her head and rewarded her with a fresh fruit. Are you hungry? Eat this first to fill your stomach. The half-elf girl was so excited that her little face turned red. She took the fruit, lowered her head and nodded. When Yu Yang returned to the grimoire world, she clenched her little fist and cheered herself on with tears streaming down her face. I'm such a failure, I actually forgot to cook. Luckily Master wasn't angry. But Master is really gentle. I must work hard tomorrow. The next day, after settling the matters in the Thunder Fortress, Yu Yang prepared to go down to the third floor of Tong Tian Tower to find the mysterious place that could allow a golden king beast to ascend. Suddenly, butler Yanjing came in to report that Mr. Chen from the Qilong continent had arrived. Mr. Little Titan, you really surprised me. Mr. Chen was still wearing that wide-brimmed hat, but his face looked much better now. It was probably because Yu Yang had exchanged 2 martial arts pills previously, allowing his son and daughter to successfully break through their bottlenecks. Mr. Chen's complexion looked very good, he was in high spirits. When he saw Yu Yang walking out, he immediately bowed deeply to him like a gentleman. My friend, could it be that you have brought me a piece of good news this time? Yu Yang looked at his expression, as if something good had come to find him. That's right. Mr. Chen smiled, however, please forgive me, I'll leave the good news for last. It's like this, regarding the thunder ores, I wonder if we can still keep our promise. What I mean is, if possible, I want to buy all the ores in the West Wind Pit. You can pay with gold coins, or you can exchange with magic crystals and treasures. Of course, if you are willing, we can even pay with the Qilong continent's unique wine. Other than being an exceptional wine, the Qilong wine is also a good recovery potion. It has a certain effect on recovering a warrior's qi and blood, replenishing strength and healing external injuries. In the Qilong continent, the annual production of the Qilong wine does not exceed 30,000 bottles. Most of them are transported to Tong Tian Tower to be sold by merchants. It is a very popular wine. How much Qilong wine do you have? Yu Yang went straight to the point and asked. At the very most, I should be able to get 10,000 bottles. Among them, there are 100 bottles of 5th-rank dragon blood wine, 1,000 bottles of 4th-rank tiger bone wine, and the remaining 9,000 bottles of 3rd-rank beast blood wine. Mr. Chen knew that Yu Yang had a lot of ores, 10,000 bottles of wine could only make up a small part of it. He would mainly use treasures like the wisdom fruit and magic crystals to pay for it. As for gold coins, Mr. Chen did not think that the other party would be short of money. Yu Yang muttered to himself. He somewhat understood why Mr. Chen wanted to buy the thunder ore so urgently. It should be fed to some kind of thunder-attributed beast to increase their level and battle power. Supplying ores to the Qilong continent for a long period of time would inevitably affect the development of the Soaring Dragon continent. However, going back on his words made him feel a little awkward. Furthermore, Yu Yang had occupied Demon Eye's mine, he did not have to worry about not having ores. Mr. Chen probably wouldn't want the top-grade ores, and he wouldn't be able to afford them. The best Yu Yang would keep it for himself. It was just right to sell ordinary ores to the other party. What Yu Yang wanted the most right now wasn't the Qilong wine. It was a consumable item, so what if he drank it? What he wanted the most was the recipe for the wine, as well as the method to create weapons and armors using the Thunder Oregon. With these techniques, Yu Yang would be able to replicate them immediately and apply them on the Soaring Dragon continent. It wasn't impossible to research on it himself, but it would take too much time. This kind of thing wouldn't help him much, so Yu Yang was too lazy to use his brain. He had too many things to do. It would be best if he could obtain the technique directly. If he copied it, it might even be better than the original. Yu Yang reckoned that Mr. Chen would not take out the technique to create the thunder or to exchange. As for how to feed the beasts, even if Mr. Chen said this method, the Soaring Dragon continent might not have those special beasts that ate ores. The supply of ores wasn't something that could be done in a year or two. In the end, Yu Yang decided that it would be better for him to put some effort into researching the thunder ores. He would then give this method to Jun Wuyu as the betrothal money for marrying Princess Xianxia. This way, his future father-in-law Jun Wuyu would definitely be overjoyed. Yu Yang made up his mind and nodded, all right, no problem. We'll do as you said. The Qilong continent can use the wine as collateral for a portion of the ores, but our main exchange will still be with magic crystals. When Mr. Chen saw that Yu Yang was deep in thought, his heart was still beating like a drum. He also knew the value of the Thunder Oregon. His conditions were definitely not the highest. Now that there were so many competitors, he quickly showed his sincerity and made a win-win situation. Mr. Little Titan, in order to thank you for your trust and friendship, we are willing to give you the technique to create the Thunder armor from the Thunder Ore for free. Furthermore, we can cooperate fully. Mr. Little Titan, please forgive my frankness. Our technique is not the highest. The Demon Abyss's usage of the Thunder Ore and the Dwarf's forging technique are the most perfect. However, those are top secret and we are unable to obtain them. Another point, because only the Qilin continent has the Thunder Beast that can be used to increase the attributes of the Thunder Ore, we are willing to use the mature and tamed Thunder Beast as the collateral for the ores. The technique to extract the ores? Butler Yanjing was stunned. Mr. Chen's generosity was definitely huge. The Thunder Beast is an extremely powerful mount. Its speed is as fast as lightning and its attacks contain lightning which can paralyze the enemy. If it can surpass the bronze rank and reach the silver rank, a level 6 Elder or a level 7 Overlord would also be suitable to ride on. The fat toad Jiada was afraid that Yu Yang would not agree, so he quickly reminded him in a low voice. Our Qilin continent will provide 2 gold rank Thunder Beasts and 10 silver rank Thunder Beasts every year. As for the rest, the lowest is bronze rank level 4 and the highest is bronze rank level 6. The limit is 300 to 500 of them every year. We will not force you to give us top-grade ores. Every high-grade Thunder Ore can be exchanged for at least 2 silver rank Thunder Beasts. Mr. Chen passed a trade agreement that he had prepared long ago to Yu Yang. Very good, Mr. Chen. Your frankness is worthy of respect. The trade is established. Yu Yang knew that the other party would definitely not tell him how to raise and train the Thunder Beast. Every race had their own secrets. For example, it was impossible for the elves to tell him how to make bows, the gnomes to tell them how to embed gems, and the dwarfs to tell them how to forge weapons. Would the Yu clan tell outsiders about the puppet-making technique? Of course not. The source and supply of the Thunder Beast was still in the hands of the Qilin continent's rankers. However, Yu Yang had also benefited a lot from it. It was impossible to monopolize everything in business. Being able to monopolize the most valuable thing was already enough. Moreover, this Thunder mine was snatched from others. It was basically a profit without any capital. Yu Yang's main task was to gain experience and increase his cultivation. He did not need to be distracted too much with these things, as long as he could earn the most profit. Sha sha sha. Yu Yang signed Titan's name on the trade agreement. He then drew a Gemini mask symbol on it. At this time, Mr. Chen's heartbeat finally stabilized. He knew that to everyone, this was a win-win situation. However, the other party might not necessarily want to win with him. Little Titan could choose someone else, because the initiative to obtain the Thunder Ore was completely in the hands of this unfathomably strong young man. If he decided to cooperate, then it would be a win-win situation. If he refused to cooperate, then he would still have a chance to cooperate with someone else. Mr. Chen gratefully bowed to Yu Yang. Thank you very much. I believe that our Qilin continent will be able to get a chance to breathe because of your support. We will be able to obtain a better chance of survival. You must know that we have always been living under the shadow of the Demon Abyss. Before we proceed with our trade, I can guarantee you that the assets that I handed over to Butler Yanjing in the Qilin continent will not be counted as part of our future trade. They will belong to you completely. If you do not want to receive Indong's assets in the form of gold coins, then we can exchange them for other things at the same price. For example, Qilin wine and Thunder Beast. We can also provide a small amount of Thunder armors. I am very curious about the products of your continent. I really want to see it. Give me a little of everything. Yu Yang looked like he did not care and laughed it off. But in his heart, he thought that this Mr. Chen was too honest and old-fashioned. If he was from the Soaring Dragon continent, would he take the initiative to hand over the assets of Indong's hometown to an unknown person? Definitely not. It would be weird if he did. Even if he had to hand it over, he would not hand it over completely. He would definitely hide a large part of it. On the contrary, looking at this Mr. Chen, before he returned, he had already handed over the assets to Butler Yanjing. It seemed that hiding other people's assets was an especially shameful action. Seeing this scene, Yu Yang's heart was slightly moved. He remembered that Lin En, Anna, Bao Er, Li Ao and Fan Luan Tai all had good morals. It seemed that other than humans, many other races had shocking morals. Forget about the elves, but how could an ox head, a pigman and a toad be more virtuous than humans? This was really dizzying. If he were to use the standards of the Huaxia Tian dynasty, these people were all F***king idiots, brainless and a pain in the ass type. Yu Yang secretly sweated in his heart. Of course, he would definitely support others to be virtuous and treat others sincerely. It would be best if everyone in Tong Tian Tower behaved like a gentleman, but he would definitely not do that. Compared to being a good person, Yu Yang felt that it was more comfortable to be a bad guy who did whatever he wanted. Let others be the good guy, do the bad guy himself. This was Yu Yang's way of thinking. Mr. Chen happily bid farewell and left. He was prepared to bring his hometown's good wine, mounts and armors to the Thunder Fortress to trade. To be able to cooperate with the Titan brothers, who were strong innates, was undoubtedly the luckiest thing for the Qilong continent. Before he left, he gave Yu Yang a piece of parchment paper. On it was a map, marking a location. Yu Yang's heart palpitated when he saw it. Because the location marked on the map was called Evil Dragon Lair. This was found by a thief who was extremely good at concealment. He almost lost his life because of it. According to his information, there is a black dragon, 2 red dragons and close to 100 red flame-flying dragons inside. If you need more information, you can go to the Silver Bullhorn Tavern and look for a man named Dark Blade. He is my most respected friend. I wish you good luck. For this information, Mr. Chen paid a total of 10,000 gold coins, but he gave it to Yu Yang without hesitation. Because he felt that this young man was more suitable than him, and had more confidence in venturing into the dragon lair. If you succeed, I will repay you with a bottle of dragon blood. Yu Yang naturally understood how dangerous and difficult it was to find the evil dragon lair, and how valuable this piece of information was. Mr. Chen was also an innate ranker. If he was willing to give this opportunity to slay a dragon to Yu Yang, it meant that he had enough sincerity to cooperate with Yu Yang. Let alone the evil dragon lair, there were even dragon hunters in the Jadeite forest, where giant dragons temporarily passed by. From this, it could be seen how hard it was to find a giant dragon. Furthermore, giant dragons were not to be trifled with. Giant dragons were not like flying dragons, they were definitely invincible on the battlefield, causing all living creatures to flee at the sight of them. Returning to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Yu Yang pretended that he did not know Fatty Hai and the others. He found a teleporter and teleported to a continent 10,000 miles away. On that continent, he teleported to another place 10,000 miles away. After teleporting 3 times, Yu Yang finally arrived at a huge city called Tagu. He spent money to hire a blue-winged white-backed gull and flew directly to the Silver Bullhorn Tavern like a taxi. This was a medium-sized tavern. There was a huge silver bullhorn as the tavern's logo. It seemed that this was the base of the Silver Bullhorn mercenary group. There were many similar taverns in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang pushed the door open and entered. Those who saw Yu Yang were a little surprised. Many of them even sized up the Gemini mask on Yu Yang's face and the long bag on his back that was wrapped with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear. A weak level 6 elder actually wore a gold-ranked mask on his face? The eyes of many people who were drinking at the table flashed, but for some reason, they did not dare to snatch it. It was much better than the people near the entrance of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. It seemed that the Silver Bullhorn mercenary group had some reputation, at least they could suppress their customers. Yu Yang ignored those greedy gazes and walked directly to the wine cabinet. He threw a handful of gold coins and said, "I'm looking for Dark Blade." "There is no one called Dark Blade here." The beauty standing at the wine counter smiled politely. "There is a type of wine called Dark Night Temptation, do you want a cup? Ask him to come out, now." Yu Yang grabbed another gold coin and placed it on the counter. "There is really no such person. I also want to earn your gold coins, but I'm sorry." The beauty returned the gesture. "My patience is limited." Yu Yang's gaze was very serious. "Customer, I'm sorry, please allow me to serve you." A half-bald old man stood at the side. He reached out his hand and patted the beauty's shoulder, hinting for her to leave as soon as possible. Then, he took over her original position and asked with a face full of smiles, "Dear customer, she is new here and doesn't know anything. If you want to ask for news of Dark Blade, I will tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Dark Blade is already dead." "How did he die?" Yu Yang asked. "A month ago, Dark Blade received news of a secret treasure. He told his best friend, but who knew that his best friend betrayed him and secretly spread the news of the secret treasure. A strong mercenary group found Dark Blade and escorted him to the location of the secret treasure. Along the way, they met even more adventurers. It turned out that his greedy friend sold the news to a few mercenary groups. In the end, before they could get the secret treasure, a few mercenary groups started to fight, and in the end, they even lured the strong dragon hunters. The dragon hunters took advantage of the fact that both sides were injured and captured them in one fell swoop. Including Dark Blade and his friends, everyone was annihilated. As for the news of the secret treasure, because of Dark Blade's death, no one knows anymore. The half-bald old man sighed. Many people think that this is a conspiracy deliberately spread by the dragon hunters. They deceived Dark Blade and let him bring the news back. In the end, it caused the mercenary groups that coveted the secret treasure to fight, and they took the opportunity to take advantage of it. Is it really like that? Yu Yang smiled faintly. This matter, everyone in the Pagoda Ancient City knows about it. At that time, our Silver Horn mercenary group also had a meeting, but the leader felt that there was something fishy about it and gave up on the treasure hunt. Later on, it was proven that it was indeed so. The half-bald old man's words were very convincing. The events, process, and contradictions were almost impeccable, but Yu Yang did not believe a word of it. The closer the description was to the truth, the more fake it was. There was no need to read detective novels to know this. Just by watching TV, one would know that a guy who looked like a good guy on the surface was definitely a bad guy. Of course, Yu Yang believed that the main reason why the half-bald old man lied to him was because of his senses. As a powerful innate ranker, his senses were extremely sharp. Yu Yang already knew that this old man was going to spout a bunch of lies before he even opened his mouth. On the other hand, the outsider beauty didn't dare to speak casually because she wasn't used to lying. She was afraid that Yu Yang would see through her lies and expose her. Her clumsiness was in stark contrast to the old man's slickness. If Dark Blade was really dead, this old man shouldn't be sighing. Instead, he should be happy, a kind of gloating happiness. Then, he would brag about it vividly and make this topic the laughingstock of the tavern. Therefore, the calmer this old man acted, the more abnormal the matter was. "Is Dark Blade really dead?" Yu Yang finally asked. "The one who collected his body was my nephew. Although Dark Blade wasn't my friend, he never owed me money for drinks. In fact, he was a good customer." The half-bald old man pretended to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. He did not know that in the world of the Xianxia dynasty, there was a character in a novel called Jibuchuan. This character told the readers not to easily trust others, especially a species called gentlemen. Let him come back to life and appear in front of me as soon as possible. Yu Yang took out another gold coin and placed it in front of the half-bald old man. "But he's really dead." The half-bald old man's gaze turned slightly cold. He didn't expect that after talking for so long, the other party still wasn't moved and stubbornly believed that Dark Blade was still alive. "In 10 minutes, if he doesn't appear, I will burn down this tavern," Yu Yang said as if it was a matter of course. "Brat, are you looking for death?" Behind Yu Yang, a tall and sturdy man with a round waist stood. He patted Yu Yang's shoulder with his big, furry hands and shouted sternly, "Get the hell out of here right now. Don't ever appear in Tower Gu ever again. Otherwise, I will beat your dog legs. Why don't you ask around, is this a place where you can behave atrociously? Even if Captain Taurus isn't here, this friend of his will not let others behave atrociously in his territory." The customers in the tavern also denounced Yu Yang along with the burly man. One by one, they stood up and began cursing loudly. Some were even prepared to roll up their sleeves and rush forward to beat up Yu Yang. The half-bald old man hurriedly pretended to be a good person. "Everyone, don't be angry. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Thank you everyone for your praise of our silver bull horn. But we open a tavern to do business, not to cause trouble, but to make a fortune. Everyone, calm down. Come, serve wine to the customers. This round is on me. Turning around, he smiled at Yu Yang. This esteemed customer, please don't be angry. We understand that you are anxious to find Dark Blade, but he is really dead. If you don't believe me, I can get someone to bring you to see his grave. Everyone here can also prove that Dark Blade has already been dead for half a month. His corpse has already rotted. The customers laughed loudly. Idiot, only coming to look for treasures now. If there were really treasures, would we still be waiting for a fool like you? Another person mocked. Luckily he came late. Otherwise, if he met the dragon hunters, he would probably pee his pants on the spot. Boasting shamelessly, a mere level 6 elder wants to behave atrociously here. Do you want me to die of laughter? Standing behind Yu Yang was a tall and sturdy Bear Clan man with a loud and clear voice. He was overjoyed. Did you guys hear that? Just now, when he said that he would burn this Silver Bullhorn Tavern, he almost scared me to death. This brat must not have woken up yet. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that this Silver Horn Tavern was actually opened by the strongest innate ranker, the Ox Tribe warrior, Silver Horn. Brat, you want to behave atrociously in the innate ranker's territory? Are you even an innate ranker? Why, did you pee your pants in fright? Touch your crotch. Little bird, don't be scared. Is it still there? Ahahaha. Boring. Yu Yang shook his head. He casually threw a punch behind him, nonchalantly. It was as if a bored friend of the tavern was chasing away a fly. Although the burly man from the bear tribe was laughing wildly, he was already prepared. He reacted in an instant. His huge fist retaliated with an explosive force, smashing towards Yu Yang's back. He knew that a fight was inevitable. Although he was laughing arrogantly on the surface, he was secretly on guard. Seeing that it was real, he immediately counterattacked. It wasn't just him. The other customers also felt that under such ridicule, even if the masked brat had a good temper, he wouldn't be able to take it. All of them held their cups and watched the show. Some of them were even prepared to give the masked brat a flying kick after the man from the bear tribe defeated him to vent their anger. Just when everyone was prepared to see Yu Yang suffer, the situation changed beyond their expectations. The moment the huge fist smashed into Yu Yang's back, Yu Yang's hand hit the chin of the man from the bear tribe 1/10 of a second earlier. Immediately, the bear tribe man shot up into the sky like a rocket. His huge body shot straight to the roof, smashing through the second floor with a boom, then smashing through the third and fourth floor, as well as the roof of the fifth floor, flying dozens of meters into the sky. 10 seconds later, the man from the bear tribe fell down. He fell back into the hole he had created and accurately landed in front of Yu Yang. The wooden floor on the ground was completely shattered. Wood chips flew everywhere. The entire Silver Horn Tavern was shaking. The windows were broken, and the mud and dust were rustling down. The customers who were squatting on the long benches to watch the show were all turned into clay puppets. Many of them poured the wine in their hands onto their chests or pants, but they didn't notice it at all. Everyone's eyes were wide open, just like toads that had been stepped on. Even though the truth was right in front of their eyes, they couldn't believe that it was true. A level 7 advanced overlord was sent flying by a level 6 beginner, elder, with a single punch, and even fainted on the spot. Was this even possible? If it was the other way around, it wouldn't be possible. That half-bald old man was so scared that he shivered. He quietly hid in the wine cabinet and prepared to sneak away. Come out and lead the way. If I can't see Dark Blade in 10 minutes, I can guarantee that this Silver Horn Tavern and everyone here will evaporate in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang knocked on the counter, scaring the half-bald old man into sticking his head out. Bang! The half-bald old man was so flustered that his head hit the edge of the cabinet. He didn't dare to cry out in pain and quickly led the way. 5 minutes later, Yu Yang finally saw Dark Blade. He was a skinny thief with an extremely ordinary appearance. If he was thrown into the crowd, it would be like throwing a grain of sand into a sandpit. He would definitely not be found. Of course, his looks weren't enough to be a celebrity, but to be a thief, his looks were practically a cheat code. People like thieves and assassins didn't need to be handsome. The more ordinary they were, the more battle power they could unleash, and the higher their chances of survival. There were a few other people standing with dark blade. There were 3 men of different races, 2 dwarves, a half-naked ox-head warrior with a golden belt, and a skinny old scholar. The half-bald old man introduced these people. They were the leader of the Taurus mercenary group, Taurus, the think tank Sage Bagu, and the 5 core members of the elite group. Yu Yang only glanced at the leader of the Taurus mercenary group. This guy had the strength of a lesser innate, but it was difficult for him to enter Yu Yang's eyes. The skinny scholar Sage Bagu, on the other hand, was sized up by Yu Yang. This old fellow was also a lesser innate, but his brain structure was different from the leader of the Taurus mercenary group. It was worth Yu Yang looking at him for a second more. The 2 dwarves were level 7 overlord, but they were probably very strong. The axes they were holding were actually made of black gold. Of course, Yu Yang was curious about them because he had never seen dwarfs before. The 3 men of different races were wolf tribe warriors with bulging muscles. They were extremely tall, and they didn't wear shoes. Their sharp claws extended out. It seemed like they were agile warriors who were good at running. This is Darkblade. The half-bald old man first introduced the thief to Yu Yang, then bowed to the leader of the Taurus mercenary group. "I'm sorry, leader, I really couldn't stop this esteemed guest." "It's alright, it's good to have one more person join the treasure hunt." The leader of the Taurus mercenary group signaled the skinny thief to come forward. "Tell this friend about the situation first, maybe we can cooperate." The evil dragon lair isn't something that we, the Taurus mercenary group, can set our sights on. We need more helpers, but they must be friends who are sincere in searching for treasures. Is this how you treat a friend who is sincere in searching for treasures? Yu Yang didn't look at the thief. Instead, he walked to the front of a wolf tribe warrior. "You are the real Darkblade, right?" Yu Yang's words shocked everyone. Even Sage Bagu, who was originally calm and collected, looked at Yu Yang in shock, as if he wanted to get to know this masked man again. Normal people would not be able to see through Darkblade's identity. This was because people would think that if Darkblade was a thief, he would definitely look like a thief. The biggest possibility was that his appearance would not be shocking and it would be easy for him to hide his tracks. However, the best way to hide was not his appearance, but his identity. No one would have thought that a thief would actually look like a warrior. Especially when he hid among 3 warriors, it was even more flawless. Darkblade, the super thief whose identity had never been recognized, was exposed by Yu Yang for the first time. Everyone was shocked. With Heaven Eyes Divine Vision, Yu Yang did not explain. Even if he did not have Heaven Eyes Divine Vision, Yu Yang would not be fooled. Being suspicious was definitely a common problem for smart people. Only those with a one-track mind would easily believe others. "Yes, I am the real Darkblade." The Wolf Clan warrior's aura changed. From the original level 7 overlord, it instantly rose to a lesser innate. Waving his claws, his movements were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Darkblade had already changed into a Fox Clan thief. Not only did he change from a warrior to a thief, even his race was not a Wolf Clan, but a Fox Clan. Yu Yang felt that the saying "pretending to be a big-tailed wolf" was probably referring to this guy. However, pretending to be a big-tailed wolf was the best way to cover up. Mr. Chen had said that Darkblade was an expert in concealment. It was indeed true. Yu Yang looked at Darkblade's waist and saw a silver dagger. The dagger's blade was dark green, and there were even heaven runes decorations on it. It was obviously a gold-ranked dagger, but half of it was wrapped in cowhide, pretending to be a bronze-ranked dagger. He was really talented. "Tell me about the information. If it is useful, I will pay you." Yu Yang acted as if he was buying information from a thief's guild. "Don't say, this guy doesn't look like a good person." The 2 dwarves objected in unison. "I'll say it first. The evil dragon lair definitely exists, but the current situation is that the evil dragon lair is the base of the dragon hunters' allies. There are more than 2 groups of dragon hunters that often appear nearby. They are collaborating with the evil dragon inside. Normally, the evil dragon would search for the traces of the dragon hunters, while the dragon hunters would move out. Both sides would kill the good evil dragon and split the loot equally. With our current strength, not only can we not kill the strong evil dragon, we can't even defeat the dragon hunters. There are at least 2 innates outside the innate alliance. They are the leaders of the dragon hunters. The naked ox Xianxia looked at Yu Yang. With his 8-pack. Xianxia looked at Yu Yang. If there is at least an innate, we can try. We also have an innate ranker on our side. He is the pride of our clan, Silver Horn. Blade. We blade. Not. Jean would like to wait. Blade. Dragon. Dragon. Don't be anxious. Let's listen to the specific information first. Let's hear the information first. The sage Bagu tried to smooth things over. When he heard that Yu Yang had the support of an innate, his eyes immediately lit up. Having the support of an innate and not having the support of an innate were 2 completely different concepts. Hearing that Yu Yang had the support of an innate, the 2 dwarfs no longer objected to sharing information. The entrance to the evil dragon lair is not like a normal dragon lair. It is not on top of a high cliff. Instead, it is hidden in a rocky forest. The peak is extremely steep and the terrain is harsh. Normal warriors would not be able to get close to the dragon lair. The harsh terrain stretches for tens of kilometers. There is a high peak in the middle. The entrance to the dragon lair is halfway up the peak. Below it is a smooth cliff. There is no way to enter unless you fly. In the surroundings, there are countless red flame flying dragons. I think most of the adventurers would fall under the attack of the red flame flying dragons. The red flame flying dragons are a headache. Most of them are bronze ranked level 9, and there are also silver ranked level 8. Luckily, other than the red flame flying dragon king, there are very few gold ranked level 7 existences. Darkblade looked at Yu Yang and slowly reported the information. From what I know, there is 1 black dragon and 2 red dragons. The black dragon is not a hell black dragon, nor is it a holy beast. However, it is very powerful. Although it and the 2 red dragons are gold ranked level 10, its power is a few times higher. It is very terrifying. I think that warriors below innate level 5 would not be able to shake this black dragon. The red dragon also needs the power of an innate level 3 to fight against it. Now, I can't guarantee that there are not more evil dragons in there. Maybe there are more, or even stronger existences. If it is an innate, we need to work together in order to win. The sage Bagu suggested to Yu Yang, we will distribute the spoils of war according to strength and battle achievements. My tribe's lord Silverhorn is a level 5 innate ranker. May I ask what is the strength of your innate ranker? Party leader Taurus was openly negotiating. If you are weaker than the power behind me, then I'm sorry, but you have to listen to me. Level 6 innate. When Yu Yang said this, the other party's expressions were different. Some were happy, some were sad, some were excited, and some were worried. On the surface, it seemed like a good thing to have a super strong ally, because a strong ally meant the success of the mission. However, a strong ally also meant that they would have to share more treasures with others. As a level 6 innate, ordinary things would definitely not be able to catch their eye. Party leader Taurus and the sage Bagu looked at each other. Then, party leader Taurus said, "It's not that I want to be disrespectful to an innate. I just want to ask for an innate's name, so that I can report to Lord Silverhorn." Yu Yang looked at him indifferently and said 2 words, Titan. When this name was said, everyone was stunned again. Because, they had never heard of it before. As a level 6 innate ranker, he should be famous in the entire 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Unexpectedly, this masked man in front of them said an unfamiliar name. It's fake. The 2 dwarves were the most hot-tempered and immediately retorted loudly, "We have never heard of any Titan. May I ask what glorious deeds this Titan has done, so that we can worship him?" Party leader Taurus' first thought was that it was a fake. However, it was fine if he was an innate ranker, but if he was a level 6 innate ranker, it would be extremely easy to see through him. If he knew this, why did he still want to fake it? A level 6 innate ranker definitely could not be offended. Hence, before he was 100% sure that it was a fake, he did not dare to make it up. He just killed Nightmare and Tiger Nyan of the Bloody Ranking, and the head of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress, Demon Eye. You guys can go to the Warrior Guild to find out about this. Yu Yang turned around and left, leaving behind a sentence, "I will depart in 3 hours, regardless of whether you guys cooperate or not." What about that respectable Lord Titan? The sage Bagu asked anxiously. When the time comes, he will appear. Yu Yang's figure disappeared. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, not knowing if they should believe him or doubt him. This brat was too arrogant. If he was not confident, would he go to the evil dragon lair to die? With his level, if he did not have the protection of an innate rancor, going to the evil dragon lair would be like sending food to the enemy. However, they had never heard of the name Titan. Normally, a level 6 innate rancor should have been famous for at least 1 or 200 years. How could they not have heard of him? If he was hiding his strength, he should have heard of his name, right? The few of them looked at each other and rushed to the warrior guild in the Pagoda ancient city to find out the truth. However, the answer they got from the warrior guild made them speechless. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. After the record keeper collected 100 gold coins for the inquiry, he went into the inner room and found the records. He then came out and told them, Titan, there is such a person. He is a newbie who came to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower from the Soaring Dragon continent. After hearing this, the two dwarfs fell to the ground. A newbie dared to boast about being a level 6 innate, Dark Blade and the Golden Bull were disappointed. If there was really a level 6 innate rancor helping them, they would have the confidence to take down the evil dragon lair. Who would not know that he was a liar? Elder Bagu was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as the few of them were about to leave, the record keeper flipped to another page. A few days ago, the newbie Titan killed Nightmare and Tiger Nyan in the Thunder Fortress. Oh my god, a newbie killed Nightmare and Tiger Nyan? Am I seeing things? The record keeper must have recorded the innate rancor's contribution here wrongly. However, how could such a thing be recorded wrongly? Looking at the next page, Titan exchanged his reward at the Warrior Guild No. 1 in the plaza of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Oh my god, is the record wrong? I'm going to faint, I must be dreaming. There's another page. Titan claimed to have killed one of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress, Demon Eye, and requested to exchange his reward for the treasure Immortal Spring. This news was verified. One of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress, Demon Eye, was indeed killed by Little Titan. One of the 10 sky demons of the demonic palace, Sky Dragon, was also present at the scene. At the same time, he was defeated by Little Titan and escaped from the Thunder Fortress, his whereabouts unknown. After this battle, all the people and shops whose names were related to Titan changed their names to show their respect to Titan, the new super rancor. Oh my god, how is this a newbie? Please forgive my mistake and my foul mouth, I definitely did not mean to disrespect an innate rancor, I definitely did not. The record keeper was so scared that he quickly put down the record book in his hands and bowed continuously. He was afraid that he would become the subject of gossip and attract the hatred of the innate rancor. Even if the innate rancor did not have time to deal with him, the warrior guild would probably fire him immediately. The ones who were the most shocked were the Golden Bull and Bagu. All of them covered their mouths tightly, trying their best to recall if they had said anything disrespectful to Titan, the newbie who killed 3 innate rancors in a row. They must not, otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. The 2 dwarves were also so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Luckily they did not shout that Titan was a newbie in the warrior guild, or that Titan was a fake trash. Nightmare and Tiger Nyan were murderous demons that could stop children from crying. Both of them not only had the strength of innate level 3, but because their beasts were extremely strange, even innate rancors who were higher than them did not dare to provoke them. As for Demon Eye, he was one of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress. He was also a murderous demon, his hands were stained with blood and he killed people like flies. With the strength of innate level 5, he could practically do whatever he wanted in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Who would have thought that Demon Eye would also be killed by Titan? The most ridiculous thing was that Sky Dragon, one of the 10 sky demons, was actually defeated by Titan, a newbie. Sky Dragon's reputation in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower had spread far and wide. Although he was the weakest of the 10 sky demons, what did it mean to be one of the 10 sky demons? Even the weakest among them was an innate level 6, the leader of the 10 sky demons. Sky Execution was a powerful person that could make the entire Tong Tian Tower tremble with a stomp of his foot. Sky Execution was an innate rancor that even the most arrogant demon Abyss Great Demon King would bow down to show his respect. Sky Dragon, who was one of the 10 sky demons with sky execution, was actually defeated by a newbie. Who would dare to believe this? In short, Sky Dragon was defeated by a newbie who had just entered the Tong Tian Tower. The shock of this news was no less than a golden mammoth being overturned by an ant. It was no less than a small shrimp eating a shark. Now, the golden bull and the others completely understood. Why was the masked man so arrogant? The reason was because he had enough capital to be arrogant. The person behind him was Titan, who had killed Demon Eye, Nightmare, and Tiger Nyan the moment he entered the Tong Tian Tower. He was the supreme innate ranker who defeated Sky Dragon in front of everyone. Aya, the two of us were almost scared to death. The two dwarfs wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads and secretly thanked their lucky stars that their mouths did not cause them to be killed. Phew. The half-bald old man also heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, they did not offend an innate. There's hope now. Dark Blade suddenly felt that Yu Yang's arrogance was very impressive. Strong people should be arrogant. If they were to be humble, how would the weak feel? I'll report to Lord Silverhorn immediately. With this strong support, I believe that the evil dragon lair will be conquered in one battle. The golden bull waved his huge fist excitedly. Sage Bagu was a little worried. It was not that he thought that the other party was weak, but he was afraid that the other party would think that he was not strong enough. Moreover, in order to attract more cannon fodder, the Silverhorn mercenary group had already secretly spread the news. It was estimated that no less than 200 people had already set off for the evil dragon lair. If anything went wrong and the other party found out, it was inevitable that they would resent him. 3 hours later. When Yu Yang walked to the teleportation point and was ready to teleport to the nearest evil dragon lair, the Golden Bull mercenary group, Sage Bagu, Dark Blade and the others all rushed over with smiles on their faces. They crowded around Yu Yang as if they were familiar with each other. Lord Silverhorn replied and sincerely invited Lord Titan to cooperate with us. The ratio between both parties is 4-6. We will take 40% and you will take 60%. I wonder if Lord Titan will agree to this ratio. No one can tell what will happen in the future. It's still better to distribute according to merit. If both parties do their best, a ratio of 4-6 is acceptable. Yu Yang pretended to be a spokesperson. The Golden Bull mercenary group was overjoyed. He could see that this masked man was a representative of Lord Titan's trust. Perhaps he was a brother, or a nephew. In any case, he was the most trusted relative. A burst of excitement surged in him. If he wanted to build a good relationship with this masked man, it would be equivalent to climbing the high branch of another innate. Moreover, that Lord Titan was a supreme innate. Dark Blade also wanted to flatter Yu Yang, but he was holding a level 6 magic crystal in his hand, so he couldn't do it. He could see that the other party was wearing a gold-ranked mask, which proved that the other party was not someone who could be moved by a level 6 magic crystal. Moreover, in the long bag on the other party's back, Dark Blade, who had sharp senses, could faintly feel a kind of energy wave. That was definitely emitted by a gold-ranked treasure. A level 6 elder actually had 2 gold-ranked treasures. If this young man didn't have a strong innate ranker backing him up, he would probably be robbed the moment he stepped out of the house. What was the use of giving a level 6 magic crystal to such a young man? Dark Blade clenched his teeth. He felt that he should go all out and find a chance to give that treasure to this young man. With him giving it to Lord Titan, then he would have an innate to protect him in the future. His future would be bright. Of course, among his teammates, he would definitely not show goodwill to the other party, especially in front of the Golden Bull mercenary group. Otherwise, Silver Bull Horn would hate him to death. In the sky, the Reaper Mantis circled downwards. When it appeared, it immediately scared the blue-winged white-backed gulls that were carrying passengers, causing them to panic and flee in all directions. The beasts on the ground were trembling and whimpering incessantly. Wherever the platinum-ranked level 4 Reaper Mantis passed, all the beasts would bow their heads. When it retracted its wings and landed lightly on Yu Yang's back, the Golden Bull mercenary group finally dared to swallow his saliva. He pretended to be calm and asked, This is your beast? The attack on the evil dragon lair was surprisingly smooth. This made Yu Yang feel an inexplicable sense of danger. It was too smooth, there must be something wrong, on the surface, attacking the evil dragon lair was not a problem. More than 200 mercenaries took the risk together. Before attacking the evil dragon lair, everyone fought together. Although there were dozens of red flame flying dragons, they were quickly defeated. Most of them escaped and a few of them were killed on the spot. Most importantly, 2 innates had appeared. One of them was the Sword and Shield mercenary group's innate level 3 Spitfire. The other was Spitfire's good friend, who was said to be a level 2 innate, Hurricane. With the addition of these 2 innates, victory was very easy. Yu Yang had even kept the Reaper Mantis in advance and hid among the mercenaries in a low-profile manner. He did not stand out to kill the red flame-flying dragon instantly. Party leader Taurus and the others looked at the sky far away. Silverhorn did not appear. The other stronger innate titan did not appear either. This made party leader Taurus a little worried. The red flame-flying dragons were defeated and escaped without a trace. Other than a few injured mercenaries who returned to Bo Nan ancient town with the dragon's corpse, the rest decided to charge into the evil dragon lair. Under the leadership of the 4 innates, not to mention the evil dragon lair, they could even go anywhere in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. As the people flew closer to the evil dragon lair on the cliff, a meteor-like ray of light rapidly approached from afar. Party leader Taurus and the others cheered. That was Silverhorn, an innate ranker who had reached innate level 5. Everyone hurriedly greeted him. Even the 2 innates Fire Breath and Hurricane were no exception. The conversation between innate rankers could not be heard by bystanders. The 3 innates discussed for a while and quickly entered the evil dragon lair. The mercenaries fought to be the first. The Sword and Shield mercenary group, which had the most people, rushed to the front. Yu Yang frowned. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness. This feeling was only felt when he entered the Demon Palace and the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Could it be that this evil dragon lair was another Demon Palace? Could it be another Prison Emperor Divine Palace? Yu Yang really wanted to turn around and leave. He felt that things weren't looking good, and it wasn't wise to force his way in. However, if he left, he might miss out on something. It was very difficult to find an opponent that could help him in his training. Every adventure and every battle was an opportunity for him to improve. A man should face difficulties head-on. If he was scared by the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, then he wouldn't need to go to the Heaven Realm anymore. Evil Dragon Lair, no matter what kind of place it was, even if it was hell, Yu Yang decided to enter and break out. He slowly clenched his fist. Dark Blade looked at Yu Yang, who had stopped in his tracks, and suddenly asked in an extremely soft voice, "Will Lord Titan really come?" "Yes." Yu Yang turned to look at the strange thief. "If he really will come, then I'll go in. If he doesn't, I think it's better for us to leave. This time, the feeling I get is even more terrifying. Something must have happened inside. I feel like I've fallen into an ice cellar." Dark Blade had goosebumps all over his skin. He didn't have any innate senses, but as an outstanding thief, his senses weren't weak either. Although he couldn't tell what was strange, Dark Blade instinctively felt that something was wrong. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's confirmation, he would definitely not enter the evil dragon lair again. Those who left could have already. Yu Yang looked at the distant horizon. The mercenaries who left with the wyvern corpses instantly disappeared. "What?" Dark Blade broke out in cold sweat. "Let's go in, this might be an interesting place." Yu Yang jumped down from the mountain peak and flew into the group of mercenaries. "No, this place isn't interesting at all." Dark Blade wiped his cold sweat and immediately chased after Yu Yang. He felt that the only safe place in the evil dragon lair was beside this masked man. If he lost him, it would be equivalent to losing his life. The evil dragon lair was very hot, and there was a unique smell of sulfur. The deeper the lair went, the hotter the waves became. He was sure that this was not a volcano cave or a lava cave. The only explanation was that there were living creatures that emitted high heat from their bodies. Yu Yang was very careful with every step he took. He had never been so cautious before. Even when he was alone in the Ares temple of the 12 zodiac temples, he was not this nervous. Because, with every step he took, he felt that he was walking towards death. That feeling of being strangled by someone was extremely uncomfortable, almost suffocating. If Yu Yang left the evil dragon lair now, he believed that no one would be able to stop him. But Yu Yang clenched his fist and didn't do so. He believed that this would be an extremely difficult adventure, and at the same time an unexpected battle. If he could break through, it would greatly improve his cultivation. On the contrary, if he left, he might leave behind a heart demon. Just like the warriors who couldn't pass the Gemini Temple and Virgo Temple, he could only run away from the weakness in his heart forever, unable to face it directly. The ancient runes in his body trembled in his mind, faintly resonating. Maybe, there was also an ancient rune circle here. The last time Yu Yang encountered one was at the precipice of the Cloud Peak Lake. That was a space where flying was forbidden. What would be forbidden here? On the precipice of the Cloud Peak Lake, Yu Yang understood the power of the runes and gained a lot. Today, in this evil dragon lair, would he be able to gain the same thing? My beast. The mercenaries suddenly started to panic. Heavens! No, how could it be like this? Yu Yang's gaze turned cold. He now knew what was forbidden in this evil dragon lair. This place completely forbade the use of beasts, which was the opposite of the Five Elements Palace. Countless beasts rolled around in pain. In the end, without waiting for their masters to summon them back, they automatically turned into various kinds of light and disappeared. Even strengthening-type beasts fell from their masters' bodies and quickly disappeared. The depths of the evil dragon lair was filled with this kind of law that forbade summoning. Without beasts, with only the main body. Yu Yang's heart trembled. Could it be that he had a bad feeling before? If he lost the support of his beasts, his strength would be greatly reduced. Compared to Yu Yang, those mercenaries who lost their beasts were even more pitiful. In any case, Yu Yang was an innate who was proficient in battle techniques. Even without the support of Little Wenli and the Giant Shadow, he could still fight in close combat. However, some strengthening-type and elemental-type mercenaries were completely unable to do so. Once they lost their beasts, it was equivalent to losing all their fighting strength. Amidst the shouting and cursing, about 30 people had no choice but to leave. This was because they had already lost their fighting strength and could no longer explore. 5 minutes later, Yu Yang felt that the 30 people who left had all died instantly. Their breaths disappeared as if they were cut by a knife. The mercenary group who did not know anything continued to move forward. Yu Yang walked among them, concealing his breath as he observed secretly. There were fiery red ores in the cave. They were not bright enough, but it was enough for people to see. The most irritating thing was a kind of smell in the scorching hot air. This smell made many races who had a sensitive sense of smell very afraid. It was the smell of the giant dragon. If this place did not forbid summoning, just the smell of the giant dragon would cause many beasts to be afraid and even flee. Will Lord Titan definitely come? Darkblade walked to Yu Yang's side and asked quietly. Yes. Yu Yang ignored him and picked up a stone to look at. This was a very ordinary stone, but it was mysteriously filled with the power of the law. Yu Yang had seen this kind of situation at the precipice of the Cloud Peak Lake before. It seemed that it had nothing to do with the ores here. The real thing was the ancient rune circle here. In Yu Yang's heart, he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. If he could absorb the power of the second ancient rune circle and obtain more ancient runes, he believed that it would be of great help to his world-exterminating wheel and runes. The more Yu Yang walked, the more he felt the power of the law. After walking for a few thousand meters in the cave, he realized that there was a huge space in front of him. It was as big as 10 football fields. The whole space was blood red, and it was made of the same kind of starfire ores. At the top of the cave, there was a layer of red sand, blood clouds, and red mercury swirling around. Darkblade shook his head in despair. No, this is a red sand blood cloud whirlpool. I have been here before, there was no red sand blood cloud. It was said that the red sand blood cloud whirlpool could increase any kind of fire attribute energy. The more evil the fire attribute energy, the greater the increase. However, every user had to sacrifice a large amount of human blood to use it. This was unique to the demon abyss. He did not expect it to be here too. What caught Yu Yang's attention was not the red sand blood cloud whirlpool above his head, but the ground. The power of the law seeped out from the ground, proving that the ancient rune circle was hidden underground. In front of the adventuring party, in front of a huge rock wall, 3 innates, Silver Horn, Spitfire and Hurricane were standing in front of the rock wall, looking up at the ancient rune circle. Other than Yu Yang, no one else would know that this ancient rune circle was fake. Although there was energy in it, in Yu Yang's heart, this ancient rune circle did not resonate with him at all. That was definitely fake. Unfortunately, even Silverhorn was easily fooled by the ancient rune circle in front of him. Welcome, everyone. It seems that we have quite a number of guests. A huge black dragon popped its head out from the east side of the rock wall and spoke in human language. Unfortunately, we will not be sharing this ancient rune circle with you. Of course, we do not mind using your blood to awaken it. When the sacrifice is successful, I will definitely tell you the secret of this ancient rune circle left behind by our ancestors. The number of people is still a little small. It would be great if there were 1,000 people here. A similarly huge red dragon popped its head out from the west side of the rock wall and spoke in human language as well. However, its words were unclear and far away from the black dragon. Roar! Roar! A red dragon that was slightly smaller than the red dragon, but its head and tail were more than 25 meters long, flew out of nowhere. After circling in a circle, its claws hung upside down on the stalactites that popped out from the red sand blood cloud whirlpool. Its head looked down and it let out a deafening dragon roar towards the adventuring party. The sound reverberated in the huge space like a clap of thunder. The weaker adventuring party already had blood oozing out of their ears and fell to the ground. A red dragon that did not know how to speak had such a terrifying power with just one roar. All the adventuring party's hearts sank and they no longer had the courage they had before. Outside the cave, 2 groups of more than 20 dragon hunters silently arrived. Their faces were filled with madness and bloodlust as they sneered. It was as if the adventuring party had already become the sacrificial victims, like pigs on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Yu Yang swept a glance outside, and his pupils immediately contracted slightly. He saw an absolutely unexpected person. This person, it was impossible for him to appear here. However, this person appeared. Was it really necessary for this person to appear to deal with 200 adventuring party? Was it a conspiracy against him? Was this a trap? However, this person appeared so openly. Was he not afraid of alerting the enemy and allowing him to escape? If this person did not come specifically for him, then what was this person trying to do in the evil dragon lair? What attracted him here? Shun Tian, the great emperor of Jiwei. The 3 innates, Silverhorn and Spitfire, were all scared to the point that their bodies turned cold. The great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, who had not appeared in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower for hundreds of years, actually appeared in this evil dragon lair. Even a fool would not think that Shun Tian was here to simply kill the giant dragons to rid the world of evil. I am not the owner of this place. I am also a guest. The one who invited me here was the Black Prince. Once Shun Tian said this, everyone felt that the situation had reached the point where a widow and her only son had died. Their hearts were in complete despair. We didn't mean to offend the dignity of the strong. This is a misunderstanding. Please let us leave. We are willing to use the best treasures to express our sincerest apologies. Silverhorn hoped that Shun Tian would let him go. There was no way he could fight. He believed that Shun Tian could defeat everyone here with one finger. He realized that he had broken into a place he shouldn't have. His only hope was to leave before the secret was revealed. Otherwise, the other party would kill him without hesitation. Because the real secret could only be kept by the dead forever. When speaking, Silverhorn skillfully used the word we. First, even at the last moment, he didn't forget to unite his companions. Even if Spitfire and Hurricane only had the strength of innate level 3 and innate level 2, in Silverhorn's view, they were a force worth using. He knew that if he faced Shun Tian alone, even if he was 10 times stronger, he would still be easily killed by the other party. In Spitfire's palm, he held the best teleportation crystal. As long as he squeezed it lightly, he could leave. But he didn't dare to gamble. Once he crushed the teleportation crystal, if it didn't work, he would definitely die. Or, if the teleportation crystal worked, but the teleportation time needed 1 second. For Shun Tian, 1 second was enough. As the great emperor of Jiwei, he could kill any warrior below innate level 5. I'm not the host. Like you, I'm also a guest. Shun Tian laughed and didn't accept the apology of Silverhorn and the others. In other words, he wasn't going to let Silverhorn and the others go, regardless of whether the intruder was intentional or not. As long as he entered and discovered the secret of the ancient rune circle, Shun Tian would only trust one kind of person, and that was the dead. Since I'm the host, how can I not do my duty as a host when there are honored guests? If this gets out, outsiders will definitely laugh at me for not knowing etiquette. Rest assured, as long as you finish viewing the secret of the ancient rune circle, I will entertain you warmly and personally send you off. The Black Prince's eerie and terrifying voice rang out coldly. No one could tell where he was. It seemed to be very far away, but also seemed to be right behind them. It was ethereal. Black Prince's words made everyone's heart stop for 3 seconds. His meaning was obvious. It seemed that he wasn't going to be kind. Let me leave. I can give up one of my hands and one of my legs, as well as my best treasures, and offer you 1,000,000 gold coins every year. Silverhorn made the greatest sacrifice. You don't have to do that. You just have to watch the show quietly. The Black Prince refused immediately. Pa. Spitfire used the fastest speed in his life to crush the teleportation crystal. The beam of light flashed, but it did not rise into the sky. Instead, it strangely sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Teleportation failed. Although this place didn't prohibit teleportation, even a blind man could see that the teleportation light pillar wouldn't work at all. Such an unforeseen event caused Spitfire, who had failed his last gamble, to feel incomparable despair in his heart. He was like a gambler who had lost all his belongings. His eyes were bloodshot as he laughed maniacally. Ahahaha. Ahahaha, the wide space echoed with the despairing laughter of Spitfire. Including Silverhorn, many people's foreheads were dripping with sweat. Now that he had been driven mad, who knew if the next person to be driven mad would be them? Yu Yang had been watching all this calmly. The chaotic aura of the surrounding mercenaries due to their fear and anger was the best cover for him. Hiding in the crowd, Shun Tian didn't even look at the large group of mercenaries, let alone his existence. Shun Tian's gaze didn't even look at Spitfire, who was driven mad, but at Silverhorn and Hurricane. If this wasn't a plot to ambush him, then it must be a shocking secret. Yu Yang thought to himself, an ancient runic circle that couldn't be shown to the public and had to be hidden deep underground, an ancient runic circle that seemed to only be showing its power recently. What did this mean? There were many uses for the ancient runic circle, but there were 2 main uses. The first was the inheritance. For example, the world exterminating wheel that was inherited from Yu Yang was the best proof. The second was the seal. For example, the dark golden spectre that was sealed in the white jade beetle and the golden spectre that was sealed in the golden palace's long box could be considered as a small seal. For example, the Prison Emperor Divine Palace's 7-star pillars and Prison Emperor Divine Sword sealed Mingyu Guang, Prison Emperor Divine Staff sealed Void, and Prison Emperor Divine Seal sealed Jiao Shao. Could it be that there was also a terrifying demon sealed in this place? When Yu Yang thought of this, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ahahaha. Spitfire was still laughing crazily. Why don't I find this funny? The giant black dragon with its sharp teeth shook its ugly head and snorted coldly. We didn't even think of alarming anyone. We just wanted to quietly uncover the secret of this ancient teleportation circle. But you guys came here to die. This is really ironic. Do you think that with the strength of 3 low-level innates and small fries, you can kill a dragon? What a joke, I'm not made of tofu. If I evolve again, I'll be a hell-black dragon. Even now, I'm still a hell-flame black dragon, a platinum-ranked level 10 hell-flame black dragon. Do you think that you guys can kill me? Don't talk about you, Boss Blacktooth, even I, Fire Eye and my brother, Flame Tongue, are not people that they can target. The red dragon that could speak ridiculed arrogantly, below innate level 6, will kill as many as we can. These people are really stupid. What kind of creature do they think a giant dragon is? Innate level 6? Darkblade's heart moved slightly. There was still a level 6 innate titan. Although he was far from Shun Tian, they might be friends. Use fresh blood as a sacrifice. Everyone, the show is about to start. The Black Prince's eerie and terrifying voice rang out. Silverhorn and the rest looked gloomy. Although the Black Prince wasn't in a hurry to kill the mercenaries that had barged in, it didn't mean that he would let everyone go. Perhaps this supreme innate had left 200 mercenaries behind to prevent any unexpected changes. If there were any changes, he could use the 200 mercenaries and 3 innates to be the scapegoats. Even with the abilities of the Black Prince and Xianxia, he was still so cautious. It was really admirable. Yu Yang was slightly surprised. Because he realized that no matter if it was the Black Prince or Xianxia, they didn't know that the ancient rune circle on the precipice was fake. The real ancient rune circle was under their feet. However, they didn't seem to sense it. In front of the precipice, more than 20 dragon hunters carried water jars and poured a large amount of fresh blood onto the ancient rune circle. They also killed hundreds and thousands of dwarf slaves that they had caught from somewhere in front of the precipice. An old priest chanted crazily and waved his bone staff. Actually, before the old man chanted, the ancient rune circle had already started to shine with a demonic red light. Gold, black, white, silver and other runes peeled off from the ancient rune circle one by one. Every time a rune peeled off, the whole stone room would tremble. Perhaps the whole mountain was shaking. Everyone turned pale. No one would have thought that unsealing the ancient rune circle would cause an earthquake. The ancient rune circle was still far from being unsealed, and this place was about to collapse. What should they do? Not only the mercenaries that had barged in, even the dragon hunters were shocked. However, Xianxia and the Black Prince didn't say to leave, so no one dared to move. Yu Yang's pupils contracted slightly. As long as he had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, he could see that there was a terrifying innate hiding in the fake ancient rune circle. That was definitely not a seal, but a disguise. That terrifying innate was hiding in the ancient rune circle, waiting for some kind of opportunity. Now, this innate who had been hiding for God knows how many years had finally awakened. On the precipice, the demonic red light shone brightly. The red light in the whole space was so thick that even the air seemed to have turned into blood water. Even the legendary blood pool hell was nothing compared to this. When the last huge fake ancient rune fell off from the hanging wall, the whole ground shook. Gravel fell from the sky continuously. Huge cracks appeared on the rock bodies in the east, south, west and north like spider webs. At this moment, everyone was staring at the precipice that was about to collapse. No one paid attention to the relatively intact ground. Other than Yu Yang, who discovered that there was an even more hidden, more powerful, and more terrifying energy underneath his feet, stirring restlessly. However, this cunning guy didn't attract any attention. With the cover of his companion on the precipice. The precipice, where all the runes had fallen off, exploded with a bang. A ray of red light that was 100 times colder than the sun shot out angrily and did not stop for a long time. Even someone as strong as the great emperor of Ziwei, Xianxia, couldn't help but frown slightly. He focused his attention and focused on finding the secret of the ancient rune circle seal. Boom! A slender jade-like hand suddenly stretched out from the stone wall. The movement was gentle, but the power it brought was as strong as a thunderbolt. Gravel that was as big as a millstone flew into the air. Before the person in the stone wall struggled out, the whole mountain was shaking crazily, as if the sky was going to fall and the earth was going to crack. Yu Yang sensed that at the same time, the even more terrifying energy under the ground was also struggling in the real ancient rune circle, as if it wanted to escape from the seal. Rocks that were as big as houses flew off from the precipice. The mercenaries who couldn't dodge in time were directly smashed into meat paste. The rocks that were sent flying by the person in the stone wall when he broke through the wall were no less than a blow from an innate rancor. Not to mention the ordinary mercenaries, even the strongest Taurus group leader didn't dare to raise his arm to take it head-on. Instead, he hurriedly dodged. Darkblade was extremely terrified. He had been standing behind Yu Yang and didn't leave for even a second. He had a feeling that his only way out was to stay beside this masked man. If he left, he would die. The one who broke through the wall was a peerless beauty whose body was so good that it made people drool. She had a head full of flame-like hair that danced without any wind. There were 2 small horns on her forehead, which made her look extremely wild. Electric eyes and flaming lips. Anyone who saw her coquettish appearance would immediately have their beastly blood boiling and a fanatical desire to push her down. Her snow-white breasts were soft, her waist was slender and boneless. Behind her sexy buttocks, there was also a tail that was fatally tempting, as if it was the whip of a queen. This woman who was as beautiful as a demon didn't care about other people's eyes at all. Once she broke through the wall, she completely ignored the fact that her naked body was seen by others. She even gave everyone a flirtatious look. Once the seductive electric eyes were released, all the mercenaries immediately turned into berserk beastmen. Those with weak willpower had already started to tear off their own clothes, drooling, as if they wanted to have sex with this demoness immediately. Even those with strong willpower couldn't help but reveal a perverted look, and couldn't wake up for a long time. Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pretended to be polite. First, he threw out a golden treasured robe and passed it to the demoness with his fingers. At the same time, he respectfully said, "Junior Xianxia, I don't know why Senior was sealed here. Today, I have the fortune to see Senior's heavenly face. Senior, please bestow me with your treasured name so that Junior can worship you." The demoness pointed her jade-like finger and completely eliminated the power transmitted by Xianxia. Even Xianxia was moved by the brilliance of her technique. She slowly put on the golden treasured robe. No one knew whether it was intentional or her nature, but even when she was wearing the robe, she didn't forget to seduce others. Many mercenaries couldn't resist the desire in their hearts. Their eyes were red with fanaticism, and they rushed towards the demoness naked. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't miss this opportunity to court the beauty. He stretched out his fingers and pointed. Boyd's finger strength was like lightning, exploding the heads of all the crazy mercenaries who rushed out to rape the woman. "This robe is so beautiful, I like it very much." The demoness smiled charmingly and looked at Xianxia with her sexy eyes. Even though she was looking at Xianxia, everyone present felt that she was looking at them and talking to them. The demoness giggled a few times, and then said with a seductive voice, "Since this handsome boy called Xianxia asked, I will reluctantly tell you, my name is Scarlet Concubine. Aya, thousands of years have passed, I'm afraid you have already forgotten me." Scarlet Concubine? Xianxia really didn't remember that there was such a beauty in the ancient times. Yu Yang was shocked. Now he completely understood that the terrifying rancor who was sealed under his feet was actually him, the Scarlet Emperor who was as famous as the Prison Emperor but was defeated by the Prison Emperor. This Scarlet Concubine was the Scarlet Emperor's most beloved concubine. If the Scarlet Emperor escaped from the seal, it would be no less than the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm escaping from the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. The three great leaders of the Heaven Realm would only return to the Heaven Realm. No matter if it was Void, Jiao Shao, or Ming Yuguang, they wouldn't stay in the human realm. However, the Scarlet Emperor was different. If he broke out of the seal, not only the soaring dragon continent, but the whole Tong Tian Tower would never have a day of peace. The Prison Emperor had already passed away. Rancors had withered 6,000 years later. Who would be the Scarlet Emperor's opponent? Forget about the Scarlet Emperor who was as famous as the Prison Emperor. Even the Scarlet Concubine who had just broken out of the wall had the power of an innate level 9, and this was still in her weakened state. If she recovered to her peak, the Scarlet Concubine would at least be an innate level 10. Yu Yang couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Under the situation where he couldn't summon his beasts, would he be able to stop the Scarlet Emperor from waking up? One Scarlet Concubine was enough of a headache. Adding Xianxia and the Black Prince, this battle would be extremely dangerous. However, no matter how difficult it was, he definitely couldn't let the Scarlet Emperor see the light of day again. Once he broke out of the seal, everything would be over. Sure enough, it's only been 6,000 years and the world has completely forgotten me. It's so sad. The seductive woman smiled charmingly. There was no sense of inferiority in her tone. Instead, it was as if it was the most stupid and pitiful loss that the world didn't remember her. "Senior, please grant us your glorious name." Xianxia found that the woman in front of him was almost as powerful as him even though she was just released from the seal. He was shocked and happy at the same time. If he could join hands with this woman and obtain thousands of years' worth of knowledge and experience from her, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become Jizun in the future. No one knew what the Black Prince, who was hiding in the dark, was thinking. But one thing was for sure, the Black Prince would never make an enemy out of a senior innate like Scarlet Concubine. The seductive woman called Scarlet Concubine giggled, "It's okay that people have forgotten me. You are called Xianxia, right? Your name is not bad and your potential is not bad. With some guidance, you might even be able to go to Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm? Have you been to Heaven Realm? Xianxia's expression didn't change, but he was ecstatic. Heaven Realm had become a legend. Even the powerful Jizun couldn't enter Heaven Realm. Could it be that this woman had been to Heaven Realm before? Not to mention Xianxia, even the mercenaries who were still under the threat of death pricked up their ears to listen. After thousands of years, this was the first time the warriors of Tongtian Tower had the chance to learn about Heaven Realm. How could they not be tempted? Only Yu Yang was an exception. He knew that 6,000 years ago, warriors could enter Heaven Realm as they wished. It was as easy as going from the first floor to the second floor of Tongtian Tower, and from the second floor to the third floor of Tongtian Tower. The gate to Heaven Realm was closed only because the prison emperor and the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm fought to death. Although the gate to Heaven Realm opened once every 100 years, in reality, no one had actually entered Heaven Realm. Of course, maybe there was, but no one knew the truth. Yu Yang suspected that the reason why the pitiful guy's mother disappeared was because she went to Heaven Realm. The gate to Heaven Realm wasn't easy to enter. For example, the Heaven Stairway. The Heaven Realm is a very interesting place. There are a lot of strong creatures from all kinds of races, but there are very few who have grimoires. If the Heaven Realm's rankers contracted a grimoire, they would immediately be taken to the sect to be trained. I believe that a handsome guy like you, Xianxia, would be a very popular candidate. Even if you didn't have the power of a level 9 innate, and were not an innate, you would still be delighted. According to them, a living being without a grimoire contract would only be a fake innate even if it had the power of an innate. Of course, the Heaven Realm doesn't call them that. They are all called Earth-ranked warriors, which is different from the other kind of Heaven-ranked rankers. Scarlet Concubine smiled charmingly as she introduced the various aspects of the Heaven Realm. Earth-rank warrior? Heaven stage martial artist? Xianxia was very surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The Heaven Realm would definitely have their own names, so it wasn't strange. Yes, the Heaven Realm usually calls our innate level 1 rankers as Earth rank level 1. The standard of evaluation is similar, but all Earth rank rankers do not have grimoires. In the Heaven Realm, there are many creatures that are naturally very strong. Maybe an ugly bug that came to the human world would also be a very scary and powerful existence. However, those guys are all fools, they don't have brains, they can't be compared to real innates. Therefore, even if an Earth rank ranker reaches Earth level 10 and has the power to overturn rivers and seas, he is still looked down upon in the Heaven Realm. The grimoire is the pass to the Heaven Realm. With it, the Heaven Realm will always welcome you. When warriors from the lower realm come to the Heaven Realm, if they have a grimoire, they will immediately be absorbed into a certain sect and receive full nurturing. It's almost like using the pushing method to turn the grimoire contractor into a Heaven rank ranker. Scarlet Concubine's words moved Xianxia's heart. The Heaven Realm was indeed more beautiful than the legends. As long as he could go up there, his future would be limitless. What kind of existence is a Heaven rank ranker? Xianxia asked. And, if you're not afraid of being shocked, then I can tell you honestly that you, the handsome Xianxia, don't have the strength of a Heaven rank ranker. Although you're very close, you're still limited within the Earth rank. Moreover, you have a huge obstacle. If you can't break through, then you'll be limited below the Earth rank for the rest of your life. As for the Heaven rank ranker you asked about, I was a Heaven rank ranker when I was at my peak. I was a Heaven rank level 2 ranker, but now I've fallen back to Earth rank level 9 due to excessive weakness. Oh right, Heaven rank rankers are also called innate Jizun in the lower realm. Thousands of years later, is there still a Jizun? If there is, then Jizun is a Heaven rank ranker. Scarlet Concubine looked at Xianxian suspiciously. He didn't even know about these things. It seemed that the warriors after thousands of years had deteriorated too much. Jizun? Xianxian was shocked. He didn't think that the gap between him and Jizun was so big. No wonder Jizun could ignore all innates. She had already surpassed the warriors in the lower realm by so much. Facing Scarlet Concubine's suspicion, Xianxian's eyes flashed and replied, yes, but there's only one. What's his name? Is he called Prison Emperor? When Scarlet Concubine said the name Prison Emperor, her hands trembled slightly. Ordinary people wouldn't notice, but Yu Yang saw it clearly. It seemed that 6,000 years ago, Prison Emperor was really a powerful guy. He had been dead for 6,000 years, but Scarlet Concubine was still so afraid of him. One could imagine how powerful he was at that time. When Shen Tian replied that Ji Zun was a woman, Yu Yang noticed that Scarlet Concubine immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Scarlet Concubine used a coquettish smile to cover up her loss of composure. A woman became Ji Zun, but made thousands of men stare at her helplessly. It's really amazing. However, 6,000 years ago, although there weren't many heaven rankers in the lower realm, there were still dozens of them. Who would have thought that it would deteriorate to this level today? It's really a pity. Dozens of them? Shen Tian was speechless. He couldn't imagine the situation 6,000 years ago when the innate alliance had dozens of Ji Zun. What kind of world was that? For Tong Tian Tower, could it really accommodate dozens of Ji Zun? Now, forget about Ji Zun, there weren't more than 30 people who could reach innate level 8 and above. Innate level 9 and above were even rarer, and innate level 10 were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It seemed that the current era was really incomparable to the ancient times. When the Black Prince heard the name Prison Emperor, he suddenly asked, "Senior Scarlet Concubine, have you heard of the Prison Emperor Divine General?" Scarlet Concubine covered her mouth and giggled. "Of course I know the Prison Emperor Divine General that you are talking about. But he only dares to brag about the Prison Emperor Divine General in front of you guys. He, if he were to meet me, that lowly slave of the Black Prison would have to greet me respectfully and call me your highness." What? Shen Tian and the Black Prince were completely stunned. The Prison Emperor Divine General changed his name to the Black Hell King after he woke up. He ran amok everywhere in Tong Tian Tower with an extremely arrogant attitude. Other than being slightly wary of Ji Zun, he didn't care about other strong people like Sky Execution and the Great Demon King Baruth. The Black Hell King, who claimed to be able to rush to Heaven Realm after recovering his strength, was actually a little slave in front of Scarlet Concubine. Scarlet Concubine's eyes flashed with a devilish light. Is Black Prison still alive? I really didn't expect that. However, I couldn't be bothered to care about this. It was more important to do serious things. The little handsome Shen Tian and the little brother who likes to swim around like a loach, do you want to cooperate with me? Although my strength has not recovered yet, it is definitely not a problem to bring you up to Heaven Realm. Of course, your bottlenecks are also a piece of cake for me. As long as you cooperate with me sincerely, I guarantee that you will have a bright future. Shen Tian and the Black Prince pondered for a moment and didn't reply immediately. It would be a lie if they weren't tempted. However, they didn't know what they needed to do if they agreed to cooperate with Scarlet Concubine. If Scarlet Concubine wanted to challenge Ji Zun and snatch her position, Shen Tian and the Black Prince would definitely not agree. They would never fight a battle that they weren't confident of winning. Scarlet Concubine was very strong, but Ji Zun was definitely not someone to be trifled with. If Scarlet Concubine failed in her challenge, Shen Tian and the Black Prince believed that Ji Zun would kill them without hesitation. She was definitely a person who kept her word. No one who dared to provoke her would survive, never. I wonder what Senior needs us to do. Shen Tian bowed respectfully. If it's a small matter, you can tell me directly. I'm happy to help Senior. It's a small matter, but it's not a small matter either. Scarlet Concubine's expression became serious. My husband is the Scarlet Emperor, who is as famous as the Prison Emperor. 6,000 years ago, he defeated countless strong warriors in the Heaven Realm and was invincible. If he wasn't misled by someone and barged into this forbidden ancient rune circle and was sealed by an unknown expert until now, I'm afraid that the entire lower realm today would have belonged to my husband, the Scarlet Emperor. As long as you protect my husband to break out of the rune circle, the road to Heaven Realm, breaking through the bottleneck and ascending to Heaven Realm, all of these can be satisfied. Not to mention these, even the entire lower realm can be given to you. Our goal is the Heaven Realm, don't worry. Scarlet Emperor? Shen Tian slightly hesitated at this moment. It wasn't wise to let such a ferocious person out. However, breaking through the bottleneck, advancing to Heaven rank and entering the Heaven Realm were the most basic temptations. Anyway, he was below 1 and above tens of thousands of people. Even if the Scarlet Emperor didn't come out, there would still be Ji Zun. If the Scarlet Emperor came out, he would definitely fight with Zhizun, he might even be able to take advantage of it. Most importantly, even if he didn't help the Scarlet Concubine, or even opposed it, he might not be able to stop the Scarlet Emperor from waking up. Becoming enemies with the revived Scarlet Emperor, or allies, even a fool would choose the latter. The Black Prince secretly transmitted a message to Shun Tian, expressing that he was willing to accept this agreement, but to let Shun Tian appear, he was still hiding behind the scenes. It's our fortune to be able to serve Senior, how would we dare to ask for too much? Shun Tian was definitely not a person who was willing to be under others. However, he was very smart, how could he not know in his heart? On the surface, he was definitely polite and had the appearance of a modest gentleman. May I know what I can do for Senior? The Black Prince asked. Just guard here. After a while, you guys don't have to do anything. As long as someone disrupts my summoning ceremony, you guys can stop him. The Scarlet Concubine smiled slightly, she already knew the answer. Breaking through the bottleneck, advancing to Heaven rank and leading the way to Heaven realm, these three temptations were irresistible to any warrior. Although the other party definitely had their own thoughts, they definitely agreed to the alliance. So simple? Shun Tian and the Black Prince were stunned. No one here knew who would come. It's very simple, but also not simple. The Scarlet Concubine's face darkened, I have a very bad premonition. Although there are no strong enemies around, I still have a bad feeling. I hope it's just an illusion. After my summoning ceremony starts, you guys have to watch over everyone, don't let anyone disrupt my ceremony. The Scarlet Concubine's gaze swept towards the Silver Horn, Spitfire and Hurricane. At the scene, the only ones who had the ability to disrupt the ceremony were the three of them. As for those mercenaries, the Scarlet Concubine completely ignored them. She could kill a whole bunch of them in seconds. They were like ants, they definitely wouldn't be a threat to disrupt the ceremony. Even so, the Scarlet Concubine still smiled and threw flirtatious glances at everyone. Everyone, I'm going to start the summoning ceremony soon. All of you have to be obedient. When my husband wakes up, each of you will be bestowed with a gold-ranked treasure or gold-ranked beast. Everyone will get a share, I won't go back on my words. Don't worry about me, the ceremony doesn't need fresh blood, and there's no need to sacrifice human lives. As long as I call from the bottom of my heart, my husband will wake up and break through the seal. Those who want to follow me to the Heaven realm, this is a good chance for you to show your loyalty. Don't let me down. Shun Tian was a little curious why the Scarlet Concubine didn't kill the mercenaries. However, looking at her carefully burning the blood-stained rocks on the ground and dispersing the smell of blood in the air, he vaguely understood that the seal would become stronger because of fresh blood. They definitely couldn't kill anyone at this time, otherwise the Scarlet Emperor's efforts to break through the seal would be in vain. As for chasing the mercenaries away, she was afraid that these guys would leak the news of the Scarlet Emperor's revival and cause trouble. Hence, the Scarlet Concubine chose to coax the mercenaries first. Of course, this action was also to express goodwill to Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the other innate rankers, to show that she wasn't a selfish person who would burn the bridge after crossing it. Yu Yang had been waiting silently. Waiting for the moment the Scarlet Emperor broke through the seal. Attacking the Scarlet Concubine now would be the stupidest thing to do. The other party had the Scarlet Concubine, Shun Tian and the Black Prince, these three innate rankers. Even if they could stop him for a while, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him for long. The best way, and also the only feasible way, was to give the Scarlet Emperor a fatal blow when he was at his weakest after breaking through the seal. Even if he couldn't kill him instantly, he believed that he would be able to injure the Scarlet Emperor severely. After that, he would think of a way to escape and look for Zhizun, Night Empress and the Impatiens. He could even persuade Elder Nangong to use all his innate rankers to surround and kill the Scarlet Emperor. For someone like the Scarlet Emperor, allowing him to revive safely in this world would be the beginning of the collapse of the entire Tongtian Tower. Since the prison emperor was dead, Yu Yang decided that he would become the new prison emperor. No matter what, he had to suppress the Scarlet Emperor. I will succeed. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Yu Yang tried his best to suppress the nervousness in his heart and waited quietly. He didn't leak a single bit of his aura, looking as ordinary as a level 6 elder. Yu Yang's counterfeit inherent skill had reached its limit at this moment, even exceeding its limit. The Scarlet Concubine, the cautious Shen Tian and the cunning and suspicious Black Prince were all fooled by the counterfeit inherent skill. Yu Yang had never thought that the most useless counterfeit inherent skill would actually be the key to his success in the future. There were no useless inherent skills in this world, only useless people. This saying was really true. Scarlet Concubine started to summon the Scarlet Emperor, who was sealed underground. The ceremony was simple, it was enough for her alone. Everyone was silent. The Scarlet Lotus fire in Scarlet Concubine's hands rose slowly. It didn't look like flames, but more like beautiful red lotuses. The Black Prince was shocked when he saw it. He was also a person who could control fire, and his control of fire ability had definitely reached the realm of perfection. His fire ability was green phosphorus ghost fire. It was a type of poisonous ghost fire that was like maggots in one's bones. The victim would be in extreme pain and couldn't be saved. As a trump card, the green phosphorus ghost fire had always been kept a secret by the Black Prince. Other than a few allies like Shen Tian, who knew of its existence, ordinary warriors thought that the Black Prince's trump cards were the 9 secret Devil's Claw and the Sky Devil's Finger. The Black Prince had enough confidence in controlling fire. Even when facing the great demon King Baruth, who was known as the #1 fire ability in the world and was famous in the entire Tong Tian Tower for his hellfire, or the Black Hell Dragon King Huowen, who was born to be the King of Fire, the Black Prince was confident that he was not weaker than anyone. However, after seeing the Scarlet Concubine's Scarlet Lotus fire, the Black Prince was shocked. No matter in terms of fire ability or control, the Scarlet Lotus fire was far superior to the green phosphorus ghost fire. A fully formed flame. Only the Black Prince knew how terrifying the power and control of this fire ability was. Scarlet Concubine raised her hands up high. Lotus-like flames emerged from her body and scattered in the sky. Anything that came into contact with these lotus-like flames would be burnt into nothingness. The energy light pillar, under the Scarlet Concubine's full power, slowly rose from her feet to her head and went straight to the sky. Her hands kept spinning, condensing petals of Scarlet Lotus fire in her hands, forming 2 huge red lotuses. Without the support of beasts, and even in a weakened state, the power of Scarlet Concubine's fire ability had already reached such a level. If she recovered to her peak, Yu Yang thought that he wouldn't be able to kill her successfully. Wake up, my love. Scarlet Concubine pressed the 2 Scarlet Lotus fire onto the ground, and the rocks started to evaporate. In less than 3 seconds, the ground around Scarlet Concubine's body had melted into a huge circle that was 10 meters deep and 10 meters wide. The rocks and soil in the middle had completely disappeared. This was the power of the Red Lotus fire. If it hit a human body, even a powerful innate like Silver Horn would be killed on the spot. Seeing this scene, all the mercenaries were so scared that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. However, she was definitely not the one who created the loudest noise and the greatest power. Instead, it was the Scarlet Emperor who was trying to break out of the seal. Everyone heard it. A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the earth, as if a slumbering prehistoric beast had been awakened. That kind of roar made everyone's head buzz. It was as if he had been struck by a lightning hammer. Even a powerful innate like Shen Tian frowned slightly. Silver Horn and the other 2 paled. As for the mercenaries without innate strength, the weaker ones were already bleeding from their orifices and fainting on the ground. Even the lesser innates like Taurus, Dark Blade, and Sage Bagu were clutching their heads and groaning. If this were to continue, there was no need to fight at all. He would be shaken to death by the sound. The ground shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. It exploded into pieces like a spider web. When party leader Taurus, Dark Blade, and the others released their strongest chi to resist the extreme pressure that surged out from underground, Yu Yang quietly bent down and lowered his body as much as possible, hiding among them. While Shen Tian and the Black Prince were staring at the ground, Yu Yang's hands shone with starlight. The starlight grew bigger and denser, shining brightly like the Milky Way. His divine vision inherent skill slowly improved under the disguise of his counterfeit inherent skill and the surrounding environment. Yu Yang was waiting for the last chance. The moment the Scarlet Emperor rushed out from the ancient seal, it would be the time for him to attack. There wouldn't be many chances, there would only be one. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. A huge pressure that he had never felt before enveloped Yu Yang, causing his body to tremble slightly. It wasn't fear, but unbearable excitement and nervousness. Boom, 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 a series of terrifying explosions sounded from the ground. There was no time to dodge. More than 10 energy light pillars shot out from the ground like a fountain, breaking all obstacles. The first few light pillars only broke the ground, but the energy light pillars grew stronger and stronger. The silver light pillars started to shoot up to the dome, even breaking the rocks and penetrating through. The last 3 energy light pillars even blew through the 100-meter-thick dome of the mountain peak in an unimaginable manner. Everyone looked at the 3 skylights above their heads, and everyone was completely petrified. What kind of power was this? Could it be that the Scarlet Concubine said that the Scarlet Emperor could do whatever he wanted in the Heaven Realm? This kind of power could completely overturn rivers and seas, and could even flatten mountains and hills. Being sealed in the ancient rune circle for thousands of years, he could still have such power in his weakened state. Xianxia's expression changed. He suddenly felt that releasing the Scarlet Emperor wasn't the wisest move. But, what was done was done. It was impossible to regret. The entire evil dragon lair shook. The black dragon and scarlet dragon that were originally hiding in the lair escaped in fear, in case they were buried by the collapsing rocks. The rocks on the ground were completely shattered, and countless rocks were thrown into the air. Just now, when the Scarlet Concubine broke through the wall, everyone felt that the mountain was about to collapse. Now, it was not just a feeling, but the den of evil could really collapse at any time. Maybe in the next second. A second deafening shout was heard. A giant golden hand slowly stretched out from the ground, reaching towards the cracks on the ground, reaching towards the Scarlet Concubine who was crying tears of joy and reaching out her hand to welcome it. Kakik. Yu Yang clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. He tried his best to control himself. At this crucial moment, he couldn't act rashly. He tried his best to bend down and hide behind the crowd. The star explosion energy gathered on both of his hands had already covered an area of 1 meter. It rotated continuously, forming a beautiful galaxy. If the Black Prince and Xianxia were to look at him now, they would definitely notice that something was wrong. The counterfeit, inherent skill could no longer support such a large area of energy flash, but Yu Yang still didn't make any sudden moves, because he felt that it wasn't the best time yet. He definitely couldn't fail at the last moment. Persevere, persevere, Yu Yang clenched his teeth, silently withstanding the huge pressure in his heart. The ancient rune circle flashed. A burst of golden light appeared on the ground, interweaving into thousands of mysterious lines, interweaving into a mysterious rune circle. The lines resonated with each other, especially the ancient rune in the middle that represented imprisonment. It shone brightly, emitting thousands of platinum light rays, forming a giant net, pulling the Scarlet Emperor's giant golden hand back into the seal circle. The Scarlet Concubine didn't dare to get close to the golden ancient seal circle. She stretched out her hand towards the Scarlet Emperor, trying to pull him back. Who knew that the Scarlet Emperor's hand would be pulled back? The coquettish Scarlet Concubine screamed in sorrow, but there was nothing she could do. Just when Xianxia's heart relaxed, thinking that it was a good thing that the Scarlet Emperor couldn't break through the seal, he suddenly saw that within the ancient rune circle, 18 energy fountains continuously erupted. Each energy fountain was more than 1 meter in diameter. The rubble that was caused by the earthquake, or the mercenaries who lost control, would immediately turn into nothingness as soon as they were hit by the energy light pillars. The dome, as if a machine gun had strafed the roof, immediately had more than 10 skylights that leaked light. Xianxia was speechless. With his strength, it wasn't difficult for him to shoot out the energy light pillars. Even shooting out 3 consecutive shots like shooting an arrow was his specialty. However, shooting out 18 energy light pillars consecutively, he really didn't have the ability to do so. What was more difficult was that the Scarlet Emperor had previously released 18 consecutive shots in order to break through the seal. Just from this alone, it seemed that the gap between him and the Scarlet Emperor was already completely not within the same level. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the giant golden hand once again stretched out from the ancient rune circle. After the 18 consecutive energy light pillars, the power of the seal circle was greatly reduced, and the golden light dimmed. Only the ancient rune imprisonment still had a net-like light ray that dragged the Scarlet Emperor's giant hand, and its power didn't decrease at all. The Scarlet Emperor took advantage of the fact that the power of the seal circle had decreased by half, and stretched out his second hand. The Scarlet Concubine was ecstatic as she pulled his giant golden hand, and tears streamed down her face. Yu Yang was extremely nervous. The star explosion condensed in his hands had already lost control and exploded. Every bit of starlight had been compressed 100 times, and it had already reached a level that even Yu Yang couldn't endure. As long as Xianxia, the Black Prince and the Scarlet Concubine casually glanced around, they would be able to discover the danger. Luckily, everyone was deeply attracted by the Scarlet Emperor's action of breaking through the seal circle, and no one noticed the abnormality of Yu Yang. "Come out, my lover, my emperor!" The Scarlet Concubine was screaming. Her excitement and joy had almost crushed her willpower. 6,000 years had passed, and her lover had reappeared in front of her. How could she not be happy? However, Xianxia and the Black Prince's thoughts were spinning rapidly. Both of them realized that the Scarlet Emperor was really too strong, and helping him like this was like inviting a wolf into the house. Compared to Jizun, who didn't care about anything, the Scarlet Emperor might be a bigger threat to them. However, the Scarlet Emperor was already about to break through the seal, and it was too late for regrets. Black hair, golden eyes, sharp eyebrows, and jade-like lips, a devilishly handsome man appeared in front of everyone. Although only half of his body was revealed, that perfect and flawless body, that unparalleled vast energy, as well as the arrogance that surpassed all living beings in the world, had sufficiently revealed this man's identity. He was the unparalleled rancor of 6,000 years. The Scarlet Emperor. "My beloved, don't cry. Move aside, let me out first." The Scarlet Emperor caressed the Scarlet Concubine's fiery hair, and tried his best to push against the ancient rune circle with both hands, attempting to make a final dash to break free from the ancient rune circle. The ancient rune confinement shone with a platinum brilliance, and the net-like light forcefully dragged the Scarlet Emperor back bit by bit. At the same time, the entire seal circle exploded with power, and once again sealed the fugitive. The Scarlet Emperor resisted with all his might, and his shouts were earth-shattering. The evil dragon lair was almost shattered by these two enormous energies. Not to mention the ordinary mercenaries, even innates like Silverhorn, Fire Spitter, and Hurricane felt a suffocating dizziness. The ordinary mercenaries, who were below level 7 Overlord, had already fainted. Some of them were even bleeding from their 7 apertures, and were on the verge of death. Yu Yang crouched on the ground, like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, and was accumulating his energy for the last time. The star explosion, energy in his hands had already expanded to more than 3 meters, and was on the verge of losing control and self-destructing. However, Yu Yang still felt that it was not enough, and was still gathering energy crazily. Dark Blade, who was suffocating and struggling to defend, suddenly realized that something was wrong with Yu Yang. His pupils immediately dilated. Shock, as an excellent thief with sharp senses, he could almost immediately smell the huge hidden killing intent from Yu Yang's body. Once it exploded, he believed that it would be like a volcano that would shake the heavens and the earth. Dark Blade turned pale with fright. This weird masked man actually wanted to assassinate someone. Was it Xianxia? The Black Prince? Or Silverhorn? Could this brat's real target be the Scarlet Emperor? When Dark Blade thought of this, he was immediately scared silly, and almost fainted on the ground. He used all his strength to control himself from screaming. Someone is causing trouble here. With just one sentence, he could make this brat's attack completely fail. Dark Blade knew that he still had the strength to escape after sending out this warning. After that, the Scarlet Concubine would definitely reward him with a lot of money. However, he didn't know why, but Dark Blade actually gave up the temptation of this reward. Maybe it was because the power displayed by the Scarlet Emperor was too terrifying, or maybe it was because this brat wearing the golden mask's performance made him curious. Of course, more importantly, Dark Blade felt that he might have already gone crazy. Because he realized that not only did he not send out the warning, but he also stood in front of Yu Yang, filling in the gap left by an elite member who fell to the ground, and covered Yu Yang's body and the flash of the star explosion. Dark Blade was so scared that his whole body trembled. He knew that he was courting death by doing this. If Xianxia, the Black Prince and the rest were to find out, he would definitely die a horrible death. However, what was even weirder was that not only did he not retreat in front of Yu Yang, but he also used all the energy in his body to explode with the power of a lesser innate, trying his best to use his aura to cover Yu Yang's energy condensation. I'm finished, I must have gone crazy. Dark Blade felt that there must be something wrong with his mind. He completely didn't understand why he still wanted to help this brat at such a dangerous moment. Wasn't this courting death? He couldn't find the answer in his heart. Just when Dark Blade thought that he was going to be scared out of his wits and become a lunatic, Yu Yang moved. He was 100 times faster than lightning. With the momentum of a ferocious tiger, he raised the ball of star explosion that was like the Milky Way and smashed it heavily on the Scarlet Emperor, who was still fighting with the ancient seal. This change made everyone dumbfounded. Only one person collapsed to the ground, and that was Dark Blade, who had covered for Yu Yang for more than 10 seconds. To Dark Blade, every second was equivalent to suffering in hell. Almost at the same time when Yu Yang's star explosion hit the Scarlet Emperor, the Scarlet Concubine pounced on Yu Yang crazily, her Scarlet Lotus Fire hitting the back of Yu Yang's head. On the other side, Xianxia and the Black Prince attacked at the same time. Xianxia, who possessed the power of 5 transformations, punched angrily towards Yu Yang's back, where his heart was located. There was also the shadow-like Black Prince, whose claws were ignited with green phosphorus ghost fire as he clawed towards Yu Yang's sides. No matter which hit, it could kill any warrior below innate level 6 in a second. Die! Yu Yang shouted crazily. He didn't defend at all. Instead, he exploded, went berserk and used all his strength to attack the Scarlet Emperor. At the moment when the Scarlet Lotus Fire, 5 transformations fist, and green phosphorus ghost fire hit his body, Yu Yang released the star explosion with both of his hands. The world exterminating wheel in his left hand and the fire blade formed by Nirvana flame in his right hand completely disregarded his back as he continued to slash towards the Scarlet Emperor, who was hit by the attack. It was as if he wanted to perish together with the Scarlet Emperor. Even in his weakened state, the Scarlet Emperor was at least a level 10 innate. If it wasn't for the ancient seal imprisoning half of his body and forcefully pulling him back into the sealed space, the Scarlet Emperor would have no choice but to use most of his strength to resist the seal. If it wasn't for this, the Scarlet Emperor would not have let Yu Yang's sneak attack succeed. Even if Yu Yang did a sneak attack, he wouldn't have been injured. Even with his remaining strength, compared to Yu Yang's current strength, he still had a great advantage. If it was someone else, the Scarlet Emperor could completely ignore it. With just a punch, the attacker would be sent flying and fall to the ground. The problem was, Yu Yang was a super strong attacker. It would be more appropriate to describe Yu Yang as strong in attack but weak in defense. It wasn't that Yu Yang wasn't good at defense. The mysterious 3 styles, crystal armor, Nirvana flame shield, camouflage, teleportation, and binding chains were all combined together. Regardless of whether it was movement or defense, Yu Yang far surpassed warriors of the same level. However, compared to his attack, Yu Yang's defense was much weaker. This was because his attack was way too strong. Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel, any one of them was a killing weapon that could instantly kill someone of a higher level. Not to mention the innate invisible sword chi that could kill anyone and even gods. Ever since Yu Yang had started using his sword chi, he had only tried to miss, but he had never tried to miss. The innate sword chi that could break through all defenses in the world, even the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm had no choice but to dodge it. Other than Nirvana flame, world exterminating wheel and innate invisible sword chi, Yu Yang also had the Heaven Eyes divine vision that could see through everything and the power of star explosion that was like the Milky Way. He even had the Devour hidden in his body that could digest all kinds of energy. With all these added together, as a single target attack, it was like a bug. It was an unprecedented and unparalleled existence. This kind of comparison made Yu Yang's defense seem weak. It was also because he had so many attacks that Yu Yang was confident that he could heavily injure the Scarlet Emperor. As long as the Scarlet Emperor was injured, the ancient seal would drag him back into the sealed space. He didn't ask for much. As long as he could seal the Scarlet Emperor for another 10 or 20 years, Yu Yang would have the power to suppress the Scarlet Emperor like the prison emperor back then. He would be able to eat this arrogant fellow alive. Of course, this was all just a theory. In reality, things would never go as planned. The Scarlet Emperor, who was trying his best to break free from the ancient seal with both his hands, immediately retaliated when Yu Yang's star explosion hit him. His speed was so fast that Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia, and the Black Prince's movements became slow, while Silver Horn, Spitfire and Hurricane's reactions became as slow as a snail's. Almost at the same time, his palm pressed on Yu Yang's chest. Boom! A silver light burst out like a silver plate, followed by a beam of energy that was more than a meter in diameter. At this moment, Yu Yang's world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana fire blade had just been unleashed. If the Scarlet Emperor could move, even if he moved 3 meters back, Yu Yang would definitely die tragically. The ancient seal became Yu Yang's greatest helper. It imprisoned the Scarlet Emperor so that he couldn't move at all. The Scarlet Emperor's other hand drew a long silver arc of light that cut through the air. It rotated and streaked across, as if it was going to cut Yu Yang in half. After the silver arc of light was drawn, the Scarlet Emperor could still stretch out his hands calmly and block Yu Yang's attack with his silver hands. What was reflected in the Scarlet Emperor's golden eyes was the world-exterminating wheel that cut through the energy beam, while the other Nirvana fire blade cut through the silver arc of light and pierced towards the Scarlet Emperor's heart. Eh? The Scarlet Emperor's golden eyes widened in shock. He never thought that there would be such a pervert in this world who could actually possess the world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana fire at the same time. Just now, he had covered his eyes with the Milky Way star explosion. Furthermore, it was just 1/100th of a second. Rumble, 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 Yu Yang resisted the energy beam with all his might. The crystal armor in front of his chest shattered and the wyvern leather armor turned into ashes. As the Scarlet Emperor retracted his hand, the world-exterminating wheel cut through his arm, leaving a long trail of blood. The world-exterminating wheel heavily cut through the Scarlet Emperor's unprotected chest. The Scarlet Emperor's reaction was extremely fast. He twisted his body and tried to dodge this fatal attack. However, the Nirvana fire blade was even faster than the world-exterminating wheel. It had already cut through the silver arc of light and cut into the Scarlet Emperor's chest from his left rib. If the Scarlet Emperor turned his body sideways, he would immediately be cut into half. The Scarlet Emperor's body suddenly turned soft like a noodle as he bent backwards. It was fast and ingenious. Although the world-exterminating wheel had already cut into his chest, after he bent backwards, the world-exterminating wheel lost its target. It could only injure the Scarlet Emperor and not kill him. On the other side, the Nirvana fire blade also cut a deep wound on the Scarlet Emperor's chest, but it was unable to pierce through his heart. Die. Yu Yang stepped heavily on the Scarlet Emperor's waist before he was sent flying by the energy beam. Innate invisible sword chi exploded. The lethality of this sword chi was no less than the world-exterminating wheel and the Nirvana fire blade. Furthermore, it was more hidden, faster and more effective. With a chi sound, the innate sword chi had already shot out from the toe that Yu Yang used to step on the Scarlet Emperor's chest. It entered the Scarlet Emperor's chest and went straight for his heart. The Scarlet Emperor could only use his special ability to forcefully move his heart away, but he was unable to stop the innate sword chi from wreaking havoc. At the same time, the Scarlet Emperor's lungs and back were pierced by the innate sword chi. It was only at this moment that the Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia, and the Black Prince's attacks arrived. The Scarlet Lotus fire fiercely hit the back of Yu Yang's head. Because of the Scarlet Emperor's energy jet power, Yu Yang's body was slightly slanted when he was sent flying. The Scarlet Lotus fire's attack didn't manage to make Yu Yang's head explode, instead, it made him spin. After the crystal armor was destroyed, Yu Yang still relied on the mysterious 3-Style's elegant sword dance to save his life. With it, he could dodge and deftly defend against most of the attacks. The Black Prince's green phosphorus ghost fire clawed at Yu Yang's back fiercely. His sharp claws tore open 5 wounds on Yu Yang's back. The ghost fire that came into contact with Yu Yang's body was burning fiercely. As long as the energy was not used up, it would never be extinguished. However, what made Yu Yang suffer the most was still Shun Tian's 5 transformation fist. In the sky, the image of the golden giant dragon and the golden mammoth flashed behind Shun Tian. This was one of the 5 transformation powers, the strength of the dragon and elephant. One strike of the strength of the dragon and elephant contained the combined power of the dragon and elephant. The golden fist accurately hit Yu Yang's back, heavily hitting the position of his heart. Even if Yu Yang had a strong defense, he still felt that his heart stopped beating, as if his whole body was going to explode. Puff. Yu Yang's body flew forward and blood spurted out from his mouth. The Scarlet Emperor, who took a hit from Yu Yang's sword, straightened his body at lightning speed. The Scarlet Emperor, whose head was hit by the star explosion, was in so much pain that his handsome face was distorted. There were deep intersecting wounds and bloody holes on his chest. This was the killing effect caused by the world-exterminating wheel, Nirvana Fire Blade and innate sword chi. If it was another rancor, he would have fallen to the ground long ago. But the Scarlet Emperor still had the strength to fight back. Good lad. The Scarlet Emperor's silver fists instantly turned into thousands of shooting stars, raining down on Yu Yang's body. Bang 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 bang, the raindrop-like attacks all hit their target, not a single one missed. At least 3 of Yu Yang's ribs were broken. His chest was already badly mutilated due to the Scarlet Emperor's fists and the energy light pillar. A Nirvana Fire Spear was thrown out from Yu Yang's hands and pierced deeply into the Scarlet Emperor's shoulder. If not for the Scarlet Emperor's extreme speed, it would have pierced through his heart. The Scarlet Emperor had never seen such a perverted and stubborn young man in his life. Why did he have to kill him? A young man like him had a bright future ahead of him. Why did he risk his life to attack him? The Scarlet Emperor couldn't understand this at all. However, he wasn't slow in his attacks. He quickly retracted his hands and formed dozens of rune circles. Finally, he pointed at the space between Yu Yang's eyebrows. With this attack, Yu Yang was in midair and couldn't avoid it. He would definitely die. The Scarlet Emperor didn't deny that he was curious about this young man who was trying to kill him, but it didn't stop him from killing him. No matter who was the Scarlet Emperor's enemy, there was only one ending: death. If there was an exception, it would be the Prison Emperor. Because the Prison Emperor was much stronger and more tyrannical than the Scarlet Emperor. Although the Scarlet Emperor hated the Prison Emperor, he couldn't do anything to him. The fresh blood that Yu Yang spat out spilled onto the ancient sealing circle. A burst of golden light was as bright as the sun. The ancient rune imprisonment seemed to be supported by an extremely strong energy. Spinning rapidly, the web-like light forcefully dragged the Scarlet Emperor's body into the ancient sealing circle. In the blink of an eye, only his chest and abdomen were left outside of the ancient sealing circle. Because his body was sinking, the Scarlet Emperor's fatal attack brushed past Yu Yang's cheek, easily leaving a mark on the Gemini mask. If it was just a little bit more, Yu Yang's head would have exploded. The Scarlet Emperor's golden pupils expanded rapidly as he stared at Yu Yang angrily. The reason why the Scarlet Emperor was angry was not that the enemy had dodged his fatal attack. What really made the Scarlet Emperor furious was the fresh blood that Yu Yang spat out. It was obvious that this brat had already planned to use this fresh blood to stimulate the ancient sealing circle, causing it to explode with energy and drag his body down, making his attack ineffective. The Scarlet Emperor felt a sense of humiliation from being fooled by the enemy. If he could move freely now, the Scarlet Emperor would definitely chase after this sly brat for thousands of miles. No matter what price he had to pay, he would definitely kill him. But now, even though the Scarlet Emperor was filled with anger, he had no choice but to use half of his strength to support the ancient sealing circle. The other finger pointed towards Yu Yang's direction. The energy light pillar, once again, exploded like a fountain. Behind Yu Yang, the Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia, and the Black Prince attacked together for the second time. This time, the 3 of them had more time to react and accumulate energy. When they attacked again, it would definitely not be the same as before. The power would definitely be many times stronger. With Yu Yang's injured body, he might not be able to take another hit. If it was anyone else in this world, they would escape immediately after fighting to this extent. Xianxia and the Black Prince both had the intention to let Yu Yang go. Because if they let this brat be the Scarlet Emperor's opponent, the Scarlet Emperor would definitely not burn the bridge after crossing it. Instead, he would always have scruples, which was extremely beneficial to them. Even the Scarlet Concubine had the intention to end the battle. Although she hated Yu Yang, the attacker, she did not wish for Yu Yang to fight to the death. She only wanted the Scarlet Emperor to safely escape from the seal. As long as her lover successfully escaped, everything else was not a problem. Attacker? They could kill him in the future, but they definitely could not let him die together with his lover now. even the Scarlet Emperor thought that the battle was over. This sly brat would definitely take the opportunity to escape without a trace. However, everyone was wrong. Not only did Yu Yang not escape, he even charged towards the Scarlet Emperor. He was like a mad bull with bloodshot eyes, charging towards the Scarlet Emperor at lightning speed. He forcefully charged out from the energy light pillar. At the moment when the attacking fist was caught by the Scarlet Emperor, Yu Yang's body leaned forward and smashed his head onto the Scarlet Emperor's face savagely. Boom! Two terrifying innate powers collided with each other. The Scarlet Emperor howled in pain. When the Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia, and the Black Prince joined hands to attack his back, Yu Yang, whose Gemini mask was almost shattered, suddenly laughed. His face was covered with blood and his body was covered with cuts and bruises. His laughter was extremely strange. His other hand. At this moment, he was holding the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, completely ignoring the three people's joint attack. With a suicidal stance, he disregarded everything and smashed it heavily onto the Scarlet Emperor's head. At this moment, Xianxia and the Black Prince's surprised cries, the Scarlet Concubine's sorrowful cries and the Scarlet Emperor's painful howls erupted at the same time. Only Yu Yang laughed silently. His unique mocking smile was revealed from the depths of his eyes, shining brightly. The Prison Emperor Divine Seal was the treasure that once sealed Jiao Shao. It was one of the 3 divine equipment that inherited the Prison Emperor's will. The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed immediately. His whole body trembled. His right hand that was originally supporting the ancient seal was raised high. He gathered all his strength and raised both of his hands, trying his best to remove the Prison Emperor Divine Seal that was smashing on his head. The small Prison Emperor Divine Seal was as heavy as a mountain, causing the Scarlet Emperor's hands and spine to creak. His body kept sinking. What was even more terrifying was that the Prison Emperor's image appeared in the sky. It was an image formed completely by energy and will. He swung his sunlight golden fist down, suppressing the Scarlet Emperor even more. Even without the ancient seal, just the Prison Emperor Divine Seal alone was enough to make the Scarlet Emperor suffer. When the Scarlet Emperor was at his weakest, Yu Yang attacked without caring about his own safety and finally managed to turn the situation around. Yu Yang's biggest wish was to reseal the Scarlet Emperor. The moment the Scarlet Concubine's Scarlet Lotus Fire hit Yu Yang, she immediately retracted it. Compared to killing the enemy, she had a more important mission, which was to save her lover. When the Prison Emperor Divine Seal appeared, she knew that it was her lover's greatest enemy. If she didn't help him, he would be in great danger. The Scarlet Concubine cried out in sorrow. She rushed towards the Prison Emperor Divine Seal without caring about her own safety. Even if she had to sacrifice her own life, she would help her lover remove this suppressing divine equipment. The green phosphorus ghost fire and the draconic elephant's power heavily landed on Yu Yang's back. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them were afraid that the Prison Emperor Divine Seal would endanger their lives and forcefully retracted most of their power to defend themselves, Yu Yang would have been heavily injured and fallen to the ground. The green phosphorus ghost fire burned on Yu Yang's entire back. His skin and flesh were sizzling from the heat. Shun Tian's strength of the dragon and elephant, divine fist almost shattered Yu Yang's heart. Yu Yang's shoulder bones cracked under the bombardment, and his ribs were twisted and deformed. When the Scarlet Lotus Fire hit the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, it didn't have any effect on the Prison Emperor Divine Seal even though it could easily burn rocks. The Scarlet Lotus Fire that could shake the earth couldn't even move the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Yu Yang borrowed the strength of the draconic elephant and pounced towards the Scarlet Concubine at the same time. With 3 consecutive kicks, he transferred the Scarlet Emperor's fist aura and the green phosphorus ghost fire's claw aura onto the Scarlet Emperor's body. At this moment, he did not forget to hit the Scarlet Emperor when he was down, hoping that his attack could be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Roar! The Scarlet Emperor roared like thunder. With a shake of his body, a silver light burst out like a fountain, sending Yu Yang flying. Shun and the Black Prince didn't attack Yu Yang. Instead, he allowed Yu Yang to fly and smash into the stone wall. They didn't know if the Scarlet Emperor could hold on. If the Scarlet Emperor was defeated, there was no need for them to keep their promise. Scarlet Concubine realized that whatever she did was futile. In a moment of desperation, she raised her hands and prepared to take the prison emperor divine seal for the Scarlet Emperor. Even if she fell into the ancient sealing circle, she wouldn't stop. My love, leave. The Scarlet Emperor didn't allow her to do that, because she definitely couldn't take the prison emperor divine seal. Let me help you, I'm fine. Scarlet Concubine's face was full of tears. She reached out her hands and prepared to take the prison emperor divine seal for the Scarlet Emperor, even if it was just for a second. Under the double pressure of the prison emperor divine seal and the ancient sealing circle, the Scarlet Emperor couldn't use his abilities no matter how powerful he was. His body sunk down bit by bit, first to his stomach, then to his chest, and finally only his head and arms were left. Scarlet Concubine bent down and wanted to carry the prison emperor divine seal to let her lover escape. Yu Yang flew out from the broken rocks. He kept his world-exterminating wheel and flew over, disregarding his heavy injuries. Shun Tian hesitated for a second. There were two paths in front of him. One was to stop him, the other was to watch. With his and the Black Prince's abilities, it wasn't difficult to stop the current Yu Yang. However, Shun Tian didn't really want the Scarlet Emperor to escape from the ancient sealing circle. He didn't like Yu Yang, the young threat, and also didn't like the Scarlet Emperor, the powerful senior from 6,000 years ago. He only hoped that the two of them would fight to the death. It would be best to watch from the side, but Yu Yang wouldn't be grateful to him, and he would anger the Scarlet Emperor. It would be fine if the Scarlet Emperor was sealed again, but if he managed to escape, he would definitely settle the score with him later. There was another way, and that was to help Yu Yang kill the Scarlet Emperor. Shun Tian wasn't sure if the Black Prince would cooperate with him like before, to kill the Scarlet Emperor and then kill the Scarlet Concubine. He rejected this option among the important choices in his life. Wind and thunder. Shun Tian decided to stop them, but secretly let Yu Yang go. He hoped that this brat would work harder and kill the Scarlet Emperor. Sky Demon Finger. The Black Prince also prepared to use his ultimate skill. Yu Yang dodged their attacks in a flash. He completely ignored the situation of the two of them attacking him. The world-exterminating wheel slashed downwards, and this time it went straight for the Scarlet Concubine's neck. Shun Tian's Wind and Thunder Star Fist exploded, and directly attacked the back of Yu Yang's head. He noticed that the Scarlet Emperor's body seemed to have some kind of change, and knew that it wasn't good. He immediately changed his strategy and attacked Yu Yang with all his might. The Black Prince was even faster. He shot out a pitch-black energy beam from his finger, and went straight for Yu Yang's heart. Yu Yang was like a swimming fish. He dodged behind the Scarlet Concubine, and went around the Scarlet Emperor who was holding the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. He waved his hand, and innate sword chi shot out from his two index fingers. The Scarlet Emperor pulled the Scarlet Concubine's calf with one hand, and pulled her down to the ground, allowing her to escape the fatal slash of the world-exterminating wheel. His other hand reached out from the innate sword chi, and pressed towards Yu Yang. When Yu Yang shot out his sword chi, he realized that there was an irresistible force strangling his throat. His whole body was thrown into the sky, and he faced the pincer attack of Shun Tian and the Black Prince. The Scarlet Emperor let go of the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, and it smashed heavily on his forehead. Fresh blood splattered. His skull was shattered. The Scarlet Emperor, who was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices, glared angrily. His golden eyes quickly gathered energy, and they shone brightly, like 2 golden stars. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. Yu Yang was shocked, and he hurriedly adjusted his body in midair. However, the speed of the golden light was too fast, and it still pierced through Yu Yang's arm and right leg. If he didn't adjust his body, these 2 rays of golden light would definitely pierce through his heart and head. After the golden light passed, Shun Tian's Wind and Thunder Star Fist and the Black Prince's Sky Demon Finger finally arrived. With a combined attack, Yu Yang would definitely die. Bind. Behind Yu Yang, a little Lamia loli appeared in a flash. Her eyes were wide open, and her pupils were so strong that even the veins at the corner of her eyes, which were usually invisible, were bulging. Shun Tian and the Black Prince froze in midair at the same time. The Wind and Thunder Star Fist and Sky Demon Finger lost control of their master, and hit the little loli's body uncontrollably. Out of the 6 arms that received the fatal blow, 3 were broken by the Wind and Thunder Star Fist, and one of them was pierced through from the palm to the shoulder by the sky demon finger. She even stretched out her hand behind her back to receive the remaining force. As long as she was here, no one would be able to kill Yu Yang, because she was Yu Yang's guardian beast. She wasn't his daughter, but her existence surpassed that of a daughter. She was Little Wenli, wrapping her tail around Yu Yang's body. Little Wenli quickly escaped with Yu Yang. If this battle continued, the Scarlet Emperor might die, but Yu Yang would definitely die. Shun Tian was slightly stunned. Didn't the rules of this prison grounds forbid summoning of beasts? How could this brat's guardian beast come out? He didn't think that Little Wenli rarely stayed in the grimoire space, and only hibernated in Yu Yang's body. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's insistence to not let her participate in the battle, she would have come out long ago. Want to leave? The Scarlet Emperor only had his head and arms outside. One of his hands held the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, and the other pointed forward a few times. Boom 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 boom, numerous energy pillars erupted below and in front of Little Wenli like a fountain, completely blocking her and Yu Yang's path. Little Wenli swung her tail, but as if she had planned it beforehand, she flung Yu Yang back onto the Scarlet Emperor's head. Yu Yang stretched out his right hand, and the sword chi from his 5 fingers converged into his strongest sword, piercing through the Scarlet Emperor's skull that was already cracked by the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. The Scarlet Emperor howled miserably as his entire body sank into the seal, leaving only his arms outside. The Scarlet Concubine was like a lunatic as she scratched at Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang's body was already riddled with wounds, and his flesh was badly mutilated. He didn't care about adding a few more wounds as he took the opportunity to slash at the Scarlet Emperor's arms when he retracted his world-exterminating wheel. Even though the Scarlet Emperor's left hand retracted into the ancient seal in time, his right hand that was supporting the Prison Emperor Divine Seal couldn't avoid it. The world-exterminating wheel slashed into the Scarlet Emperor's right arm, causing a bright light to shine. The power of the immemorial rune in the middle immediately exploded. Even though the Scarlet Emperor's right arm had a strong defense, it was still severed by the spinning slash. The silver light armor that was comparable to the crystal armor was completely useless under the spinning slash of the world-exterminating wheel. When Yu Yang saw the Scarlet Emperor falling into the ancient seal again, he immediately kept his severed arm and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. When the Scarlet Concubine attacked him, he spat out a mouthful of blood towards the immemorial rune in the ancient seal. He endured the pain and jumped up. He risked his life to shoot out the innate sword chi towards the Black Prince and Shun Tian. The Black Prince and Shun Tian knew that they couldn't withstand this kind of sword chi. The pain from last time had tortured them for a long time. Under such circumstances, they definitely wouldn't fight recklessly. Moreover, the Scarlet Emperor had already been sealed back into the ancient seal by Yu Yang. It was still hard to say if he could escape again. Hence, this was definitely not the time to fight with Yu Yang with his life. The two of them dodged and easily dodged the 2 innate sword chi. The Scarlet Concubine pounced forward crazily. She wanted to fight with Yu Yang with her life now. She shot out a huge scarlet lotus in desperation, wanting to perish together with Yu Yang. Scram! While Little Wenli froze the Scarlet Concubine again, Yu Yang sent her flying with a kick. When Yu Yang carried Little Wenli, whose eyes were filled with tears of blood, and prepared to escape from the evil dragon lair, Silverhorn, Spitfire, and Hurricane, who had been watching silently all this while, made their move. Silverhorn escaped towards the exit at the first instance. In this battle, no matter who won or lost, Silverhorn felt that he wouldn't benefit from it. In order not to be silenced at the end, Silverhorn abandoned his companions and chose to escape. However, Spitfire felt that this was an opportunity to express goodwill to Shun Tian and the Black Prince. As long as they could stop this heavily injured masked man, their future would be bright. From Spitfire's point of view, Yu Yang was severely injured and on the verge of death. Not to mention himself, even if a baby punched him, this brat might also collapse. Boom! When Spitfire, who was sneaking in attack, was full of confidence that he could defeat Yu Yang and obtain great merits. Suddenly, behind him, Hurricane gave a punch with all his might, hitting Spitfire's back and smashing his good friend into the stone wall on the opposite side. Hurricane, who was merely a level 2 innate, shouted at Yu Yang with great heroism, "Leave quickly, even if it's only for a second, I will block the enemy for you. Although I don't understand why you want to do this, I believe that you have your reasons." Tongtian Tower needs young people like you. Spitfire flew back at a speed faster than when he was smashed into the stone wall, returning a heavy punch to Hurricane's chest. With a ferocious face, he roared, "Don't think that you are a savior. You idiot, you can't even defeat me." Hurricane vomited blood, but he held on to Spitfire tightly and shouted at Yu Yang, "Go, I'm already old, let me sacrifice myself proudly for the young, I'll fulfill your wish." His good friend in the past had turned into a ferocious demon. Spitfire threw punches like rain, hitting Hurricane until he vomited blood. Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia, and the Black Prince ignored their actions. The three of them only stared at Yu Yang and the pale little Wenli. They didn't understand why this brat gave up the chance to escape just now. Could it be that he was soft-hearted because someone sacrificed themselves? Or did he have a conspiracy? Although the three of them hated Yu Yang to the core, no one dared to be careless. After all, Yu Yang had a divine weapon. Without paying a price, it was impossible to kill this brat. The three of them hoped to kill this brat at the lowest price, especially Xianxia and the Black Prince. They didn't want to be the second sacrifice after the Scarlet Emperor. "Xianxia, Black Prince, today's hatred, I will return it to you 100-fold in the future." Yu Yang opened his hands. The Nirvana flame turned into a fire bow, and the extreme cold ice and purple lightning turned into arrows. One bow, 3 arrows. The bow was round, and the arrows pointed to the sky. Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia, and the Black Prince immediately had the illusion that they were being locked by someone's chi. It seemed that no matter where they escaped to, they wouldn't be able to escape from the arrow piercing through their hearts. Xianxia snorted with a serious expression. The 5 transformations power exploded, and the aura emitted from his body shook the entire evil dragon lair. The Black Prince disappeared as if he was invisible. Although Scarlet Concubine's face was filled with grief and indignation, she didn't lose her rationality. Her feet danced lightly, as if she was dancing on a lotus leaf. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Yu Yang loosened his hand, and 3 consecutive arrows pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of them. Break! Xianxia forcefully used his fist to deflect the arrows piercing through their hearts. The Black Prince and Scarlet Concubine dodged the arrows by a hair's breadth. Return! Yu Yang waved his hand, and the 3 purple lightning cold ice arrows turned around and shot back. This time, Xianxia and the others dodged it even more easily, dodging the arrows effortlessly. The 3 arrows dispersed in midair. One of the arrows hit the wings of the talking scarlet dragon, and froze it instantly. Layers of frost appeared on its body, especially the wing that was hit by the arrow. It completely sank into the ice wall. The other arrow hit the scarlet dragon that still couldn't speak, and directly pierced through its heart, killing it. The fallen corpse immediately froze into a scarlet dragon ice sculpture. The 3rd arrow whistled across the sky. It accurately nailed Fire Breath's head. His head exploded, and his entire head was sliced open. Hurricane, who fell on the ground, rolled rapidly. Blood spurted out from Fire Breath's neck and dripped onto the ground, turning into ice shards. It was as if a large area of the ground was also frozen. The evil dragon lair had turned into an icy hell filled with cold air. This was the power of Yu Yang's 3 arrows. After the 3 arrows, Yu Yang glanced at Xianxia and the Black Prince. He carried little Wenli and flew towards the entrance of the evil dragon lair at lightning speed. Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia, and the Black Prince rushed over at a much faster speed. However, when the 3 of them saw the treasure that appeared in Yu Yang's hands, they immediately retreated. That wasn't the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. With Yu Yang's current injuries and remaining innate chi, it wasn't enough to activate the Prison Emperor Divine Seal again. However, he still had a frightening treasure. Demon Subduing Tower. This was a treasure that had been sealed in the Dixia Kingdom's treasury for many years. Its sealing power was probably not weaker than the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Even a Demon King level ranker wouldn't be able to escape from the Demon Subduing Tower's imprisonment. Although the 3 of them doubted whether Yu Yang had the ability to use it, no one was willing to take the risk. Especially when there was a little Lamia Lolita in his arms who was good at binding. The power of this combination was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. One day, Scarlet Concubine clenched her teeth in hatred. However, she had no way to kill her enemy now, because she knew that she was actually injured by the prison emperor divine seal just now. Her internal injuries were already exhausted. Just now, she had no choice but to give chase. Her purpose was to deceive Xianxia and the Black Prince. If the two of them saw that she was weak, they might have bad intentions. Yu Yang also fought until he had no innate chi left. He looked relaxed, but in reality, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. If the three of them were to chase after him, he would definitely die. After Xianxia and the Black Prince looked at each other, their eyes flickered. Both of them were unwilling to take the risk and gave up the last chance to kill Yu Yang and the Scarlet Concubine. If the two of them were sure that the other party would cooperate and work together, then Yu Yang and the Scarlet Concubine wouldn't be able to escape death. It was a pity that the two of them had ulterior motives and each had their own plans. They missed a great opportunity. Less than a minute after Yu Yang left, the ancient ceiling circle on the ground shook again. From extremely light to intense. In the end, the ground shook and the mountains shook. A silver hand reached out from the ceiling circle. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the Scarlet Emperor, who was severely injured but still elegant, came out from the ceiling circle. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. One of his right hands was broken. Fresh blood dyed his naked body into a bloody man. Scarlet Concubine's tears fell like rain as she hugged her lover and cried loudly. "Don't cry, my dear, don't cry." The Scarlet Emperor used his remaining left hand to gently stroke the Scarlet Concubine's fiery hair. His golden eyes looked towards Xianxia and the Black Prince. "Thank you for your help." If the prison emperor divine seal had been suppressed for another minute, there would have been two different results. I will definitely repay the two of you in the future. If you want to step into the heaven realm, I can also be your guide. Xianxia and the Black Prince were extremely regretful. If they knew this would happen, they would have let Yu Yang get rid of the Scarlet Emperor. If they didn't attack Yu Yang but the Scarlet Concubine, the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine would have died miserably. Unfortunately, they had already missed the best opportunity to kill the Scarlet Emperor. When he recovers to his peak, it would be even more impossible to kill the Scarlet Emperor from 6,000 years ago. Xianxia and the Black Prince didn't show it on their faces. They bowed respectfully to the Scarlet Emperor and said a few humble words. Being able to exchange for a trip to the heaven realm was better than nothing. Although Xianxia and the Black Prince didn't completely trust the Scarlet Emperor, they could at least be sure that they were safe now. This was because they could see that the Scarlet Emperor had also reached his limit and didn't have the strength to retaliate. "All of you leave. Our matter has nothing to do with you. Bring your companions and leave." The Scarlet Emperor suddenly let the mercenaries go. With a unique arrogant demeanor, he said to the mercenaries, "Maybe some of you know that young man. Please pass a message to him. I, the Scarlet Emperor, admire him very much. There has never been anyone who could beat me up so badly. If he is willing to be my disciple, I am willing to take him in as my disciple. I can even let him manage everything in the lower realm. If he is not willing to be my disciple, then please pass a message to him. I will exterminate his entire family and leave no one alive." Once Yu Yang got out of the evil dragon lair, he immediately returned to the grimoire world. Originally, he wanted to summon the Qilin girl and scold her. He had fought with his life on the line, but this girl just stood by and watched. She had no sense of loyalty. Let alone the fact that she couldn't come out. She was an immortal beast that could even run amok in the heaven realm. What was a mere confinement law to her? Moreover, even if she couldn't come out, she should at least meow at him, but when he returned, he saw the Qilin girl standing in front of him like a little white flower. That lively appearance was simply tempting to commit a crime. "Girl, I'm very angry, the consequences will be very serious," Yu Yang said to the Qilin girl who went forward to support him. "I wanted to help you, but the Phoenix sisters didn't allow it. Maybe they thought that this was a good chance to train you. Moreover, aren't you fine? Just that your skin can't cover your bones. Don't be angry, I'm also very worried about you. Seeing your injuries makes my heart ache. Come, let me touch you." The Qilin girl's small white hand pressed lightly on the top of little Wenli's head. A rainbow light shone brightly, as beautiful as a rainbow. Little Wenli, whose arm was injured, was bathed in the rainbow light. Her injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her pale face, which was originally exhausted, also became rosy. Hee hee. When little Wenli's injuries were healed, she was so happy that her eyes turned into crescent moons. Her life force was connected to Yu Yang's, sharing it completely. When Yu Yang was injured, she would also feel pain. Similarly, now that the Qilin girl had healed little Wenli, Yu Yang started to feel the pain in his body was alleviated a little. The green phosphorus ghost fire that was burning and worsening on his back quickly shrunk, but it still stubbornly attached to Yu Yang's back. Yu Yang's innate qi was exhausted, and the nirvana flame had to heal the more serious injuries in his body, so he could only put it aside for now. The Scarlet Concubine's Scarlet Lotus fire was the same. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Yang had refined his body with the nirvana flame many times, he would have been burnt to ashes long ago. The Scarlet Lotus fire at the back of his neck was a great help to Yu Yang, who was suffering from severe injuries and was enduring great pain. Otherwise, Yu Yang wouldn't have left the battlefield so easily. As for the attack from Shun Tian's 5 transformations power, it caused the most serious damage to Yu Yang's body. It was even more serious than the Scarlet Emperor's attack on Yu Yang. After all, the Scarlet Emperor still had to split his attention to defend against the Ancient Seal and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Yu Yang was severely injured, however, to the Qilin girl, these injuries were too simple. The Red Lotus is not bad. Do you want this annoying will-o'-the-wisp? If you don't want it, I'll destroy it. The Qilin girl's white orchid-like hand lightly grabbed the back of Yu Yang's neck, just like a mischievous little girl catching a red dragonfly. The Scarlet Lotus fire that was shockingly hot and could burn everything turned into a beautiful scarlet lotus in her hand. Almost in an instant, the Scarlet Lotus fire was successfully refined by her. It became a tangible existence. Vivid and lifelike. It was no different from a real lotus. It was like fire, but more like a spiritual weapon. The Qilin girl let go of her hand. The Scarlet Lotus floated in the sky and slowly rotated along with the colorful light on her body. It was so beautiful that no one would be able to tell that it was a terrifying and destructive flame. As for the green phosphorus ghost fire, Yu Yang quickly expressed that he wanted to keep it. What a joke, this was the best thing to replenish Hui Jin's energy, where else could he find it? If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to refine the green phosphorus ghost fire, Yu Yang would have already used the nirvana flame to purify it. The green phosphorus ghost fire that Yu Yang couldn't resist after overdrawing his energy was completely ineffective against the Qilin girl. She lightly grabbed it in her hand and blew a breath of air. The light of energy flashed. That small hand was not only flowing with colorful light, it was also overflowing with fragrance. Even the heavily injured Yu Yang, who had lost a lot of blood, couldn't help but feel refreshed and comfortable after smelling it. The green phosphorus ghost fire was refined by the Qilin girl to the limit and condensed into a skull with flaming eyes. It was extremely small, probably only the size of a baby's fist. When Yu Yang saw it, he immediately snatched it and quickly kept it in his platinum storage. This thing was too important for Hui Jin magic blade to level up. Of course, he didn't have time to use it now. If he could merge it with Hui Jin in the future, Hui Jin's power would definitely increase. The Qilin girl coquettishly rolled her eyes at him, meaning, who's going to snatch it from you? The Bloody Queen, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and the Barbarian Cow Shadow watched quietly from the side. They didn't dare to move forward, afraid that the Qilin girl would affect the healing of their master. Let alone the few of them, even Sickly Beauty, who had just used the fragrant sleep flower to coax Xu Xuan to sleep, could only wait anxiously. If Yu Yu was here, she might be able to help. However, with the Qilin girl here, they believed that Yu Yang would definitely be fine. It was just that seeing his body full of injuries made their hearts ache. Luckily, you didn't break your arms or legs, otherwise it would take a lot of effort to recover. Other than healing Yu Yang's injuries, the Qilin girl also softly comforted Sickly Beauty and the others. As she spoke, her white jade palm touched Yu Yang's body. Pure energy continuously flowed into Yu Yang's body, causing the dried-up innate qi in his body to once again flow out from his dantian. When Sickly Beauty saw that Yu Yang was still pretending to be fine and smiling at her, her eyes reddened and tears almost fell down. She was afraid that tears would bring bad luck, so she hurriedly wiped them away and nodded at him, expressing that she wasn't worried. Instead, she hoped that he wouldn't feel burdened. The light in the Qilin girl's hand became bigger and bigger, finally enveloping Yu Yang entirely. It was visible to the naked eye. All the injuries on Yu Yang's body, including his heart, chest, arms, back, legs and knees, were all rapidly recovering. Especially his heart, which had been hit twice by Shun Tian's 5 transformations, one was dragon elephant and the other was wind and thunder. Fortunately, Yu Yang's almost immortal body was able to withstand it. His body had been refined by Nirvana's flame many times, in addition to Little Wen Li's sharing of life, so Yu Yang wasn't worried that he would be killed by Shun Tian's one punch, but it was inevitable that he would be injured. With such serious injuries, without the Qilin girl, relying on Yu Yang's innate qi to recover, he believed that it would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover. To completely recover 100% of his battle strength, it was not certain that it would take 10 days to half a month. However, with the Qilin girl's miraculous treatment, in less than 10 minutes, Yu Yang's heavy injuries had already recovered by more than half, almost 80%. External injuries healed faster. His internal injuries were slightly slower, and probably needed Yu Yang to slowly use his innate qi to nourish them. Seeing the Qilin girl's miraculous treatment, Sickly Beauty was so moved that she wanted to cry. She covered her cherry lips with her small hands, clenched her teeth, and endured the choking in her throat. Once her injuries were healed, she immediately rushed up and hugged Yu Yang tightly. She did not avoid Red, Duo, a man and the other guardian beasts who were gradually becoming intelligent. She kissed Yu Yang's cheeks excitedly, and did not avoid him when he hugged and kissed her, but happily returned the kiss. The spirit of Earth Fire watched from afar. As an elemental being, she could not understand the concept of physical injuries. The Qilin girl confidently spread out her hands towards Little Wen Li and shrugged her shoulders. She indicated that these were all small injuries that she could easily heal. Little Wen Li was happy. She jumped onto the Qilin girl's embrace from Yu Yang's body, hugged the Qilin girl and kissed her, just like how she kissed Yu Yang just now. I don't like children. Forget it. Although the Qilin girl pretended not to care, it was obvious that she liked the closeness of Little Wen Li and the others. After being healed, Yu Yang had already recovered more than half of his battle power. With the Qilin girl around, her life would not be in danger. The battle just now could only be considered as enduring a beating. However, the battle experience that Yu Yang gained from the ambush, the endurance that exceeded his own limits, the unparalleled courage that burst forth again and again, the iron blood will that was tempered by pain, etc. These were all immeasurable growth in the process of his training. After the ambush against the Scarlet Emperor, Yu Yang had already built up enough confidence, and laid the foundation for him to become a supreme ranker. Facing 3 supreme rankers who were stronger than him, facing a terrifying innate from 6,000 years ago, Yu Yang was not afraid at all. He made use of all kinds of terrain and situation, and used all kinds of tactics to heavily injure his opponent. Although he escaped with heavy injuries, in fact, he was the winner today. The prize that Yu Yang won wasn't a treasure, nor was it the Scarlet Emperor's bloody arm. Instead, it was confidence, courage and willpower, and a future. Don't be so intimate first, the Scarlet Emperor was not sealed successfully. The Qilin girl revealed a secret. What? It can't be. Yu Yang was sweating profusely when he heard this. He saw the Scarlet Emperor being heavily injured and dragged into the sealed space by the ancient seal. He originally thought that the Scarlet Emperor would be sealed underground for at least a few years. He did not expect that his ambush would fail. Could it be that Shun Tian and the Black Prince had some kind of treasure that saved the Scarlet Emperor, or was the Scarlet Concubine's summoning so powerful that she could summon the Scarlet Emperor again? The Scarlet Emperor was definitely heavily injured. After being attacked by the World Exterminating Wheel, Nirvana Flame and Innate Sword Chi, and then being smashed by the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, even his skull was cracked and one of his arms was chopped off. Would he still be able to escape from the ancient seal, Evil Dragon Lair? All of the mercenaries had left. Shun Tian, the Black Prince and his subordinates Black Flame Dragon, Black Flame Scarlet Dragon and 2 teams of dragon hunters left one after another. Hurricane bowed to the corpse of his good friend, Fire Spewing. Seeing that the Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine were hugging and kissing and had no intention to kill him, he quickly left as well. The Evil Dragon Lair collapsed everywhere, leaving only the Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine with a broken right arm. After everyone left, the Scarlet Emperor suddenly fell to the ground with a boom. Blood flowed out from his mouth uncontrollably. He was also an arrow at the end of its flight. If it wasn't to dispel Xianxia and the Black Prince's wariness and forcefully support his body, he would have collapsed long ago. After the repeated attacks from Yu Yang, the Scarlet Emperor felt extremely tired. If that young man was a little stronger, it would be really dangerous. Luckily, Xianxia and the Black Prince didn't have the courage to join hands to kill the Scarlet Concubine. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, it was just that they were too suspicious. In the end, they helped the Scarlet Emperor to escape successfully. Let's leave this place quickly and find a place to recuperate. If it's really a Jizun rancor, he would be the enemy that we need to be wary of the most. The Scarlet Emperor coughed slightly. With the help of the Scarlet Concubine, he painfully stood up. Your hand. The Scarlet Concubine was crying her eyes out. It's all right, it will grow back with the help of a secret skill and the Sky Crystal. The Scarlet Emperor was severely injured, but he still maintained the arrogance of an emperor. This is a lesson, and also a warning for me to conquer the lower realm. It will remind me never to be careless. My dear concubine, don't worry, I will never let another prison emperor appear. That young man is not bad, but this time I will definitely not let him grow up like the prison emperor and become my rival in life. I'm not too sure how powerful the prison emperor is, but I want to tell you that I'm not the same as him. Yu Yang suddenly appeared in a flash, his eyes were still shining with a unique sarcastic light. Your injuries have actually recovered? The Scarlet Emperor was shocked when he saw. There's a saying, take your life while you're down. If it's the prison emperor, he might not attack someone who is seriously injured. He is an honorable and proud emperor. However, I'm different from him. I'm a bad guy. Despicable is my nickname, shameless is my real name. So, I'm sorry, senior who has lived for 6,000 years, let me send you off. As Yu Yang spoke, the World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Fire Spear in his left hand shot out at the same time. His killing intent exploded and soared up to the sky. The second attack began again. This time, Yu Yang's main target was no longer the Scarlet Emperor. It was the Scarlet Concubine. The Scarlet Emperor, who had already escaped from the ancient seal, was still able to preserve his life even if his body was severely injured to the point that he could barely hold on. Previously, when half of the Scarlet Emperor's body was trapped in the ancient seal array, he was not at a disadvantage against Yu Yang. If not for Yu Yang's unique skills and powerful treasures, the Scarlet Emperor would not have suffered such heavy injuries. It could even be said that without the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, Yu Yang wouldn't be able to do anything to the Scarlet Emperor. Yu Yang didn't know what the effect of attacking the Scarlet Emperor would be, so his priority was to kill the Scarlet Concubine. Killing the Scarlet Concubine would definitely be a huge blow to the Scarlet Emperor. Red Lotus. Scarlet Concubine knew that this was the most dangerous moment in her life. Without holding back, she attacked with all her might to fight against Yu Yang. In Scarlet Concubine's heart, her own life was never the first priority. The most important thing was to fight for some time for her lover to recover. She also firmly believed that her lover would not be defeated like this. The gigantic scarlet lotus flame danced in the sky, the millions of lotus petals shot towards Yu Yang furiously. The World Exterminating Wheel was also rotating. Surrounded by the raging flames, the World Exterminating Wheel mysteriously opened up a path of life, destroying the hundreds and thousands of red lotus fire petals that were coming towards him. Yu Yang's body was as agile as a divine dragon as he quickly slid into the small space that he had opened up. The path that the World Exterminating Wheel had slashed out and created a whirlpool of air pressure, allowing him to glide forward like a fish in water. It was as if there was someone pushing him from behind. The fire spear formed by the Nirvana flame accurately flicked away the petals of the scarlet lotus fire in front of it. Every time the two sides came into contact, it was the beginning of the Nirvana flame refining the scarlet lotus fire. Perhaps he would not be able to successfully refine it within a second, but the scarlet lotus fire was definitely not comparable to the Nirvana flame. Yu Yang was 100% sure of this. If one were to use levels as an example, a normal flame would be a normal level 1 flame. It was the weakest flame, the one with the least potential to level up, and the one with the least power. The terrifyingly powerful raging flames burning the heavens or meteor fire rain would be bronze ranked. Although they were not as powerful, they were still more than powerful. These were also the best flames for ordinary warriors to master. Hellfire and Dragon's Breath. These two types of fire were at least silver ranked, and some were even gold ranked. It varied from person to person. For example, the hellfire that the great demon King Baruth mastered was not on the same level as the hellfire that ordinary demons mastered. The green phosphorus will-o'-the-wisp that the Black Prince had mastered was at least a gold level. It had the will-o'-the-wisp attribute, but its temperature was not the highest. Instead, it was extremely poisonous. It could be considered a heretic. The Scarlet Concubine's Scarlet Lotus fire could be said to be the best of the best, even the green phosphorus ghost fire couldn't compare to it. It surpassed the ordinary flames of the world and became a tangible demonic flame. Although there was no real classification of levels, if one were to make a comparison, it could reach the platinum level. Further up, the flames that reached the diamond level would be the Nirvana mythical flame, a type of sacred flame that could destroy the souls of living creatures. This kind of extraordinary sacred flame was almost impossible to achieve through cultivation. It was most likely produced by some kind of divine equipment. Yu Yang had never seen it before. He only knew of its existence from the knowledge inheritance of the pitiful guy's mother. As for the Nirvana flame, it was a unique godly flame. Not only did it have the power to destroy the world, it also had the ability to purify all living things. It even had the godly power to rebirth life. With Yu Yang's current state, he was still unable to fully unleash the power of the Nirvana flame. If the Phoenix sisters were to unleash it, the Nirvana flame could even surpass the godly flame and reach an even higher level. Roar. Yu Yang's Nirvana fire spear lifted the Scarlet Lotus and pierced through everything, aiming straight for the Scarlet Concubine's throat. Stop. A silver disc flew over with a sky full of silver light. It stood in front of the Scarlet Concubine and blocked the Nirvana fire spear from piercing her throat. The Nirvana flame that could destroy everything was actually unable to pierce through this strange silver disc that was inlaid with ancient runes. It could only melt a large amount of silver light. As if the silver disc had a life of its own, it suddenly rotated at a high speed and flew back to the Scarlet Emperor's remaining left hand. It kept vibrating as if it was in pain from being pierced by the Nirvana fire spear. Yu Yang did not need to use his Heaven Eyes divine vision to see that this silver disc was a divine equipment. Even if it was not as good as the Prison Emperor divine seal, it should not be too far off. With this divine equipment, it would probably be very difficult to kill the Scarlet Emperor. Yu Yang had thought that the Scarlet Emperor would not be a pushover and that he would definitely have other tricks up his sleeves. However, he did not expect him to have a divine equipment, Guardian Divine Shield, Silver 4-star divine equipment. Spiritually integrated. Using the owner's blood as a guide, the Guardian Divine Shield will produce 10 times more protection when the owner's life is in danger. Any power below the level of divine power will not be harmed. It will automatically change its protective form in a specific environment. It will obtain an endless supply of protective energy under the starry sky. Special skill flowing light. Damn. Yu Yang could not help but curse when he saw the information on the silver disc with his Heaven Eyes divine vision. If there was any weakness to the Guardian Divine Shield, it would be that it did not have any attack power. It was a purely defensive divine equipment. However, even if it was like this, it was still abnormal. Especially now, this purely defensive divine equipment was more useful than a purely offensive divine equipment. What made Yu Yang feel slightly comforted was that his Heaven Eyes divine vision could see the Guardian Divine Shield's information, but he couldn't see the Prison Emperor Divine Seal's information. This proved that the Prison Emperor Divine Seal was much more powerful than the Guardian Divine Shield. Of course, the Prison Emperor Divine Seal had not acknowledged Yu Yang as its owner yet. He could only use it to smash people, he could not use it yet. It was like a child who had obtained the Dragon Blade. It was true that the treasure was powerful, but it could not be used at the moment. Our battle is meaningless. You have forced me into a difficult situation, but you still can't kill me. Even without the protection of the divine equipment, I still have more than 10 skills and methods to lead this place. I admit that your appearance has shattered my perception of you. You are an extremely creative and resourceful opponent, and your courage and patience are also not bad. However, I must say that you are still too young. My advantage over you lies in the fact that I have accumulated a wealth of experience that you do not possess. I have all kinds of battle experience, all kinds of arcana techniques, and even all kinds of treasures to use. If I could summon my beasts, I would even be able to beat you up and make you run away instead of letting you force me into a difficult situation. Young man, there is no meaning in continuing to fight. We have to leave now. Let's meet again in the heaven realm. The Scarlet Emperor reached out his hand and sucked the Scarlet Concubine back into his embrace, preparing to leave. Under the defense of the Guardian Divine Shield, how could he fight this battle? Now that the Scarlet Emperor was free, his legs were on his body. With his super speed, he could run and slip away whenever he wanted. If he didn't fight, it would be troublesome. If he didn't fight, he would be a little unwilling. Thinking of this, Yu Yang had a headache. Eh? Wait a minute, why didn't this fellow take out the Guardian Divine Shield just now? Yu Yang looked at the ancient runes on the Guardian Divine Shield getting redder and redder. The silver star power it emitted was also getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he had a realization. This shield could be a shield that needed to absorb its owner's blood to unleash its protective power. Or maybe the Scarlet Emperor didn't have enough power to activate this Guardian Divine Shield at the moment. He had to burn his life and sacrifice his blood to create this divine equipment. Thinking of this, Yu Yang was secretly happy. No matter what, the best way now was to pester the Scarlet Emperor until he collapses. You think you are very powerful just because you have a divine equipment? I am going to beat up a nouveau riche like you. Yu Yang charged forward shamelessly. The Nirvana fire spear transformed into a halberd, dancing all over the sky. Stabbing, chopping, flicking, slashing, hooking, pointing, swinging, shaking. The sky was filled with halberd shadows, attacking the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine. Although the Guardian Divine Shield in the air rotated rapidly and blocked all of Yu Yang's attacks, every time the Nirvana fire halberd hit the Scarlet Emperor, the Guardian Divine Shield's silver starlight would dim a little. The Scarlet Emperor's body seemed to be unable to withstand it and started to tremble. In the end, his body swayed slightly, as if he was about to collapse. Goddamn thief! The Scarlet Concubine was so angry that her eyes were wide open, her pupils almost spitting fire. She used the last of her strength and condensed almost 1,000 red lotuses. Using both her hands as a guide, she attacked Yu Yang together. Even if the Scarlet Lotus fire couldn't do anything to Yu Yang, who was protected by the Nirvana flame, she wasn't willing to see this shameless brat flaunting his prowess. She swore to fight to the death with him. Facing the sky full of red lotuses, Yu Yang didn't dare to be careless. He wasn't afraid of fire, but the weakened Scarlet Concubine still had the power of an innate level 9. She released 1,000 red lotuses with both of her hands. Not mentioning the high temperature of the flames, just the bombardment power was already equivalent to an innate level 9 strength. Yu Yang quickly retracted his hands to defend himself. He transformed the Nirvana fire halberd into a Nirvana fire shield, protecting his body. Then, he hurriedly raised a Nirvana flame pillar, swallowing all the red lotuses that were attacking him. He was a little proud. After swallowing the red lotuses and combining it with his own Yang ability, he might be able to create a new type of fire ability. Although it wasn't as good as the Nirvana flame, it definitely wouldn't be weaker than the green phosphorus ghost fire. The more fire ability he had, the stronger his control over fire would be, and the higher his battle power would be. More importantly, the more Yang ability he could control, the more beneficial it would be for him to control the new realm of yin-yang integration in the future. The Scarlet Concubine felt that the red lotuses that she released were all cut and swallowed by her opponent. She had completely lost control of them. In addition to that, her spirit, physical strength and energy were all exhausted. She couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. She used up her last breath of resentment and ruthlessness, sacrificing her body as a price, and spat out a blood arrow towards Yu Yang. Once the blood arrow was shot out, the Scarlet Concubine immediately fainted in the Scarlet Emperor's arms. She had already reached her limit. This blood arrow was formed from her heart's blood, resentment and special energy. It carried the power of resentment and anger, and its power was no less than a divine weapon's attack. Yu Yang was shocked. This B*TCH was going all out. He couldn't be careless. He hurriedly used the Nirvana fire shield to protect himself. Soul absorption. A golden light flashed in the Scarlet Emperor's eyes. A golden bell-shaped treasure suddenly appeared in the air. When the Scarlet Emperor's pupil power shot out and hit the bell, the entire evil dragon lair immediately reverberated with an earth-shattering tremor, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The rock walls exploded and broke into pieces. Huge rocks fell from the dome like rain. Yu Yang felt a buzzing sound in his head. The evil energy entered his body, and he had the illusion that his soul was being forcefully pulled out of his body. Fortunately, the innate chi in his dantian heated up and activated the nirvana flame. The nirvana flame flowed through his body and expelled the negative energy that forcefully pulled out his soul. However, the dizziness in Yu Yang's head didn't stop for a long time. On the ground, more than 10 energy fountains exploded, ready to kill Yu Yang, who was still in a daze. The nirvana fire shield surrounded Yu Yang's body and continuously rotated. It automatically protected its owner and purified the energy fountains. Just when the energy fountains were blocked by the nirvana fire shield and the two energies were still fighting, the blood arrow took the opportunity and shot straight at Yu Yang's chest. Although the blood arrow was slow, its power was unparalleled. When the fire shield hurriedly rotated back to protect his body, the guardian shield suddenly turned into a cylinder and blocked the nirvana fire shield for the second time. It left an empty space in the middle, allowing the blood arrow to shoot towards Yu Yang's heart. The Scarlet Concubine and the Scarlet Emperor cooperated very well. If not for the fact that both of them were in their weakest state and were heavily injured, Yu Yang would have been beaten to a pulp by them. Blood arrow. Both of them were injured. If not for the fact that both of them were at their limits, they wouldn't need to attack like this. Ah! A shadow flashed in the sky. Bloody Queen Red flew in from outside the evil dragon lair, followed by Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo. They had just come out from the grimoire world, but they were afraid that the Scarlet Emperor would sense them, so they hid outside until Yu Yang officially started the battle. Bloody Queen Red's speed was even faster. She didn't expect that the moment she entered, she would see Yu Yang in danger. Instantly, Bloody Queen Red dived down without a care for her own safety. She was faster than lightning, her wings forcefully pushing Yu Yang away. She opened her arms and used her body to block the fatal blood arrow. The blood arrow pierced through her heart. The force of the blood arrow sent her flying, crashing into the stone wall. Although Yu Yang knew that she was his guardian beast and wouldn't really die, seeing her being pierced through her heart by the blood arrow and crashing into the stone wall in order to save him, his anger exploded 1,000 times. He hadn't gone berserk for a long time, and he exploded again. Damn, annoying trash. A roar erupted from Yu Yang's throat. His aura was as terrifying as the eruption of a volcano. The shockwave shook the entire evil dragon lair, making the already unstable lair even more dangerous. Countless gravel fell like rain. The ground was torn apart. The cracks that looked like spider webs were getting bigger and deeper. Yu Yang's eyes were crimson red. His mind was blank. Right now, he was completely dominated by anger. He had lost all rationality. He stretched out his hands and gathered the unrefined scarlet lotus fire, the remaining energy from the energy fountain, the guardian divine shield star power and the remaining blood arrow liquid in the air into a ball. Then, the power of his Yang ability exploded. Yu Yang clenched his fists angrily, as if he was going to strangle some detestable enemy alive. Perhaps Yu Yang's intention was to explode this energy, or perhaps it was just a way to vent his anger. In any case, it wasn't his original rationality, but a kind of extreme anger. However, something strange happened. These chaotic energies, which were forcibly mixed by Yu Yang's anger and his Yang ability, unexpectedly combined and formed a brand new, strange, purple-gold flame. Impossible, the Scarlet Emperor's pupils dilated as the corner of his eyes twitched. No matter who it was impossible for newly refined energy to be formed from the enemy's energy. This was because the enemy's energy not only repelled each other, but it also contained the enemy's will, so it was impossible to easily fuse them together. It was just like how an expert could hold two sharp weapons in his hands, but he couldn't forge the two weapons into one and make it twice as sharp. However, everything that was happening before his eyes was a fact that was already set in stone. He witnessed it with his own eyes. The Scarlet Emperor couldn't help but believe it. After the fusion, this purple-gold flame was definitely not the Scarlet Lotus fire. Although it looked like the Scarlet Lotus fire, it was definitely a brand new flame. Needless to say, it was more powerful than the Scarlet Lotus fire. In the Scarlet Emperor's senses, this new flame also carried a kind of anger and pressure that shocked the Scarlet Emperor. This kind of shocking pressure made him feel both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. In the past, when the prison emperor was enraged, that kind of pressure was extremely similar to the pressure of this ball of flame. Although it wasn't exactly the same, it was equally overbearing and intimidating, causing all living beings to feel an irresistible fear from the bottom of their hearts. Could it be that this flame had already reached the level of an innate elder to be able to control it? But this brat didn't even have the power of an innate elder. Furthermore, how could he create it in front of him? What was this brat's inherent skill? The Scarlet Emperor felt a headache. Go and die. Maybe it was because he couldn't destroy his opponent's energy, and instead created a new ball of flame. Yu Yang, who had completely lost his mind, became even more furious. He hatefully rubbed that ball of purple gold flame with all his might, wholeheartedly wanting to destroy this thing. Who would have thought that it would instead compress it 10 times? In the end, Yu Yang couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared angrily. His voice was like thunder as he threw the ball of purple gold flames towards the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine. Iron Fortress. The Scarlet Emperor was secretly shocked. He stomped his feet and a treasure appeared. A small white pearl flew out. Inside the pearl, there was an image of a black castle. In an instant, the pearl shattered and the image turned from an illusion to a real existence. It expanded crazily and turned into a castle gate that was made of iron and steel. It was extremely huge. It was 20 meters tall, 10 meters wide and 3 meters thick. It stood tall and blocked the Scarlet Emperor. With it, it could defend against everything. The Scarlet Emperor had tried before. Even the holy sword that was said to be able to cut through everything in the world couldn't pierce through it. What would the extremely strong defense of the Iron Fortress do against this small purple gold flame? Boom, an earth-shattering explosion occurred once again. The rock wall on the west side that suffered the most damage had completely collapsed. A huge gap appeared and a rock piece that was close to 100 meters in length and width slowly fell into the valley. However, compared to it, the rock pieces that filled the sky were even more shocking. In the evil dragon lair, the shockwave was earth-shattering. Even the extremely strong barbaric cow shadow was pushed back more than 10 meters. The Scarlet Emperor's pupils dilated again, because he saw the Iron Fortress completely shatter under the impact. In the moment of contact, the purple gold flame was smashed into thousands of pieces. It was as if what he threw out wasn't the Iron Fortress, but a sand fortress built by a child on the beach. It looked extremely fragile. Only the Scarlet Emperor knew how strong his treasure's defense was. Damn it, the Scarlet Emperor immediately jumped up high. Before the Guardian Shield could return in time, he didn't dare to take the purple gold flame head-on. On the other side, Yu Yang wanted to charge forward but was stopped by the Guardian Shield. He was extremely angry with the Guardian Shield. He grabbed the Guardian Shield with both hands and smashed it on the ground crazily. He looked like a madman who had lost his mind. The rocks on the ground were smashed into pieces by Yu Yang. Sparks flew and the ground rumbled. Seeing Yu Yang's look, the Scarlet Emperor's heart trembled again. When he went crazy, this brat was no less than an angry prison emperor. The Guardian Shield couldn't be destroyed, but the silver star power on it was dim. It trembled from time to time as if a person was crying in pain. A madman. The Scarlet Emperor decided to leave quickly. It wouldn't be good if they continued fighting. The crazier this brat was, the more powerful he was. His potential was extremely strong, but losing his mind would be scarier than when he was sly. Because this was the time for him to unleash his true power, the Scarlet Emperor didn't even want the treasures on the ground, including the golden spirit-absorbing clock. Carrying the Scarlet Concubine, he didn't escape towards the west side of the rock wall. Instead, he crashed into the east side of the rock wall that had half collapsed. Ouch, die 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 die. Yu Yang realized that the Guardian Shield in his hand had turned into a ray of light and returned to the Scarlet Emperor's side. He immediately chased after the Scarlet Emperor at an astonishing speed. The current him was not slower than the Scarlet Emperor who had super speed. In fact, he was even faster. His fists that were burning with Nirvana's flame flew towards the Scarlet Emperor like a meteor. The fists were like rain, heavy like thunder, What made the Scarlet Emperor terrified was that among the tens of fists, there were actually two that the Guardian's shield couldn't withstand. They landed directly on his lower back. If it wasn't for the Guardian's shield that blocked most of the fists, he wouldn't dare to say that he could escape from this battle maniac's furious pursuit. The Scarlet Emperor's body exploded with a burst of silver light. 2 long streaks of blood flowed out of his eyes due to overexertion. It was extremely painful. The energy fountain exploded under the Scarlet Emperor's feet. It was incomparably sudden and sent the defenseless Yu Yang, who only knew how to attack crazily, flying. Borrowing the power of Yu Yang's 2 fists, the Scarlet Emperor accelerated and flew away, breaking through the wall. Then, he stepped onto the Guardian's shield and let it carry him. Like a meteor, he flew far away in an instant. A piece of rock fell, stained with fresh blood. This was spat out from the Scarlet Emperor's mouth when he was punched. From this ghastly trail of blood, it could be deduced that the Scarlet Emperor, the rancor from 6,000 years ago, had been seriously injured by Yu Yang. If it wasn't for the protection of the divine equipment, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape from Yu Yang's attack. Although he managed to escape, he was also lucky. It was mainly because of the power of the divine equipment. Otherwise, the outcome would be hard to say. On the other side, Yu Yang, who was hit, was smashed into the stone wall. In his berserk state, his defense was extraordinarily strong. Even if he was hit by the energy fountain head-on, he wasn't injured at all. The attack only made him angrier and crazier. Yu Yang lost his target and smashed his fists randomly on the stone wall. The whole evil dragon lair was almost flattened by him. Bloody Queen Red broke through the wall and pounced over. Disregarding the danger, she hugged Yu Yang tightly. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and there was a bloody hole in her chest. Countless blood light and electric arcs crackled from the wound, as if some kind of mutation was happening. However, Bloody Queen Red couldn't care less about those things that were mutating. She only hugged Yu Yang, who was preparing to chase and beat up the Scarlet Emperor. She screamed with tears streaming down her face, "I'm fine. Wake up, don't be like this." She was worried that Yu Yang, who only knew how to attack crazily, would be at a disadvantage if he continued to chase and attack. The irrational Yu Yang didn't know how to defend himself and would be easily hit. Bloody Queen Red was more worried that Yu Yang would be too angry and cause some kind of injury to his body. She felt heartache and worry at the same time. Amidst these complicated emotions, she cried out for her master, hoping to use her voice to make him regain his senses as soon as possible. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and Barbarian Cow Shadow also anxiously surrounded Yu Yang and called out to him. At first, the effect was slight. As Bloody Queen Red and the others called out to him, Yu Yang's body trembled slightly. His heart felt something. Eh? Yu Yang's violent and crazy aura slowly calmed down. The scarlet-red color in his eyes gradually faded. His eyes regained clarity. Bloody Queen Red was so happy that she cried and laughed at the same time. Her tear-stained face made Yu Yang's heart ache. Yu Yang woke up, but he was a little stunned as he looked at his surroundings. The entire evil dragon lair was almost destroyed by him. However, he didn't seem to remember what he had done. He was still a little confused. What happened just now? The Scarlet Emperor ran away? Damn, why didn't I follow the plan? This place is about to collapse. We have to leave immediately. Leave first. Under his feet, countless purple-gold lotus-shaped flames quickly returned. They automatically floated and danced around Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang couldn't understand. What was going on? Were these flames his? At that moment, he couldn't think too much. Seeing that these flames didn't clash with the Nirvana flame and only avoided the Nirvana flame, he didn't look anymore. He had to leave the evil lair while it was collapsing. Carrying the heavily injured Bloody Queen Red, Yu Yang flew out of the collapsing evil dragon lair from the western gap. Along the way, huge rocks kept falling. The dome was shaking with a rumble. The mountain peak that was hundreds of meters tall was slowly collapsing. As Yu Yang accelerated, he looked back at the ancient ceiling circle that was completely unaffected by the collapsing ground. He sighed in his heart. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to study the ancient ceiling circle for the time being. Unlike the Barbarian Cow Shadow and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who stayed behind to clean up the battlefield, Bloody Queen Red enjoyed her master's love very sweetly. Her face was red as she lay in his embrace, allowing him to carry her out of the evil dragon lair. It wasn't that she had lost her ability to fly, but it was like a human girl acting coquettishly. Bloody Queen Red didn't know how her actions would improve her emotional growth. She didn't want to think about anything now. She was just enjoying her master's embrace. She only knew that she liked this feeling. When Yu Yang flew out of the evil dragon lair, Qilin Girl and Little Winley were already waiting outside. According to the original plan, the two of them were in charge of intercepting and killing the Scarlet Emperor. Yu Yang felt that he might not be able to kill the Scarlet Emperor, so he left them outside, just in case. Seeing Yu Yang, Qilin Girl said apologetically, "The Scarlet Emperor was too cunning. He had a divine equipment protecting him, so I couldn't kill him. I could have killed the unconscious Scarlet Concubine, but she didn't have any attack power, so she wasn't a threat to me and Little Snake Demon. I couldn't do it. So, I let her go." She casually kicked over a broken leg. It was obviously the Scarlet Emperor's leg. Yu Yang nodded and kept the broken leg in his platinum storage ring. Even if he couldn't kill the Scarlet Emperor, he had a divine equipment protecting him. Being able to chop off a leg was already an unexpected result for Yu Yang. If Qilin Girl killed the Scarlet Emperor, it would leave a regret in Yu Yang's heart. It would be a pity if he couldn't kill such a strong enemy with his own hands. As long as he could heavily injure the Scarlet Emperor, Yu Yang believed that he might be able to compete with the Scarlet Emperor in the future when he improved. Behind him, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman brought out the huge golden soul-absorbing clock. There were more than 10 pieces of the steel fort's fragments in the clock. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't stay any longer, she would probably pick up more fragments. As for the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, she had already eaten the corpse of the flame-spitting dragon and brought out the corpse of the Scarlet Dragon that was instantly killed by Yu Yang. The evil dragon lair completely collapsed. The mountain peak caved in and split into several pieces. 2 of the pieces caused debris and dust to fill the sky as they fell into the deep valley, giving off an earth-shattering sound. The echoes lingered in the air. It's a pity that there's still an ancient rune sealing circle buried under the rocks. We must come here again when we have time to study it properly. I think that the ancient rune sealing circle is very valuable. After the battle, Yu Yang felt very tired and urgently needed to rest. In addition, he was worried that Shun Tian and the Black Prince would play a dirty trick. Since Qilin Girl hadn't gone back to sleep and Little Winley and the others were safe, he quickly returned to the grimoire world with everyone to rest. Once he returned to the grimoire world, Yu Yang didn't even have time to sort out all the spoils of war before he fell asleep in exhaustion. This was the safest home. Yu Yang was extremely relaxed. Qilin Girl smiled, turned into a colorful light and disappeared. Little Winley, who was exhausted from the battle, also returned to Yu Yang's body to rest. Most importantly, she could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and help Yu Yang recover faster. Sickly Beauty saw the remaining tear stains on Bloody Queen Red's face and seemed to understand something. She nodded slightly and smiled warmly. She said softly, "His body is very dirty, I need to get some water for him to wash his face and wipe his body. You should come and help." Bloody Queen Red was slightly startled when she heard this. She immediately lowered her head and replied in a mosquito-like voice, "Okay." When Yu Yang woke up, he immediately teleported back to Bonan Ancient Town. In the Warrior Guild's Hall of Honor, Yu Yang sent a secret message to more than 10 people. Jizun, Night Empress, Impatience, Mr. Nan Gong, Ascetic Practice Saint, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai all sent a warning. In the secret message, Yu Yang said that the Scarlet Emperor had escaped from the ancient seal 6,000 years ago. Although he was heavily injured, he would recover soon according to the Scarlet Emperor's strength. This Scarlet Emperor, whose strength was at least heaven-ranked level 6, was an extremely scheming war maniac. If the Scarlet Emperor were to recover from his injuries and return, he would definitely destroy the original order of Tong Tian Tower. All the warriors who went against his will would be ruthlessly wiped out by him, so everyone had to be prepared for the worst. As for how to fight against the Scarlet Emperor, Yu Yang didn't have a better idea at the moment. He would let Mr. Nan Gong and the rest worry about it. Whatever Yu Yang could do, he had already done it. The only hope now was that Jizun could fight against the Scarlet Emperor. If she could fight evenly with the Scarlet Emperor, then the Scarlet Emperor wouldn't be able to be arrogant anymore. Of course, this wish was a little difficult to achieve. Because Yu Yang knew that other than the Prison Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor was an invincible person 6,000 years ago. He was so powerful that he could sweep through the heaven realm. The Scarlet Emperor might not be as terrifying as Ming Yu Guang, Su Kong, and Jiao Shao, the three great leaders of the heaven realm, but he might be in existence close to that level. Under the full suppression of the Prison Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor could still live freely. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful he was. Jizun was undoubtedly powerful, but compared to the Scarlet Emperor, she was still too young. Moreover, only Jizun herself knew what realm she had reached. Other than the Scarlet Concubine, the Scarlet Emperor also has at least one divine weapon, Guardian Divine Shield. Other than that, he has countless other treasures. The Scarlet Emperor is an expert in shooting out energy beams in an instant. His eyes are also extremely powerful. Unknown beasts. After the ambush, Shan Tian, the Black Prince, and even more innates might lean towards the Scarlet Emperor, because the Scarlet Emperor knows how to enter the heaven realm. That's a temptation they can't resist. In everyone's letters, Yu Yang described the Scarlet Emperor's strength, treasures and the current situation they were facing in detail. In the letter he sent to Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, he gave them the biggest warning: the Scarlet Emperor is the same as the Prison Emperor, they are both rankers of the Soaring Dragon Continent. The first place he returns to would definitely be the Soaring Dragon Continent. Because of me, De Xia and the Yu clan will be the first target of the Scarlet Emperor's massacre. In the next 3 months, I suggest that the younger generation should all leave the public sight and find the safest place to hide. Only when the war with the Scarlet Emperor is over can they return home. Yu Yang had even sent a letter to Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, telling them to return to the Soaring Dragon Continent immediately and disappear from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. It was highly possible that Shan Tian and the Black Prince would take action in advance and capture Fatty Hai and the others as hostages. People like them didn't even need to appear personally. With just a command, countless corrupted warriors would surround and capture Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. In the Warriors Guild, the receptionist looked at Yu Yang with his mouth agape. Sending a top-secret letter required 1,000 gold coins. This person had sent more than 10 of them in a row. This kind of extravagant behavior was really the epitome of squandering money. If there's nothing particularly important, sending a normal letter is the same. It's equally safe, just that the method of sending a top-secret letter has to be more secretive. Before the receptionist could finish speaking, Yu Yang had already piled more than 10,000 gold coins on the counter. He then told him solemnly, "These letters are all very important. They are related to thousands of lives. They must be sent in top secret." Understood. The receptionist was shocked by Yu Yang's serious tone. He nodded his head solemnly, indicating that he would send the message in top secret according to the request. Leaving the Warriors Guild Hall of Honor, Yu Yang randomly teleported to an unfamiliar area that he had never been to before. After confirming that no one was following him, he returned to the grimoire world. The sickly beauty was currently teaching the little girl Yu Shuang. She was very strict in class and forbade her students from being distracted. At first, Yu Shuang was not used to it. She tried her best to act coquettishly to her brother, but reality proved that her brother was not omnipotent. After being punished a few times, Yu Shuang became smarter. She knew that her brother could not protect her. She had already gotten used to listening attentively in class. Normally, when she saw Yu Yang return, she would only blink her eyes. Yu Yang did not expect that sickly beauty could make the naughty little girl obedient, but this was a good thing. He could not spoil the little girl too much. He needed someone to teach her strictly. After walking around, he did not see Bloody Queen Red. How were her injuries? Yu Yang remembered that this girl's injuries were quite serious. There was a bloody hole in her chest. Yu Yang walked around and did not see her. He guessed that she was resting in the cloud castle in the sky. Yu Yang, who usually did not go up, made an exception and went up to see her. Bloody Queen Red was sighing. The reason was that the injury on her chest was not healing as fast as before. That kind of resentful blood arrow was accumulating in her body. No matter how hard she tried, she could not get rid of it. It was fine if her body was in pain, but how could she face others like this? she remembered the scene when her master and the mistress were having sex. Her master especially liked to kiss and caress the mistress's breasts. He probably liked a woman's perfect body. Looking at the bloody hole in her chest that could not heal, she guessed that her master would not like it if he saw it. Bloody Queen Red took off her armor and looked at the wound on her chest. She then looked at the clothes that the mistress gave her and sighed. If she was not injured, she could wear this set of clothes. It was rare for the mistress to give her a set of beautiful clothes. Yu Yang entered the Cloud Castle and found that the Bloody Queen Red had decorated the place well. It was quite unique. Although it could not be compared to the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's garden-like bedroom, it was much better than the barbarian Cow Shadow's simple and crude residence. He thought that the Bloody Queen Red was resting and knocked on the door, indicating that he wanted to enter. When he opened the door, he saw that the girl was topless and holding a piece of clothing in her hands. She looked at him with a red face and was at a loss of what to do. "Don't you know how to wear new clothes?" Yu Yang was also a little embarrassed, but his reaction was extremely fast. He didn't close the door, instead, he walked in gracefully. He took out the new clothes that the sickly beauty had given to the Bloody Queen and gently draped them over her body, pretending that he didn't mind at all. The Bloody Queen Red was embarrassed and embarrassed. As for facing her master while naked, it was not because she was shy, but because there was an ugly wound on her chest, which made her feel inferior and sad. She hurriedly covered the wound with her hands, hoping that her master would not notice it. When Yu Yang put the clothes on her, she lowered her head and did not dare to look at his eyes. The Bloody Queen Red was very excited that her master came to visit her. However, she hated that she had not recovered from her injuries and let him see her ugly side. Yu Yang hugged her lightly and caressed the Bloody Queen Red's head with his big hands. Ever since she contracted with him, the Bloody Queen Red would change her appearance every time she leveled up. Not only did she become stronger, her body became more and more perfect. The most important thing was that her intelligence was awakened and she became more and more human-like. Compared to the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and the barbarian Cow Shadow, the Bloody Queen Red might not be stronger in terms of combat power. However, in terms of humanization, she was much better than the two of them. Sometimes, Yu Yang would forget that she was a beast. Instead, he treated her as a real girl. Although she had independent thoughts, the Bloody Queen Red had always acted according to her own highest standards. When her life was in danger, she would disregard her own safety and stand in front of him at the first moment. Of course, every guardian beast would do this. However, when he remembered that she did not hesitate to use her body to block a fatal blow for him, Yu Yang was still touched. "Does the wound hurt?" Yu Yang's hand slid down her hair and caressed the Bloody Queen Red's back as he asked softly. The Bloody Queen Red shook her head with all her might, afraid that her master would know that the wound was actually very painful. "Let go, let me take a look." Yu Yang was also a little curious. Why couldn't the wound heal after being hit by a mouthful of blood? The recovery ability of a guardian beast was the best among all other beasts. The barbarian Cow Shadow man used to be injured by her enemies, pierced through her body, or even cut in half, but she would recover completely within a day. The Bloody Queen Red was almost the same. To a guardian beast, physical injuries were very light. Only extremely serious internal injuries would make them weak for a period of time. The Bloody Queen Red still shook her head. However, under Yu Yang's insistence, she slowly let go of the hand that was covering her wound. Yu Yang tried his best not to pay attention to her snow-white and firm treasure. Instead, he used his heaven eye's divine vision to observe her injuries. The Bloody Queen Red's face was burning. She felt that her body, under her master's gaze, was gradually heating up, bringing with it an unnatural stiffening. The skin on her chest had become especially sensitive. Even when her master breathed calmly, she could easily feel the changes in the heat brought by his breath. Her master's breath was smoky, giving her an indescribable strange feeling. The two most sensitive little buds on her chest had actually started to harden, bringing with it a little pain. There was an indescribable feeling of sadness. The Bloody Queen Red suddenly understood why the mistress liked to be caressed by her master. The reason was that her body seemed to have an indescribable desire towards her master's big hands. Could it be that her body was like the mistress, yearning for her master's love? Thinking about this, the Bloody Queen Red's heart beat even faster. Her heart was filled with a kind of embarrassment. It seemed like she was excited, happy, nervous, and longing. It was extremely complicated and indescribable. However, the Bloody Queen Red could be sure of one thing, and that was that there was an indescribable sweetness in her heart. It was like drinking sweet dew when one was thirsty in summer. It was hard to describe. It was as wonderful as the feeling when her master carried her while they were flying. On this side, the Bloody Queen was so embarrassed that she turned her face away, not daring to look at her master. On the other hand, Yu Yang, who was standing opposite her, let out a sound of surprise as he realized something. Nirvana's flame appeared on his palm as he prepared to help the Bloody Queen purify the invading energy. The Bloody Queen's heartbeat instantly sped up by 100 times. Her master was about to reach out to her. This was very similar to the prelude to him having fun with his mistress. Of course, she also knew that this was to heal her, but she still couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. When Yu Yang's hand was about to touch the Bloody Queen's skin, he stopped. The Bloody Queen was extremely nervous. Even her sensitive skin could feel the heat of that hand. The desire in her heart grew stronger, and she couldn't wait to press her master's big hand tightly on it. However, her shyness prevented her from doing so. She half closed her eyes. She wanted to look, but she was also embarrassed. She felt very conflicted. Heart rate 200. Yu Yang muttered to himself for a while, and suddenly retracted his Nirvana's flame. He felt that there was a new type of new flame in his body. The energy of this new flame had a special connection with the blood arrow in the Bloody Queen's chest. If he used this new flame to heal her, he might be able to achieve a better result. There was no doubt that the Nirvana's flame could purify everything. However, Yu Yang suddenly wanted to try it. Maybe he could try out a new technique in some special circumstances. This new flame was created by Yu Yang when he lost his mind and went berserk. Yu Yang was very puzzled. Did he have this kind of ability? But this was the truth. When Yu Yang started to condense the new flame, his palm gradually turned purple-golden color. Petal by petal, extremely tiny flames emerged. They danced in the sky. Once they came into contact with each other, they would fuse into an even bigger entity. It didn't look like a flame at all, but more like purple gold lotus petals. Yu Yang condensed these lotus petals with his Yang ability. In the end, they actually automatically formed a purple gold fire lotus. What surprised Yu Yang the most was that this purple gold fire lotus had a kind of angry deterrent power. The bigger it was, the more powerful it was. When the purple gold fire lotus turned into an 18-petal lotus platform, Yu Yang felt that the whole sky was filled with angry power. It was as if he could make the heaven and earth tremble with just a raise of his hand. Fire energy that had spiritual pressure, this was really a magical flame. Yu Yang tried several variations and found that it was very mysterious. In the future, it would have a lot of research value. Maybe it could continue to be improved. He really didn't know how he created it when he was in berserk state, and also didn't know how many kinds of power it contained. However, there was one thing that Yu Yang could be sure of. This purple gold fire lotus definitely contained the energy of the scarlet concubine's red lotus fire. Moreover, its quality, power and spirit were many times better than the red lotus fire. This new flame, let's call it Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. Yu Yang temporarily didn't have the time to explore how he created a new flame in berserk state. The first thing he did was to try to control this Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus to heal the Bloody Queen's injuries. His hand, gently, pressed on the Bloody Queen's perky breasts. The Bloody Queen's body trembled, even her fingers were trembling. She wasn't in pain, but in comfort. Even though she had previously peeked at her master and mistress having fun, and seen the mistress's happy expression under her master's caress, she never thought that the feeling would be like this. She closed her eyes tightly, resisting the pleasure in her body and the moans that almost surged to her throat. Countless petals of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, under Yu Yang's control, entered the wound. Almost in an instant, the scarlet concubine's angry blood arrow was expelled out. This blood arrow was like a spirit snake, it had a special will. It contained a crazy killing intent, resentment and despair of destruction. The energy was extremely violent, yet it was tightly integrated into one. If it wasn't for the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus's willpower far surpassing the blood arrow, it wouldn't have been so easy to expel it. Yu Yang grabbed it with one hand. He originally wanted to destroy it, but before that, he had an idea to use the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus to fuse and refine it. He didn't know if it would succeed, but it was an attempt that brought luck to his soul. The Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus carried the rage of Yu Yang's berserk state. The blood arrow, on the other hand, carried the scarlet concubine's resentment. Once the two were fused and refined, the energy would collide, emitting an infinite power. There was no shockwave, but this kind of anger and engulfment was even more terrifying. It could completely scare people with weak willpower to death. The Bloody Queen was also forced to escape by these two types of angry willpower, but she couldn't bear to leave her master. She bravely opened her arms and tightly hugged her master with her naked body. As long as she hid in her master's embrace, she wouldn't be afraid of anything and wouldn't have to care about anything. Yu Yang also knew that this girl was affected. He used one hand to protect her back and channeled his innate chi to help her resist the spiritual impact of the anger. After 10 minutes of fusing and refining, when he was almost done, Yu Yang lightly kissed the Bloody Queen's forehead and said softly, "In order to reward you, I will reward you with a treasure. Quickly summon the Flame Whip." The Flame Whip was the Bloody Queen's skill. It was a special reward when she leveled up to gold-ranked level 4. After the Bloody Queen conjured the Flame Whip according to his instructions, Yu Yang once again fused the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and the Blood Arrow into the Flame Whip. This was another bold attempt. The possibility of failure was extremely high. However, the delightful thing was that Yu Yang succeeded. He spent a lot of effort and consumed a lot of innate chi. It wasn't easy for him to combine the 3 different types of fire abilities into a new Flame Whip. After the success of this Flame Whip, its power not only shocked the Bloody Queen, even Yu Yang was surprised. This was because its power was extremely strong. Combining Yu Yang's berserk rage, Scarlet Concubine's despair and the Flame Whip's original pain power, the power produced when the 3 of them were perfectly combined would definitely shock all living creatures. The attack of the new Flame Whip was definitely unbearable pain. Not only did it have the power of the Heaven's Wrath Fire Lotus and the Scarlet Lotus Fire, it also had the anger and resentment of berserk, despair and resentment. In addition to the original pain of the whip, if one were to use levels to describe it, this newly born Flame Whip would at least have the power of a platinum rank. The Flame Whip was a skill that the Bloody Queen and Yu Yang shared. After the new Flame Whip was reconstructed, this shared skill did not change. Yu Yang was very happy with the new Flame Whip's reconstruction and its effectiveness. In the end, he even named the new Flame Whip Whip of Agony. In the future, when the Bloody Queen used this pain whip to whip her enemies, she would definitely feel so good that her enemies would pee in their pants and call her queen. The Bloody Queen was very excited. She wanted to hug her master and fly around in the sky to vent the joy in her heart. But she didn't dare to do so. She clenched her small fists and suppressed it with all her might, because her master was still moving. Yu Yang saw that the wound on her chest had not healed yet, so he used his palm to gently press on it and used his innate chi to gently heal her wound. He only stopped when he saw that her body was completely smooth and flawless again. "It's okay now." Yu Yang smiled at the Bloody Queen. This time, he was really tired. His forehead was full of sweat, but he felt a sense of accomplishment. Looking at her master's slightly tired face, looking at his bright smile, the Bloody Queen felt her eyes getting hot and tears flowing out of her eyes. She couldn't help but press her master's hand tightly on her breasts. Suddenly, she opened her arms and hugged her master tightly in her arms. Her cherry lips were excited and clumsy as she kissed her master. It was as if this was the only way to express how touched she was. Ever since she took the initiative to kiss her master, Bloody Queen Red had changed a lot. She no longer stayed in the cloud castle high up in the sky. Instead, she flew down to help the sickly beauty. No matter what she did, she would be excited. Even when the sickly beauty was studying the heaven runes, she would take care of Yu Shuang. Sickly beauty seemed to have expected this. She smiled gently and ordered Bloody Queen Red to do all kinds of daily chores. Bloody Queen Red was so happy that she kept herself busy. When Yu Yang saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. He went to sleep peacefully and entered the dream world to fight with the big loli, digesting the experience he gained from the Scarlet Emperor's attack. The big loli could completely imitate the Scarlet Emperor, Scarlet Concubine, Shun Tian and the Black Prince's pincer attack. Yu Yang let her beat up the fallen flowers, but after a few rounds of fighting, Yu Yang was excited to find that he could gradually adapt to this terrifying battle rhythm. If he met Shun Tian and the Black Prince again, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as before. Of course, it was hard to say for the Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine. Because once these two were covered to the level of heaven rankers, other than Ji Zun, no one in Tong Tian Tower would be able to defeat them. Fortunately, Yu Yang's second attack heavily injured the Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine. In addition, Little Wenli and the Qilin girl intercepted them from behind and almost succeeded. The Scarlet Emperor was in a critical state. Even if he escaped, the Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine would not be able to recover to their peak state in less than a year. Shun Tian, the Black Prince, the Thousand Goblins sect leader, the Prison Emperor Divine General, the Demon King Ha Xian, the Great Demon King Baruth, one of the three great leaders of Heaven Realm, Void, one of the three great leaders of Heaven Realm, Jiao Shao. Yu Yang had countless enemies. As the saying goes, the body doesn't itch when there are too many fleas. Yu Yang felt that it made sense. He had already provoked so many enemies, the Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine didn't matter, while Yu Yang was peacefully training. 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Bao Er, Anna, Lin En and the others had just returned from their training. They were happily sitting in the Brave Tavern. The entire team was here. Some of them were drinking, some of them were counting gold coins, some of them were flirting with the tavern girls. These few days, Fatty Hai and the others were very satisfied. This was because after coming out from the Five Elements Palace, everyone's overall strength had increased to a certain extent. At the very least, their courage and insight had improved. Compared to the cruel environment of the Five Elements Palace, other places, even the red danger warning areas, were not as difficult as before. The subsequent adventures succeeded one after another, which boosted their morale. May I ask if you two are Mr. Yi Kong and Mr. Hai Dafu? A top-secret messenger from the Warrior Guild took out the tracking map and confirmed it repeatedly. In the end, he walked in front of Fatty Hai and asked. It's me. What's the matter? Do you want to spar with me? Fatty Hai thought that this person was from the Assassin Guild and wanted to pick a fight with him. Being picked on by others, fighting, acting cool, exploding forth, beating up the other party. Fatty Hai really liked this kind of life. Usually, after a fight, he would arrogantly tell his opponent, "Do I have to tell you that I have a bronze-ranked level 2 Iron Rhinoceros? I'm very low-key." In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, with his strength, although he was far from being able to run amok, he was more than enough to fight against mercenaries. In reality, with Yu Yang's special guidance and large amounts of high-level magic crystals, Fatty Hai's Iron Rhinoceros was no longer the useless beast it used to be. It had long evolved from a bronze-ranked level 2 Iron Rhinoceros to a silver-ranked level 4 Silver-Horned Rhinoceros. Afterwards, with the help of Yu Yang's Beast Spirit Pill and Goblin Orb, it had evolved into a gold-ranked level 5 King Kong Rhinoceros. Its future was limitless, and it was also very helpful to its master. Not to mention normal beasts, even the gold mammoth that contracted with Fatty Hai to protect its life would have to call it boss. The only regret was that the King Kong Rhinoceros did not look like a human at all. Along with the increase in strength, the King Kong Rhinoceros's weight also increased. Yi Kong had teased that even if the King Kong Rhinoceros became a holy beast, it would still be a flowery beauty. With the King Kong Rhinoceros and Gold Mammoth, as well as a smart hippopotamus and an even smarter wind-breast seabird, it would be hard for Fatty Hai not to be proud. Although he had only reached the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower for a short period of time, he had already defeated many foreign experts. Fatty Hai had already obtained the nickname Extremely Cheap Fat Demon at the entrance of Tong Tian Tower. He had set the record for the fastest person to obtain a nickname after entering the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. It was just that this high-quality nickname made people sweat profusely. There is a Mr. Shui Dong Lu who sent a letter to the two of you using a top-secret method. The two of you must prove your true identity to me, including the pass that the introducer had signed. Otherwise, I have the right to refuse to grant you the credit. This messenger, whose entire body was wrapped in a strange fog, only revealed his eyes. He warned Fatty Hai very seriously and solemnly not to throw a fit, or else there would be no negotiation. When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately withered. He quickly pretended to be a grandson and smiled. I'm sorry, I drank too much. Shui Donglu is my teacher, he must have something important to say. This is my bronze card, and damn monkey, hurry up. Alright, our cards are all here, please verify it. That's right, yes, I am Hai Defu, he is Yi Kong. The thick smoke in the messenger's hand dissipated, and he passed an item to Fatty Hai. It was a top-secret letter. Strangely, there was a transparent box on the outside of this top-secret letter. There was a runic circle on the outside of the box. This was the Warrior Guild's top-secret letter protection box. It was said that even innate rankers could not destroy it. Furthermore, if anyone tried to destroy the box, it would alert the Warrior Guild. The Warrior Guild would not hesitate to retrieve the letter. At all costs. Although 1,000 gold was very expensive, the degree of secrecy was definitely not something that any thief could think of. Are you sure you have the ability to receive and protect this letter? The messenger asked. Yes, I am. Fatty Hai quickly patted his chest. Are you sure the surroundings are safe? The messenger asked again. I think it's safe. Fatty Hai looked around the tavern. Other than a few drunkards and the tavern girls, the rest were all his people. May I ask if you have a teleportation stone or a teleportation scroll with you to leave this place at any time? The messenger asked again. Yes. Fatty Hai quickly took out the teleportation stone and showed it to the messenger. In the end, the messenger only let go of Fatty Hai's hand after confirming that he had the ability to receive the letter. Then, he quickly left. Everyone was puzzled by the messenger's serious behavior. What was going on? To make Yu Yang send such a top-secret letter, what was written in the letter? Everyone gathered around, wanting to read it, but they all turned their heads away. They were extremely curious. Only Fatty Hai and Yi Kong gathered together to read it. This was because Shui Donglu's letter was for the two of them. After 10 seconds, everyone realized that Fatty Hai was sweating profusely. Yi Kong was also swallowing his saliva. He was so nervous that his throat was moving up and down. Not to mention the observant Anna and Lin En, even the carefree Fan Luan Tai and the muddle-headed Bao Er knew that something was wrong. Prince of Tian Luo and Xue Tanlang looked at each other. They realized that something must have happened to the Soaring Dragon continent. Fatty Hai looked at everyone and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He waved at Xue Tanlang. Xue Tanlang came over and snatched the letter. He was shocked when he saw it. Prince of Tian Luo quickly came over and glanced at it. He immediately clenched his fist. Fatty, what happened? The Ox-head leader Li Ao rarely spoke, but he was actually a good leader. He stood up and asked solemnly. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. It's just that my old sow has given birth. It's a little difficult to give birth, so I decided to go back and take a look. That's not a simple pig, it's my favorite old sow. Fatty Hai snatched the letter back and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it. When Lin En and Anna saw this, they knew that something was wrong. They couldn't even let everyone see the letter. This meant that the matter was very serious. It couldn't be that Fatty Hai's old sow was having a difficult birth. Is this true? Fan Luan Tai didn't believe it at all. Even an old sow was having a difficult birth using a top-secret letter? The status of pigs in the Soaring Dragon continent is really high. The 4 orc girls were very happy. They said enviously, even where we are, the pig clan status is very low. It must be a very rare treasure pig. I only said that there's a kind of treasure pig beast that can bring luck to people. Bao Er was inexperienced and was fooled by Fatty Hai's acting. It's very rare. We also decided to go back and see if we can help a little. Yi Kong coughed and nodded. Let's go. Xue Tanlang immediately turned around and prepared to leave. I wonder if the Soaring Dragon continent's treasure pig can let us see it. I'm a healing-type warrior, maybe I can help. Anna asked tentatively. Because every continent has some kind of rule, we can't bring you to the Soaring Dragon continent without the permission of our teachers. Why don't we go back and ask them first? Take care everyone, we'll go back first. Maybe we can bring you to the Soaring Dragon continent to play soon. Prince Tian Luo was more tactful and explained last. Shui Tanlang, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers all flew out at lightning speed, rushing towards the teleportation circle in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The ox-head girl Fan Luan Tai roared, her voice was deafening, "Stop, all of you stop." Lin En, who had always been good-tempered, was also completely angry. He stared at Prince Tian Luo's eyes. "Although we haven't known each other for long, we've gone through thick and thin together. We can be said to be brothers of life and death. In the battle, you've saved our lives many times. Do you think that we'll let you face the problem alone? Tell us the problem, we'll solve it together." Anna also nodded. "I don't know what your teacher told you, but this is definitely not the best solution. We're friends, comrades in the same team. We have the right to know the truth, even if it's just a sentence." Prince Tianluo took a deep breath and looked at everyone. He said something that shocked everyone. "From today onwards, we're no longer friends." "What?" Oxhead Party leader Li Ao angrily grabbed Prince Tianluo's collar and glared at him. "What did you say just now? Stop talking nonsense, let's go." Yi Kong's stern voice came from afar. Prince Tianluo's body shook slightly. He immediately broke free from party leader Li Ao's big hand and flew away. The ox-head girl Fan Luan Tai's eyes were scarlet red. She roared like thunder and directly broke through the walls of the tavern, rushing out with a rumbling sound. She reached out her big hand, wanting to grab Yi Kong. However, Yi Kong jumped up and avoided her grasp. Fan Luan Tai was furious and grabbed Fatty Hai. "If you don't explain clearly, you're not allowed to leave." Fatty Hai sent the ox-head girl Fan Luan Tai flying with a punch and said coldly, "Crazy woman, I don't even know you." Shui Tanlang, who was the fastest, had already teleported away. The Li brothers also rushed to the teleportation circle and were teleporting. "Are you really going to leave just like that? Trust us, no matter what, just say the word." Lin En moved in a flash and stopped Yi Kong and Fatty Hai in front of the teleportation circle. "The team formation is over, these are the things that you deserve." Yi Kong scattered all the magic crystals and gold coins in his arms on the ground. Then, he and Fatty Hai walked past Lin En expressionlessly. Lin En's eyes widened. He clenched his fists and resisted the urge to move, allowing Yi Kong and Fatty Hai to leave. "What an idiot, why didn't you stop them? Without their guidance, we can't go to the Soaring Dragon continent." Fan Luan Tai, who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth, roared at Lin En angrily. "If they want to leave, we can't stop them." Lin En sighed slightly. Bao Er was already crying a mess, her little face was wet with tears. Even Anna couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. The companions who were laughing and chatting just a moment ago suddenly left so coldly and heartlessly. What exactly happened in between? What did Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's teacher Shui Donglu say to them? Although they had not read the letter, she and Lin En could roughly guess based on the abnormal reactions of Fatty Hai and the others just now. The reason why Fatty Hai and Yi Kong left so heartlessly was not because they had really severed ties with them, but because they did not want to implicate everyone. Something must have happened to the Soaring Dragon continent for them to be so nervous and leave in such a hurry without a word of explanation. Moreover, it must be something big. Bastard, I hate this kind of people the most. Cowards, 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 how dare they abandon their teammates? Do you think that this is heroic? I think you are all idiots, I hate stupid and self-righteous fellows like you. Fan Luan Tai scolded, but as she scolded, she also shed 2 huge tears. What do we do now? The Ox-head party leader Li Ao looked at Lin En. Although he was the leader, he still depended on Anna and Lin En's decision when it came to important moments. Lin En and Anna looked at each other, lowered their heads and thought for a long time. After a long time, they finally made a decision. Let's go to the warrior guild first and find out what happened. When they arrived at the warrior guild, before they could even speak, the middle-aged warrior O Zhen shouted at them anxiously, "Where are Fatty Hai and Yi Kong in your team? Little Titan sent them a top-secret letter and is waiting for them to sign it. The messenger couldn't find them anywhere." Anna, Lin En and the others were shocked. 2 top-secret letters? The Titan also sent them top-secret letters? A person came out from the room. It was Elder Ma. His face darkened. "It's 3 letters. The Emperor of the Dixia Kingdom in the Soaring Dragon continent, Jun Wuyu also sent top-secret letters." Apart from the addressee, no one, not even close friends or siblings, was allowed to receive top-secret letters. Lin En and the rest did not know the contents nor the truth. They had no choice but to find a place to stay near the warrior guild. They hoped to intercept Yu Yang at the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower's teleportation circle and find out what had happened to the soaring dragon continent. The Oxhead Fan Lu and Tai suggested if they should send a letter to Yu Yang, but Anna rejected the idea after thinking for a while. Lin En and Liao also thought that since teacher Shui Donglu asked Fatty Hai and Yi Kong to leave the team, he did not want them to be a burden to his teammates. It would be the same if they sent a letter to Yu Yang. They felt that it would be better to intercept Yu Yang personally and ask him the truth. While they were still discussing, Jan and Elder Ma Tai came again. They brought a shocking news to Lin En and the rest. The Black Hell King had officially declared war on the Dixia Kingdom of the Soaring Dragon Continent. All the warriors and allies of the Dixia Kingdom would be killed by the Black Hell Army. Who is the Black Hell King? Bao Er, who had just entered the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, did not know the Black Hell King at all. He is a fallen innate from 6,000 years ago. He was originally called the Prison Emperor Divine General. His strength is terrifying and should not be lower than innate level 10. He has many subordinates and it can be said that he has many strong people under him. He has a Black Hell army that is completely made up of fallen warriors. There are 4 fallen innates that are above innate level 7. Jen's expression was extremely serious. Isn't Titan in danger? The Oxhead Fan Lu and Tai was shocked. Let's send a top-secret letter quickly and ask Brother Titan to leave the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Bao Er panicked and quickly pulled Anna's hand to let her make a decision. The one who should leave the 6th floor is not him, but you guys. Children, the war has arrived. Return to your original place of residence. The 6th floor is no longer safe. I understand your friendship, but the most rational thing to do now is to return to a safe place. This is the best for both you and them. The Black Hell Army is very strong. Without a strong innate to protect you guys, it will be very dangerous. Fan Lu and Tai and the 4 orc girls couldn't take it anymore and jumped up. Liao and Lin En also shook their heads slightly. The current situation was as Grand Elder Matthew had said. However, it was impossible for them to immediately return to their residences. Yu Yang was completely unaware of the Black Hell King's declaration of war against the Dixia Kingdom. He came out of the grimoire world and teleported back. His plan was to go to the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower and search for the secret of the place where the Bloody Queen's mother had ascended. Although the Scarlet Emperor was a huge threat, Yu Yang estimated that the Scarlet Emperor would not recover from his injuries for at least half a year. When he returned to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower's teleportation gate, he saw Lin En, Anna and the others waiting in the teleportation gate from afar. He could not help but be a little stunned. What was going on? Bauer's reaction was the fastest. She had already rushed forward while crying. What are you still doing here? Go back now. The Oxhead Fan Lu and Tai rushed forward. We want to go too and beat up that bastard Black Hell King. Black Hell King? Yu Yang sweated. What does this have to do with the Black Hell King? It's like this, the Black Hell King has officially declared war on the Dixia Kingdom. When Lin En said this, Yu Yang was stunned. Declaration of war. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Don't you know? Anna was also shocked. If Yu Yang didn't know about the Black Hell King, then why did he send a top-secret letter to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong? Bauer was afraid that Yu Yang would leave immediately. She quickly used the octopus entanglement spell and grabbed his arm. Bring us to the Soaring Dragon Continent, we want to help too. Even if we are weak, if we work together, we will definitely be able to defeat the invaders. Don't cause trouble, little friend, it's none of your business. Yu Yang shook his arm twice, but still couldn't get rid of the golden elf Loli's entanglement. Our strength is indeed weak, but we are friends and comrades. If you think that we are not trash, but comrades who can fight side by side, then bring us to the Soaring Dragon Continent. If our elven forest is invaded by enemies, you will also help us resist the invasion. On the other hand, how can we just stand by and watch? Let's go, we are already prepared. Lin En stared at Yu Yang with a firm attitude. The Oxhead party leader Liao, the Oxhead girl Fan Lu and Tai and the 4 orc girls also had the same expression. Everyone, don't be anxious. Wait for me to return to the Soaring Dragon continent to understand what is going on. If we really can't defeat them, we might have to hide at your place. Yu Yang laughed. No, let's go together. If there's a problem, we will solve it together. Not to mention Anna, even Bauer knew that Yu Yang was a big liar and couldn't be trusted. Alright, then let's go. Yu Yang's reply made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Luckily, they had finally caught this brat. When they reached the teleportation circle, Yu Yang paid the teleportation fee. Just when everyone was looking forward to going to the Soaring Dragon continent, the teleportation officer suddenly raised his hand. The crystal pillar in the giant teleportation circle shone with a dazzling light, but only Yu Yang was teleported away. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Before Lin An and the others could argue, the teleportation officer returned the remaining money. He said that the extra money is my tip. However, I feel that I should return the money to you. I'm very sorry for not teleporting all of you together. However, since the warriors from the other continent did not choose to bring their companions, I will not teleport all of you. Even if I teleport, it will not be successful. Only then did everyone know that they had been tricked by Yu Yang. He did not have the intention to bring everyone to the Soaring Dragon continent to fight against the enemy. After teleporting all the way, Yu Yang left Tong Tian Tower. He teleported to the Yu clan castle immediately. Elder Yu Hai and Jun Wu Yu were there. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others went with the old cunning fox to pick up the death class students who had gone out to adventure. Where's the Black Hell King's Black Hell Army now? Elder Yu Hai and Jun Wu Yu immediately laughed out loud when they heard Yu Yang's words. Jun Wu Yu clapped his hands happily. I thought this brat was an abnormal all-rounder. Who knew that he was just a rookie in military affairs? Luckily, if he could even understand this, then old bones like us should really retire. That's right, the Black Hell Army is going to attack, but you don't have to worry, they won't be here for a while. Elder Yu Hai became unusually energetic, just like a great general who was about to go to war. His eyes were burning with battle intent, like a sword that was half drawn and about to be unsheathed. A killing intent that was used to the battlefield pressure the surroundings. Even though he knew that the enemy was the Black Hell Army, this old marshal who had fought against the Demon Abyss Demon Army for many years was not afraid. Furthermore, there was an indescribable fighting spirit. The Black Hell Army is not necessarily made up of people from the Soaring Dragon continent. If they want to enter our world, they have to use the power of a sacrifice to open a teleportation door and then teleport in through the ancient passage. If they want to attack our Xianxia kingdom, it is impossible for them to just send a few innate rankers. The battle should be carried out in 3 ways. One is innates against innates, the other is soldiers against soldiers, and the last is to support some forces in the Soaring Dragon continent to become stronger. For example, the Zijin kingdom, although they did not openly declare war on us, they have already formed a close alliance with the Black Hell Army. If not for their sacrifice day and night, how would the Black Hell Army be able to come to the Soaring Dragon continent smoothly? What we are most worried about now is that the Black Hell Army will hunt down a large number of our people in Tong Tian Tower. Because they have already declared war, the treaty will no longer protect us. Especially you, we are most worried. As for the Scarlet Emperor, we have already received your letter, so we can't care too much about it for now. If there is really no other way, you can bring Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the other students far away. Wait until your strength has risen, then think of a way to revive Xianxia. Jun Wu Yu smiled indifferently. He gestured for Yu Yang to sit down. His expression was calm and composed. There was no trace of anxiety or anger on his face, nor was there any trace of nervousness or abnormality. It was as if this kind of invading war that could wipe out a country was a common occurrence to him. Can we really not win? Yu Yang was a little unresigned. Damn it, at most he would just fight with the Black Hell King. It will be difficult. Elder Yu Hai shook his head. Although we have the Tianluo kingdom as an alliance, the 2 armies are only slightly stronger than the Zijin kingdom. Once the war starts, there will definitely be many betrayals from the city lords of Xianxia and Tianluo kingdom. Horse bandits, desert bandits, and various mercenary groups will all gradually lean towards the Zijin kingdom who has the support of the Black Hell Army. Other than the powers of the soaring dragon continent, our bigger opponents are the Black Hell Army and the Demon Abyss's Demon Army. There are simply too many of them. As long as our innate rankers are unable to suppress them, we will completely collapse. Now that the other party has the Black Hell King as their spiritual pillar, and the support of the entire Lion Pagoda sect, and the secret help of the Demon Abyss army, Zijin Kingdom will definitely flatten Xianxia at all costs. For safety reasons, we have decided to only accept the secret help from the Tianluo Kingdom. We do not wish for Tianluo Kingdom to declare war on Zijin Kingdom. Even if we lose, the students will have a safe place to go. How long can it be safe to go to Tianluo? Yu Yang did not have much hope. When the nest is destroyed, how can the eggs be unharmed? Tianluo can hide for a while, but how can they be safe in the end? At least Tianluo can hold on until the last moment. With the Night Empress, no matter how arrogant the Black Hell King is, he would not dare to offend her. Without 100% certainty, he would not dare to declare war on the Night Empress. Elder Yu Hai patted on Yu Yang's shoulder. Xianxia and Tianluo are finished, and you guys too. This is nothing. Our ancestors also built the Xianxia kingdom on the ruins of war. The loss of one city and one country is nothing. Is there any hope of victory in the end? Yu Yang also understood that the crux of this battle was not the number of soldiers, but the battle between the innate rankers. If they could take down the Black Hell King, then no matter how strong the Black Hell army was, they would be utterly defeated. Yu Yang was a little annoyed that he did not have the strength to challenge the Black Hell King. If only he had a little more time, it would be great. If he had another year to cultivate, Yu Yang would feel much more confident. Of course, it did not mean that the Black Hell King could not fight. The Black Hell King must fight, but he did not dare to say that he would definitely win. After all, he was a powerful person from 6,000 years ago. Although he was not as powerful as the Scarlet Emperor, he was not too far off. Yu Yang guessed that the Black Hell King was most likely a heaven-ranked ranker. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai looked at each other after hearing Yu Yang's words. Jun Wuyu slowed down his tone and looked at Yu Yang. It is not that there is no way to win this battle, but only one person is willing to take action. You mean Jizun? Yu Yang immediately understood. Yes, as long as Jizun is willing to take action, the Black Hell King would definitely have a headache. I believe that even the Scarlet Emperor would have some misgivings. But the problem is that Jizun rarely interferes with the matters of the lower realm. She is wholeheartedly training, and now is the crucial time to explore Heaven Realm, so she might not return to the Soaring Dragon continent. It is also because of this that the Black Hell King dared to declare war on us. We guessed that Jizun might have found something new when she was exploring Heaven Realm and was about to head there. That is why the Black Hell King is so arrogant. Jun Wuyu's analysis was very reasonable. Yu Yang also thought the same. If that was really the case, then not only the Xianxia kingdom of the Soaring Dragon continent, but the entire Tongtian Tower would be in chaos. Without Jizun, there would be no suppression from her. Those who could not wait to fight for the position of Jizun, such as Shun Tian, the Black Prince, the Thousand Goblins sect leader, the great demon King Baruth and other super innates would definitely cause a bloodbath. Even Sky Execution and she and the Dragon Emperor who usually kept a low profile would come out to compete. If Jizun was by his side, Yu Yang would definitely advise her to reconsider and not to head to Heaven Realm. Otherwise, Tongtian Tower would become a mess. If only this mysterious big-breasted girl was as easy to talk to as Impatience. Yu Yang sighed in his heart. Impatience could still use some tricks, such as seduction. When it came to Jizun, he really had no idea. Most importantly, he couldn't use seduction now because Jizun had always been elusive, no one knew where she was. It seemed that the Black Hell King had chosen the right time to make trouble. This battle had to be fought. Now, it was time to see when the battle would start and how far it would go. Go and do what you have to do. The Black Hell Army and Zijin Kingdom's army are still gathering. I estimate that they won't be here for at least half a month. Without 100% certainty, the Black Hell King will not act rashly. As for the matters of war, your grandfather will be here, it has nothing to do with you juniors. Jun Wuyu even advised Yu Yang to go and do what he had to do. I really don't know much about war, I'll get some equipment. Yu Yang felt that he was qualified to be a logistics Leader. With Mr. Chen's Thunder Beast and Thunder Armor, in addition to his own puppet beasts, even if they couldn't play a decisive role on the battlefield, it was still better than nothing. No matter how powerful the Black Hell King was, if he wanted to attack, he would have to peel off a layer of his skin. He definitely couldn't let him have a good time. Protect yourself, that's the most important thing. Elder Yu Hai held on to Yu Yang's shoulders. You don't have to worry about the matters of the family. There are no cowards in the Yu clan. Even if we all die in battle, we will die honorably. We will also have the face to meet our ancestors. Moreover, there are you, Bing heir, Shuang heir and Feng heir among the juniors. The Yu clan will never perish, there will never be no more descendants. Grandpa was old. Dying with a bang was 100 times better than lying on the bed and waiting for death. This kind of battle was actually what Grandpa wished for. While he still had some strength left, he could still cut people down. It was the perfect time to have a good fight. Ha ha ha. Yu Yang was speechless. As expected of an old marshal who had climbed out from a pile of corpses, his mentality was really bold. Yu Yang was momentarily infected by Elder Yu Hai's heroic spirit. Although he didn't show it on the surface, his heart was actually surging with hot blood. Although this old man wasn't an innate, his personality and fighting spirit were really impressive. Yu Yang walked out silently. There was nothing for him to do at the moment, so he might as well find something to do. Who would be the most suitable target? He walked out of the Yu clan castle. He looked at the sky and suddenly made a decision. Demon Palace. The great Demon King Baruth and his most capable assistant, Demon Marshal Duran, were discussing the current situation. They had already received the news that the Black Hell King had declared war on the Xia kingdom. Towards the Black Hell King, all the forces in the Demon Abyss did not have a good impression of him. It could be said that a large portion of the Black Hell Army's corrupted warriors came from the Demon Abyss. To the Demon Abyss, this was a blatant act of poaching. Even if these corrupted warriors didn't come from the great Demon King Baruth's blood prison, he still couldn't tolerate it. However, the Black Hell King, the former prison Emperor Divine General, possessed great power. At the same time, this fellow also knew the secrets of the Heaven Realm. This made Baruth, Du Lan and the other Demon Abyss rankers have no choice but to wait for a better opportunity. They did not immediately clash with the Black Hell King. The Black Hell King's declaration of war against the Xia kingdom was probably premeditated. It was very likely that Jizun had grasped the secret of ascending to the Heaven Realm, and she could leave at any time. The reason why the Black Hell King declared war on the Xia kingdom was to eradicate the hidden dangers in the Soaring Dragon continent. At the same time, he wanted to take over the inheritance left behind by the prison emperor 6,000 years ago. Most importantly, he wanted to take over the control of the gods' ruins. Everyone knew that the secrets of the ruined shrines were the highest pursuit of martial artists. All the innate experts suspected that the reason why Jizun was so powerful was because she had obtained the legendary martial soul in the Shrine of Ruins. The Shrine of Ruins in the Soaring Dragon continent had always been a place that innate rankers had to fight for. This place was also the source of communication between different continents and different spaces. Only through the ancient passage in the space of the ruined shrine could people enter the foreign land. Otherwise, people would have to follow the rules of Tong Tian Tower and enter under the guidance of warriors from other continents. The latter rule was impossible to invade. In other words, the ancient passage was the first bridge for the development and expansion of various forces. In order to stop the Demon Abyss from making a move, the Black Hell King sent a top-secret letter to Baruth and Du Lan. He expressed that as long as the Demon Abyss did not interfere, he was willing to exchange the secret of entering the Heaven Realm. In addition, the Black Hell King expressed that after he officially joined the Innate Alliance, he would propose to legalize all the land that the Demon Abyss had occupied and all the rights would belong to the Demon Abyss King. In short, the Black Hell King wanted to join hands. At the very least, he hoped that Baruth, Du Lan and the other Demon Abyss rankers would not interfere with his plan to invade the Soaring Dragon continent. For this, he did not hesitate to give up the secret of Heaven Realm. I personally object to this matter. It's better to leave it to His Majesty to decide. Demon Marshal Duran waved his hand. The great Demon King Baruth was silent for a long time. It was easy to make a decision. However, the consequences of this matter might cause the situation to move in two completely opposite directions. How to maximize the benefits of the demonic abyss. This was what gave Baruth a headache. This was not a win-win situation. If they made the wrong decision, the demonic abyss would very likely decline. A unique aura instantly appeared in the demon palace. Enemy, the newcomer was definitely an enemy. Great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran immediately sensed it. They stood up simultaneously and gathered their energy, preparing to attack the special aura. Your demon abyss is really lacking in manners. Is this how you welcome an old friend? A shadow flashed outside, and before the guards of the demon palace could react, it had already reached the door of Baruth's imperial study. A human man with a bright smile, full of sunshine, ignored Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran, who were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. He walked in proudly, and even swaggered to find a chair to sit down. He crossed his legs, leisurely and contented. He was even more relaxed than when he was in his own study. You clan's third young master? What are you doing here? Baruth was not worried that Yu Yang was here to seduce his concubine and daughter. This was because humans had a different aesthetic view from the demon abyss. This human boy would definitely not like a demon beauty that was close to 10 meters tall. Her entire body was covered in flaming scales, and she had sharp horns and fangs. As for Yu Yang's arrival, Baruth immediately thought of one thing. This brat must be here to persuade them. You're all wrong. I'm not here to ask for help. I'm here to save you. Yu Yang had read the Three Kingdoms before. He knew that a qualified persuader must first use a toad's tone to intimidate the other party, otherwise they would not be able to talk. Save us? Did I hear wrongly? It seems like the soaring dragon continent is in danger now. Demon Marshal Duran laughed coldly. Do you think that Xia will be destroyed? Yu Yang said it as if it was as easy as eating dumplings at home. Definitely destroyed. Baruth dared to bet with Yu Yang. Then do you think that the Black Hell King can kill me? Yu Yang asked again. Baruth and Duran looked at each other. It was really hard to answer this question. Although the Black Hell King was powerful, this brat was abnormal. Most importantly, this brat had two unimaginably strong fire-type beasts protecting him. Even after a long time, Baruth and Duran still remembered the pressure of being killed instantly. No matter how strong the Black Hell King was, it would be a joke if he wanted to kill this brat Yu Yang. Not to mention the two fire-type beasts, even the strange beast that escaped from the seal was incomparably strong. Once it recovered its peak strength, it would be enough to make the Black Hell King suffer. I can't defeat the Black Hell King for now. That's right, I admit this is the truth. But what about a year later? What about 10 years later? You should have investigated my growth and know my speed of growth. Between the Black Hell King and me, who do you think will be stronger in 10 years? A battle between the two? Who will emerge victorious? If the Xia kingdom is destroyed, I will lead the younger generation to hide. 10 years later, I will destroy the Black Hell King and revive the Xia kingdom. What do you think? The intelligent Great Demon King Baruth and the loyal and devoted Demon Marshal Duran, you should know that Jizun is my introducer. Even if she goes to the Heaven Realm, she will definitely bring me along. I am good friends with Sky Law, and the Night Empress also sees me in a new light. As long as Tianluo Kingdom and Demonic Palace help us, our soaring dragon continent might not necessarily fall into the enemy's hands. Although Yu Yang had never commanded soldiers to fight a war before, he was still quite qualified to be a lobbyist. The Demonic Palace will definitely not ally with you. Baruth's words blocked Yu Yang's way. That's right. No matter how close you are to Sky Law, the one in charge of the Demonic Palace is Sky Execution. Furthermore, the three founders of the Demonic Palace will never agree to help the Xia kingdom. This is because they are the traitors of Xia, Tianluo, and other places. Their hatred is as deep as the ocean. How could they ally with you? The Demon Marshal Duran was very familiar with the history of the Soaring Dragon continent. He immediately pointed out the flaws in Yu Yang's words. You are wrong, very wrong. Yu Yang was not someone who could be refuted with just a few words. He immediately retorted. Is that so? Baruth felt that this brat was being stubborn. He laughed coldly, the demonic palace hates you even more than us, the demon abyss. It would be the biggest joke if they ally with you. It's true that there is hatred, but brothers should settle accounts clearly. Two brothers fighting doesn't mean that they are willing to see outsiders take over their homeland. Let's not talk about human blood relations. The demonic palace will not allow outsiders to touch the God's Ruins palace. Are you willing to see the Black Hell King obtain the God's Ruins palace's treasures and martial spirit and become the new Jizun? The Black Hell King is not Jizun. Jizun usually doesn't care about anything and allows the demon abyss to develop. Would the Black Hell King do that? If he calms down, the first to be destroyed will be the demon abyss. Yu Yang alarmingly threatened Baruth and Duran. What a joke. How can the Black Hell King conquer our demon abyss? Baruth was really not worried about this. The demon race was not like humans. They would rather die than surrender. Moreover, the number of people in the Black Hell army and the number of people in the demon abyss was at least 1 to 1,000,000. In the face of such a vast number, everything else was like floating clouds. The Black Hell army attacking the demon abyss is like pouring a ladle of water into a sea of fire. They are seeking their own destruction. Demon Marshal Duran was also very confident. It is indeed not easy to conquer the demon abyss. However, what if he attacks you demon kings alone? You can't possibly hide in the demon abyss forever and live together, right? If you go to Tong Tian Tower and the Black Hell King attacks you everywhere, how can you survive? If you are willing to be a coward, then I have nothing to say. Yu Yang spread his hands. Even if the Black Hell King conquers the Soaring Dragon continent, he may not be able to enter the God's Ruins palace. His strength may not increase. The great demon King Baruth still firmly denied. Yes, I am just assuming. 6,000 years ago, the Black Hell King was the prison emperor's right-hand man. He then betrayed the prison emperor and attracted the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm. The prison emperor used his life to seal the 3 great leaders. You guys should know about this. However, until recently, the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm woke up and left the prison emperor divine palace. You guys still don't know about this. Yu Yang laughed and changed the topic. The 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm? Baruth and Duran looked at each other and frowned. The 3 great leaders are called Ming Yu Guang, Void, and Jiao Shao. With their strength, they could instantly kill you guys with just a finger. Of course, they were still very weak after breaking free from the seal. Even so, they still beat this young master to a pulp. I had to use the divine weapon left behind by the prison emperor to chase them away with great difficulty. Yu Yang seemed to be saying that when he went out to buy cabbage today, he saw a deskmate that he had not seen for many years. His expression was indifferent, but the pride in his eyes made people go crazy. If it wasn't for Baruth and Duran's strong endurance, they would have beaten him up long ago. The prison emperor left behind a divine equipment for you? Duran and Baruth were extremely jealous. This brat's luck was 2 dogs *t. He could even pick up a divine equipment so easily. Actually, I could take it out for you guys to see. Since there are 3 of them, I could just take one out for you guys to be envious of. A handsome, generous, and heroic young hero like me would definitely not be stingy. However, a few days ago, when I took it out for the Scarlet Emperor to admire, I accidentally smashed his skull, turning the originally ugly Scarlet Emperor into a pig. Hence, for your safety, I decided to temporarily keep it and wait for a chance to take it out. Yu Yang shook his legs. The Scarlet Emperor. Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran were shocked. They had heard about the Scarlet Emperor from the Demon Abyss ancient records. This was an extremely perverted murderer. He had once massacred a few demon palaces in the Demon Abyss. He was extremely evil and did not act according to common sense. He killed people as he pleased. He was even scarier than the super-strong prison emperor. He has already escaped, along with his concubine who has demon blood. Yu Yang's expression was very surprised, as if he was saying that you guys didn't know. Did you injure him? Duran asked tentatively. Actually, he injured me even more. At that time, Shen Tian and the Black Prince were also there. Damn it, these 2 bastards attacked me from both sides, and I was almost killed by them. Luckily, I was lucky enough to survive. Yu Yang coughed twice, indicating that his internal injuries had not yet healed, and that he was still coughing a little. You actually managed to escape from the Scarlet Emperor, Xianxia, and the Black Prince's attacks? Baruth was shocked when he heard this. What escape? That was a strategic retreat. Yu Yang protested unhappily, indicating that this great demon king's words were inappropriate. The Scarlet Emperor also came out. Demon Marshal Duran felt that the current Tong Tian Tower was a pool of muddy water. The Black Hell King who had betrayed the Yu Yang for 6,000 years was already scary enough. Now, there was even a Scarlet Emperor. This guy was not at the same level as the Black Hell King, he was a higher level emperor, the same level as the Prison Emperor. The Black Hell King was only a general in the past, compared to the Scarlet Emperor, he was far inferior. Don't worry, I broke his arms and legs and shattered his skull. He probably won't be able to recover in a year and a half. You guys still have a year to enjoy yourselves. I'm done talking, I'm leaving. Yu Yang pretended to leave. Wait. Demon Marshal Duran hurriedly dissuaded him. I think we need to discuss the Black Hell King's evil invasion in detail. This is definitely unjust. Baruth's righteous words almost made Yu Yang faint. It seems like the one who did the most unjust evil invasion was you, Baruth, the great demon king of the demon abyss? You still have the cheek to criticize others. However, since the task of persuading him had been completed, this negotiation still had to continue. He couldn't just leave. Summon Xianxia, Gu Luan, and the others. I think we can temporarily put aside our grudges and work together. Yu Yang suggested. Work together. Baruth and Duran were embarrassed. What was the difference between talking about working together with this brat and asking a tiger for its skin? The Black Hell King and the Scarlet Emperor were not to be trifled with, especially the Scarlet Emperor. He was the greatest threat to the demon abyss and even the entire Tong Tian Tower. However, Yu Yang, the new abnormal brat from the Soaring Dragon continent, was not someone to be trifled with. He had already made such a name for himself at such a young age. He had caused trouble in the Demon Palace, fought with the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm, and the Scarlet Emperor was in an even worse state. Even with the help of Xianxia and the Black Prince, he was heavily injured and went into hiding. From this, it could be seen that when this brat matures, he would at least become the new Prison Emperor. With him around, the demon abyss would definitely not have a good time. The problem was that if they did not work together now and this brat bore a grudge, the demon abyss would be in trouble in the future. They couldn't fight or kill him, this little ancestor was making things difficult for them. But if they really wanted to cooperate with him, they wouldn't be satisfied either. Why should they lower their stance and cooperate with him when the Soaring Dragon continent was in trouble? Both Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran had the urge to strangle Yu Yang. In the end, they endured it. This was because Yu Yang took advantage of the situation and said, "Clever Demon King, Your Majesty, the secret of the Heaven Realm is nothing. If the Black Hell King used this to tempt you, it would be the same as using candy to trick little kids. Anyone with a higher IQ would know what kind of person he is. It would be better to believe that an old sow can climb a tree than to believe him. The Heaven Realm is not a secret. You guys don't have that kind of power now. If you guys do, I will bring you guys on a tour. I will even provide free food and accommodation. Also, what is this on your desk? It's just a heaven rune and you guys don't even recognize it. I really feel ashamed for you guys. I don't know how you guys became great demon kings. Let me tell you, this is a rune circle that can strengthen the demon race's body. I am in a good mood today, otherwise I wouldn't show my talent to ignorant people. I am very low-key. Do I have to tell you guys that I have a divine beast?" Great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran sweated profusely. They thought to themselves, "You brat, that Hui Tai Lang is a household name, who doesn't know about you? Furthermore, it would be great if you really only have one divine beast. You have so many divine beasts that you can't contract them all. Even that Hui Tai Lang isn't willing to waste a contract slot. You only contract beauties and divine beasts." The two of them cursed silently. In the end, they resisted the urge to beat up Yu Yang. They looked at each other and decided to inform Demon King Xianxia, Lich King Gu Luan and the others to come. Just like that, the first alliance between humans and the Demon Abyss began. Although this was a secret alliance between Yu Yang and the few Demon Abyss rulers, it was undeniable that Yu Yang's silver tongue had done a good job. The power it produced was not inferior to the power displayed by the divine beast. Tongtian Tower, 6th floor. Lin En, Anna, Li Ao, Fanlu and Tai and the rest were still waiting in front of the teleportation portal. According to Bao Er, if her heartless brother, Yu Yang, did not return, she would cry herself to death. Of course, this was just an example. In fact, she stopped crying after a while. The reason was that there were so many people in front of the teleportation portal, and she was too embarrassed to keep crying. Come back later to coax me. Come back later, come back later. Bao Er was holding the Ox Tribe's special divination card. She would be overjoyed when she flipped a red card, because the result indicated good luck. She would pout when she flipped a black card, because it meant bad luck. This little girl would be happy one moment and depressed the next. She was immersed in her divination and was so engrossed in it that she did not notice Fanlu and Tai's faint expression. Fanlu and Tai was not usually superstitious. In fact, this Ox Tribe divination card was an amulet that the old chief of the Ox Tribe insisted on giving to his granddaughter. He insisted that she wear it, otherwise Fanlu and Tai would not have brought this useless card. When Fanlu and Tai saw Bao Er crying, she took it out to coax her. This was because she lied to her that Yu Yang would return soon if she flipped a red card. This was because the number of red cards was more than double that of black cards. In addition to this little girl's heaven-defying luck, the probability of flipping a red card was very high. Coaxing her was still possible. Unexpectedly, when Bao Er flipped, she realized that it was a black card and insisted on flipping another one. This was the beginning of a disaster. Bao Er flipped a red card and felt happy. She felt that it was not safe enough. She flipped another red card and still felt that it was not safe enough. She flipped again and again. When she flipped a black card, she immediately decided to flip 10 more red cards to get rid of her bad luck. In the end, she kept flipping. Fanlu and Tai had never encountered such a situation in her life. She did not know what to say. Divination cards could only be flipped once. How could it be accurate if she flipped so many? However, the first card she flipped was a black card. Would Yu Yang really have an accident? I'll be back in a bit, I'll be back in a bit, I'll be back in a bit, I'll be back in a bit. Wow, I've flipped 10 times, and it's all red cards. Big Brother Titan will be back in a bit. Bao Er excitedly ran to Anna to show off her incredible luck. Yes, he'll definitely come back. Anna was both surprised by this little girl's luck and secretly amused. She could win his trust just by flipping the card? True divination required a special beast's special ability. It must be a divination warrior who had the same mind as the beast. Only then would they be able to see a little bit of the fuzzy future. How could a normal person use a card to make a prediction? She didn't want to hurt Bao Er and comforted her with a gentle voice. However, she felt a wave of sadness in her heart. According to Yu Yang's character and temper, he probably wouldn't return before the battle with the Black Hell King ended. May I ask if you know a martial artist nicknamed Extremely Cheap Fat Demon and whose real name is Hai Fu? 2 tall men walked over in a row. They were all lesser innates. This was not the point. What made Lin En and Leo nervous was the weird badge on the chest of the 2 men. The emblem was black in color, with blood-red flames and silver lightning. It looked like a silver-white lightning bolt tearing through the sky and fiercely striking the ground, blasting open the ground, splashing magma, and spewing huge flames. Before this, Lin En and Leo didn't notice this emblem. Because there were as many emblems in Tongtian Tower, no one could recognize all of them. Moreover, this emblem was rare. But now, because Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others had left, Lin En and Leo, who specially understood the Black Hell King and the Black Hell Army, knew what this emblem represented. It was the unique emblem of the Black Hell Army. In other words, the 2 men in front of them were from the Black Hell Army. Don't be afraid, we just want to understand the situation. We respect the peaceful Golden Elves, the brave Ox Clan warriors and the cheerful Pig Clan warriors. We just want to ask if you know Hai Fu or other warriors from the Soaring Dragon continent. Is it convenient for you to divulge some harmless information to us? We can pay you money, 1,000 gold. We hope you can tell us Hai Fu's proficiency in battle techniques, beasts, and any other information you know. The man on the left looked very amiable and full of smiles. However, Bao Er felt that this guy looked like a smiling tiger. She was very afraid of his hypocritical smile. You want us to betray our friends for 1,000 gold? Pfft. Fan Lu and Tai spat unreservedly. Don't reject our kindness. The man on the right exploded like a barrel of gunpowder. His temper was easier to provoke than a bull. He stared at Fan Lu and Tai. I believe you also know that the Black Hell Army has declared war on the warriors of Xia Kingdom. You are their ally, we can totally kill you. You better be smart and don't make me angry, or else we will send you all on your way. Sorry, we are indomitable ox-head people. You think you can convince us or threaten us? That's the biggest joke. The motto of our ox-head people is to die standing rather than live kneeling. Party leader Li Ao stood up and stared back at the other party without showing any signs of weakness. Even if he was not as strong as the other party, his aura was not weak at all. Ox-head people would only die in battle, never retreat in fear, the man on the right roared like thunder. He glanced at Lin En, Anna, Bao Er and the four orc girls and shouted, if the stubborn ox-head people made such a decision, would the smart golden elves also make the same decision? Have you ever thought about how much pain and war your decision will bring to your clansmen? Lin En's face was cold and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. I only know that if I give in and return to my clansmen, I will bring them eternal humiliation. Golden elves are not good at fighting, unlike the ox-head people who engage in close combat. But in terms of spirit, golden elves are also strong and are not afraid of death. The man on the left of the Black Hell Army put on a face full of smiles and laughed. Don't worry, we reiterate that we have no intention of starting a war with the ox-head people and the elves. We are only here to gather information. We don't have the information you need here. Leave, we don't welcome you. Anna ordered them to leave. What if we insist on asking? The man on the right of the Black Hell Army was furious. Scram! A thunderous shout came from afar. Oh Jen from the warrior guild strode over from the other side of the passageway. He shouted at the two people from the Black Hell Army, this area is under the jurisdiction of the warrior guild. You lackeys, get lost now, or else I will kill you. The two men from different clans did not expect that there would be an innate from the warrior guild watching over these people. They stared at O-Jen coldly. All right, goodbye everyone. Uncle O-Jen patted Lin En's shoulder. Go back, I think Little Titan and the rest will understand your intentions. They would only want to see you guys in a safe place. You have seen it just now, the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower is no longer safe. The Black Hell Army has offered a huge reward at the Mercenary Guild. For money and treasures, the thieves have already leaked your information. This is just the beginning, after a period of time, I'm afraid it will be even more dangerous. Lin En nodded, I understand, let's wait for another day. After all, Little Titan had said before that if the situation was still alright, he would bring us to the Soaring Dragon continent. Uncle O-Jen wanted to tell him that Little Titan was just casually replying at that time. However, he thought about it again. Even if he was rescuing his teammates, even if there was a tiny bit of hope, he would not be willing to give up even if it was extremely slim. Uncle O-Jen patted Lin En's shoulder again and patted Bao Er's head lightly to show his support. An Iron Blood warrior rushed over to report to Uncle O-Jen that a team of dragon hunters had appeared. Hearing this news, O-Jen was slightly stunned. He thought for a while, Lin En, you guys have two choices. One is to leave the 6th floor immediately and return to your own continent, the other is to wait for Little Titan in the warrior guild. I suspect that the enemy is trying to lure us away from our territory. The appearance of the dragon hunters this time is too strange. I, who is on duty, cannot refuse to go out to battle because that is my job. However, I am also worried about your safety. Let's go quickly to the warrior guild's main hall, it is no longer safe here. Lin En and the rest looked at each other, but in the end they could not make up their minds to go back. Everyone felt that it would be better to wait for Yu Yang at the warrior guild first. No matter how arrogant the Black Hell Army was, they would not go as far as to kill people in the warrior guild's main hall. O-Jen sent them all the way to the plaza. Seeing that the warrior guild was not far away, he then teleported away with a peace of mind and rushed to the place where the dragon hunters had appeared to carry out his mission. Captain Liao was in front, Lin En was at the back, and Anna was holding Bao Er's hand as they walked quickly towards the warrior guild. Although it was common to see fights in the plaza, it was already within the warrior guild's sphere of influence. Corrupted warriors usually did not dare to appear here. Lin En realized that there was nothing wrong with the surroundings and the warrior guild was right in front of him. He could not help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. No matter how arrogant the Black Hell Army was, they would not be this arrogant. This was the warrior guild that was recognized by all warriors, including the innate alliance. No matter how arrogant they would not dare to challenge the entire warrior guild, because that was equivalent to challenging the entire innate alliance. However, just as Anna and Bao Er were about to walk up the stairs of the warrior guild, two shadows flashed past. The two men from different races from the Black Hell Army, one smiling and one angry, stood in front of the two girls on both sides, blocking their path. I said, we will meet again. The man from different races laughed out loud. Don't think that the warrior guild on the 6th floor can stop us, the Black Hell Army. Moreover, you have not stepped onto the stairs of the warrior guild and are still outside. Strictly speaking, if we kill you here, it will not be considered as challenging the warrior guild. Everyone, don't force yourself, you will not have any reinforcements. That stone-headed fool has already gone to play hide and seek with the dragon hunter, he will not be back for at least 2 hours. In the entire warrior guild, there is no one who is stronger than us. I have a good suggestion. Follow us obediently. Otherwise, if my companion gets angry, it will be terrible. Forget about the orcs, you two golden elves with soft skin and white flesh. I don't think you two would want my companion to go berserk and humiliate you in front of everyone, right? In short, there are only warriors who die in battle, there are no cowards who compromise. Anna's face was calm and determined. She waved her hand and Oxhead Fan Lu and Tai and the 4 orc girls erupted, determined to fight to the death. I'm going to get angry, all of you deserve to die. Bow. Er angrily took out her vine bow, knocked an arrow and aimed at the enemy. What a joke, what can this little bow do? Even a child's slingshot is much better than this. Ha 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 ha, ah ha ha. The smiling man from a different race laughed loudly, completely unmoved. Don't talk about the two of us, even I alone can finish you all off in a minute. I hate Oxhead people the most, let me tell you how you will die. I will break off your horns, stab them into your eyes and pierce through your head. I want you to see, your *T warrior's pride and your horns are nothing in front of me. You filthy orcs, I will feel that it is a waste of food to let you live for a while longer. You should have been killed long ago, I don't want your stinky meat, but I will cut off your breasts and hearts and use them to accompany wine, that is still acceptable. Lastly, you two golden elves, it will not be easy for you to die, do you want to die? When I'm tired of playing with you, I'll sell you to be my slaves. Don't try to be a hero in your next life. What you should really do is to use your soft skin and white flesh to serve your master. The infuriated man opened his bloody mouth wide, revealing his sinister and terrifying sharp teeth. Kill! Fan Lu and Tai shouted, raised her giant axe and slashed forward. What a joke! The angry man from a different race stretched out his hand, and Fan Lu and Tai was sent flying by the shockwave, falling straight down. The 4 orc girls quickly caught her together, but the force of Fan Lu and Tai's fall was too heavy, even they could not hold it, and all of them fell together. Compared to before they met Yu Yang, their strength had increased greatly. But compared to lesser innates, there was still a huge gap. Let us do it. Lin En and party leader Li Ao did not speak before this, but action came first. They stepped out from the crowd, determined to sacrifice themselves and make a suicidal attack on the enemy. This way, they could let the women rush into the warrior guild. No matter how arrogant the two people from the Black Hell Army were, they would not dare to chase into the warrior guild. Even if they chased after them, the warrior guild would protect them. The receptionist girls from the warrior guild were already standing at the entrance, waving at Anna and the rest, signaling them to rush in. The 2 receptionist girls did not have the strength to fight against the people from the Black Hell Army, but they extended their hands to Anna and Bao Er without fear. As long as they could enter the warrior guild, they would protect them. In the warrior guild, there was a special secret hiding room, specially used to protect those warriors who sought protection. Just when party leader Li Ao and Lin En used all their strength to perish together with the enemy, a lazy voice rang out from behind them. Are you bullying them with fewer people? If that's the case, you won't mind bullying me. Ah? Lin En and the rest could not believe their ears. Whoa. Especially Bao Er. When she turned around, she saw a man wearing a Gemini mask holding a Bull Clan card in his hand, casually drawing cards. She was so excited that she could not control herself. She cried and rushed towards him, diving into his arms, crying her heart out. You're too talkative, I'll kill you. The angry man from a different race immediately flew towards Yu Yang when he saw that he was just a normal level 6 brat. It was useless for him to be arrogant. He struck with his palm, preparing to kill the person in one move. In the sky, a huge black shadow swooped down, 10 times faster than lightning. The sharp scythe-like arms, in the instant the heavy palm hit its master, it forcefully cut it in half. Before the angry man could react, the other scythe-like arm had already clamped onto the enemy's body. A triangular head came over and bit down, tearing off the angry man's arm and chewing it in its mouth. It was, of course, the Reaper Mantis. Keep the head and eat it slowly, don't kill it yet. Let me teach him a lesson first. The person who came was, of course, Yu Yang. At this moment, Yu Yang displayed the demeanor of a great educator, rushing towards the guy who was being eaten by the Reaper Mantis and howling in pain. Friend, you have to know that it's wrong to scare little kids. You've scared this little kid so much that he's crying. It's so troublesome to coax him. Just like this, how many lollipops do I have to waste? Moreover, it's not good to eat too many lollipops. Eating too many lollipops will cause tooth decay. Look at how pretty his little white teeth are, you just had to make his tooth decay. Don't you think you deserve to die? Lin En and the others were sweating profusely. The man from a different race who was originally smiling now looked worse than if he was crying. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't squeeze out a smile. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. Encountering such a freakishly strong and psychologically perverted fellow, it was truly the greatest misfortune of 18 lifetimes. Right now, he wasn't thinking about saving his comrade, but escaping. He definitely wouldn't save his comrade. Even if he did, it would be a waste of medical fees. Moreover, saving someone from the mouth of a platinum-ranked level 4 Reaper Mantis? Even an innate wouldn't be able to handle this level of difficulty. Right now, how could he ensure his own safety and not be eaten by the Reaper Mantis one bite at a time like his comrade? That was what he was thinking about. He had a few plans. One was to attack the nearest golden elf, because her attention was attracted by the person who came, so attacking would be the best time. The second was to escape, because everyone was looking at the person who came, their attention would be diverted, so escaping would be the best time. Choose one of the two. If he stayed, with a hostage in his hands, no matter how fast the Reaper Mantis was, it wouldn't be able to attack him. Escaping was also a good idea, because his speed was extremely fast, and the Reaper Mantis was still eating its comrade, so it wouldn't be able to chase after him in time. After hesitating for half a second, the man from a different race who was originally smiling bitterly chose the first plan, which was to attack the golden elf. With a hostage in his hands, he could obtain a few seconds of negotiation time. Then, he could crush the teleportation stone and escape. This was much safer than escaping alone. Just when this guy thought that his evil plan had succeeded, who knew that everyone in front of him would react immediately? Courting death. Lin En, party leader Li Ao and the Oxhead fan Lu and Tai all attacked at the same time. They had already guessed that the opponent would not give up and attack Anna. Anna summoned her grimoire instantly, raising her protective shield and repelling the opponent's sharp claws that were about to grab her head. These were not the main points. There was an iron-backed demonic wolf that had been lying behind the man from a different race, dozing off lazily. It casually waved its claws as if it was yawning, smashing the lesser innate rancor to the ground. Under the dumbfounded gaze of all the onlookers, it opened its mouth wide and bit off the enemy's arm. It ignored the enemy's painful struggle and tragic screams as it chewed leisurely. Its attitude was even more leisurely than the Reaper Mantis, as if it was a pet dog enjoying a delicious calf's ribs. It was Hui Tai Lang. Yu Yang looked defeated and sighed. I've seen people courting death, but I've never seen someone courting death like you. However, maybe you're envious of how your comrade died, or maybe you have a special hobby. I can't help it, I admire your hobby. I wish you a happy time being eaten, and enjoy the process of being eaten. All the Onlookers sweated profusely when they heard this. Yu Yang brought Lin An and the rest down to the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. This was definitely the first time in 1,000 years that golden elves, ox people and orcs had come down to the first floor of Tong Tian Tower where the soaring dragon continent was located. On the sixth floor, it was rare for humans to have such temporary battle companions. This was because humans and the golden elves had completely different ideals, personalities, and values. Human warriors would never interact with the golden elves and the other races. There were very few people in the soaring dragon continent who could become friends with the golden elves. However, in the past 1,000 years, only Yu Yang was able to bring the golden elves down to the first floor. The ordinary receptionists of the warrior guild were all dumbfounded. To humans, the beauty of the golden elves could only be described in one word. Perfect, breathtakingly perfect. Along the way, the human mercenaries who saw Anna and Bao Er would either bump into trees or walls. No matter which direction they were heading in, they would all turn their heads in the same direction. Some even threw their beasts aside and followed from afar, looking at Anna and Bao Er in fascination. It was no wonder. Even in the sixth floor of Tong Tian Tower, Anna and Bao Er were still peerless beauties that charmed the entire street. Moreover, these mercenary scum in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower were only ordinary level 2 warriors or ordinary level 3 heroes. With their determination, it would be strange if they could resist the charm of the golden elves. Welcome, distinguished guests from other continents. Please allow me to represent all the warriors in the soaring dragon continent to welcome you. First of all, I would like to apologize to you. According to the rules, we have to check your Tong Tian Tower introduction card. The first floor warrior guild sent out their most senior elder Lu Luan. He was the branch master of the first floor warrior guild. When he heard that there were golden elves coming to the soaring dragon continent, he immediately put on his best clothes and took out the scepter that he had not used for many years. He wore the badge of the branch master of the first floor warrior guild and welcomed the distinguished guests politely. That old bark-like face of elder Lu Luan was full of smiles. Such a smile had probably not appeared on elder Lu Luan's face for almost 100 years. Actually, the verification procedures had already been implemented in the 5th, 4th, 3rd and 2nd floor of Tong Tian Tower. However, to the first floor, it was even more significant. This was because once they stepped out of the first floor, it would mean that the golden elves had truly stepped into the soaring dragon continent. According to the accurate historical records, 3,000 years ago, there were a few golden elves who were good friends with the humans. They had once fought alongside the humans and formed an alliance. They were then invited to the soaring dragon continent to play. That was the historical record of the warrior guild. Of course, no one knew if there were any golden elf rankers, especially golden elf innates, who went through the ancient passage to explore the soaring dragon continent. However, there was no record of golden elves appearing in the soaring dragon continent for at least 1,000 years. To the selfish and cunning humans, the golden elves were an outstanding race with beauty and intelligence. They had excellent personalities and morals. If a human warrior could get to know a golden elf teammate and exchange a few words with them, he would be able to brag for a long time when he returned to the soaring dragon continent. Now, there were actually 3 golden elves who volunteered to come to the soaring dragon continent to fight against the Black Hell Army. 2 of them were even the most famous golden elf beauties. This news made the first floor's warrior guild branch master Lu Luan extremely proud. This was definitely the greatest and most successful diplomatic honor he had achieved during his tenure. Pa pa pa. The receptionists behind Lu Luan applauded for a long time. If it wasn't for Anna and Lin An politely rejecting the warrior guild's proposal to hold a grand welcome banquet, elder Lu Luan was prepared to take out his private savings to celebrate. Not to mention elder Lu Luan, even Jun Wuyu and Hua Su Ri who received the news sent their royal envoys to welcome them. After much difficulty, they finally got out of the soaring dragon continent. The ox-head Fan Luantai looked at the sky and said something that almost made Yu Yang burst out in laughter. I was wondering what kind of place the soaring dragon continent was. Turns out it was similar to our place. How could there be so many abnormal people? We want to beat up Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others. No one is allowed to stop us. The 4 orc girls harbored hatred in their hearts. Yes, I even cried at that time. Bao Er also recalled her own embarrassing incident. Humans are indeed a race with unlimited potential. Lin En sighed as he looked at the crowd coming from afar. He wasn't talking about the quality of humans, but the quantity. When the quantity increased, 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 10,000, it wasn't strange for humans to have so many innates. One must know that not only the Golden Elves, even if all the elves were to be added together, they wouldn't even amount to 1% of the population of the Soaring Dragon continent. You haven't been to the Demon Abyss before. The quantity there is more. Yu Yang retorted. Quantity was not everything. There are indeed a lot of creatures in the Demon Abyss, but most of them lack intelligence. If all the creatures in the Demon Abyss had the intelligence of humans, they would have conquered all the continents in the Tong Tian Tower. Anna smiled slightly. She was most envious of humans' intelligence and growth speed. Take Bao Er for example. She had grown up in the elf forest for more than 150 years. Her intelligence and knowledge were similar to a 14 or 15-year-old human girl. She might not even be more sensible than a 14 or 15-year-old human girl. This was the biggest difference between the two races. She had heard Fatty Hai and Yikong mention Yu Yang's sister, Yu Bing. This little girl was not old, but she was much more sensible than Bao Er. Moreover, her battle power was also much higher. Compared to humans, the only advantage the Golden Elves had was their relatively long lifespan. For the Golden Elves, there were many who had lived for more than 3,000 years. However, it was rare for a normal human to live for more than 200 years. For Li Ao and Fan Luan Tai of the Oxhead clan, the advantage of humans was not their numbers or their early maturity, but their creativity. The Oxhead clan did not lack warriors, because all of them were natural warriors. They would reach adulthood at the age of 10 and could rush to the battlefield. However, for the Oxhead clan who were only good at charging and breaking through enemy lines, creating a material civilization was an unsolvable problem. They relied on a single method to educate their descendants, which was to nurture their descendants' instincts. If all the Oxhead clan could create different kinds of civilizations like humans and educate their descendants like humans, they would become a powerful clan that surpassed humans. Of course, this assumption was only limited to Li Ao and Fan Luan Tai's imagination. This time, Yu Yang could not bring them back to the Yu clan castle first. He gave Jun Wuyu some face and directly brought them to Shangjing to the imperial palace. Jun Wuyu wore a crown and court attire. He was full of energy and looked like a spring breeze as he led the crowd to welcome them. A loud and clear horn sounded. The imperial guards in the imperial palace came out in a line under the leadership of the great commander Feng Kuang. They stood on both sides of the road, their armors shining brightly and their banners clear. The coiling dragon giant bell that could resound throughout the entire Shangjing was struck 28 times by 10 strong men. The melodious and mellow buzzing sound made the whole city boil. This was the biggest ceremony for a country to welcome guests or to celebrate a celebration. Other than when a new emperor ascended the throne, marrying an empress, or when a new heavenly imperial guardian joined the ranks, this coiling dragon giant bell would only be struck 28 times. Usually, even when a crown prince or a princess was married, it would only be struck 10 times. When the Golden Elves Lin En, Anna and Bao Er stepped forward, they first paid their respects to Jun Wuyu. The entire road was filled with cheers that sounded like a tsunami. This was definitely the honor of Dixia Kingdom, the incomparably noble Golden Elves, the incomparably brave Oxhead clan and the robust and heroic orcs all paid their respects to their king. This was an honor that humans had never had since ancient times. All the distinguished guests were powerful warriors that came from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Especially now that Dixia Kingdom was in the midst of war, they still came from afar to fight for their human allies. This friendship was even more precious. Welcome to the Soaring Dragon continent. Your arrival is the greatest encouragement to the warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent. History will remember this moment. No matter what the future of the Soaring Dragon continent is, I hope that the warriors of Dixia, the Golden Elves, the Oxhead clan and the Orcs will forever be brothers and sisters. We will support and help each other. Today, you have come from afar to fight for our great Xia against the enemy's invasion. In the future, our great Xia's warriors and disciples will repay your friendship with courage and actions 100-fold. Jun Wuyu's impassioned speech resounded through the skies. He was really excited. This was not as simple as a few foreign races coming to help in the war. The arrival of Lin En, Anna and the others was the greatest encouragement to the warriors of Dixia. Furthermore, there was another point. This matter had proven the charisma of the younger generation, Yu Yang, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. In just a short period of a month, the Golden Elves, who usually had the least interaction with the human warriors, were willing to come and help in the war. They achieved a feat that countless seniors could not do. Did this not prove how outstanding Yu Yang and the others were, even if Dixia was defeated by the Black Hell Army's invasion and was destroyed, with the charisma of the younger generation, Yu Yang and the others, with the help of so many races, how difficult would it be to reclaim Dixia? Human Emperor, we are very happy to come to the Soaring Dragon continent. To us, the Soaring Dragon continent is an unfamiliar place. The Dixia Kingdom is also just one of the many countries in the different continents of Tong Tian Tower. However, we have been fascinated by this magical land for a long time. We have always been curious as to what kind of land could nurture so many outstanding human warriors. Not to mention the Yu clan's third young master, even Hai Defu, Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers, who are full of fighting spirit, have already shocked us. During our adventures, we realized that the outstanding warriors of Dixia were different from the other human races. They were the most outstanding young warriors in the world. We formed deep friendships with them. We worked together in battles and went through thick and thin together. If we were to summarize them in one sentence, they were not golden elves, nor were they Taurans or orcs. They were our brothers and sisters in our hearts. They were our family. We are willing to come to the Soaring Dragon continent to help in the war for such friends and family. Even if we die in battle, we are willing and have no regrets. After Jun Wu Yu, Lin En also expressed his thoughts on behalf of the Golden Elves, Ox People and Orcs. Wow, long live, this time, the people of Dixia were extremely touched. Words like brothers, sisters, and relatives defeated the older generation, making the older generation burst into tears. Yu Yang, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others of the younger generation really lived up to their expectations. Since ancient times, how many races would go to another continent to help? Not to mention the human warriors who were not welcomed by the other races and had always been seen as a disaster. Now, there were Golden Elves announcing to everyone that they recognized the people of Dixia as family and were willing to die for Dixia. This statement was really awesome, there was no way they wouldn't be touched. The young people were even more excited, their blood was boiling. Even the Golden Elves had come to help, why would they be afraid of the Black Hell Army? They would just fight it out with them. The ordinary soldiers couldn't wait to go onto the battlefield and kill the enemy. Their burning desire to fight made them feel frenzied. They clenched their fists and knocked hard on their breastplates. At first, it was a few hundred people, then a few thousand people. Close to 10,000 people knocked on their breastplates with all their might, making the entire imperial road rumble like thunder. More and more people joined in and beat their breastplates in an orderly manner. The morale of all the soldiers converged into a crazy torrent, completely suppressing the cheers of the people. Bam bam bam, bam 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 bam, shouting could no longer express the emotions in their hearts. Only this way could the soldiers slightly express the excitement in their hearts. Jun Wu looked at Yu Yang with gratitude. He knew that all of this was actually planned by Yu Yang in advance. If not, why would he bring the Golden Elves back to the Soaring Dragon continent with great fanfare? Even if he brought them back, he wouldn't have informed him beforehand and let him prepare. Jun Wu was very clear of Yu Yang's motive, it was to boost his morale. In the current Dixia kingdom, because of the Black Hell Army's declaration of war and the instigation of many spies, the morale of the people was low. They felt that the possibility of the country being destroyed was very high. This indirectly affected the soldiers, even some generals were shaken. Now, after the Golden Elves paid a visit to the Emperor of Dixia and announced that they would fight to the death with the enemy, the morale of the soldiers and the people would be greatly boosted. Not to mention the others, even Jun Wu himself felt greatly encouraged. Originally, Jun Wu was already prepared for failure. Although he would rather die than surrender, he never thought that he could win against the Black Hell Army. All his thoughts were prepared for failure. Now with Yu Yang's encouragement, Jun Wu's ambition returned. He secretly decided that until the end, no one would know who would emerge victorious. He had Marshal Yu Hai to lead the army and Yu Yang to fight against the Innates. Although the Black Hell army was powerful, it was not to the extent of being unable to put up a fight. Fight to the death. Jun Wuyu nodded towards Yu Yang. This little fellow had done so much, as the emperor, he couldn't let the younger generation look down on him. Heh. Yu Yang actually had the intention to encourage Jun Wuyu. He couldn't be bothered about the morale of the ordinary people, that wasn't the most important factor in deciding the outcome of the war. However, Jun Wuyu, the emperor, had to hold on. If he were to admit defeat, then no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to use it. Was the Black Hell King and the Black Hell army really undefeatable? Yu Yang never believed in heresy. He even dared to start a war with the three great leaders of Heaven Realm, and even dared to attack the Scarlet Emperor. Why would he be afraid of a mere Black Hell King? Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Jun Wuyu welcomed Lin En, Anna and Bao Er into the palace. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the rest were all smiling as they waited in the main hall. They looked more like grandchildren than grandchildren. Yu Yang waved his hand, "Go ahead and fight, don't be courteous. But it's best not to exceed an hour, because His Majesty will be hosting a banquet in an hour." "You can't be, not only did you not stop them from fighting, you even let them fight." Fatty Hai screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Before he could finish his sentence, he was beaten up badly by the ox-head Fan Luan Tai. "This is called friends die, not me." Yu Yang gave him a cool back view. In Jun Wuyu's imperial study, Jun Wuyu, who had just expressed his gratitude to his future son-in-law, picked up a cup of tea and drank it comfortably. He then asked, "Brat, what other good news do you have? Tell me now. While my heart can still take it, tell me everything." He knew that Yu Yang wouldn't give in to these three tricks, he definitely had something good that he was preparing to take out. Yu Yang had really put in a lot of effort. Who asked Jun Wuyu, this old fellow, to give birth to such an amazing rouge tigress? In order to pick up girls, he was willing to make a small sacrifice. Yu Yang cleared his throat. "It's like this, Mr. Chen from the Qilin continent will be supporting His Majesty with 500 thunder beasts and 100 thunder armors." Jun Wuyu choked when he heard this. The fame of these thunder beasts and thunder armors was not inferior to the Qilin wine. Of course Jun Wuyu had heard of them before. Moreover, when he was still a prince, he wanted to make a set for himself, but he did not manage to do so due to various reasons. The thunder armors and storage ring became his biggest regret. He did not expect his future son-in-law to give him 100 sets at once. Ignoring Jun Wuyu's choking expression, Yu Yang said lightly, "There's also a secret agreement signed between Great Demon King Zhang Muyuan, Baruth and Ha Xian. If we can defeat the Black Hell army, they will send troops to attack the Black Hell King and make him suffer." Pooh. Jun Wuyu couldn't help but spit out the water. He then coughed violently. This brat's words almost made him choke to death. Although Yu Yang had secretly signed an alliance with the various demon kings in the demon abyss, it was impossible for ordinary civilians and soldiers to know about it. However, to the leaders of the Great Xia Kingdom, it was nothing. This was too shocking. It could be said that this was 100 times more exciting than the arrival of the Golden Elves. After all, this was the real help. The Golden Elf's help was more of a mental boost. Thinking about the Demon King from the Demon Abyss and the human innates working together to attack the Black Hell King, Jun Wuyu's confidence immediately soared to the maximum. According to Yu Yang's explanation, Jun Wuyu's little universe had already been ignited. He could completely transform into a Super Saiyan and unleash a killer move at any time. Luckily the Black Hell King didn't see Jun Wuyu's excited look, if not he would definitely retreat in fear. Other than Elder Yu Hai, Shui Donglu, the State Grandmaster, the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians and the Heavenly Imperial Guardians sent by Tian Luo Kingdom, people like Feng Xiaoyun, Xue Wendao, Yan Qianzhong and the others couldn't really see the contents of the alliance agreement, but they could see the alliance agreement. Even so, the appearance of this secret alliance had greatly boosted their fighting spirit, especially Yan Qianzhong who was in a dilemma. He was even more shocked. He was even guessing if Jun Wuyu had intentionally revealed it to him. On one hand, Zijin Kingdom was trying their best to rope him in, hoping that he would be the first to rebel against the four major clans. On the other hand, he was not willing to be someone else's lackey, because the Black Hell King might not be a good person. After the war, there was a high possibility that he would be killed. As a traitor, not only would he be the only one, but his descendants would also have to bear the infamy of history. Just like the Green Summit sect that had escaped from the Yu clan, although Zijin Kingdom had tried to rope them in and treat them well, the disciples of the Duanmu and Machi clan were still unable to raise their heads in public. Furthermore, Great Xia might not be completely defeated. Other than the Western Lion Pagoda, the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, the Southern Mountains Floating Mist Sect and the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion were not willing to let the Black Hell King break the balance in the Soaring Dragon continent. They were even more disgusted with him establishing a foothold in the Soaring Dragon continent. They might not help him, but they would definitely help him secretly. The thing that scared Yan Xianzhong the most was the Yu clan's third young master. This brat was definitely abnormal. Could the Black Hell King kill the Yu clan's third young master? Even if Yan Xianzhong became stupid from eating the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill, he would not think so. If he betrayed the four great clans and the Xia Kingdom, even if the Black Hell King didn't kill his family, the Yu clan's third young master wouldn't let him off. Under such a situation, Yan Xianzhong felt that he might as well be a bit more stubborn and join forces with the Feng, Shui and Yu clans and die together. Even if he died, his son Yan Pejun would still be alive. Under the leadership of the Yu clan's third young master, it would only be a matter of time before the Yan clan's Yan Pejun revived the Yan clan. Yan Xianzhong, who had previously rejected Zijin Kingdom's invitation, was so scared that his back was drenched in cold sweat when he saw the secret alliance agreement that Yu Yang had brought back with him. Fortunately, he didn't do anything stupid. Luckily he rejected Zijin Kingdom, otherwise, the entire Yan family would really die without a burial place, and they would even have to bear the burden of eternal infamy. If he agreed, the Yan clan would definitely be erased from the list of the four great clans. The Hai clan and the Yi clan, who had Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, might even replace the Yan clan as one of the four great clans. It was true that the Black Hell King was very scary, but Yan Xianzhong thought that the scariest person was the Yu clan's third young master. Not to mention this brat's potential and speed of growth, the whole world knew that he was abnormal, and his beasts were also super abnormal. Sky Law from the Demonic Palace, Night Empress from the Tianluo Kingdom all looked at him in a new light. Even the human Jizun had personally become his introducer. Of course, one couldn't look down on the Black Hell King, but it would be even more miserable to look down on the Yu clan's third young master. Yan Xianzhong thought for a while. Ever since this brat started his cultivation, no one had a good ending against him. Previously, Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader were all dejected and depressed. It seemed that the Black Hell King would not be an exception this time. There had never been such a possibility that a human innate would actually go to the Demon Palace and negotiate with the Demon Abyss Great Demon King, and even successfully become allies. If this person wasn't the Yu clan's third young master, but someone else, Yan Xianzhong would definitely not believe it. However, Yan Xianzhong felt that it was very normal for it to be him. This brat was born to do things that others couldn't do. Everything that he did was something that others couldn't do. For example, he became an innate at the age of 20, defeated the Thousand Goblins sect, chased after the Eastern Goblin tribe, defeated the Seven Great Bears, pacified the Yu clan's rebellion, forced the great emperor of Ji Wei Shun Tian to retreat, bravely charged into the Demon Palace to chase after Duanmu Longqing, smashed the Demon King's statue to snatch the treasures and beasts. Countless heroic deeds, none of which could be done by his peers. Even other innates couldn't do it. Because of him, the Golden Elves who had never visited the Soaring Dragon continent for thousands of years came. What was even more unbelievable was that the great demon kings in the Demon Abyss who hated humans to the core actually secretly signed an alliance with this brat, preparing to attack the Black Hell King. Now, Yan Xianzhong felt that even if Yu Yang said that Jizun would come back later to protect him and kill the Black Hell King on the spot, he would definitely not doubt it. This brat, he couldn't be judged from a normal person's point of view. When Yan Xianzhong sneaked a peek at Yu Yang, he realized that this brat was sizing him up intentionally or unintentionally. He was so scared that his heart trembled. Could it be that he already knew about the letter that Zijin Kingdom sent to him? Yan Xianzhong secretly prayed for his ancestors to bless him. His rejection letter must be sent to Zijin Kingdom and not get lost on the way. Otherwise, it would be hard to prove his innocence. He hurriedly sat down with his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart. He secretly swore in his heart that if the Zijing kingdom sent another letter, he would just give it to Jun Wuyu and forget about it. It was fine to be enemies with the Black Hell King, but he really didn't have the guts to be enemies with Yu Yang. Although the Demon Kings and the Demon Abyss have signed an alliance, the demon race is fickle, we still have to be prepared. Elder Yu Hai wasn't as strong as an innate, but his military skills were definitely at the peak of the human race. Jun Wuyu had already given him full authority to command the army. Even the heavenly imperial guardians of Tianluo had expressed that the Tianluo army would listen to the old marshal's command and work together to fight against the Black Hell army. Elder Yu Hai was both happy and worried about Zhu Yang's secret alliance. Firstly, victory was in sight if they were to win. Secondly, if they were to lose, the Demon Abyss might hit them while they were down. It was impossible to count on the Demon Abyss to fully abide by the alliance. Not to mention the Demon Abyss, even humans only believed in the strong and supported the victors. It is indeed difficult to win, but there is still hope for a draw. Shui Donglu, this old fox, was also a military genius. It was just that he didn't have the chance to display it normally. Leave the battle of innates to our heavenly imperial guardians. The heavenly imperial guardians of Tianluo smiled elegantly. We might not be able to fight against the Black Hell King, but we will fight to the end against his 4 fallen innates. As for the Black Hell King, leave this mission to Night Empress and little Yu Yang. If it's just the Black Hell King alone, it won't be a problem. Jun Wuyu tapped the table lightly with his index finger. After thinking for a while, he looked at Yu Yang. According to the information that little Yu Yang sent back, as well as the recent events, we have reason to suspect that Shen Tian, the Black Prince, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and more fallen innates will join the battle at the end. Indeed, this is a problem. It is not realistic to ask Baruth and Xianxia to fight against Shen Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader in advance. The ascetic practice saint was not optimistic about the reinforcements from the demon race. Is it possible for little Yu Yang to ask Sky Law to help? The scholar teased Yu Yang with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Actually, everyone knew about the relationship between Yu Yang and Sky Law. It will be difficult. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. Did you two quarrel? It was rare for the ascetic practice saint to crack a joke. No, a few days ago, I killed Sky Dragon, who was ranked 10th in the demonic palace. I reckon that the people from the demonic palace will be furious when they see me now. Yu Yang shook his head and sighed innocently. If I knew that the Black Hell King would attack, I would have spared his life. I really didn't know at that time. Puff puff puff. Everyone who was drinking spat out their water. Feng Xiaoyun, Shuewen Dao and Yan Qianzhong almost coughed out their lungs. Actually, everyone knew that Sky Dragon was Yu Yang's love rival. If Sky Dragon were to meet him, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to kill him. However, even if they knew this, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. No matter what, Sky Dragon was a powerful level 6 innate. If he came to Xianxia, he would definitely become a heavenly imperial guardian. Who would have thought that he would be killed by Yu Yang without a sound? The most ridiculous thing was that when Sky Dragon died, Demonic Palace actually suffered this loss and did not pursue the matter. No matter what, they should have protested. But now, there was no reaction at all. It seemed that even Heaven's retribution was a little wary of this brat. If it was someone else, it would be weird if Sky Execution didn't kill them immediately. Jun Wuyu hurriedly comforted Yu Yang, who pretended to be disappointed. It's alright, the demonic palace also respects the strong. I support you, go ahead and kill your way into the demonic palace and snatch Sky Law back. If Sky Dragon died, he would have died in vain. Furthermore, you are doing this for the sake of the people. Your Majesty, please don't teach this kid bad things. Elder Yu Hai was embarrassed. Everyone tried their best to hold back their laughter. Actually, even if Yu Yang didn't teach him, he would still be bad. Even if Jun Wuyu didn't mention it, Yu Yang already had the intention to go to the demonic palace to negotiate. He had already gone to the demonic palace, why couldn't he go to the demonic palace? If he could trick enemies like Baruth and Xianxia, Yu Yang didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to trick Sky Execution. No matter what, the demonic palace and the Xianxia kingdom could still be considered as brothers. The reason why Yu Yang didn't leave immediately was because he was waiting for news from Impatience. With her acting as the middleman, he wouldn't need to waste too much time and he wouldn't need to see Sky Execution putting on airs. He could directly negotiate. If it was before he entered the prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yu Yang wouldn't have the confidence to convince Sky Execution. After the battle between the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm, obtaining the prison Emperor Divine Seal, and finally fighting the Scarlet Emperor and obtaining the great demon King Baruth's secret contract, Yu Yang was at least 80% sure that he would be able to trick Sky Execution. Yan Qianzhong looked at Yu Yang and saw a confident smile on this brat's face. His heart skipped a beat. Damn, looks like this time the unlucky one wouldn't be the Dixia Kingdom, but the Black Hell King. This was because this brat was destined to be favored by fate. If the demonic palace joined in, Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader would definitely escape faster than the other. Only the Black Hell King would be left. With Night Empress, Sky Execution, Sky Law, Baruth, Ha Xian and the others attacking him together, and with Yu Yang causing trouble, the Black Hell King would probably die. Thinking of this, Yan Qianzhong's ambition rose. Since the Black Hell King was destined to lose, how could the Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda survive? With the collapse of the three great powers, the four great clans would definitely rise. Even if the Yan clan couldn't get all the benefits like the Yu clan, it wouldn't be a problem for them to get some leftovers. At the very least, the Yan clan's position among the four great clans would be stable. The Hai clan and Yikong wanted to chase after him, but he wouldn't give them the chance. Yan Qianzhong thought for a while and decided to do his best to support Jun Wuyu in repelling the enemy. If he stood in line now, it would be a blessing for his future generations. Your Majesty, Qianzhong's territory is closer to the Zijin Kingdom, so I am familiar with the information regarding the Zijin Kingdom. Now, I will report everything that I know to Marshal Yu Hai. Maybe it would be useful for Marshal Yu Hai to dispatch troops. Yan Qianzhong immediately stood up and reported. Seeing everyone's expression of "I was waiting for you to say this," he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Just as Yan Qianzhong was talking about Zijin Kingdom's secret, Fengquan came to report that there was a messenger from the demonic palace, representing Sky Law to invite the Yu clan's third young master to the Xianxia Valley for a meeting. Jun Wuyu and the rest looked at Yu Yang, looking like a gossipy man. Before leaving, Jun Wuyu even pulled Yu Yang. Don't you have any secret code between you and Sky Law? Could this be a trap? Yu Yang was sweating profusely in his heart, but he pretended to be an obedient child. Actually, Sky Law and I have a very pure friendship. We are all together in search of a higher realm of martial arts. No matter when we first knew each other, or until now, we have always maintained a relationship of friendship between gentlemen. Everyone in the Imperial study fainted. Everyone couldn't take it anymore. This brat's shamelessness was not only shameless, it was a whole new realm. Even Jun Wuyu, who was an experienced womanizer, couldn't handle Yu Yang's shameless demeanor. They were just short of giving birth to a baby. Everything else was about the same. Friendship between gentlemen? Pure friendship? Even a fool wouldn't believe such words if they were to spread it out. Whether it was a trap or not, Yu Yang decided to go to the Xianxia Valley. If Sky Execution really wanted to kill him, the best time wasn't at the Xianxia Valley, but when the Black Hell King's army arrived. Now that they had agreed to meet at the Xianxia Valley, it meant that there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Of course, Yu Yang believed that Sky Execution already knew about Sky Dragon. He could only hide the fact that Sky Dragon was killed by him for a while. Sky Execution might have known about it long ago, but they just didn't find trouble with him immediately. At the Xianxia Valley, it seemed that a fight was inevitable. Yu Yang was not afraid of a fight. It was time to meet Sky Execution anyway. The Xianxia Valley was a good place. It was said that it was a beautiful grassland in the past. The scenery was beautiful, the grass was green, and the songs of people herding sheep could be heard everywhere. It was simply a rare paradise on earth. Until one day, two brothers came to this place. The elder brother had the lofty ideal of cultivating to the pinnacle of martial arts. He suggested that the younger brother head east to find the Eastern Saint and learn from him. The younger brother, on the other hand, felt that they should head towards the west. He felt that the Western Saint, who repaid kindness and grudges, was more suitable for him and his elder brother than the Eastern Saint, who lived a simple and indifferent life. Because the two of them were descendants of a powerful clan, after their parents died, their family's assets were seized by their uncle and uncle. The two brothers were chased out of the clan, and so the younger brother wanted to become an expert and return to their clan, seizing the position of the clan leader. Ironically, the elder brother encountered the horse bandits on the way and was severely injured. When he was on the brink of death, he encountered the West Saint who was passing by. As for the younger brother, because he saved a young girl from the hands of the mounted bandits, he received the favor of the Eastern Saint. This young girl was the Eastern Saint's maternal granddaughter. 10 years later, the elder brother, who had experienced a drastic change in temperament, followed the Western Saint to learn martial arts and became a vengeful martial artist. As for the younger brother, because he married the Eastern Saint's maternal granddaughter and had a son and a daughter, in addition to learning martial arts from the Eastern Saint, he gradually lost his determination to return to his clan and seize the position of the clan leader. When the two brothers reunited, they could not agree with each other due to their differing ideologies. In the end, they fought each other. The younger brother, who was more powerful, accidentally killed the older brother. This triggered a great battle between the Western Saint, who wanted to take revenge for his disciple, and the Eastern Saint, who wanted to protect his grandson-in-law. The fierce battle destroyed the land of the Xianxia Valley. The land was burned, and the torrential rain caused a flood. The battle between the Eastern Saint and the Western Saint at the same time triggered an earth-shattering earthquake. Thunderbolts danced chaotically, and the earth shook. Finally, the land split into two and became the Xianxia Valley, which now looked like a crack. The Xianxia Valley could be said to be the ancestral land of the Xia Kingdom. This was because the legend was true. The ancestors of the Xia Kingdom were the descendants of the younger brother who fought in the decisive battle at the Xianxia Valley. The earliest corrupted warriors of the demonic palace were the descendants of the elder brother who fought in the decisive battle at the Xianxia Valley. 3,000 years ago, the two families would have a decisive battle at this place every 10 years. The enmity between the two families deepened, until a lady whom the descendants of both families adored committed suicide in front of the Xianxia blood steel in order to stop the two families from fighting. Only then did the few remaining descendants of the two families stop fighting. The younger brother's descendants worked hard again and founded the Xia Kingdom. The elder brother's descendants continued to lose themselves in hatred. They founded the demonic palace and swore that they would never reconcile with the Xia Kingdom, unless the lady who committed suicide could be resurrected. This story is so King annoying. This was the reaction of Yu Yang when Princess Sisai told him about the legend of their ancestors. At that time, he was beaten up by the mad Princess Sisai and refused to talk to him for a whole day. Now, when Yu Yang stepped into the Xianxia Valley, he realized that this place had turned into a deserted land. The strangest thing was that the soil here was blood red, just like human blood. Although Yu Yang knew that this was definitely not human blood, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow and desolation. Of course, there was also a sense of injustice. Wasn't it just for a girl? Fighting to the death was really too stupid. Yu Yang didn't put himself in the shoes of others. If someone wanted to snatch City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai, or Xue Wuxia from him, how could he not fight with his life? Not to mention the three of them, even if someone wanted to snatch his cute half-elf slave girl, Yu Yang wouldn't hesitate to chop them to death. Snatching a girl from another world? This action was simply unforgivable. It was impossible for Sky Law to invite Yu Yang to this kind of place. It must be Sky Execution. Inviting Yu Yang to the Xianxia Valley definitely had a deeper meaning. They wanted to use this place to show that the two families were natural enemies and it was impossible to resolve the conflict. Yu Yang was well aware of this, but he would definitely feign ignorance on the surface, pretending that he didn't know and didn't understand. When it came to negotiations, whoever was shameless would win. Only an idiot would send a gentleman to negotiate with the other party. Dong, 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 dong. From afar, the sound of war drums could be heard, making people panic. This wasn't the beating of drums to urge them to fight, it was more like the sound of a death knell, causing people to feel disheartened. When Yu Yang heard this, he immediately slowed down his footsteps like a movie, and slowly strode forward. It took him half an hour to walk to the front of the drumming giant. The drumming giant, whose muscles were like iron, had already stopped. He glared at Yu Yang with an angry look, as if he wanted to eat Yu Yang alive. "What are you doing? Walking so slowly, I kindly marked a spot for you and let you come here. It's fine if you don't feel grateful, but you purposely walked as slow as a snail. Are you purposely looking for trouble? Come, I'll spar with you. When he heard this, Yu Yang immediately revealed a face full of smiles. His lips were red and his teeth were white, his smile was as bright as the sun. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. The drumming giant's fist had already reached the tip of Yu Yang's nose, but he still stopped in the end. You're not allowed to laugh, fight with me first. Damn it, I'm burning with anger just looking at your pretty face. Yu Yang's smile became wider as he chuckled. How do I address this big brother? Are you Sky Fury or Sky Assassinate? Who's your big brother? I'm not related to you at all. The drumming giant was going crazy. This was the first time he met this brat, and he already called him big brother. If they met a few more times, he would probably have to call him uncle, or even master. He had never met such a freak in his life. It would be best if this brat fought with just a few words, but this brat didn't fight, and even called him big brother intimately. The drumming giant did not know what to do. Sky Law is my future wife, so you're also considered my family. Seeing that you're not young anymore, I'll let you be my big uncle. Yu Yang said it as if he was giving the drumming giant a huge advantage, and wanted the drumming giant to thank him for it. You. The drumming giant was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How did this shameless brat survive until now? Was there anyone more shameless than this brat in this world? You're making it sound so nice. Family, brother-in-law. If I didn't remember wrongly, some time ago, you killed a sky dragon who was similar to brother-in-law in the Thunder Fortress, right? Please explain why you didn't think he was brother-in-law at that time. A tall and skinny man wearing a long robe and carrying an ancient sword on his back appeared behind Yu Yang. This man was even more powerful than Sky Dragon. His gaze was extremely sharp, as if a single glance from him would open up a wound on his skin. Yu Yang did not look at him directly. Just letting him stare at his back made him feel uncomfortable, as if there was an ice-cold sword pressing against his back. Needless to say, this tall and skinny man with the ancient sword on his back was Sky Sword, ranked 9th in the demonic palace. After Sky Dragon's death, he would be the only sky demon with the power of innate level 6 among the 10 sky demons. Of course, his innate level 6 was higher than Sky Dragon's. Even if both of them were at the peak of innate level 6, if they were to really fight, Yu Yang estimated that even 2 Sky Dragons might not be able to defeat the Sky Sword. Sky Sword's only weakness was probably that he relied too much on that holy ranked ancient sword. That was why he was stuck at innate level 6, unable to break through. Of course, with a holy ranked ancient sword, this Sky Sword was already very close to the drum-beating giant man, even if the drum-beating giant man himself had a platinum-ranked drum of regret. This ancient sword is really not bad. Yu Yang was drooling a little. If only Sky Sword was here, he might have snatched it away. However, Sky Execution was watching from somewhere, so he could not have any ideas about this ancient sword for the time being. Yu Yang returned to the main topic, answering the other party's accusation in a carefree and unhurried manner. He said shamelessly, actually, the matter regarding brother-in-law is very simple. When a person is willing to be brother-in-law, then he will be brother-in-law. When a person is not willing to be brother-in-law, and still wants to compete to be the son-in-law, then he will not be brother-in-law anymore. Since that's the case, I also want to compete and see how it goes. Sky Sword released thousands of sword chi. In an instant, the ground behind Yu Yang to a dozen meters in front of him was cut with sword marks. This was just the power of Sky Sword's stare. Yu Yang's wyvern armor also had a few cuts, as if it was cut by a sharp knife. However, let alone his cheeks, not even a single strand of his hair fell. He calmly fiddled with the ends of his hair and said in an extremely arrogant manner, "You should just be at ease and be my brother-in-law. Just based on your appearance, if you dare to say you're competing, I'm going to laugh my teeth out. Have you never looked at yourself in the mirror? Even if I don't beat you up, my wife Skylaw will beat you up. It's important to know one's own limits. Please stand aside. I don't think you have the right to make decisions in my family. Find someone else who can make decisions and talk to me. Thank you." You. Sky Sword was so angry that his green face turned red, purple, black. He wanted to pull out his ancient sword a few times and kill this brat. Then, piece by piece, He would hang them on the gallows and dry them in the sun. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone this arrogant. After Sky Sword was defeated, a man slowly floated up from the bottom of the Xianxia Valley. He was so confident that Yu Yang was jealous. He smiled at Yu Yang. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His smile was as bright as the stars, making the sky and earth lose their color. He imitated Yu Yang's action of fiddling with his hair. His voice was like a spring breeze. How about I be your competitor? When it comes to looks, I'm not worse than you. When it comes to making decisions, I can still make some decisions in my family. What do you think of me? Yu Yang immediately changed from a gentleman to a little hoodlum. His words were extremely vulgar as he teased the other party. Little girl, luckily you spoke up early. Otherwise, I would have beaten you up. You should know that I hate people who are prettier than me the most. It doesn't matter if it's a girl, you're welcome. I am Yu Yang, known as the Yu clan's third young master. I have a good character and an outgoing personality. I have a car, a building, and a house. I'm a rich second generation who doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. I have a boss to look after me, and I have a lackey to take care of me. In front of me, I have the city management to clear the way for me. Behind me, there are people to back me up. Being rich and powerful is a pure enjoyment. I love to take pictures and learn to be a playboy. Before this shameless person could finish his words, the other party had already fallen to the ground. End of chapter 426. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.